A crowd of onlookers stood in the middle of a sunny day and chatted among themselves. Their conversations were filled with laughter and vivid impressions of recent events in the tower. Their conversations were interrupted when they heard someone's loud, confident voice addressing them. It was the same traveling cat merchant who, once again, had brought interesting items for the people. Every time he appeared, people rejoiced at his arrival. They couldn't wait to see what the cat would present to them this time. But he didn't keep them in suspense and immediately showed them an item in the form of a vegetable. Surprise turned to disappointment. The young man did not understand why they would need a cherry tomato. Everyone was expecting some legendary weapon or mysterious potion, but a cherry tomato. They could get one any time. It was worthless, even if the cat brought it. The cat didn't lose his composure. He knew that this stupid man would react this way. So he explained that his product was different from ordinary cherry tomatoes. The cat didn't even need to explain anything. People just had to look at the characteristics window and they would understand everything themselves. The magic cherry tomato increased mana reserves to 0 for 1 second every 10 minutes, and also burned 10 grams of fat, but this effect disappeared after 30 days. Girls were particularly interested in this tomato. They all had their own complexes and wanted to lose weight, which clearly intrigued them. This created a stream of customers who were willing to give all their money for tomatoes. They wanted to buy 200 or more. Some were very interested in where these tomatoes came from and who grew them. Of course, a successful businessman never revealed his secrets, which is what the cat did. In fact, the tomatoes were grown under special conditions, with specific care that other people did not know about. The tomatoes were worth their price because they had special properties, were well cared for, and took a lot of time and effort to grow. Only one person was involved in harvesting these tomatoes, and he grew them together with his little helpers. Not only tomatoes grew on the farm, but also other vegetables and plants. Here, as on all farms, there was a specific schedule with breaks. During these breaks, the young farmer could treat his little friends and himself to local delicacies. These treats were made from what grew in the area. This time, tomato juice and honey were used, a local delicacy that everyone enjoyed. All of these ingredients were thoroughly mixed into a homogeneous mass. Then it was consumed as food and a kind of small potion. Our hero called this drink the drink of life. For additional quests that appeared from time to time, the essence of one of them was to give the drink of life to the tower manager with no reward. But there was a punishment, which consisted of trouble from the tower system. Amidst this unpleasant moment, the joyful cry of a cat was heard, calling for Master Seijun halfway through. The wandering cat returned from trading with a smile on his face and, of course, with a bag that was not empty. The cat immediately jumped into Seijun's arms, unable to contain his emotions. He returned with a huge bag of coins and was very pleased that the trade had been successful. As a reward for his work, Seijun rewarded his cat by allowing him to be the boss for an hour. For the cat, this was a really cool reward, and he immediately got to work because he wanted to earn even more and enjoyed it. But the master thought he was greedy for money. First, the cat turned to the black rabbit to replenish his supplies of fish. Amidst all this hustle and bustle, Master Seijun forgot something important. On one of the stone walls, Seijun counted the days he had spent here, and this day was no exception. Pak Seijun had been in this place for 150 days. He was in the farming class. He was very good at it, and it was something that brought him both pleasure and money. In a strange way, thanks to this job, he managed to make such wonderful friends. But it didn't start out so fabulously. It had been 150 days since Park Sejun somehow ended up in the tower and got lost. All these days, he managed to survive in certain conditions. This story was about Park Sejun's survival in the tower. To understand the situation better, let's go back in time and see what happened before that day. Seoul, Gangnam District. On a sunny day, a 99-story tower appeared in the city center. Moreover, such towers appeared not only in Seoul, but in various cities around the world. There were about 100 such towers, if not more. Each country studied the towers that appeared on their land, but all they learned was that they consisted of 99 floors and were made of very durable material. At the same time, no known weapon had any effect on them. Later, people began to emerge from the tower. A real sensation developed around this tower for journalists. All over the world, every publication wrote only about the tower. The people who came out of the tower were interviewed, which put them in an awkward position. One of them could only say that he had simply been sucked into some kind of black hole, and when he woke up, he found himself on the first floor of the tower. Summarizing all the news around the world, one could conclude that these towers were connected. Once on the first floor, a person had to choose their role, mage or warrior. Monsters usually appeared on the second floor. People received different rewards for each floor they defended. There was also a high chance that a person could get a golden ticket. Those who were awakened could freely enter and leave the tower, But ordinary people needed this ticket as it allowed them to enter only the first floor. No one knew why these towers were created, and what kind of madman would voluntarily go to such a terrible place teeming with monsters. One could speculate for hours and centuries about the meaning of this tower, but all this would be a waste of time, because no one knew the truth. But there was one thing people could be sure of, that the tower could make absolutely anyone rich. The Association of the Awakened sold tickets to the tower, and the price of tickets increased every day. If a ticket used to cost 150 million won, then next week the price would rise to 200,000 won. Thousands of people hoped to buy a golden ticket before the price increase. The world was going crazy. People were risking their lives in an attempt to make a lot of money, and they were paying unimaginable sums for this opportunity. The old woman was simply outraged by this, and she couldn't help but share her indignation with her acquaintance, 26-year-old Park Sejun. Sejun was an ordinary student who paid for his own tuition, rent, and, of course, food. He managed to save about 12 million won, despite all his frugality, and the price of the ticket kept going up and up. He was one of those people who wanted to get into that tower and still save up money for it. But looking at his actual bank account, he had huge doubts about this. It all seemed very tiring and troublesome, and at times he wanted to give up. But at that very moment, he pulled himself together and said no to his doubts. He had his fighting spirit and desire to save even more money. He looked at the tower and kept telling himself that he would succeed. Then he had a brilliant idea. He had bought the vegetables at a discount. Sejun thought he could plant them, as there were rumors that vegetable prices would soon skyrocket, and saving money was his top priority. Sejun dreamed that once he saved up enough money for a ticket, he would be able to join a good guild when they saw how talented he was. Then he would clear the tower and propose to a member of the best Korean group, Twilight Fairies, Sae. He had long dreamed of being her husband. Thus, looking at the dream before him, Park Sejun did not allow himself to get discouraged, and constantly tried to maintain an optimistic attitude. While he was enjoying his thoughts, a huge black hole appeared behind him. Turning around, he realized it was a portal. His thoughts did not falter. He remembered that it was through this portal that the first generation of awakened ones had entered the tower. Sejun couldn't believe his eyes that the portal had appeared before him to take him away. He was ready to risk his life just to conquer this tower. After all, he had been striving for this moment for a long time, but in a different way. Our hero thought that the black hole would take him on its own, but nothing happened. The hole only began to shrink and did not suck him in. Realizing that he had to take matters into his own hands, Sejun ran as fast as he could before it was too late. He wasn't going to miss this chance if the hole didn't want to take him, so he entered it himself. The landing wasn't the softest, but it wasn't fatal either. Sejun hoped until the very end that he would still be able to get into the tower. When he got up from the ground, he hoped to see beautiful chandeliers and marble columns. The first floor could have been filled with equipment and potions, but there was emptiness all around him. He was in a huge pit, where instead of a fancy chandelier, he could see the light of the sun shining through a hole. There were stone walls around him, but they weren't marble, and the floor was just ordinary earth. All this did not fit in with our hero's expectations at all, and he began to panic. There was not a single soul near him. He could scream and bang on the walls, and no one would say anything to him. And yet it seemed as if he was in a tower. But it was not at all as described by the association that made money from ticket sales. As in any classic tower, there should be a dragon. But this dragon used a crystal ball to monitor changes inside the tower. He was annoyed by any disorder in the tower, and as soon as he noticed any changes, he immediately found out the reason. This dragon was, after all, the tower's manager, and maintaining order was his top priority. In the real world, discussions about the tower continued. People tried to understand what kind of place the tower was. One of the awakened found the tower to be a large, shining palace. She could buy potions and other things there. For some, the tower became a training ground and the most important place on the first floor. But you had to be strong enough to fight monsters. While the awakened spoke of the tower with admiration, Sejun had not yet figured out what the tower meant to him. His expectations collided with reality. He thought he had fallen into a trap with no way out. Sejun wandered around this place all day, but found no sign of a training ground or a shop. The guy even shouted for help, but there was not a single soul around who could help him. Panic rose in his throat. He didn't know what to do in this situation because he was isolated from life and couldn't even go back. He began to laugh hysterically at the absurdity of the situation, and it was a fine line between laughter and a panic attack. But just in time, his phone rang in his pocket and Sejun jumped in surprise. It was his alarm clock. It was already 6 in the morning. Sejun had been isolated for a whole day. There was no connection at all, but the phone was still working. By a lucky coincidence, Seijun hadn't left the food packages behind and had taken them with him. And he wanted to eat, because he was already saving on everything else. The table was modest, with just a bottle of water, cherry tomatoes, onions, sweet potatoes, and an apple. But it was better than nothing. He decided to start with the apple. For some reason it seemed the most appetizing for the morning. He chewed the sweet apple with pleasure, its juice spreading in his mouth. But one apple was not enough to fill him up. So he continued eating sweet potatoes to completely satisfy his hunger. They always cooked sweet potatoes for him. But in this situation, he also liked this plant raw. Its firm texture and sweet crunch were the best thing about this morning. Maybe things weren't so bad after all. Now he could at least think rationally. But he still couldn't find the answer to his question. He didn't know how long he would have to stay here. Seijun understood that he had to do something and look for a way out, because his provisions were not endless. He couldn't even imagine how long he would be able to hold out. Seijun thought about the worst-case scenario. If he wasn't rescued, he would simply turn into a mummy. But at some point, something exploded inside him. He didn't want to and couldn't allow himself to die. He was in the tower, the place he had so desperately wanted to get to. At that moment, it just dawned on him when he looked at the apple core. Even before entering the portal, he had been thinking about planting plants, so why not do it here? He still had 10 bulbs, so he decided to plant their roots and feed himself with the leaves. He also set aside 3 tomatoes and 2 sweet potatoes for planting, and left the rest for food. His eyes lit up. He was ready to do everything possible to survive and walk his path with dignity. Seijun was looking for a way out and finally found it. It was such a small decision, but it gave him strength. Until suddenly he heard someone's menacing roar above him, which sent shivers of fear down his spine. Seijun thought he was on the first floor and clearly did not expect to hear a monster. As soon as he looked up at the sky, his soul sank at what he saw. It was 6 in the morning and light, but for some reason, a blue moon appeared before him. His body began to break and shake from some kind of impact. Seijun couldn't get his bearings and understand what was going on. But then he heard vibrations in the air, and in the dark sky he could see an even darker creature, whose wingspan could create a whirlwind. This black dragon seemed extraordinarily beautiful to our hero. There was something special about that moment, but he couldn't stay conscious for long and fainted. He slept until morning in the same position on the cold ground until the alarm clock rang. His head hurt, and Seijun couldn't remember why he had felt suddenly sleepy or what had happened to him. He was shocked when he realized that he had slept not just one night, but 2 whole days. And it wasn't some kind of lie because the body couldn't lie. Not only did his lower back ache after such a sleep, but his whole body did too. And what was sad was that this sleep did not give him strength, because his energy was completely depleted. Seijun was so confused that he didn't even realize right away that he was leaning against a tree. As soon as he stood up, he saw 2 beds of bulbs as tall as he was. How was this possible? How could onions grow so huge and in just 2 days? Seijun wondered if it could be something about the tower. He had heard that plants could change depending on where they were planted. So, following this logic, he believed that some force had affected his bulbs. Then he thought that other plants had also started to grow, and there was indeed progress. Noticing that these tiny plants were in the shade and did not have enough light, Seijun got to work. He began to pull up the interfering plants and found that the bulbs were quite dense, so he had to try hard to pull up even one. And so, after a while, there was a decent harvest on the ground. Seijun decided to try the fruits of his labor, and after one bite, he began to breathe fire. The onions grown here were much spicier than those bought in the store. Seijun rushed to the lake and began drinking water to quell the burning sensation. But strangely, his stomach did not hurt from it. Such a plant could always come in handy when he wanted something spicy. He decided to dry the remaining onions and eat tomatoes for now. Step by step, life in seclusion was beginning to fall into place. There was one curious fact. The sun never set in the tower. But on that day, for some reason, the sun hid behind the moon. People usually called this phenomenon a blue moon. But a blue moon could only be seen on the 10th floor. Seijun was only now beginning to realize that he was clearly not on the 1st floor. What about that dragon? It was definitely not some kind of illusion. It was a real dragon. Let's go back even further. 10 years ago, when the tower first appeared. At that time, one of the main guilds, the Phoenix Guild, achieved the feat of clearing the 37th floor. Information about the 30th and 37th floors is top secret because of the other guilds. But you can find a lot of information on YouTube about the floors below the 30th. For example, the 2nd and 10th floors were filled with skeleton soldiers. From the 11th to the 20th floors, there were many combat goblins. And on the 21st and 30th floors, there were orcs. According to some rumors, it was known that the 31st floor was literally swarming with spiders. But no one mentioned dragons. As a fan of the tower, Seijun had never heard anything like that. Therefore, it was difficult to determine what kind of floor it was. Apparently, our hero was stuck where even the strongest hunters had not yet reached. As he lay there thinking about it, a drop of water fell on his face. One might assume that it was rain, but the weather in the tower was always good. He looked up and thought that some kind of monster was waiting for him. But at the edge of the cliff, he saw a little rabbit, which was also looking at Seijun. The raindrop turned out to be just the saliva of a rabbit that had smelled the treats in Seijun's cave. His fear quickly turned to surprise. But could the rabbit be considered a monster? The rabbit was not afraid of humans. Its hunger instinct was stronger, so it jumped down. Seijun, fearing that the rabbit would break its neck from the jump, immediately ran to catch it. But the rabbit simply used the boy's head as a stepping stone to climb down more safely. The rabbit was interested in the bow and was not bothered by the presence of humans. This was clearly not an ordinary rabbit, the kind we are used to seeing in real life. It couldn't speak, but it could make sounds and explain what it wanted through its behavior. Seijun felt no pity and happily treated his unusual guest to a local delicacy. The hare was quite tactful and did not rush to the plants without permission. He clearly enjoyed the treat, and Seijun was only too happy to have such company. He would pull up an onion, and it would immediately grow back. This way he could harvest twice a day. After finishing his meal, the hare began to squeak happily, as if calling someone. Another rabbit joined their modest company at its call. They seemed to watch what Seijun was doing for a while, and then got ready. The boy clearly did not expect such a turn of events. After all, what the rabbits were doing clearly indicated that they were ready to offer him their help. These rabbits were also a couple, as could be seen from their behavior. And so began Seijun's story in a new place, with a married couple of rabbits who joined him in the cave. The rabbits enjoyed tending to the plants. It was their favorite thing to do, and Seijun didn't have to exert himself. Of course he was touched by the rabbits, but he didn't understand how it all happened, how they found him, and why they decided to stay. A few minutes later, Seijun was surprised by their request. The rabbits wanted to live here, in the cave. Perhaps they found this place safe and comfortable for themselves. They could live and work here, knowing that this was their territory too. Their squeaks and their black eyes, like beads, gave Seijun no chance to think about refusing. Seijun agreed, but said that it would not be for free, and that they would have to help him on the farm, mainly cutting onions. They happily jumped into his arms, showing their trust and love. It was too sweet for Seijun, and of course he couldn't refuse their request, and he even had the impression that they were manipulating him. If you noticed, the rabbits had already arrived with their own equipment. The male rabbit's watering can had an inexhaustible supply of water, and the female rabbit's jumpsuit had some kind of magical pockets, because she was constantly pulling new farming tools out of it. Seijun was a little jealous because he would also like to have such useful things. The hares finished their work quite quickly and called Seijun to come and see. He asked for all the onions to be dried, but noticed that the sweet potatoes had not yet sprouted for some reason. But the tomatoes looked just great. Seijun thought that it was all thanks to the rabbits and their special care. And yet the rabbits looked at Seijun and waited for at least a word from him, which he only noticed now. Finally, he said that they had been accepted for the job. They were very happy and did not hide their joy. Then they whispered about something and immediately ran off in the other direction. Seijun watched them, but did not interfere. He wanted to see what they were up to. They began to dig a hole, apparently preparing a dwelling for themselves. Within a couple of hours, the dwelling was ready and decorated with a beautiful wreath. The wife was happy, and the husband tried to catch his breath after work. Such a cute little house was indeed built quickly, and Seijun appreciated it. He especially noted the hardworking nature of the male hare. The wife was already hinting at something to her husband. More precisely, she wanted to be alone with him. The husband was very tired after a day of work and building a house, but it was not so easy to get rid of his wife. Seijun couldn't help him in any way, only sympathize with the harsh life of a rabbit. But he was more likely to envy him, because he also dreamed of family life and the girl of his dreams. Until recently, Seijun had been quite bored here, but since these guys showed up, life had taken on new colors. Many of Seijun's problems were solved thanks to these two, and he now had reliable assistance and could relax most of the time. But no sooner had he lain down than he felt a burning sensation on his buttocks. It was so hot that it could be compared to sitting on a hot iron. The guy was puzzled as to what could be burning so hot here. It turned out to be just the sun's rays reflecting off a bottle onto dried onion leaves. When he saw this combination of objects, a thought struck him. The environment in the Black Tower was definitely unforgiving. And yet, despite everything that was happening to him here, he did not lose hope. He had a plastic water bottle and dry onion leaves. He could use the bottle as a focusing lens and start a fire. It was just like in the first episode of Survival in the Wild. Seijun was already beginning to lose hope because nothing was working. The leaves wouldn't catch fire. So far, there was only smoke, but not even a spark. The guy tried blowing on it to increase the chances of it catching fire. He was sure he was doing everything right, but so far there was no progress. Only after several attempts to light the fire did he finally see a spark. The romantic hour for the hares, much to the husband's delight, was over. He looked even more tired, while the hare looked more rested. They saw Sejun puffing away at something and didn't ignore it. The guy immediately asked them for help when they came closer. The hares began to blow on the grass. It was a real team effort. Sejun held the bottle and directed the light, while the hares tried to fan the spark. Finally, their efforts paid off, and the spark turned into a full-fledged fire. Now that they had fire, they could try to cook something. They decided to cook the onions first, as they would probably taste completely different when cooked. When the onions seemed ready enough to Sejun, he took it off the fire. He held it for a while. The onion was hot, and to get the real taste, Sejun removed the burnt part. By this time, he had become hungry, and preparing such a meal was very timely. It tasted delicious. Sejun felt as if he had eaten a sugar factory, and in his mouth, it felt as if a sweet horse was galloping across his tongue. It was so delicious that Sejun decided not to stop and fry some more onions. The rabbits also decided to try the new delicacy, and you could tell by the looks on their faces that they really liked it. The atmosphere in the cave was quite cozy. Life was gradually improving. There was work, and Sejun had good relations with the local residents, and our hero was finally able to eat something warm and get some sleep. The next morning, Sejun discovered a new crop had grown and onions had been harvested. The tomatoes had been watered and had grown significantly. The potatoes had not sprouted for so long and finally came up. Sejun was happy because life in the new place was starting to settle down, and everything was going smoothly. A lot of unexpected things had happened recently, and throughout these events, Sejun tried not to lose his optimism. When they figured out how to start a fire, they made torches from onions and lit up the dark areas of the cave. The pond was an important location, and it was the darkest place, but now they could use the torches and not be afraid of tripping. As soon as Sejun began to use the light, he noticed something in the water. A huge fish was swimming there, reacting to the light. Sejun was even a little scared by the fish's unexpected attempt to eat the torch. Not only Sejun was surprised, but his friends were too. They had never noticed fish here before, and had no idea that light could attract them. And so began the fishing. Sejun did not go without meat. While he was cooking it, his mouth was already watering. He hadn't eaten anything like this in so long. Meat was expensive in stores, so he tried to eat something cheaper, and finally, in the towers, he was able to eat his fill. Sejun enjoyed eating the meat, but when he noticed that the hares wanted some too, he was very surprised. He never thought that hares ate such dishes. Soon, the blue moon appeared again. According to Sejun's calculations, it appeared every 30 days. Sejun charged his phone with a portable charger and his laptop. He tried to keep track of the days of the week this way, but the batteries didn't last long. So he decided to use more traditional methods and draw the days on the wall. Fortunately, a pair of rabbits went to sleep at exactly 7 in the evening and woke up at 5 in the morning. So Sejun wouldn't lose track of the days due to the sun not setting in the tower if he followed their schedule. And a few days ago, a very significant event took place. The couple had babies. Now Sejun could consider himself an uncle. The new rabbits were not afraid of Sejun at all. On the contrary, they loved him very much. Sejun loved them too. They were the cutest little monsters he had ever met. The guy noticed that it was a little difficult for the couple to cope with the children. There were many of them. They demanded attention, and it took a lot of energy. Therefore, Sejun was happy to take on the responsibility of looking after them while their parents could relax. The rabbits were happy to spend time in the garden among the plants and enjoy the company of the master. The tomato bushes were beginning to bloom, so our hero's garden resembled a flower bed. There were no bees here, but it was important to pollinate all the flowers, and this had to be done by hand. The work was quite laborious, and after walking sideways all day, Sejun's back began to ache. He would have been very grateful if bees had flown in, but he thought that would be too much to ask, until suddenly his friends started to help him. One of the hares saw what Sejun was doing and started doing the same, but the pollen tickled his nose so much that he sneezed and fell right onto the guy's hand, having inhaled too much pollen. But to his surprise, our hero noticed that the pollinated flowers immediately bore fruit. Tomatoes. There was no limit to his joy, because so much time had passed, and finally his tomatoes had begun to bear fruit. Then the day before the blue moon arrived, and Sejun wanted to prepare properly for this day. So he put on camouflage made of dried onions, which he had created with the help of his friends. The rabbits' workday ended, Sejun said goodbye to them, and simply hoped to survive the blue moon. Every time it was quite exciting, and this time Sejun wanted to be ready for anything. When the time came, he couldn't sleep peacefully, and sat there shaking. either from the cold or from fear, and couldn't close his eyes. Only the cold moonlight illuminated his cave and the plants in it. Just in case, he hid all the strong-smelling things at the far end of the cave. But he couldn't tell how many hours had passed, and now every minute felt like an eternity to him. All he could do was sit and hope that nothing would happen today. But the cries he heard from outside, though distant, frightened him. But now it was seriously scary, because he heard someone roar loudly right next to him. A huge, club-footed bear loomed over Sejun's modest cave. It was literally like a monster, and unlike the bears we are used to. The moonlight only highlighted its sinister appearance. Panic rose in our hero's throat. He didn't know what to do in such a situation. The beast hadn't noticed him yet, so he decided to crawl to another place. But his legs were shaking so much that it was even difficult to get up. As long as he didn't give away his presence, he tried to grab his backpack as quietly as possible and crawl to a more secluded place. But stress did its job, and Sejun didn't notice that his backpack was open and everything inside it had fallen to the ground. The situation was very difficult. It was very quiet everywhere, and in the end, his noise filled the cave. This immediately attracted a huge beast. Sejun was spotted by it. There was no point in staying quiet anymore. Out of fear, the guy screamed at the top of his lungs, no longer afraid of anything. Sejun was sleeping so soundly that he drooled, and the rabbits who woke up tried to wake him up. He thought it was his mother waking him up and asked for at least another minute of sleep. But it was impossible to sleep another minute, as the man-hare made clear by giving our hero a good slap. This wake-up call was really effective and worked instantly. Sejun even jumped up in surprise. He did not realize what was happening until the last moment, and remembered that he was very afraid of the moment when there was a blue moon. With some fear and surprise, he discovered that it was light outside and the moon and the trail had disappeared. Sejun had simply passed out that night, and now his whole body ached. Little by little, he tried to remember what had happened the night before. Sejun felt confused, but his memory was returning to normal. He remembered the monster that had tried to climb into his bed. His body remembered the trembling, the fear he had felt at that moment. After all, he had almost given his soul to God then. He was still shaking from yesterday. Zayat's wife noticed that Sejun was not feeling well, and decided to take care of him just as he had taken care of her, her children, and her partner. She lit a fire for him, and helped him cover himself with a homemade blanket made of dried onions. And then she brought him food. Sejun's mood improved noticeably from such care. The young man was no longer shivering from the cold, and his face became more animated. He could now think more clearly. The monster found our hero's cave, but he didn't know if it sensed the presence of other monsters, or simply couldn't squeeze through the narrow hole. In any case, it was naive to believe that our hero would be as fortunate the next time. If he wanted to stay alive, he had to rely on his own strength, not luck. He had already expended so much energy, but what else could he do? For starters, he needed to eat in order to survive. He hadn't finished his meal yet, but the hare had already come to him with news. On one of the tomato bushes, an unusual blue tomato could be seen. Sejun had never seen anything like it before, so he was extremely surprised. These were cherry tomatoes, but the blue tomato differed not only in color but also in size. Its size could be compared to that of a golf ball. Sejun picked it to get a better look. The tomato seemed ripe, but as soon as he started turning it in his fingers, a table appeared next to him. The table read, "You have successfully completed the quest to collect fruits charged with the energy of the blue moon." Obviously it was a system window, but it was the first time it had appeared during his entire stay. It seemed that only now had the tower manager noticed Sejun's outstanding achievements, after which the system manifested itself. From now on, the tower manager would be monitoring Sejun's actions, and he was already dissatisfied. The manager discovered that our hero had not been invited to the tower, and wanted to correct this misunderstanding. Sejun had been in the tower for 2 months at that point, and only now did he learn that he was there by mistake. In any case, he didn't mind going home. In addition, the administrator believed that Sejun's elimination was necessary to prevent disclosure of the system's vulnerability. Sejun, of course, was furious because the system had first rewarded him for his achievement, and then, in the next second, was about to kill him. The system heard everything and couldn't respond, and he realized that he had gone a little too far with his tone. But after a brief silence, the system revealed that the administrator had tried to awaken our hero. Sejun's emotions changed every second from rage to surprise. Would he now be officially awakened by the Black Tower? Now our hero was eager to find out what class he would be assigned to. Would he be a soldier or a mage? Only the administrator could determine that, and unfortunately, Sejun could not choose for himself. And in a moment, he learned that he had officially become a farmer of the tower, rank F. The joy of anticipation turned to surprise and even bewilderment. This class had its own characteristics, such as resistance to disease, closeness to nature, and gaining experience while harvesting crops. The tower revealed itself to our hero in a completely different format than the one he had been told about. He had his own expectations, which did not match his reality, but the status window confused him even more. He considered himself a talented and capable man, but the system gave him clearly unflattering characteristics. First level, average talent, first level strength, endurance, agility, magic, all at the first level, and no skills at all. An image flashed through Sejun's mind of him being invited to a popular talk show, where he sat in a brand new suit, where he is treated with respect and called a special guest who cleared the tower despite his ordinary talent. He began to imagine the moment when he was asked what his class was in the tower, and then how proudly he would answer that he was a farmer. Maybe it looked cool in his imagination, but the guy thought about how it would look in reality and was simply disappointed. His disappointment reached such a level that he just wanted to send everything to hell and throw away that blue tomato. But to his surprise, he realized that he was not alone here, and that his new acquaintances were watching him all the time. They felt fear and surprise at the unknown because it was the first time in their lives they had seen Sejun in such a mood, and simply did not know what to expect from him next. The sight of these little fluffy creatures brought Sejun back to his senses, and he realized how he had been behaving. He wanted so badly to be in the tower, and when he was finally accepted, he and the hares worked tirelessly to gather the first harvest in order to survive. They had already come a long way, and our hero quickly accepted his role in this tower. And again, the system appeared before him, as if it had not yet said everything. It displayed a huge text describing the characteristics of the tomato. The magical cherry tomato was charged with the energy of the blue moon. It was nutritious, but due to the influence of the blue moon, it had unique properties. When consumed, it permanently increased the maximum MP reserve to 0.5. The creator was Park Sejun. The shelf life was 30 days. The item rank was E. The tomato seemed insignificant, but it increased stats. Still, Sejun couldn't help but be proud of himself because he had grown his first vegetable. Meanwhile, the tower manager watched what was happening in our hero's cave. He could see anywhere in the tower at any time, but for some reason, what the dragon saw made him angry. Apparently, our hero had once again done something to displease the manager. Park Sejun continued to rejoice with his friends, because without them, he would not have succeeded. But his joy was short-lived, because he received another message from the system. This time, he had to complete a quest to deliver a fruit containing the energy of the blue moon to the tower manager. For successfully completing the quest, he would receive a class skill as a reward, but if he refused, he would face death. Sejun just hoped it was a bad joke. This quest seemed like pure blackmail to him, because our hero didn't even have a real choice. He sincerely did not understand why the tower manager did not care about the awakened ones at all, why he was ready to send them to their deaths, seeing again on the table what would happen to him if he refused. Sejun shed a tear out of desperation. With a heavy heart, Park Sejun finally made a decision and voluntarily gave the tomato to the manager. Anything, just don't kill him. The tomato immediately disappeared from his hands into the manager's paws. In return, our hero received a reward that he could open right away. To tell the truth, he was so nervous about the threat of death that he completely forgot about the reward. It seemed very generous of the manager. Sejun pressed the open button, hoping that there would indeed be some good class skill inside. As a result, he received a first-level sowing class skill. This gave him the opportunity to increase the chance of growing seeds after planting. For some reason, this reward did not make him smile, but rather upset him. But what did he expect with the farmer class? Of course, he was given the appropriate skills to improve his work as a farmer. Resigned to the harsh reality of the tower, our hero still needed something to do, so he started fishing. He adapted to his living conditions and caught fish not with a fishing rod, but with a torch, which he did excellently. In this way, Sejun killed a piranha and received 2 experience points from the system. He had already killed 5 such fish and accumulated 10 experience points. So after waking up, he began to gain experience, and after catching piranhas for several days, he reached the 2nd level. Sejun wanted to catch even more, but killing living creatures for no reason was not in his nature. Fish were an excellent source of protein, so he believed that he needed to approach fishing wisely. He also had to think not only about himself, but also about the others who lived with him. Therefore, he caught enough fish for everyone. Hares ate a lot, especially after they grew up, so he tried to distribute the food correctly so that there would be enough for the adult hares. In addition to all this, our hero also learned something new about hares. Their status window said that they were white farm rabbits, something Sejun had never heard of before. But judging by the name, they were friendlier creatures engaged in farming rather than hunting. Most likely, This was the reason why our hero had never heard of them before. They probably lost their home, wandered around the neighborhood, and ended up with our hero. And then Sejun became sad, because he wanted to know more about their lives and understand them better. But he did not understand their sounds at all. But unfortunately, there was no way to fix that now. He could only continue working and move on to the farm. After all, today was a very important day for all of them, and they needed to continue developing, which the hares gladly agreed to. As they approached the farm, they were surprised to see how quickly the tomatoes had ripened. Just recently, they had been green, and now they were red. Sejun even shed a tear, because the day of the harvest had finally arrived. They had all worked so hard to make it happen. So Sejun decided to try picking a tomato. For some reason, it was an exciting moment for him, as if he didn't want to accidentally crush the tomato or pick too many. He couldn't contain his joy because it was his first tomato. His emotions were comparable to those of a child who had been given a doll. In honor of picking the magical ripe tomato, he received 10 experience points. The guy thought about the one he had picked that morning, but they were different after all. This tomato also belonged to the E rank. When consumed, it burned 10 grams of fat and increased MP for 10 minutes. When 10 were consumed, the effect could last for a maximum of 1 hour. The shelf life was 30 days. The other tomatoes on the bushes were no different from the first. They were the same magical tomatoes. However, when our hero picked unripe tomatoes, he sometimes did not receive experience points, and sometimes received fewer points. The profession points weren't awarded at all if, for example, he got a little less experience than usual for a ripe tomato. In general, unripe tomatoes were not considered items, which meant that only ripe tomatoes had to be picked to gain experience. From the outside, farming seemed like the simplest thing in the world, but if you look deeper, it wasn't so simple. Our hero collected a lot of tomatoes and reached the 4th level. In addition, he received 1 bonus characteristic. After such an achievement, he could take a short break and finally try these magical tomatoes. But no one let him eat in peace. He heard indignant squeaks and the stomping of paws nearby. Sejun had completely forgotten about his helpers, but when they reminded him of themselves, he immediately treated them. The male rabbit was still angry that Sejun could forget about them and their contribution to this endeavor. When everyone had taken a tomato, Sejun suggested celebrating their first successful harvest. As soon as they tasted the tomato, they were mentally transported to a completely different place. A place where they could be detached from the reality of the tower, where the taste of the grown vegetables was literally like fireworks of flavors. They could smell the fresh aroma of grass and taste a sweet and sour flavor at the same time. This taste melted gently in their mouths like fireworks in the middle of summer. Our hero experienced similar emotions just by trying this tomato. With a sad smile, he remembered the summer in Seoul. The couple did not understand Sejun's reaction at all, and did not even know how they could help. In any case, when they finished lunch, they had to preserve this harvest somehow, so they made a special shelter for the tomato. Sejun did nothing and preferred to lie down and rest, watching the family of rabbits. The boy admired the couple's children because they were old enough to help their mom and dad. They were a worthy continuation of the farming family. Sejun really wanted to sleep, as another wonderful day had come to an end. He had worked hard today and was satisfied with his efforts. But while he was sleeping, the system sent him a new quest, which he did not see. The quest required our hero to offer 100 magic cherry tomatoes to the tower manager. The reward was a class skill, but refusal would result in death. And apparently, this quest could not be delayed. It had to be completed immediately. Sejun was very angry. He didn't like that his sleep had been disturbed, but he had already come to terms with the severity of these quests. This was not some manager, but a real slave owner. The guy wanted to get some rest, but they wouldn't let him. And yet he received his reward in the form of a harvesting skill. That is, unripe or overripe fruits or vegetables were considered harvested at the optimal time. At first, Sejun thought it was a useless skill, but it turned out to be very useful. It always worked when the guy picked slightly unripe or overripe fruit. Thanks to this skill, the young farmer began to gain more experience in harvesting unripe fruit. He didn't even have to wait for the tomatoes to fully ripen and could harvest them earlier and faster. And again, when everything was going well, Sejun received a new quest. This time, the managers demanded 200 magic cherry tomatoes. But now there was no reward and the punishment was still death. Still, the previous reward had helped our hero a lot, so he could afford to shell out for 200 tomatoes. Unfortunately, the previous quest was immediately followed by a new one, and each time the demands became greater and greater, and there were still no rewards. All that remained for our hero to do was to simply give away the fruits of his labor, otherwise he would die. But when he was asked to give up 500 tomatoes, Sejun decided to refuse. In response to his refusal, the tower manager was very surprised. For the first time, our hero rebelled against the manager's will. How could the manager not be furious at such a large number of tomatoes? After all, they also needed to eat something. But the manager insisted that it was their problem. They should stop whining and deliver the tomatoes to the base. Sejun's anger reached its limit. He was tired of these games. If it was their problem, then he would do things his way. He worked day and night to grow all these plants. But to the manager, it looked as if Sejun and the rabbits had simply planted the seeds and had no reason to make a fuss over nothing. There was nothing worse than devaluing someone else's work and contribution. Since they were making a drama out of nothing, Sejun decided he didn't want to give them anything. Of course, the manager was outraged by such behavior. Sejun decided to ignore him. He decided to continue working on the garden. But the system did not back down. The manager needed to know for sure whether Sejun was really refusing the task. Sejun still ignored the system, and the manager reminded him that if he refused, our hero would face death. And yet he was ready to give his hair, but not his vegetables, to someone who thought he had simply planted seeds. The manager believed that this was the meaning of farming, and besides, he demanded obedience because he was the manager. But you can't force someone to be nice, and all work should be valued. For his efforts, Park Sejun received only pitiful compensation and threats. And if this creature referred to the fact that he was the manager, Sejun let him know that he was a lousy worker. The dragon had been watching our hero all this time, and of course, these words made him furious and upset. But he could do nothing but sit and watch as Sejun ate the tomatoes he wanted so badly. The system kept sending messages saying that the manager was furious that Sejun had eaten the tomatoes, and that if he didn't send 500 tomatoes immediately, our hero would be killed. Sejun decided to compromise and offered 5 tomatoes, promising the rest for later. After all, the hare children also needed to be fed. The system immediately took the tomatoes, and the manager agreed to the compromise, but only this once. For some reason, Sejun felt that the manager was trying to apologize for his behavior. Come to think of it, the manager was simpler than he might have seemed. So, it was already the 91st day of Sejun's survival, and he had to endure the blue moon for the 4th time. He crouched in the corner again and tried to hide so that no one would notice him. He had once heard that people with a lot of MP could withstand the monster's roar. For this reason, our hero ate tomatoes, but still hoped that this would not happen to him again. The boy felt fear and could only hope that time would pass quickly and that everything would be fine for him. It was a very stressful time for him. The moon was getting brighter and brighter, its light penetrating right into the cave and illuminating the plants, helping them grow. Sejun, who had witnessed such a legendary moment that he had never seen before, could not hide his admiration. The tomato literally absorbed the moon's energy and turned blue. It was such a rare sight. Sejun immediately thought that it would be good to pick it right away. From the outside, it was clear that even the potato leaves were absorbing the moonlight. To tell the truth, the guy wanted to move towards the plants. But for some reason he was nervous. He had bad associations with the blue moon of the previous night, so he was a little nervous. Still, no matter what, he wanted to check his guesses, so he just ran closer, hoping that no one was around. Sejun decided not to call the rabbits, so as not to disturb their sleep, and began digging up the potatoes himself. So he dug up sweet potatoes with the energy of the blue moon. They had a different taste due to the influence of the blue moon, increased strength when consumed, and permanently increased MP to 005 when consumed. For such a harvest, our hero received a large number of profession experience points, improved his harvesting skill, and received 50 experience points. Today's harvest was really good, with blue tomatoes and blue potatoes growing. Sejun felt as if he had the whole world in his hands. Of course, how could there be no quest here? It couldn't be so perfect. The manager demanded sweet potatoes imbued with the energy of the blue moon, and, of course, cherry tomatoes imbued with the energy of the blue moon. There was no reward, and refusal meant death. This time, the manager decided not to mess around. Sejun thought that this time they might really kill him, but first he decided to complete the previous task and give away all the remaining tomatoes. The manager was pleased with Sejun's magical tomatoes, but in the next moment he became dissatisfied. The manager did not understand what the guy was doing. The manager pretended to be fooled by our hero's bluff. Sejun's plan really worked, but now he was wondering what to do with the tomatoes and potatoes. Of course, eat them. What else was there to think about? The taste of the tomato imbued with lunar energy was simply incredible. It was like a festival in Sejun's mouth. His MP was permanently increased by 0.05. Now it was time for the potatoes. Perhaps they would be good raw, but since there was a fire, why not fry them? The only pity was that he didn't have any foil on hand, only multi-purpose onion leaves. But cooking delicious food was no less enjoyable than eating it. Finally, the sun rose, and according to their schedule, the hares left the house, sensing the smell of potatoes. This time, Sejun wanted to share the potatoes with his friends, and by this time, they were just ready. The potatoes were quite small, but they had to be divided so that everyone got some. The rabbits were ready to pounce on the potatoes. Their smell was so appetizing, but suddenly a male rabbit stood in front of them. He explained something to them in his language, after which they looked very upset. As Sejun guessed, the male hare probably wanted only him, Sejun, to eat these potatoes. This behavior literally touched our hero to the depths of his soul. The way his friends took care of Sejun was very sweet. All our hero could think at that moment was that it was good that they would never find out that he had already eaten the tomato without them. In that case, he decided to eat the potato himself, even though it was clear that the rabbits would also like to try at least a bite. But the potato was so hot that it was impossible to eat. Sejun dropped the potato on the floor and couldn't even hold it. He felt as if he had eaten coal. The male hare hoped to grab at least a piece of this potato, but his children immediately took it all. Only the hares couldn't eat this potato either, because it was so hot that no one could even swallow it. It would seem that by this time the potatoes should have become just warm, but for some reason they were unrealistically hot. Could it be that they had some hidden properties? In the morning, our hero decided to hold a meeting. He decided that now they needed to focus on growing potatoes. There were very few potatoes, and the little rabbits ate everything. So in order to prevent a shortage, they needed to take this more seriously. Besides, the rabbits ate the potato shoots, which was not the best solution. For some reason, this news shocked the little hares. Apparently they really liked eating potato leaves. Potato sprouts were indeed the hares' favorite treat. They understood perfectly well what Sejun wanted from them, and it was difficult for them to give up such a delicacy. So Sejun decided to bribe them. He promised to treat them to potatoes for lunch, but if they helped him plant them, he would treat them to something special. In that case, our hero decided to expand the garden to plant more potatoes. Such a tempting offer worked perfectly with small children, and of course they fell for it. At his first command, they immediately set to work. The mother rabbit had already cut the onions, but Sejun decided that it would be better not to cut them now, but to wait until they bloomed and collect new seeds. He wanted to see if the seeds were also some kind of object. The work went on, and the little bunnies dug holes with great enthusiasm and planted their favorite potato plants in them. Papa Rabbit immediately watered the sprouts so that they would grow faster. But one of the bunnies couldn't resist the temptation and tried at least a small piece of a potato leaf. But for this, punishment came very quickly from their father. Sejun also wasted no time and harvested tomatoes. For this, he managed to improve his harvest level, earn a few class points, experience, and a bonus stat. Now our hero was a tower farmer of rank E instead of F. As his class level increased, so did his stats. At level 8, his rank increased, and all this was thanks to simply picking vegetables. It was a great reason to take a break and have a snack. But while he was preparing his meal, the system reappeared. The manager was very curious to see what Sejun would cook today. But our hero did not understand this curiosity. Why would the manager be curious about his cooking? Just look at him. When the dish was ready, our hero interrupted his friend's work. They happily ran to him for lunch. After all, they must have been hungry while working and looking at the appetizing potato leaves. Sejun had never cooked anything like this before. It was grilled tomatoes on skewers. The magical cherry tomatoes were cooked on washed piranha bones, which replaced the skewers, making the vegetables softer and sweeter. During this time, enough potatoes had been planted, so the guy figured he could dig up some for dinner. The potato leaves were hard to see, and he could only navigate by the holes themselves. Sejun dug up a few potatoes with his hands without any problems. They were actually called sweet potatoes of strength. When consumed, they burned 10 grams of fat and increased strength by 0 to 1 in 10 minutes. The effect could be repeated up to 10 times. If an unawakened person consumed this potato, it had other effects. The potato also helped burn 10 grams of fat, but it also increased metabolism. Sejun managed to collect quite a lot of potatoes. He collected 5 from each planting. He accidentally noticed a sprout that had not sprouted, so he simply took it and planted it himself. Because our hero planted the potato sprout himself, the sowing skill increased the growth rate of the sprout, and its sowing efficiency was increased. For some reason, Sejun was not happy about this at all, because it meant that he had to plant everything by hand to level up this skill. Then he realized this and stopped the bunnies, telling them that he would do everything himself. Meanwhile, the dragon in the tower was examining the treat that Sejun had given him. The manager ate the tomatoes with pleasure, enjoying their taste. But when he bit into them, he spat them out with displeasure because they tasted bitter to him. In fact, he did not understand what was wrong, because this man was eating the dish with great pleasure. But the manager simply did not try it thoroughly, and when he managed to eat at least one, he felt the sweetness inside. When the snack was successful, the manager decided to return to his favorite activity. watching our hero. He was curious about what this little man was doing. Seijun was already having dinner with the little bunnies. This seemed unthinkable to the manager. How dare those scoundrels eat potatoes without sharing them with the great black dragon Aileen Fratani? The manager decided to quickly rectify the situation and assigned Seijun a new quest. The boy had to urgently deliver one fried potato to the manager, with no reward, and death if he refused. Everything was standard. Seijun was busy at the moment and decided to complete the task later, as he wanted to finish his dinner in peace. But the manager was persistent and demanded that Seijun immediately bring him the potato, because this time there would be no peaceful solution. Seijun had only one potato left, and he asked for at least some kind of reward in return. And indeed, he received a new class skill as a reward for the potatoes. Now our hero had the opportunity to use the seed shop, and he could buy anything without even leaving the cave. Why hadn't the manager given him this skill before? Of course, he had no shopping experience yet. He was encountering this for the first time and was a little confused. He didn't even know how to buy anything because he didn't have any money, but maybe he could use barter? Nevertheless, the store supported its first customer, offering him a basic range of services and giving him 1 tower coin as a gift. The tower coin was not like earthly coins. It was styled after the tower itself and resembled a simple system currency. As far as our hero could remember, the price of 1 tower coin was about 1,000,000 won. The store gave him a choice. He could buy 1,000 seeds of zucchini, red pepper, or carrots. Regardless of which seeds he chose, everything cost 1 coin. If we calculate this and convert the prices into South Korean currency, our hero paid 100,000 won for 1,000 seeds. Seijun decided to think critically. There was no point in buying red peppers or zucchini because he couldn't even make kimchi here. Above all else, the only choice left was carrots. It was obvious that even the hares were not opposed to this choice, but on the contrary, would be happy to grow and eat carrots. Seijun decided to listen to his friends. After all, it seemed like the best decision. After all, he could eat carrots raw, and the hares loved them. Everyone voted for carrots, so the decision was made. To help our hero make up his mind, the father hare helped him make a quick decision. Seijun finally bought carrot seeds and received store vouchers that could be used to level up, but he needed 100 vouchers to do so. The seeds were certainly not cheap, but the bag looked even more expensive than the seeds themselves. Seijun would only be able to use the store's services in 30 days. Meanwhile, the system issued a new message, stating that the manager was pleased with our hero's purchase. And so the young farmer bought his first seeds at the local store, and everyone was happy that they would now be growing carrots. Meanwhile, a bee happened to fly by and observe their lives, but decided not to show itself for the time being. It was the most carefree day. Everyone had done what they needed to do and was now relaxing and indulging themselves. Several days had passed since they planted the carrots. The seeds had not yet sprouted, and the couple lay all day in front of the place where Seijun had planted them, apparently because they loved carrots so much. Meanwhile, our hero decided to take a little nap, and in the afternoon, pollinate the flowers and trim the onions. But something kept him from sleeping, flying, and buzzing, disturbing Seijun's solitude. It even began to annoy and anger our hero. He didn't understand why this bug appeared just now when he was trying to sleep, but he was a little mistaken. It was not a bug at all, but a real bee, which he wanted so much. He must have had vision problems because, from that distance, he still thought it was a monster in the form of a bug. Still, the sight of this bug melted the guy's heart. But when the system showed that it was not a bug, but a poisonous honeybee, Seijun was frightened. He was seriously scared because he was afraid that the bee might be dangerous, so he even asked his friends if it was harmful to them. They didn't answer him, but in a panic they ran away from the group. Was it really necessary to perceive this as some kind of danger? And how could the hares leave him alone with this bee? The manager decided to help the guy, and told him that poisonous honeybees were predators. They killed monsters with their venom, and then ate their flesh. Their stings were very dangerous, so avoiding them would be the best decision for our hero. Seijun was scared, and after the manager's message, he became even more scared, while the bee began to approach him. In a hurry, he found something on the ground and simply held out his hand with this thing to the bee, begging it not to touch him. The thing turned out to be a tomato flower. Seijun had no intention of hurting the bee with the flower, but he was trying to distract it in this way. And he succeeded perfectly. The flower really interested the bee, and it was not aggressive at all. Then our hero had questions for the manager because wasn't it he who said that bees were dangerous and carnivorous? But the manager did not comment on this. And it just dawned on Sejunga that bees could pollinate the flowers he was tending to by hand. So our hero suggested that if the bee was hungry, it could use other flowers from his garden to feed on. The bee happily flew toward the flowers, understanding perfectly well what the man meant. And Seijun was already happy that he might not have to pollinate cherry tomatoes anymore. Besides, The guy was unhappy that the rabbits had run away so carelessly, worrying only about their fluffy behinds, and now they had the audacity to return. The rabbits tried to apologize to Seijun somehow. They clearly felt guilty, but he was still angry and didn't want them to touch him. The bee returned rather quickly. She did not look aggressive, but our hero continued to fear her nonetheless. He began to fear her when she flew too close to him, even thinking that she hadn't eaten enough. But in reality, she had no intention of harming our hero and did not want to sting him. She just wanted to be with him. It seemed that their large family had a new addition, so the bee lived with them for several weeks. She was probably lonely and didn't have a mate like the hare. She would fly in the mornings, suck nectar from the flowers, and return to the forest above the cave in the evening. Seijun was only too happy to have such a companion who could help him with his work. And a couple of days ago, the bee started producing honey, so our hero had a new dish, onions with honey. This dish had the sweet taste of fried onions, which was enhanced by the sticky honey of the poisonous bee. It was a real delicacy that not only Seijun enjoyed eating, but also the hares. The boy remembered how he was afraid that the poisonous bee would cause more trouble, but in fact, he was able to expand his farm even further. Even the manager was happy for our hero, because now he would have so much honey that any bear would envy him. But not everything was so smooth. According to our hero's calculations, a blue moon was coming very soon, and that meant he had to prepare. Each such lunar day passed with anxiety for our hero. He could only hope that this day would pass without incident, and he would do everything in his power to make sure of it. First, he hid all his food supplies. He noticed that the bee had stopped visiting them in recent days, and assumed that it was probably also preparing for the blue moon. Hares usually did not make any noise before such a day, but today their behavior was different from usual. It was almost time for the blue moon to rise, and the hares should have hidden in their house too. But for some reason, Seijun saw the family hugging each other as if they were saying goodbye. And in the next moment, the couple quickly ran away from their children, leaving them alone. They hid in their house, and Seijun was confused. He couldn't understand why the parents had left their children, especially at such a time, under the blue moon. Before Seijun could look back, he was illuminated by the light of the blue moon. And not only him, the blue moon saturated the tiny rabbits with its energy, turning them into monsters. It was the 121st day of Seijun's survival in the tower. He was especially scared because he didn't know what was going on, and didn't know how these rabbits would behave. The blue moon had a strange effect on them. They absorbed its energy and became mutants. But after a while, it became clear that they were just grown-up rabbits and no longer looked as scary as before. Fear turned to surprise. Seijun didn't know that this was how rabbits went through the stage of growing up. One of them had even changed color, and another had changed body shape. The 5th blue moon had passed since their birth, and apparently this was some kind of coming-of-age ritual. The boy was so impressed by all this that he was ready to cry, because he had already thought that they had become terrible monsters. But everything was fine, and their personalities hadn't changed at all. They were still the most good-natured rabbits. They were the sweetest creatures, and Seijun couldn't help but kiss them all. The blue moon passed, and according to their usual schedule, the couple went out to the farm and discovered how much their children had grown. The parents knew this would happen on this particular night, so they left their children without worry. But now, they couldn't take their eyes off them. Seijun even thought about preparing something special for them in honor of their coming of age. In addition to their appearance, the rabbits now had their own tools. Each had something of their own. One rabbit had a sickle, another had a cart. The 3rd and 4th had a watering can and a shovel. Thus, at the stage of growing up, a farm rabbit receives an item that it will use in the future. Seijun discovered that the black rabbit seemed to be without an object, but he was just hiding it. The item was a hammer. Seijun was surprised because it didn't seem to belong in a farmer's inventory, even though the rabbit belonged to the farmer class. But Seijun was wrong. This rabbit was a black warrior rabbit. Work was in full swing. Seijun and the rabbits gathered supplies of tomatoes, onions, and everything they had. As they grew up, the rabbits became excellent helpers. Seijun was deeply moved because these little ones had grown up so quickly that he could not hold back his tears of joy. Everyone was working, except for the warrior rabbit. He was resting and eating tomatoes, not knowing what to do with himself. If he was a warrior, then he had to fight, but there was no threat to the farm, and no one to fight, and a hammer was not particularly useful in agriculture. The hare understood our hero's train of thought perfectly, so he hinted that he could hunt fish. It was also a kind of battle. Seijun decided to help the warrior hare and see what he was capable of. He decided to lure the fish, and the hare had to catch it and show his power. As soon as the piranha jumped out, the hare struck the fish with tremendous force and speed with his hammer, pinning it to the wall. But the result was not quite what he expected. The fish turned into some kind of puree. Still, our hero wanted to see the true power of this little warrior, and he saw that the hare could easily turn the fish into mush. In fact, this fish was served for lunch. The hares were unhappy with such food, but it was just an experiment. Sejun tried to cheer up the hare so that it would not worry, because the guy believed that the hare would definitely learn to hunt. So, step by step, the hares got used to their new responsibilities. They learned, made mistakes, and corrected them. After 30 days, the seed shop reopened. Sejun had to see 3 sets of random seeds that he could buy today. This time there were 50 sweet pumpkin seeds, 10 watermelon seeds, and 200 corn seeds. Of all these, corn was the cheapest, watermelon was the most expensive, and pumpkin could be bought for only 1 coin. Sejun didn't know what to do because he had few coins, and if prices continued to rise, he probably wouldn't be able to buy anything next time, especially since he wasn't earning anything yet. You could earn coins by clearing a floor. The amount was large, but it was a one-time payment for each time, so hunters earned relatively little. There was another way to earn money, which was to hunt monsters and sell their bodies to traveling merchants or shops on the first floor. It could be said that this was the best way because the source was inexhaustible. But the third way was to complete quests. However, all 3 methods were unavailable to our hero because he couldn't get out of the cave. But when you think about it, the manager did give him quests. So he asked him to give him tower coins for quests from that day on. The manager replied that he had no idea what the guy was talking about, but that he would definitely give him everything when he grew up. Why didn't the manager know about the coins? And what did he mean when he said that Sejun needed to grow up? The manager kept these questions a secret. But still, our hero would have to grow old for at least 300 years. Sejun was outraged. After all, it turned out that the manager would keep all the money he had earned through his labor. But at best, only his great-grandchildren would be able to get it, even though he had no one here to have a child with. Nevertheless, the young man decided to focus on the pressing issues. First, he could only buy 1 type of seed, and that was corn. He could grill it, steam it, or grind it into flour to bake bread, but he didn't know all the techniques. Still, something had to be done, so Sejun bought 200 corn seeds. In addition, he received 5 store vouchers. The seeds looked beautiful, and Father Hare was interested in the new seeds and couldn't wait to plant them. There was more and more work to do. Everyone had their own tasks, and life became more fulfilling and meaningful. Sejun wanted to get to work right away, but he felt hungry, so he suggested eating first, and then getting back to work. Everyone had a hearty lunch this time, as the fishing had been more successful. At the end of the meal, a bee came to visit them. It often flew to them, and everyone was happy to see it. Sejun behaved completely carefree, but in an instant, the warrior hare and the bee immediately rushed to the top, as if they sensed some danger. The boy was a little scared because it seemed that some kind of monster was watching them. Cat paws could be seen from behind the bushes, and this monster began to explain that he was not some stray cat who had come to steal their fish. Sejun was doubly surprised because the cat was communicating with him. But why had it come to them? The cat sensed that it was not in danger, so it came closer, into the cave. The cat greeted them kindly and asked if Park Sejun was a buyer. The cat's name was Theo, and he was a traveling merchant. He didn't seem to pose any danger and behaved confidently and good-naturedly. But for some reason, the bee and the warrior rabbit were still wary, and Sejun thought. Sejun had heard of wandering merchants before. They were found on the higher floors of the tower, but the boy didn't expect the merchant to be a cat. He was too cute with his eyes and soft, chubby cheeks, all of which evoked a rush of tenderness. Just look at those paws. Sejun could only think about how he wanted to squeeze those little paw pads. In fact, our hero loved cats too much and was literally enchanted by them. The cat was saying something to him, but he was still thinking and looking at the fluffy creature. So Theo had to get his attention. Theo was informed that the seed store had a new customer, so he came here to personally greet Sejun and offer his services. Theo was ready to offer many things for sale. He searched his bag for goods, but felt very awkward when his stomach growled from hunger. Theo apologized, realizing that he must have looked ridiculous to the customer. A very cunning thought flashed through Sejun's mind. He even began to enjoy it, not hiding the expression on his face. And now, with the most good-natured expression, our hero offered Theo some fried fish. Theo reached out his paws for the fish. He was really very hungry. He interrupted his hunger instincts in time and refused because he couldn't eat the customer's food. Sejun continued to be persistent, luring the cat with the delicate smell of fish roasted on the fire. How could the cat deny himself such a pleasure? Theo could no longer resist, drooling at the sight of the fish, especially when it was offered so brazenly. As a result, Theo ate so much that he lay sprawled on the floor. Of course, one fish was not enough. The cat devoured 5 whole fish. It was clear that he was very hungry. Theo thanked the gentleman for such a feast, but Seijin said it was nothing, that he was just happy that someone had been able to find their cave. The cat wanted to continue the conversation he had come for, his services, but that was not to be. Seijun wanted Theo to pay him for the 5 fish he had eaten. Theo was confused because he thought it was just a treat, but as Seijun said, there's no such thing as a free lunch, and besides, the cat had come here to do business. Or did this cunning creature expect to be able to eat their food and run away? Seeing no other option but to pay, Theo handed over his 5 coins with tears in his eyes. Seijun was happy with his first earnings, but the cat felt terrible because he had come here to trade. But in fact, he had been tricked and put in an awkward position. Theo was really upset because he was just starting his business, and in fact, the beginning was not the best because he immediately fell into a loss. But he couldn't just give up. It was important for him to sell something. So, with tears in his eyes but with determination, he turned to the gentleman again. Theo presented what he considered to be the rarest items from the upper floors of the tower. Among them were a glass, a mini fan, and a portable hand warmer. Each of these items cost 5 tower coins. But Seijun stood there and saw that these items were far from being from the tower. The cat proved the opposite. Just look at this enchanted glass. If you pour something cold or hot into it, it will maintain the temperature. And what about the other item? It was pure fantasy because it commanded the magic of air, and if someone needed wind, all they had to do was press a button. Theo talked about all this with great enthusiasm, but Seijun had to interrupt him. He was rude but honest and admitted to the cat that it was all rubbish. Theo was angered by these words because he believed that these were things from the world outside the tower, and such things were simply priceless. But the cat merchant didn't take one thing into account. Seijun was also from outside the tower. He calmly began to dispel all the magic that seemed so real to Theo. The glass had a normal layer inside and thus retained heat, and the fan and the heater would turn off after a while because their batteries would run out. Theo was still trying to prove he was right, because one day Yulig had told him that there was definitely magic in these things. The battery in the fan really did run out, and it stopped spinning no matter how hard Theo tried to fix it. Theo couldn't believe what was happening. He was very sad, not because he couldn't sell the goods, but because Julig had deceived him, even though he had been very kind to him. The cat could no longer hold back his emotions and burst into tears. Julig turned out to be a bad goblin, and Theo was disappointed that he always fell for any deception. The cat continued to cry, unable to stop, so Seijun decided to support him and at least ask what had happened to him. Theo was from the 75th floor, which was one of the neutral zones. For a long time, Theo had been trying to win the affection of Meryl, the most beautiful girl in the village of Grainar. He prepared for this moment, found a beautiful bouquet of rowan berries, and confessed in the square that he liked her and asked her out. But Meryl was disgusted, because Theo had given her a bouquet of the cheapest tulips, which smelled awful. The cat was unhappy, and Theo had to work very hard to gather such a bouquet. But then another cat intervened in their conversation, who didn't like that Theo was constantly hitting on Meryl and didn't know his place. It was Oren, the son of the richest cat in the village. He didn't come empty-handed. He had prepared a beautiful salmon for the lady and reproached Theo for giving such a trifle to a lady. Theo hoped until the very last moment that Meryl would not fall for this, especially since he knew that she did not like fatty fish because she was afraid of getting fat. But the reality was that the cat happily followed Oren. Theo couldn't just let her go. He loved her very much, and wanted to at least finish the conversation. They had known each other for a long time, spent so much time together, and had so many memories. Did they really mean nothing to Meryl now? Was everything in the past a lie? When she was feeling down, Theo was always there for her, ready to lend a shoulder to cry on. The time when they just walked around, enjoyed the warm sunny days, and had fun without thinking about status or money. But the mention of the past made Meryl even angrier. She angrily pulled her paw out of Theo's. Either she was pretending or she was ashamed of it all. But she tried to let the guy off the hook and show him his place. She remembered smiling at him a couple of times, but he made up the rest himself. Then he constantly pursued her even though she told him 100 times that she didn't like him. Meryl hated cheap cats that stank of fish, and she made her attitude toward Theo clear. Then Oren took Meryl away. Theo was very sad, and at that moment he decided to become a traveling merchant. He believed that as a merchant he would be able to get rich, become wealthy, and return for revenge. Theo even spent all his savings of 50 coins on equipment and a license to start this business. He bought the items to sell with the remaining 5 coins from a street vendor. That was when he met a goblin named Yulig. They hit it off, and Yulig took him to a local bar to talk. There he mentioned items from the world outside the tower. Julig emphasized that Theo was the only one he had told about this. After all, if Theo took these items to the upper floors, there would be no end to the buyers. The creatures upstairs collected such things so they could be sold. But then Theo wondered why Julig sold them so cheaply. The goblin replied that it was a kind gesture from an experienced colleague to the younger generation, and that he already liked Theo. But if Kot didn't need these things, he was ready to find another buyer. Of course, Theo couldn't pass up such an opportunity, and as a bonus, he received a map with the location of the new seed shop buyer. It was a great opportunity for him to make money. And of course, the goblin hoped that Theo would treat him to a beer for such valuable information, which the cat did not refuse, of course. So Theo gave Julig his last money in the hope that he would be able to sell these items here, which is why he came hungry, because he had no money for food. But as it turned out, he had just bought junk, and the buyer had taken his last pennies. Theo considered himself a failure. Sejun confirmed his thoughts, but not out loud. This cat really seemed like a fool to him, but he stopped himself from thinking that way. He had a brilliant idea. Sejun could use the cat to make money. The guy tried to calm the cat down and offered him more fish. But this time the cat refused, because he understood that they wanted to squeeze money out of him again. But Sejun insisted that he was really ready to treat him, and a glimmer of hope appeared in Theo's eyes. Sejun really wasn't going to take any more money from him, but he still wanted something else in return. More specifically, he offered the cat a job on the farm. That's how Sejun found himself a new business partner. Theo was in a hopeless situation, and Sejun just happened to need a salesman. Theo hadn't expected this turn of events at all, so he was surprised by Sejun's offer. The guy made it clear that he was serious about his intentions, because he really needed someone to sell his vegetables. Theo wondered if the man had been listening to him carefully, because it was clear from his story that he was not a merchant and knew nothing about it. Our hero believed that those who never made mistakes never did anything, and Theo's life story made him more inclined towards Sejun rather than repelled him. Sejun believed that any skill could be developed, so he wanted to help the cat develop his potential and earn money for himself. But first, he tried to bribe him and make him understand that working with him was profitable and that he could trust him. The hares certainly contributed to this by creating all the necessary conditions for Theo to feel that they were really doing well. Sejun decided to continue the conversation about Theo. From everything that had been said, it was clear that the cat had bought goods that he couldn't sell and now had no money at all. Therefore, our hero wanted to offer mutually beneficial terms. Theo would sell Sejun's goods to people outside, and in return, Theo would receive a percentage of each sale. This way, Theo would also be able to earn money. All he would have to do was sell everything at a price slightly higher than the one set by Sejun. The more goods he could sell, the more he would earn. Sejun suggested starting with 3 or 5% of the total revenue. Theo got a little nervous because he couldn't imagine how much he would have to work for such a pittance. The cat understood that this man wanted to cheat him and got angry, but said nothing. Sejun beat him to it by asking him not to be angry, because he hadn't told him the most important thing yet. Namely, part of the deal was that he would be paid not only with money, but also with 10 fried fish every week. Theo was in no hurry to answer, but he saw the fried fish and couldn't stop drooling. Sejun took this as practically consent, but Theo tried to reason with himself. He had to be a smart cat and not fall for it again, because he remembered how he had been treated in the past. But what other options did he have? Where could he get money and how could he provide for himself? His answer to Sejun was that if he gave him another dozen fish on top, he would think about it. This answer did not upset Sejun at all. On the contrary, it fueled his excitement, because the fish had taken the bait. Besides, he was in a good mood today and offered not 10, but 15 fish. Theo melted, because now he had as many as 25 fried fish. What else did he need to be happy? Sejun didn't stop there, because in addition to a week's worth of fish and coins, our hero also offered to feed the cat every time he came here. He could eat as much as he wanted here. Sejun would not restrict him in this. Theo was quite satisfied with these conditions. Even if he wasn't paid much in coins, he knew for sure that he wouldn't starve to death. Finally, when everyone was satisfied, Sejun asked the cat for some paper. They drew up a contract and signed it, putting their fingerprints and paw prints on it. Sejun was pleased because they had finally signed the contract, but the cat looked confused. Theo was actually so distracted by Sejun's words that he didn't even realize he had signed a contract. And it was too late to read it because the system had already taken it away. Theo didn't even know what terms he had signed up for. The contract stated what Sejun had promised. The main terms had not changed, but the contract was for life and could be terminated if the monthly revenue fell below 5 tower coins. Theo also had to sell goods, using an accent in his speech. Sejun knew that contracts signed in the tower were impossible to break, but he never knew why they could not be erased or rejected. Now he understood that this was to ensure that the parties would not violate their obligations. Theo was very upset, but even more so, he was angered by the fourth point, which specified the use of the Manhwa accent. This referred to the Granar dialect, which for some reason Theo found shameful and embarrassing. But Seijin believed that the cat would eventually understand all the charms of such an accent. Theo also understood that he could break this contract simply by starting to sell poorly. And in general, he was not sure that he would be able to sell. But Seijin was calm about this. For some reason, he was sure that sales would definitely be high, and he believed in the cat merchant. It seemed that an agreement had finally been reached with the cat, and Seijin immediately noticed Theo's simple-mindedness, which he found cute and convenient. But now the question arose, what was Theo supposed to sell? There were already many plants on the farm, but Seijun decided to start with tomatoes. There were quite a lot of them, and they couldn't be stored forever. Theo got nervous when he heard that he would be selling cherry tomatoes, because who would want to buy them? It even seemed as if he was seeing tomatoes for the first time in his life. When he touched them, it was clear that these were magical tomatoes that increased the rate of mana regeneration. Theo didn't know why the Awakened would buy tomatoes if they could get them for 0 coins, which would be fine. But Seijun had other plans. He wanted to sell them for 0.05 per piece. Theo wasn't sure about this idea at all, but he reassured himself that even if he didn't manage to earn 5 tower coins in a month, at least he would be able to eat fish. The cat had nowhere else to go. He had to do what was asked of him. And so, for his first sale, Master Seijun gave him 1,000 tomatoes. He also gave him 25 fish, which were specified in the contract. To carry all these goods, Theo used his magic handkerchief. It expanded the space inside and reduced weight, could hold anything, and did not deteriorate for a long time. Such a handkerchief was a very useful thing, especially for a merchant's cat. After all, the cat did not have to break his back to carry goods. Before leaving, Theo no longer felt angry or dissatisfied. His journey as a merchant was just beginning, and maybe he was really lucky to run into the goblin who gave him Sejun's address. Even though the guy was after his own goals, he was fair to Theo. A few days later, Theo was selling tomatoes on the 38th floor of the tower. The atmosphere there was not the most peaceful. Warriors and mages had gathered in one place to fight a monster. It was the Phoenix Guild, led by Kim Dong-sik, one of the strongest awakened ones. Everyone praised their leader, but he didn't really like it. He did everything he could to help them move forward and clear the floors. He had his own goals. Nevertheless, he could not be called evil or bad. He was an excellent leader, but sometimes extremely serious, which is not surprising for a leader and even commendable. Kim Dong couldn't relax for a minute, as he immediately sensed someone's presence. But it was just a cat merchant. He offered people some useful items with an emphasis on useful. Everyone immediately gathered in a group and paid attention to the wandering merchant, whose presence here surprised people. The girls were generally crazy about the cat, especially when he used that accent. And when they saw his paws, they completely melted. Theo didn't really understand what was so cute about the Nia accent, but he remembered Seijun telling him about it. Still, the farmer hadn't lied to him. He clearly knew a thing or two about cuteness, even if the cat himself didn't find it cute. But with time, he would learn to use it properly. This moment gave him confidence, and he began to show off his wares in the form of cherry tomatoes. The awakened ones were surprised, and the leader thought that the cat should sell meat or bread, not some tomatoes. Theo, of course, anticipated this reaction, and explained that these were unusual tomatoes, as people might think. He didn't even need to explain anything. It was enough to tell the awakened ones to look at the stats of these tomatoes. People became interested because it meant that it was some kind of item. They really studied what was written in the table, but were not impressed, and still asked about the price. But their indignation knew no bounds when they learned that one tomato cost 0.05 tower coins. The guy thought it would be better to spend the money on equipment, but one of the girls stopped him. Apparently he hadn't read carefully, because the girl noticed a very important detail about these tomatoes. Namely, these tomatoes helped burn 10 grams of excess body weight. In fact, it was possible to lose weight simply by eating tomatoes. 10 could be eaten in 1 hour. The awakened people were really interested in this offer, and were ready to buy them by the hundreds. There was a huge rush among the people because of the tomatoes. They wanted to buy everything. No one was left out. All the awakened wanted to get some tomatoes. So Theo asked everyone to line up. Meanwhile, Seijun and his assistants were harvesting a new crop of tomatoes and thinking about Theo. He hoped that everything was going well for him and that he had already met his first buyers. At first glance, these tomatoes gave a slight magic bonus, but at the same time, they burned fat and nourished the body. There was simply no better dietary product to be found, given that tomatoes had no side effects and tasted great. Therefore, our hero was 100% sure that these tomatoes would sell out in a second. Being human, he knew that nothing could stop a person's desire to lose weight and be slimmer, which these tomatoes contributed to. Meanwhile, our cat trader had already sold everything. It had been quite a busy sale, and he was trying to catch his breath and recover. After a while, it was possible to count the carrots, and it became clear that out of the 1,000 carrot seeds purchased, only 700 had sprouted. And out of the 1,200 cherry tomatoes that our hero planted, only 732 took root. The corn and sweet potatoes sprouted at about the same rate. It was a pretty good percentage of vegetation. One could easily conclude that everything grew at about the same rate in the tower. Of course, it would have been great if more had sprouted. Sejun thought that the reason for the small harvest was his low level of farming skill, or that the soil in the cave was not fertile enough. But now, with a traveling merchant on staff, they should harvest as often as possible and take this business more seriously. But no one stood still. The warrior rabbit had already learned to hunt fish, and excellently at that. There was no longer any need for Sejun to hold a torch for him. The hare did everything himself, and did it better than the master himself. His success in hunting delighted not only himself, but also his brothers and, of course, Sejun. Our hero was only too happy that the hare had succeeded in this endeavor. At one point, he began to glow, which most likely meant that he had reached a new level. Sejun had seen other rabbits on the farm reach new levels, but apparently this was the first time for the warrior rabbit, and he congratulated him on it. Everyone worked as hard as they could. No one sat around doing nothing on the farm, so our hero suggested taking a short break and resting a little. Recently, after the cat arrived, he had the opportunity to drink coffee, which is what he planned to do. Sejun mentally wished happiness and health to the goblin named Julig for tricking Theo. Apparently, the cat didn't even bother to open the mug. If he had sold coffee and sticks, he would have recouped all his expenses long ago. That's how someone else's carelessness became a freebie for our hero. And it didn't matter that there was nowhere to get boiling water or ice cubes for a cold Americano. For our hero, cold coffee with honey was already an unprecedented luxury. Such a drink could be called a honey Americano. The mixture of instant coffee, viscous honey, and refreshing spring water quenched both hunger and thirst. It was also the perfect combination of bitter and sweet. Just one sip was enough to feel refreshed. Sejun suggested that the hares might also want to try coffee, so he offered them this delicacy. The warrior hare, of course, did not refuse such an opportunity, and drank straight from the straw. But it seems he did not share Sejun's opinion about the taste. For him, it was too bitter and he didn't like the taste at all, so he didn't even finish the drink. Today there were many reasons to be happy, and one of them was Chelka's move. She started her own hive, and now our hero doesn't have to worry about her coming home every day. But the joy was interrupted by a new quest. The manager wanted our hero to send him 10 cherry tomatoes. There was no reward for this, but if he refused, the manager would be disappointed. Apparently, Sejun had dragged out the previous quest for too long, and the manager realized that after the deal with Theo, he no longer needed him. Now all the death threats were gone, but pressure to show mercy had appeared. The guy completed this task without any problems, for which the manager thanked him for his generosity. Sejun was doubly surprised, because it turned out that the manager even knew how to say thank you. After that, Sejun himself felt strange because he caught himself saying it like a typical bitch. Meanwhile, in a pub, the goblins gathered around a table. Julig couldn't figure out where the red cat had gone. The other goblins praised Julig for how skillfully he had tricked the cat, and sold him all his junk at such a high price. What's more, the cat had paid his last pennies for these goods. Although quite some time had passed, the cat did not complain to the Merchants' Guild that he had been unable to sell the items. One might think that Julig was worried that Theo might return after all, but he didn't show it in front of his colleagues. The goblin already had another plan. When Theo returned, he would buy him a bottle of milk, offer him another lucrative deal, and even lend him money for it. Of course, Theo would not be able to repay the debt, so the goblin would force him to work hard to pay it off. However, the interest would grow much faster than his ability to pay it. Therefore, as a result of this deal, the red cat would become the goblin's slave for the rest of his life. The other goblins supported Julig's idea because it was brilliant, but if they were in his place, they would not just sit around, but would search for this fool with all their might. But Julig believed that he had plenty of time, and that it was unbecoming for a hunter to chase after his prey. While they were sipping their drinks, they decided to look at the ranking table of wandering merchants. It was being updated at that very moment. Julig was pleased with his achievement, finally breaking into the top 1,000 with a turnover of 45 and 2 tower coins. Of the whole company, only Julig occupied the honorable 999th place. The goblins sitting nearby were not even in the table. Julig sat and rejoiced that he had not wasted his time feeding that trash to the red cat after all. So he continued to look at who else he should overtake in order to break into the list of the best. But what a surprise it was when he saw Theo with 50 tower coins in 982nd place. The goblins began to whisper that the red cat had overtaken Yuliga in the rankings. How could that be? Goblin himself did not hide his anger, because he was 100% sure that Theo would not be able to sell those items. What went wrong? Meanwhile, the wandering cat merchant finally returned to his homeland, to the Seijun farm. The boy greeted the cat with shouts, because he had been gone for a very long time, and the cat began to worry. Theo immediately began to apologize, saying that next time he would not play with cats on other floors, but would return to the farm immediately. He spent 4 whole days on other floors. Theo had previously mentioned that the trip to the 30th floor and back took about 10 days, but he found time to walk around after he sold everything. Seijun thought it would take Theo a few days to sell everything, but he returned after 2 weeks, 4 of which he spent walking around. That means all the goods were sold on the first day. Our hero decided to act a little differently. He didn't want to scare Theo, but he had to show himself a little. Seijun explained that if Theo didn't want to see the A side of his bad mood, he had to lay everything out as soon as possible. Theo did just that. He told him everything that had happened to him over the past 2 weeks. Seijun was surprised that the trade went so smoothly. Theo didn't even have to talk about the goods or really sell them. The hunters bought everything themselves. In the end, he earned a whopping 50 coins, and that was just from 1,000 tomatoes. As a bonus, our hero gave Theo 2 coins, although he had hoped for more. But he simply shouldn't have been slacking off for 4 days. If he returns faster next time, Seijun will raise his rate to 5%. The cat was very pleased with how things were going, and even with Seijun he used the Nya accent, which surprised Seijun, but the cat quickly learned the lessons the master taught him. Seijun understood this perfectly, and was delighted at the thought that very soon everyone would know his name. But there was another reason, because the name of the farmer was always indicated on the grown vegetables. So very soon people would learn that it was Park Sejun who grew the magical cherry tomatoes. Theo realized he was in deep trouble. There was a special system for new merchants in the guild that hid the producer of the goods so that more experienced merchants would not take their suppliers away from beginners. Since Theo had only just embarked on his career as a tower merchant, Park Sejun's name would remain a mystery to the whole world for some time. And if the evil side found out about this, he would never see his bonus again. Of course, Theo didn't mention this, even though Sejun saw the cat's confusion. Theo decided that he urgently needed to continue trading. He didn't even want to rest and forgot about his weekly payment in fish and immediately rushed to work. The cat merchant wanted to make every effort to reveal the farmer's name, but this could only be done by earning 1,000 tower coins and becoming a mid-level merchant. Meanwhile, Sejun had no idea about any of this, because Theo's enthusiasm for work was enviable. Meanwhile, in the real world outside the tower, life went on. Those who had awakened upon their return simply enjoyed every moment and the simple things in life. Quite often, they did not avoid the topic of the tower. Even when they were not in it, they wanted to discuss everything that was happening there. Kim Dong did not refuse to buy tomatoes last time, and gave them to his daughter, who now thanked him for it. The strict leader even shed a tear at this news, and there was a reason for that. His own daughter, who had always been angry because of various diets, called him Daddy for the first time in her life. Last time, he bought only 20 tomatoes so that there would be some left for his friends, but he didn't think his daughter would like them so much. In fact, all the girls were crazy about these tomatoes. The guys shared these tomatoes with the girls, and afterwards they even started relationships. People wanted to buy these tomatoes again and again because they really helped them in their lives. Some people still had tomatoes left and others wanted to buy them, but the leader said that wasn't right. So he suggested that everyone get together and immediately go to the 38th floor. The guys were indignant because they had just returned from a raid and couldn't go back right away. People would complain about it. But the girls from other teams unconditionally supported their leader and were ready to go to the 38th floor right away. They even prepared tower coins for tomatoes so they could stock up on them. When everyone agreed with the leader's idea, no one dared to contradict him. It was obvious that everyone wanted to stock up on tomatoes and was going back to the tower for that purpose. Such a serious leader. For the sake of his daughter continuing to call him Daddy, he was ready to get any tomatoes, no matter what. Meanwhile, Theo had already left the farm and began wandering around, looking for his first customers. He was sad because now his task was to earn 1,000 coins, and he didn't know how he would achieve this. His bag could hold a maximum of 1,500 tomatoes, but at this rate, he would have to run back and forth at least a dozen times. But for now, he decided not to think about it, and tried to earn as much as possible. So he returned to the clearing where he had last met the people who had bought his tomatoes. The people were already waiting and looking for him here, so they met each other at just the right time. When the awakened ones stumbled upon the cat merchant, they called their other friends so that everyone could buy some goods. The awakened ones had indeed been waiting for him, and did not know when the cat merchant would show up again, so they had been waiting for him for the last 3 days to buy tomatoes from him. Theo couldn't believe his ears that they had been waiting for him for 3 whole days for some vegetables. How was that even possible? The awakened one was already ready to buy tomatoes at a price of 0.05 tower coins apiece, but Theo stopped him. After all, the price had already gone up in recent days. Our cat had to survive somehow. The news of the price increase surprised the guy, and he even started to make noise, which the leader heard. Surely many expected to buy tomatoes at the old price, but their expectations were not met, and they were lucky that they did not have to wait a week for the cat merchant. Theo decided to raise the price to 0.07 tower coins. But somewhere deep down, he sincerely hoped that he hadn't overpriced them, and that people wouldn't turn around and leave without buying anything. In fact, such a price was nothing to them at all. One of the awakened simply threw a bag of coins in front of the cat and ordered 200 tomatoes from him. However, it was not surprising that such a good item was not sold for a pittance. Many understood that if they did not buy now, it was unclear when they would be able to buy again. The awakened ones bought tomatoes by the hundreds, and Theo sold them at the new price like hotcakes. Everyone bought tomatoes, and Theo now had a pile of tower coins. They agreed to meet at the same place in 10 days. This timing was perfect for the leader. They could rest as a group and meet the cat merchant with a new batch of tomatoes in 10 days. Now they had to finish the quest with the spider and go home. Theo was happy because now he had regular customers, which meant that 1,000 coins were not far off, as he had initially thought. All of Theo's free time was spent thinking about how to get promoted so that the name of the tomato producer would not be hidden. The cat was already thinking about moving on when some girls approached him, trying to talk to him. They looked at Theo and compared his appearance to that of some hero. For some reason, Theo didn't like being addressed as Mr. Cat, so he asked them to call him by his name. The girl introduced herself as Su-ha. Theo didn't understand what they meant when they said he looked like someone, so he tried to figure it out. It turned out that our Theo was very similar to another cat, but he didn't even want to hear it because he knew he was the most beautiful cat in the world and couldn't be compared to anyone else. Theo was in a hurry to go to the farm, but Su-ha stopped him again. She wanted to treat the cat to a Korean delicacy. This cat only ate fried fish, but he didn't turn his nose up at trying churro. The taste of the churro seemed very vivid to him. It smelled like fish and literally melted in his mouth. Theo immediately ate all the treats and, of course, wanted to try more. Suho didn't mind treating the cat to this delicacy, but in return she wanted to take a photo with him. Theo was ready to do anything to get this treat. Suho was the first to come to the tower with cat treats, because this code was even cuter than they had said. The girl smiled so sincerely. She was very happy to get such a photo, and definitely wanted to come back to him again. Meanwhile, life went on at the farm, and the rabbits continued to learn and improve their skills. Sejun taught the warrior hare a special swimming technique. But what about the piranhas? They were indeed dangerous, so our hero temporarily closed the hole where they came out for safety reasons. At first, the hare learned to swim with the help of a board. Then Sejun gave him the opportunity to try without it, because one day he really succeeded. Once, in his joy at reaching a new level, the hare jumped into the water, and Sejun's heart almost stopped, thinking that the piranhas were about to tear him apart. Everyone was scared, not only our hero, but also his parents and siblings. Every time he remembered this situation, he shuddered, because he was afraid of what could have happened in the worst-case scenario. While they were splashing around in the water, Sejun even felt like having something sweet afterwards. He started looking for honey in his bag, but found that it was already empty. At that moment, he remembered the bee, because it hadn't visited their area for a long time, and he thought that maybe something had happened. Looking at the bee's hive, he could see many other bees, all busy with something. Sejun hadn't paid attention to them for a long time and was surprised when he saw the bee's children, but he didn't know for sure if they were hers or someone else's. Since this was the case, our hero thought he should congratulate the bee on her new home and the birth of her new children. Besides, he didn't have to look far for a gift. It was right in front of him in the form of flowers. Sejun picked a tomato flower and began to call his old friend. He just wanted to congratulate her on the new events in her life, but he saw that the other bees had turned against him and were clearly not happy to see him. The bees had already prepared their stingers to attack Sejun, and the warrior hare took up a defensive position to protect his own. The most important bee, the queen, was sitting in the hive, and only in the midst of events did she hear that something was happening outside. Sejun was a little confused because he didn't want to hurt anyone, but the hare was ready to attack, which our hero clearly did not want. The bees were aggressive and flew closer and closer. They were about to hurt Seijun. But suddenly the queen bee called all her bees to her. But she was not the same as before. Once she had flown in as just a poisonous bee, but now she had become the queen of poisonous bees. Seijun couldn't believe his eyes that such a transformation was real. The poisonous bee was a predatory insect that hunted its prey using its toxic venom. That was all the information the manager had about bees, which was not enough. So he studied more in the Encyclopedia of Tower Monsters. Reading was difficult for the manager. He did not understand what the book was about at all. As a result, the dragon decided that they were not dangerous, but still decided to limit himself to simple observation and ask his grandmother about it later. But besides that, he still had one option in case of an emergency. Meanwhile, our hero looked at this beautiful bee and couldn't help but admire its new appearance. The bee really looked amazing. No one could have imagined that she could undergo such a glow-up. It was as if it had blossomed. Its form had changed noticeably, and its status was immediately apparent when looking at it. This was probably also influenced by the fact that the bee began to feed on nectar from Seijun's farm. Each meal gave insignificant results, but over time, these insignificant results turned her into a queen. Step by step, the body began to exude a strong aroma and increase in mass. The other queen, to whom the bee had previously belonged, sensed this and became angry with her. There could not be two queens in one hive, and such changes in the bee's body meant that she could continue her lineage herself. To avoid being forcibly expelled, the bee decided to leave her old home and live independently. Then she stumbled upon Seijun's cave, which seemed like a safe enough place to create her new hive. The bee spent many days in seclusion in her new hive, so our hero did not see her for some time. After all, in her new home, she was experiencing the pain of transformation. Through pain and suffering, her body was transformed, and so she became the queen of poisonous bees that could be seen now. Seijun sincerely supported and congratulated his bee. He was glad that she had found him and was able to help him in his work, and that this cave had become her home. It was a strange circumstance in which he gave her these flowers, but nevertheless, he wanted to make her happy in some way. She was so happy with her gift that she couldn't contain her emotions and literally jumped into Seijun's arms. Seijun did not really expect such a warm reaction, but he was glad that she had such a reverent attitude towards him. When the other bees saw the queen hugging this man so freely, they immediately began to show signs of affection and tenderness towards our hero. A few days later, Seijun was not allowed to sleep, as the hares began to wake him up early in the morning. It was the day of the blue moon, and as we remember, Seijun usually kept watch all night. But this time he managed to get a little sleep, for which he was grateful. The hares woke their master up for a reason. The carrot had finally grown, and it was blue with the energy of the moon. Seijun thought it was too early for them to ripen, but luckily, the rabbits woke him up in time so he could harvest them. They made a wonderful team, living for the same cause and always helping each other. The carrot came out of the ground easily as soon as Seijun pulled it. It was about the size of a zucchini. The carrot was obviously not ordinary. It was called a carrot of agility. It was nutritious and healthy, but the energy of the blue moon that had permeated the root vegetable gave it a bright taste. When consumed, it temporarily increased agility by 0.05. Its shelf life was 45 days, and its rank was E with a plus. For such a harvest, our hero received many profession experience points, 70 experience points, and improved his harvesting skill. Seijun knew how much the hares loved carrots, so he didn't spare them and gave them away. They conscientiously divided this huge carrot among themselves into several pieces with a sickle. After the blue moon, not only carrots grew, but also 5 blue tomatoes. After that, our hero remembered that he had to complete a task for the manager, so he gave him 1 blue tomato, for which the manager was grateful. Of course, Seijun wanted the manager to express his gratitude with a new skill. The manager promised to think about whether or not to give our hero the skill. Seijun did not understand what the manager meant at all, but he suddenly shifted his attention to some screams coming from the farm. It was Theo returning, but he couldn't get through because a swarm of bees was attacking him. Of course, the bees had never seen Theo before, so they considered him an enemy. To show that Theo was not an enemy, Seijun demonstratively took the cat in his arms, making it clear that he was one of their own. Theo was shedding a lot. He had so much fur that some of it ended up in our hero's mouth. In a burst of gratitude, Theo called Seijun his brother, although he had previously considered him just a partner. Still, our hero mentioned that they were family, so this treatment only touched him. But anyway, business first. Seijun wanted to know how his partner was doing and what he had managed to trade. Instead of answering, Theo simply handed him a bag of coins. Theo did not hide the fact that he had managed to sell the tomatoes at a higher price, and, as a result, had earned 75 tower coins. It was clear that Theo was proud of himself and wanted some praise, but for some reason, Seijun remained unmoved. He simply gave his employee his share, but for some reason, Theo didn't like being called an employee. Seijun wanted to make it clear to him that he still had a long way to go and needed to work harder to get a promotion. In fact, our hero was not surprised by this information because he was already aware of everything. The manager simply helped him by informing him that the cat was selling tomatoes at a higher price than before. Therefore, Seijun did not mind sharing the blue tomatoes for such information. Theo didn't feel sad for long. He decided to take a break and enjoy the delicacies that Suho had treated him to. Seijun didn't know what it was, and even though he lived in Seoul, he had never seen such a thing before. The cat told Seijun that people gave it to him for taking a photo with them. They had different tastes, but the cat liked the salmon flavor the most. In fact, our hero was surprised that people fed Theo, because there were only two ways to bring something into the tower. The first was when falling into the portal, which is how our hero ended up here with his backpack. Only other people end up on the first floor and sell everything they have to get some starting capital. The second way is if an awakened hunter carries them into the tower. The total weight of items brought in was limited to 1 kilogram, but you could take out as many items as you wanted without restriction. Usually, all kinds of junk were brought into the tower, such as smartphones called hunter phones, which could be used to stay in touch because they were equipped with solar batteries. There were also the usual basic items, a hunter's dry rations, the only cigarettes available in the tower, top, and all sorts of other things that might come in handy in the tower. And it was very strange for Seijun that someone brought churu into the tower to treat Kota. Seijun pondered this ambiguous situation because it was clearly not that simple. He had various theories about it, and at one point, a brilliant idea came to him. When Seijun had something in mind, it was impossible to stop him. And to be honest, Theo got nervous at times like this because anything could be going on in his head. To distract this man in some way, Theo offered him a treat, thinking that it might interest him. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Seijun decided to confiscate Theo's churro, not because he wanted to eat it, but because he had other goals in mind. Theo was, of course, very angry because it was his food, which he had earned for taking a photo with the man. That's exactly what our hero was talking about. Theo made a deal and got his reward, and that was a violation of the third special provision of the contract. Party B had no right to change the terms of the deal without notifying Party A, but Theo didn't even know that. Seijun immediately changed his tone, calling Theo a salesman rather than just an employee, and suggested they discuss their new clients. Of course, Kot noticed the change in tone and was surprised by it. So Theo was given the title of salesman for an hour, but if he made profitable deals in the future, he would become a salesman for many hours. Seijun knew how to be polite in order to get what he wanted. He immediately turned on his charm and concern for Theo, even asking if the temperature of the fire was right. The guy made the cat more comfortable so that it would eat churu from his hands. Now it was the happiest cat in the world. Was this really how they treated wandering merchants? Seijun gave Theo a sense of security and belonging, making him feel loved and cared for. But it seemed that Seijun himself enjoyed the process. He loved cats very much, and fussing over him was not only useful, but also pleasant. As soon as Theo wanted some fried fish, Seijun immediately ran to fry it on the fire. While he was preparing a meal for Mr. Salesman, he wondered how Theo had managed to get to the 38th floor without fighting monsters. And then Theo revealed his little secret, which even Seijun didn't know about, that he had a traveling merchant's license. The clasp he wore on his cloak was a distinctive sign of a merchant. Theo was forced to pay a hefty annual membership fee. The higher the profit, the higher the fee. But there were also more privileges. With a traveling merchant's license, you can enjoy many benefits related to protection. For example, monsters couldn't attack you if they saw the clasp, and that wasn't the only perk. Unfortunately, Theo could not bring hunters to this place to ensure their safety. Monsters did not attack merchants, but it would not be possible to protect hunters from danger. In addition, all merchants used special shortcuts between floors. Access to them was prohibited to everyone except merchants. If someone wanted to use the shortcuts, they had to pay for a license. It is also important to note that without them, Theo would never have been able to reach the 38th floor in just 5 days. And that was even though Seijun's farm was on the 99th floor. Seijun had been wondering all this time what floor he could be on, but realizing that he would never find out, he dismissed the idea from his mind. However, when he finally found out, he was shocked. Theo had no idea that Seijun could be unaware of such basic information. But knowing this literally turned his world upside down. He had once dreamed of getting to at least the first floor, but ended up near the 100th. How ambiguous fate can be. Sometimes Seijun dreamed of at least looking inside the tower, but he couldn't allow himself to think about ending up on the 99th floor. He always thought that Theo was unable to use teleportation like hunters, so the trip to the 38th floor and back took him 10 days. Sejun was taken aback. He understood that knowing what floor he was on didn't change anything for him at the moment, but it was difficult for him to collect his thoughts. It was as if he had fallen into some kind of abyss where he was trying to sort out his thoughts. Theo had to pull him out of this state, not only because he was worried, but also because his weekly pay had turned into coal. If you think about it, the hunters only made it to the 40th floor. So where was the 99th floor? Sejun was already thinking of giving up on trying to escape from here. Meanwhile, Theo felt the power of Theo the Seller, and ordered Sejun to fry the fish thoroughly, so that what happened last time would not happen again. But suddenly our hero came to his senses, and reminded Theo that his hour of power had already passed. Theo was annoyed. He enjoyed feeling like a salesman with power who could be superior to Sejun, even if only in a game. Sejun returned to his thoughts when he saw the merchant's badge on Theo's chest. He simply imagined a moment when the hunters ran out of provisions and potions, and there was danger all around, and too many monsters to carry all the wounded to the exit. And then he suddenly appeared like a hero offering his help. Of course, it wasn't free help, but still, they would be generous and offer a sale. People would rejoice at their appearance, for they had seen the legendary wandering merchant Theo and the farmer Pak Sejun of the tower. Noble rumors spread quickly. He imagined how grateful the hunters would be to him, because he would be the one to help them in desperate situations. And most importantly, they would be willing to give him all their money just for showing up and selling them his legendary goods. Sejun was actually very inspired by this idea, and even thought that perhaps he could become a traveling merchant. Unfortunately, Sejun was not a native of the tower. Only those born in the tower could become merchants. Theo made it clear that nothing would come of it, and our hero would have to abandon this idea. Sejun had already imagined himself and Theo conquering the tower and making a ton of money, but then he was hit with a harsh reality. This made him so emotional that he simply could not hold back his cry from the depths of his soul. His cry was so desperate that even the tower manager heard the squeak. Sejun was usually quite reserved, and now he scared everyone with his impulsive behavior. Probably no one expected him to be like that. He understood perfectly well that nothing had changed, and that he should have prepared himself for trouble when he jumped into the portal. It was too late to try to change anything once the process had already begun. Sejun decided that if he couldn't get out, he wanted to live the rest of his life to the fullest. The fame of Sejun's tomatoes had reached his world. They were very popular among hunters, and accordingly, word spread about them in Seoul. A member of the Phoenix Guild bought a couple on his last outing and told his sister that they were being sold by a stray cat merchant. Jenny, the executive director of Easter Pharmaceutical, couldn't look at the status window. But Michael McLaren, deputy director of Gagel Food, could. Michael didn't understand what Jenny was trying to achieve, but it seemed that Michael McLaren, who owned 39% of the global agricultural market, had lost his business acumen. But from Jenny's perspective, as the director, it sounded a little rude to another influential person, which Michael did not ignore. Nevertheless, this woman knew what she was doing, and with her statements, she was only trying to get this person involved in the business. In addition to her provocative statements, she provided real evidence that simply could not be denied. She failed to extract the component that gave tomatoes such an effect, which did not exclude the outstanding features of these vegetables. Michael still didn't understand what Jenny wanted from him, because if she wanted to, she could monopolize this industry herself. So why did she need him? In fact, Jenny wanted to get the vice president's failed draft of the farming in a tower project. Michael McLaren had carefully concealed his project and was extremely surprised to learn that it was not a secret. Jenny hinted to Michael that it was time for him to regain the trust of his father, the director of Gagel. There were rumors that a new company chairman would soon be elected due to the current one's illness. And didn't this tomato look appetizing enough to reconsider the outdated project and resume it? In the end, Michael decided to try this tomato. It was very sweet and completely incomparable to the ones sold in stores. Michael ate both tomatoes and wanted more. Jenny was unhappy because he had eaten her tomato too, and now he would have to go to the tower and buy more if he wanted them. Sajin knew that he and his friends were stuck here for a long time, so he decided to hold a planning meeting because they needed to work out their inconveniences. They needed to get new tools and equipment. Also, for safety reasons, they should surround their farm for security. To begin with, Theo said that there were no monsters near them at all. There was one far away, but only one. It was a huge scarlet bear. Sejun immediately began to recall the night of the blue moon when that very scarlet bear had visited him. Theo was a resident of the tower, and thanks to his license, he couldn't be attacked just like that. But he was still very afraid of this monster. Every time he passed by it, he trembled with fear. Sejun thought it was dangerous to leave the cave, Soon, about 1,000 tomatoes would bloom. In addition, the bee population would also increase significantly. This meant that Seijun would be able to send them to patrol the surrounding area to ensure that no monsters approached. Moreover, he could ask the bees to tie a rope to one of the trees above. Seijun could weave this rope from onion leaves and finally leave this cursed cave. The plan was developed step by step, and now Seijun had a special task for Theo. Only a salesman like Theo could handle this task. It was one of the most important and crucial tasks. Theo did not yet know the essence of his task, but nevertheless he was ready to carry it out, and moreover, promised that he would cope with it. A few days later, our cat merchant found himself back on the 38th floor. The hunters were already waiting for him there. Theo noticed that this time there were many more people than last time. It was as if they had gathered there on purpose. But that was even better. The more buyers, the better it was for Theo. As soon as Theo showed up, all the awakened ones immediately rushed to him. They were immediately ready to spend all their money on tomatoes and buy everything they could. A conflict began, as everyone wanted to buy in line, but some were outside. There were different guilds here, and of course, they were already in conflict. Theo decided to take the initiative, because after all, he had the deciding vote. He decided to create new conditions for sale, and now it would not be possible to buy tomatoes as before. The conflict immediately subsided when it came to the possibility of buying tomatoes. Theo was ready to sell 500 tomatoes to whoever offered him the best price. Therefore, those who did not bring money could leave immediately. After all, the starting price for the magic tomatoes was 35 tower coins. The popularity of magic tomatoes outside the tower was far greater than Seijun could have imagined, considering that some girls were trying to feed Theo. Apparently, the tomatoes caused a real fight. The number of people wanting to buy tomatoes would grow, and Seijun couldn't expand his farm quickly. So the best way to make a killing from buyers was, of course, an auction. So Seijun asked Theo to do a couple more small tasks. This way, he also wanted to test his trading skills, since the opportunity had presented itself. Seijun had a new job. He had to send the tower manager a cocktail of tomato juice and honey, which he drank constantly, and in return he would receive a class skill. But if he refused, the manager would be bitterly disappointed. The guy wanted to postpone this task because he had to work, and squeezing juice took a long time. But the manager was insistent, because he had prepared a class skill after all. And here Seijun didn't understand the manager. Did he want to show off his class skill, or just drink tomato juice? He would have liked to see the reward first, but that was against the rules of the tower, so the manager relied on Seijun's trust. Still, the reward aroused his curiosity, so Seijun set to work. After all, it cost him nothing but a little lost time and a tomato. Seijun remembered that when he first made this juice, even the rabbits liked it and asked for more and more. This whole tomato juice saga began when Seijun simply felt like drinking tomato juice one day. But he had no idea that anyone else would like it too. The guy squeezed the juice by hand, of course, which took some effort. When the juice was squeezed, it was the bee's turn to add its honey. Thanks to the addition of honey from the queen of poisonous bees, the juice had a pleasant, sweet taste. Occasionally, there were pieces of tomato, which were pleasant to chew while drinking. The manager was extremely curious to know the taste of the drink, so he flapped his wings impatiently. Seijun carefully read the system message, so he couldn't even guess what kind of creature the manager who was flapping his wings was. As soon as the manager took a sip, he fell in love with the drink. It was very tasty and sweet. He did not even hide his enthusiasm for this drink because the juice was really very tasty. Seijun was pleased that the manager liked his drink. But now it was time to open the reward. The dragon gave him a first-level beekeeping skill. Seijun now had the right to register one beehive for himself. The skill had an effect on the beehive. Now the bees from this hive would not attack the owner, and he would be able to give them orders, and the harvesting radius would be increased, as would the speed of the queen's egg laying, harvesting, and the process of pollinating flowers. This skill was indeed very useful, and Seijun was pleased that the manager had finally listened to his problems and thanked him. The manager himself was also pleased that Seijun appreciated his kindness and care, which touched his heart. But since our hero was so grateful, the manager thought, why not give him another glass of tomato juice? Before responding to this request, our hero wanted to ask the manager something. Was the manager a flying pig? He asked for so much food that Seijun simply couldn't think of any other explanation. But what answer did our hero expect? The manager simply said that he was a fool and a bore because how could he behave like a pig? After these words, he disappeared completely, probably because Seijun had really offended him. Meanwhile, Theo was controlling the situation at the auction. Now, a lot depended on his words. The leader of the Phoenixes was particularly worried that if he did not return to his daughter with tomatoes, his reputation as a loving father would be shaken. So he started playing this game first and offered 41 coins. Kim Dong believed that the most important thing now was to take the lot of tomatoes, and later they could divide them and the money among themselves. A man from another team raised the bid and offered 45 coins for 500 tomatoes. The bidding was fierce, with no one willing to give in to the other. No one had brought much money with them because they were all counting on the previous terms of the deal, not an auction with crazy prices. In the end, Michael McLaren arrived, ready to buy all 500 tomatoes for 100 coins. No one could raise the bid above 100 coins, so Theo counted to 3 and announced that the tomatoes were sold. Kim Dong knew Michael well, as he was also known as the Master Hunter, but he did not expect to see him in this place. Kim Dong noticed one of the members of his group, Chris, who was supposed to have the day off today. But it turned out that his sister, the director of a pharmaceutical company, had asked him to bring Mr. McLaren here, and he couldn't refuse. Kim was unhappy because now he would have to compete with large corporations. He couldn't have imagined that the rumor about the tomatoes would spread so quickly. And now there were 2 rounds of the auction left, and Kim Dong-sik wanted to win at least one. The first lot was sold at a high price, so the auction continued with the next lot, which had a starting price of 35 coins. Kim Dong-sik set himself the goal of buying this lot at any cost, so he started with a price of 60 coins. But Michael easily outbid him with his 100 coins. Kim Dong was at a loss and began asking others to lend him coins. But unfortunately, it was useless because Michael could outbid any price. Theo wanted to start a new auction, but Michael decided not to waste any time and said he was ready to buy all the tomatoes for 300 coins. The leader was deeply disappointed, because now he was losing his status as Daddy's favorite, which he cared so much about. The tomatoes had already been picked, and Theo had all the coins. The auction was a success. Michael understood how wonderful this product was, and was glad that he had come to the auction himself. When the auction ended, an old acquaintance approached our cat. Theo immediately remembered this cute girl who once treated him to some churros. But he couldn't remember her name and called her Buha, even though her name was Suho. The girl decided not to correct him because it was good enough that he remembered her face. Who went to the cat merchant and the girl to take pictures with this adorable creature. Suho even brought some churu for him, but Theo decided to refuse for some reason. Suddenly the cat wanted coffee, of course, not without the instruction of Seijin, who had an educational conversation with him. Suho did indeed have 3-in-1 coffee sticks, but Theo decided not to stop there. He suggested that perhaps the girl still had salt and pepper with her, and luckily for him, she did. Once, Seijin told him that if someone wanted to take a picture with him, he should ask them for coffee, salt, or pepper. Depending on his success, Seijin would allow him to be a salesman for a few hours. And with these things, Theo could now spend hours kneeling on Seijin's lap, which was a joy for him. Suho got a lot of great photos, for which she was very grateful to the cat, and he was grateful to her. But when she touched the cat's paw pads, it seemed as if she would melt away from the cuteness. Theo was a little scared because he didn't understand what the girl was doing, but Suho just couldn't resist squeezing those soft paws. To lighten the mood, Suho gave Theo a treat, which surprised him. She gave it to him because he let her squeeze his paws, and she really liked it. Theo didn't even know that people liked to touch his paws, but since humans didn't have such soft pads, they were always happy to touch a cat's. When Theo found out that this was the whole reason, he was very surprised. After all, it couldn't be that simple, but it turned out it could be. Theo could call his paws the paws of luck. Another girl approached. She also wanted a photo with Theo. After all, she had given him her pepper. Theo happily posed for the photo, and the girls were delighted with such a cute model. The cat learned quickly from people, so he happily let them touch his paws. But in return, of course, they gave him treats. Everyone was happy. Theo had lots of different treats, and the girls were happy to just squeeze his paws and treat him to some churra. Theo realized that just by letting people touch his paws, he could become a salesman for a whole day. And yet it was very nice to receive attention and gifts from such girls, just for being there. But Theo had another thing to do. While Suho was posting a photo with Theo on Instagram, he caught her off guard by mispronouncing her name and asking what she was doing. Suho thought Theo had already moved on to his business, but he asked if she was from the Republic of Korea. Obviously, she was from Korea, and she was surprised that Theo knew that. When she asked him how he knew, Theo replied that he recognized a familiar smell. However, without dwelling on the introduction for too long, our cat decided to ask for some help. Meanwhile, Seijin was honing his beekeeping skills on the farm while the bees were working. Everything was going smoothly. The bee population was growing steadily, as was Seijin's beekeeping skill. The guy hadn't seen the queen in a long time, so he assumed she was probably busy with her offspring. Seijun's beekeeping skills had improved to the point where he could now manage 2 hives. while all his other skills remained the same, only their level had improved. The only question was where to store the honey. Ideally, there would be some kind of container, because the bottle was needed for other purposes. But he decided to deal with this issue later, as there were other things to do on the farm. It was time for lunch, and this time Sejun decided that lunch would be carrots. It was enough to simply pull up a carrot and get a lot of stats and points for the harvesting skill. After yesterday's blue moon, our hero gathered several moon carrots, and a few more ordinary ones, which he divided among the rabbits. There was one more vegetable grown in the cave. The rabbits were even willing to bow down for carrots. The carrot of agility, imbued with the blue energy of the moon, was very useful, even though it did not look blue, but that is what the table said. When consumed, it temporarily increased agility for 10 minutes. The effect lasted up to 1 hour. At the same time, it burned 10 grams of fat and improved vision. Carrots had many more beneficial properties than tomatoes. Sejun thought about starting to stock up on more carrots so that he could sell them later. There was no doubt that they could be sold all at once. As soon as the guy had a quick snack, he immediately ran to gather the rest so that the work would not stand still. There was a lot of work to do, and everyone was tired, but the black warrior rabbit was so exhausted that he literally collapsed on the ground. But this cunning little creature decided to secretly nibble on a carrot. There were so many carrots that there was nowhere to store them, so Sejun decided to wrap things up. While he was harvesting the new crop of carrots, he gained a lot of experience points again and reached a new level in harvesting. Sejun didn't even have time to notice when he reached the 10th level. Along with all these notifications, a notification about a new task arrived. Sejun immediately thought that the manager had sent him this task, but the manager said he had nothing to do with it. In fact, it was a class quest that appeared at level 10, and in order to obtain new skills, he had to complete it and move on to the next level. Sejun had heard about these before. Usually, hunters received quests related to combat. That is, they mainly exterminated various monsters, and maybe even the bosses of these monsters. Sejun hoped that he would not have anything like that, and indeed, his task was to expand the farm by 50 square meters. It was very easy to do, and Sejun immediately advanced to level 11, received 1 bonus stat, and was rewarded with 10 tower coins. Sejun will now gain experience for every square meter of his farm. After planting so many carrots, the field became much larger than our hero could have imagined, and now he was so tired that he didn't even want to move. Everyone worked very hard today, so Sejun suggested that everyone get some sleep and finish what they started tomorrow. The children were already ready to enter the house when their father waved his hand, preventing them from entering. Then the parents closed the door completely, and the rabbits knocked nervously and unsuccessfully. Sejun himself did not understand what had just happened. Well, it seemed like it was just one of the stages of growing up. They were already adults, and they needed to become independent. But after a day like that, surely no one wanted to build a new house, so Sejun suggested they sleep together. The rabbits were happy to sleep with Sejun for a while, and he was happy about that too. After all, the cutest fluffy creatures were lying around him, tickling him with their soft fur. Kim Dong-sik still couldn't get over it. He hadn't managed to buy a tomato, and now his daughter had scolded him for it. Meanwhile, Suho brought the merchant cat to him, who apparently wanted to do so himself. The leader was surprised by the appearance of the merchant's cat, but Theo just wanted to tell him something. First of all, Theo asked Kim Dong-sik if he was really the leader of a certain group from Korea, to which he received an affirmative answer. Then Theo asked the leader to contact someone for him, so that they could sign a contract. The contract was already prepared for Kim Dong-sik. All that remained was for him to read it and sign it if he agreed to the terms. The contract stated that he had to transfer 50 million to the family of Park Sejun, who lived at a certain address in Pucheon. Kim Dong also had to convey that everything was fine with Mr. Sejun. For this, Kim Dong-sik would receive a reward of 50 tower coins and 200 magic cherry tomatoes. When he saw the tomatoes, and in such quantity, the leader of the Danshika was stunned. He had already lost all hope of getting these tomatoes, and now here was a godsend. He already imagined how, with such a quantity of tomatoes, he would once again become the best father in the world for his little daughter. Kim Dong was still curious about who Park Sejun was. He had a hunch that he was some kind of hunter who had gotten himself into trouble and now couldn't get out of the tower. Saijung, of course, gave Theo all kinds of instructions, warning him not to tell anyone that Saijung was on the 99th floor. Theo decided to make up a story that Mr. Sejun had saved him on the 40th floor, so he was just helping him out with small things. Kim Dong was still surprised that someone had managed to get so high and find magic tomatoes there. But Theo was not going to reveal any secrets, because Mr. Sejun was a man of many secrets. Kim thought that even if his guild gathered a group of the best, they would still struggle to stay on the 39th floor. He had never heard any official confirmation of anyone reaching the 40th floor. Kim imagined that it was probably a lone hunter who wasn't even a member of a guild. This was a great rarity, and it would be great to maintain contact with such a person on the basis of mutual assistance. The leader had already thought once about inviting this hunter to join his guild, and then monopolizing the production of these very tomatoes. Kim Don-shik was happy to sign the contract. The leader signed the paper, and Theo left his paw print as his seal. Now the contract was signed, and no one had the right to terminate it or cheat in any way. Such things were not allowed in the tower or beyond. Kim Dong-sik received his reward in advance in the form of tomatoes and coins, and also promised to meet in 10 days and tell how everything happened, which he asked Theo Sejun to convey. Kim Dong-sik, leader of the Phoenix Guild, took it upon himself to inform Mr. Park Sejun's parents, no matter what. The next day, the rabbits seriously addressed the issue of their housing. They couldn't constantly sleep with Sejun, and now there was nowhere to return to. So, in their free time, they built a decent house to live in. They made the roof out of onion leaves and the walls out of earth. It was clear that the hares had worked hard with their shovels and sickles. They even created a resting place that made Sejun himself envious. Several days had passed since the older rabbits had kicked their children out of the house, so they all celebrated the housewarming. The hares quickly finished building the house, while the older ones continued to live together in their old house. Therefore, when the construction was completed, they all celebrated the housewarming together and the fact that they had managed to do such a good job. Sejun poured tomato juice, which the rabbits loved so much, for everyone. Special thanks were also given to the warrior rabbit for consistently supplying fish for dinner. The rabbits were smart and quick-witted, even coming up with the idea of making cups out of carrots. They didn't hold much juice, but it was cool that you could drink and eat at the same time. Sejun sat and watched the parent rabbits. Everything was fine in their relationship, but something had clearly changed. He found it strange that the hares had been kicked out so abruptly and had not even been given the opportunity to gradually rebuild. Sejun began to suspect that the adult rabbits would soon have new brothers and sisters. The young farmer had completely forgotten about the seed shop when it suddenly reopened. Sejun was glad that the store had reopened because seeds were not superfluous after all, and it would be great to grow a new vegetable. This time, the store sold potato seeds, strawberry seeds, and lettuce seeds, and everything was very affordable. The salad caught Sejun's attention. He immediately remembered samgyeopsal, which was served on lettuce leaves, but he didn't have any meat to make this dish, so he had to make do with regular lettuce leaves. Our hero faced a difficult choice, because he could only choose one type of seeds, even though he had enough money for everything. The lettuce leaves evoked warm nostalgia for his ordinary life in Seoul, but he still decided to give preference to potatoes. 100 potato seeds cost him 5 tower coins, but for this purchase, he received an additional 50 loyalty points, and accordingly, a bag of potatoes. The bag almost fell on our hero, but he managed to roll away in time, otherwise he could have been killed. Not only Sejun was frightened, but also the other hares standing nearby because accidents were rare on the farm. Still, the potatoes looked excellent, their size comparable to Sejun's hand. He couldn't wait to plant them, and then, when they grew, he would boil them, steam them, fry them, and finally make pancakes. He really missed potatoes in his diet, and had completely forgotten when he last ate them cooked. Still, today Sejun and his friends decided to take a break, and tomorrow they would plant the entire garden with potatoes. For a moment, Sejun thought about Theo and how he was doing. He assumed that Theo had probably already done everything that was required of him. How was he doing, really? Let's take a look at the market where our Theo was now. The cat was shopping to the fullest, managing to pick up a blanket, pillows, a ladle, a bowl, and a spoon. And of course, he couldn't pass up such a beautiful frying pan and saucepan. In the end, all the items he had collected cost him 1 and 6 coins. For Theo, even though he was a successful merchant, this was a little expensive, so he decided to ask for a discount. For some reason, the cat's straightforwardness amused the seller, so he decided to give in and lowered the price. The seller offered to sell him everything for 1.5 coins, but Theo was not impressed. It was nothing at all. But the salesman also needed to make a living, and he couldn't give any more of a discount. If he couldn't, Theo gave him all the items and left, saying he would buy them elsewhere. The seller, of course, was afraid of losing his customer, so he came to his senses in time, as the prices were indeed too high. Now the merchant lowered the price to 1 and 3 coins, but Theo was persistent, saying that he would only buy it for 1 and 2 coins or leave. That settled it. Everyone was happy with the price, so the deal was done, and Theo left the money and took the goods. The seller thought he was some kind of novice, because he had never seen Theo before, but he turned out to be a seasoned bargainer. Only when Theo ran away did the seller notice the coins Theo had left him. Theo ran so fast that he was out of breath, and now he was trying to catch his breath. He was very happy today because he had finally bought something and hadn't been taken for a fool. And all thanks to Sejun's introductory lecture, where he explained in detail how even the most hopeless fools could avoid getting screwed in a deal. The first step was to find out the price, and only then ask for a discount. The second stage, if the buyer was refused, he had to leave immediately. The third stage, if the seller did not let the buyer leave, he had to ask for a triple discount. These were the 3 simplest rules for not being a fool when buying something. Theo was immensely grateful to Mr. Sejun for such wise advice, because everything happened exactly as he had said. Theo was proud of himself, because now he was a traveling salesman who knew how to get discounts. Walking through one of the alleys, Theo heard a familiar voice and familiar words that he had heard throughout his career. The goblin Yulig, who had once deceived him, was trying to trick another victim and push something from the outside world on them. Everything was exactly the same as it had been with him the first time. Yulig continued to spin his yarn, talking about how he wanted to help newcomers on their way to becoming wandering merchants. Theo couldn't contain his anger towards Yulig. He remembered very well how he had trusted him, given him his last money, and been deceived. He couldn't forgive this guy for deceiving other novice merchants. It was unfair and despicable. Theo could no longer stand aside and turned to Yulig. Adjusting his cloak, Theo walked confidently toward Yulig, making it clear that he was in for trouble. But Yulig pretended not to notice Theo's anger and began to call him a friend, asking where he had been all this time and whether the things he had sold him were any good. This tone only angered Theo even more. It was simply unthinkable that after everything that had happened, Yulig dared to be such a hypocrite. Theo tried to protect the stranger from making the same mistake he had once made. Despite this, Yulig continued to justify himself and in response accused Theo of calling him a fraud and being ungrateful for his help. But Theo could no longer be fooled by pretty words. He exposed the goblin, explaining how he was lying and what the thing really was without Yulig's magic words. The goblin became seriously nervous, because everything was not going according to his plan. And on top of that, this cat had intervened, calling his goods trash and him a deceiver. Despite his agitation, Yulig tried to take control of the situation and explain that there might have been a misunderstanding and that he had simply made a mistake, so he suggested sitting down and talking calmly. But Theo was adamant. He called the guards to do something about the goblin who was trying to cheat a novice merchant. Yulig was extremely dissatisfied and promised Theo that he would not let this incident go unpunished. Yulig ran away, and the stranger remained grateful to Theo for helping her. Although Yulig's words were confident, he could not be trusted. He was still a scoundrel. The stranger suddenly decided to ask her savior's name, and he proudly announced it. But he did not linger, asking the stranger to be careful and not to be fooled by people like Yulig. As soon as Theo left her, the stranger seemed to inform someone that the mission had been accomplished. Her colleagues, with whom she had been carrying out this mission, immediately rushed to her. She was dissatisfied because she had previously told them to eliminate all possible obstacles to the operation. The agents had indeed searched the entire area within 100 meters, as planned, but they had no idea how this cat trader had slipped in. They were all agents of the Zira, the secret inspection bureau of the Association of Traveling Merchants, and mistakes here could be costly. The agents had been preparing for this operation to capture Juliga for several months, and now it was about to fall apart. But now they had to return to the headquarters of the Inspection Bureau, where a new task awaited the offenders, to write 100 letters of apology. The head thought that the agents would be able to reflect on today's mistake, and she wanted them to bring her those hundreds of apology letters later. Recently, Zeraf had received numerous reports that a swindler had joined the Association of Traveling Merchants. After a long time, the agents managed to track down the movements of the goblin Yulig. He knew how and where to get items that could only be found outside the tower, but it was unknown whether he used illegal routes. It was simply impossible to catch Yuliga in the shortest possible time. However, the chief agent managed to make contact with him under the guise of a novice traveling merchant. But just before the arrest, they were interrupted. Now the agents had to revise their plan because they couldn't act as before. It was clear that Theo was not on the best of terms with Yulig, so the agents would keep an eye on Theo. Meanwhile, our cat merchant was already marching back to his farm, pleased with himself, eating fish. And on the farm, it was a normal day. Sejun was explaining to the hare with a sickle how to cut potatoes correctly. The hare understood Sejun perfectly from his gestures and what he wanted from him, so he figured out that the potatoes had to be cut into quarters for planting. As soon as the soil was ready, the father rabbit immediately watered it with his watering can, and Sejun placed a piece of potato in a small prepared hole. Thus, instead of 100 potato seeds, the young farmer ended up with 400 seeds. Sejun once saw this life hack on YouTube. It turns out that what he watched without thinking while eating came in handy in real life. Thus, our hero created a potato field measuring 33 square meters, for which he received 10 experience points. The potato planting was finished, and now it was time for lunch. Sejun hadn't eaten sweet potatoes since he was a child, so he wanted to dig up some sweet potatoes. But before that, Sejun reminded his little friends what to do. Specifically, he talked about sweet potato sprouts. Before digging up the sweet potatoes, they had to cut off the sprouts, but they couldn't throw away the sweet potato sprouts as soon as they grew. To make it clearer to the rabbits what Sejun meant, the warrior rabbit began to explain. But it seemed that the hares had a different opinion, and believed that growing sweet potato sprouts was Sejun's job. Today, he decided not to share this pleasure with them. In farming, everything had its time, and he didn't want to ruin farming just to level up his skill. The hares were not very happy, because now they had to do all the transplanting themselves. But they didn't lose heart and slowly began planting sweet potatoes. Sejun didn't stand aside and helped them. When the work was finished, a sweet potato field measuring 500 square meters had been created. Even without farming on his own, our hero was able to gain experience and raise his level while expanding his territory. Suddenly, the hares began to dance and sing. It was a kind of ritual, a joyful dance of abundance intended for the farmers of the tower. Sejun was a little puzzled, but the tower manager explained everything to him and even sang along with the hares to a song about roasted sweet potatoes. Well, Sejun had nothing against such a tradition. He even found it amusing, but he didn't dare to dance and sing himself. For now, he decided to dig up some potatoes for lunch. The deeper he dug, the more the bright light blinded him and the others. Sejun dug up a sweet potato. It was a mutated potato that absorbed sunlight from the top of the tower and stored the sun's energy. When eaten, the potatoes burned 100 grams of fat and provided resistance to cold for 24 hours. In addition, Sejun received an award from the tower administration for developing a new variety in the tower. Meanwhile, life outside the tower was completely different. Kim Dong-sik was a man of his word and found Mr. Sejun's house, where he was supposed to visit his parents. Sejun still couldn't get over the fact that he had accidentally discovered a new variety. Now he was at the second level of the harvest skill. What's more, the tower gave him exclusive rights to breed this variety. Now no one could cultivate the sunny sweet potato variety without our hero's permission. And even if Sejun sold it to someone, no one else could grow this potato because of his rights to cultivate this variety. Of course, Sejun was curious about how the potatoes tasted. But since it was a new variety, he considered it his duty to grow it, so he returned it to the ground. But they still needed something for lunch, so our hero suggested digging up another potato. The potato harvest was really good. More than 5 potatoes could be obtained from one bush. Later, after catching some fish, Sejun put everything on the fire to cook. Although there were no seasonings, the cooked potatoes looked really appetizing, making his mouth water. The potatoes took a long time to cool down, and the hares were in a hurry to try them and ended up burning themselves. Soon, word came that the tower manager was already waiting for his turn, wiping away his drool. It was surprising that the manager even let the hares eat first, and when Sejun treated him to 10 potatoes, he was grateful and said he would enjoy them. There were still potatoes left, and Sejun noticed that the hare with the sickle had already eaten and might be able to help him. Meanwhile, the dragon alien was really enjoying the taste of the potatoes and had already eaten the whole plate. 10 potatoes were a mere morsel for such a manager. If he had been offered 10 more, he probably would not have refused. The potatoes were really delicious, and the manager hadn't had enough, so he thought about asking for more sweet potatoes. But while he was thinking about it, he noticed that Sejun was doing something with the potatoes. Or rather, the rabbit was helping him cut them into strips, and he was drying them. So they had already cut several potatoes into French fries and were not going to stop. The rabbit was very good at cutting things. You could say he was a professional at it. It was no coincidence that he had been given a sickle at birth. While manager Aileen watched all this, he became angry because he didn't understand why Sejun was throwing away delicious sweet potatoes. Sejun explained that he wasn't throwing them away, but drying them and wanted to make something very tasty. The tower manager had probably never heard of dried sweet potatoes, but he would soon get to try them. Meanwhile, Kim Dong-sik was already standing at Sejun's door, waiting for someone to open it. The house was not empty. Kim Dong-sik heard a response from behind the door. When someone heard Sejun's name mentioned by Kim Dong-sik, the door immediately opened. 3 people were probably expecting to see Sejun's elder behind the door. But what a disappointment and confusion it was when they saw a complete stranger standing in front of them. It was not proper to talk at the doorstep, so the parents invited the stranger into the house and tried to offer him whatever they had. Guests did not come to their house often. Kim Dong had not yet had time to explain why he had come, but the parents assumed that he was looking for Sejun, but they could not help him in any way. Sejun had disappeared. Finally, Kim Dong-sik decided to introduce himself as the leader of the 5th team of the Phoenix Guild and handed him his business card. Of course, the younger brother had heard of the Phoenix Guild and couldn't contain his emotions when he realized that the leader of the Phoenixes was right there. The Phoenix Guild was one of the top guilds representing Korea. Everyone knew about it and was proud of this team. And its leader, Kim Dong-sik, was an amazing high-level hunter. But Kim himself did not boast about it, or knew that he had a long way to go. As soon as the family realized who was in front of them, they immediately began to fuss and try to bring the best delicacies. They had no idea why such an important person would come to visit them. But when Kim Dong asked them not to worry, they stopped and thought that if Kim Dong was a hunter, he probably knew whether Sejun was in town or where he might have gone. Finally, Kim Dong-sik explained the reason for his visit. He was here to deliver something at the request of Mr. Park Sejun himself. Sejun's family became even more nervous because they couldn't imagine what was in the envelope and what was happening to Sejun himself. They had already condemned Sejun 1,000 times for being an ungrateful son. What could he expect from his parents when he had left them while they were still alive? Kim hurried to calm his parents down, because they had already thought that this was Sejun's last wish. But that was not the case. They finally opened the envelope and saw 50 million won inside. Kim Dong-sik conveyed Sejun's words that he regretted entering the tower so suddenly, so he wanted to let his family know that he was fine and also send them money. Suddenly, all the tears disappeared, and the father was happy for his son, knowing that one day he would succeed in his endeavors. The mother and brother did not fully understand the situation. His mother still did not understand why, if everything was fine with her son, he did not come himself and deliver the envelope himself. Kim explained that it was impossible for him to leave because of the quest, which was normal for hunters, as it often happened. After a brief conversation with Sejun's mother, Kim Dong-sik turned to Sejun's younger brother, Sedol. As his parents had mentioned earlier, Kim Don realized that Sejun was considered missing. Could it be that even his younger brother didn't know that Sejun had entered the tower? 5 months ago, they lost contact with their brother. They had not heard from him during that entire time. Therefore, they asked the Korean Association if they knew anyone named Park Sejun, and they did not know. But as far as they knew, players could use pseudonyms in the tower, but no one was immune to mistakes. Kim Dong-sik promised to ask the association about it a little later. The leader thought about all this. The guy had entered the tower 5 months ago, but there were no records of this in the association. How could he have climbed to the 40th floor of the tower playing alone? The tower had appeared 10 years ago. At that time, there were no players who could climb so high in such a short period of time. Could Kim Dong-sik have witnessed a genius hunter that had never existed in the history of the tower? Sedol decided not to miss the chance and asked if the leader of the Phoenixes had developed his talents in the guild. Such a question seemed unethical to his father, for which his son was punished. After all, his older brother worked hard in the tower, and he should have helped his brother outside of it. Nevertheless, Kim Don tactfully explained that being a hunter was a dangerous occupation, where one could lose their life. Even the association itself did not recommend registering more than one member from the same family. Kim Dong-sik was about to leave the Sejun family's house, but they realized they hadn't even offered their guest anything to eat. The man explained that he had come to them as soon as he left the tower, so he had to hurry because he wanted to see his family. No one stopped him again, and when he got into his car, he was able to breathe a sigh of relief. It was clear that such communication was stressful for him. The contract had been fulfilled, and now he could relax. Kim Dong-sik had completed the task rather quickly, which even he hadn't expected, so he wondered where he would go now. But the answer came on its own when a call from his daughter popped up on his phone screen. Kim Dong-sik was literally glowing with happiness because his beloved daughter had called him Daddy again. So he hurried to her, bringing tomatoes with him. Theo was still making his way to the 99th floor. He was quite far away, and such trips took a lot of time. But Sejun didn't sit still. He planted carrots in empty plots of land, thereby raising his level. He also did not forget to leave the leftover carrots from the rabbit's daily food and water for several days. When the leaves grew to a certain length, they had to be covered with soil up to the roots and planted in the ground. Because the eaten roots did not grow back, the seeds were collected from the top and then the flowers sprouted. This is what our hero liked about farming. Hard work was rewarded with unexpected gifts that were created by time. Suddenly, a message appeared from the manager, who was interested in whether the sweet potatoes were ready. Sejun was going to check on the potatoes anyway, so he wasn't even upset by the question. After a while, the potatoes had indeed dried out and looked like real French fries. But before sending this delicacy to the manager, Sejun wanted to taste it himself to see how it tasted. After one bite, it was clear that no one could resist the soft, juicy, and appealing texture of these potatoes. They had a fragrant taste, were sufficiently dried, crispy, and perfectly retained their shape and sweetness. The roasted sweet potatoes, well dried in the sun for 24 hours, retained their sweetness and moisture, and their chewy texture and sweet taste were mesmerizing. Sejun was excited, and decided to dry more so he could eat these potatoes when he got bored. But then the manager decided to delicately remind Sejun that he had forgotten something. The manager, Aileen, really wanted to try it, so he asked our hero to complete the quest as soon as possible, and send him the dish. But Sejun thought it wasn't right to keep sending food to the manager in a bowl made of onions, so he came up with another idea. Despite this, the manager said that he was satisfied with everything, but in reality, it didn't take Sejun much time. And in a couple of minutes, the potatoes were packed in a gift box with an onion bow, which looked very beautiful. Sejun worked as a packer, so he knew what he was doing. The manager said that it would be his first time trying dry sweet potatoes, so Sejun wanted to make the moment special. Even if you don't take that into account, this packaging will help keep the moisture inside and prevent the potatoes from spoiling. The manager didn't respond for a while, and the guy thought he wouldn't accept the potatoes, but soon a message of gratitude appeared. Sejun actually thought that the manager would like it, but his reaction was completely normal. He even assumed that the manager thought he was mocking the food. But in reality, Aileen simply didn't know how to express his emotions. He found it cute to the point of tears. He couldn't even understand how he could eat something so cute. His reaction was very emotional, but it was difficult to convey that in a message to Sejun. Our hero dried 40 fried potatoes, but he still couldn't understand why they disappeared so quickly in one day. While he was enjoying the taste of sweet potatoes, the queen bee decided to visit him. She didn't come just like that, but brought something for Sejun. The young farmer received bee pollen as a gift, after which his beekeeping skill rose to the second level. Sejun paid little attention to her, but she had already grown so much that she had even pollinated all the flowers. There was no pollen left on the plants, and that was probably why the bee collected and brought him bee bread. Sejun couldn't wait to try it, because people ate bee bread as medicine. The bee bread tasted a little bitter, but it still had a sweetness to it, as if he had eaten candy. Sejun was grateful to the bee for the opportunity to try such a delicacy, but that was not all, because other bees also brought him bee bread. At the same time, our hero heard a joyful cry. It was Theo rushing to his master. When Theo saw the bee again, he was frightened because he was afraid that the queen bee would attack him. But Sejun warned the cat that the bees knew he was one of their own and would not touch him. Theo was a little drunk, but still wary. As a sign of trust, the bee wanted to give Theo some pollen, but he hated it, and started sniffling on Sejun's only t-shirt. When everything was finally sorted out, Theo was happy to report that he had completed all of Sejun's tasks and sold everything. But first and foremost, Sejun was interested in his family and whether Theo had managed to pass on the news about him. Theo immediately showed him the signed contract, and that his reward and 50 million won had already been sent. The cat just hoped that everything had gone well. After all, the tower's contracts were very reliable, but in a few days Theo was going to go to the 38th floor and check everything. Sejun was really worried that he hadn't told his mom, dad, and younger brother Seedal that he had entered the tower, and they were probably very worried. Probably, his family could not even imagine in their dreams that their son would end up in the tower and be farming there with rabbits. Sejun did not even know what their reaction to all this would be, but he assumed that Seedal would probably laugh at him, as he loved to tease him. His father would surely ask about fertilizers and give him some advice. Now it was clear that Sejun had inherited his talent for farming from his father. But what about his mother? When she came home, she would probably set a large table with kimchi for Sejun. As always, Sejun had a truly happy family, even though they were of average means. His parents and brother were always kind to him and loved him. That's why he missed his family so much now and wanted to see them again, even if only for a moment. But now he had a new family, and Sejun had grown accustomed to these dear friends, and it would probably be difficult for him to say goodbye to them too. Sejun sincerely loved Theo, the rabbit family, and the bee. Even though they did not know each other's language, they could understand and interact with each other perfectly well. Theo, realizing that he was truly part of the family, hurried to show off the things he had bought for Sejun. Theo managed his money very wisely. He was able to pay for the contract, spend a few coins on a messenger, and ultimately save 208 coins. What's more, he had made some very good purchases at the market, bargaining for a discount. Sejun had probably never been so happy about a regular frying pan in his life. For him, it was a sign of civilization. These items were made in the tower, so they had their own information windows. The distinctive iron frying pan was made of iron, with a wooden handle so that the user could enjoy comfortable cooking. The second thing Sejun saw was a short dagger. It was his first weapon in the tower, but there was no description for it, only a mention that it was restricted to level 10 and above. Theo heard that the blacksmith's lottery corner was selling items at bargain prices, so he simply chose what he thought was the cheapest. Sejun was surprised that the cat had found such an item at some cheap lottery. The guy couldn't wait to try this thing out, but he got a notification from the manager that if he used this unknown thing, he could get into big trouble. So the manager offered the following quest. He was willing to test the short blade if Sejun sent him some dried sweet potatoes. If he refused, he would not be able to get the blade back. Manager Aileen was already salivating at the thought of the potatoes. And yet, our hero had to agree only because he was afraid to use things without knowing anything about them. The manager said that the short training blade of Canis would not cause Sejun any problems. It also became known that Canis from Red Mountain used this blade for training as a child. The knife was made of black steel to make it heavier, which made the blade too heavy for its size. A small amount of mithril was added during its creation, so the blade only needed to be sharpened once and would last a long time. The manufacturer was Raven Blademaster, and its class was V. All skills in which this blade will be used will grow 5% faster. It was a personalized weapon, meaning it was rare and valuable. If our hero goes outside, the cost of a personalized weapon will start at 100 million won. Sejun was very excited because Theo had bought such a precious thing for him, and roughly speaking, it was a bargain. He had always thought that Theo was just a naive merchant, but it turned out that he was quite the trickster. This cat really had excellent intuition and wonderful luck, but Sejun was especially lucky with him. Since the weapon was not dangerous, Sejun wanted to test it out while Theo was enjoying the taste of the chura. The blade was very sharp and cut through the bow without any problems. Everyone applauded Sejun's skill with the blade. Sejun, in turn, did not hide his joy that Theo had indeed managed to get such a blade, and of course he liked it. Only Theo was slightly annoyed, because Sejun had promised him that he was Merchant Theo and wanted to be treated accordingly. Sejun apologized for this, but Merchant Theo was loyal to him and said that this time he would forgive him, but next time he should be more careful. And Sejun thought to himself that Theo was still a sly one, because he had expected Theo to be a naive pawn, but he had truly golden paws. But unexpectedly, he turned out to be so cute, especially his paws, that Sejun's heart simply melted. Sejun decided to treat him appropriately, as befits a merchant. So he asked permission to feed him another package of chura, and Theo gloated to himself, in a good way. After all, he realized that Sejun was still human, and all humans bowed down before his front paws. His paws brought him luck, so Theo asked Sejun to hurry up, because he didn't have much time. But this seemed excessive and somewhat rude to Sejun. Sejun gently lifted him up, and Theo hoped for some reasonable continuation. But Sejun only said that Theo's hour as a merchant was up. Only for Theo, that was not enough. He wanted a little more time for our hero to extend it for him, but Sejun was adamant that time was up. Theo was not at all satisfied with this, so he decided it was time to use Plan B, because he wanted Sejun to continue serving him. He took out of his bag everything that the girls had once given him, and back then, they had given him a lot, everything that Sejun needed. Sejun could hardly believe his eyes when he saw all the different spices and salt. Theo had indeed received many awards for his photographs, but Sejun couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the salt. He hadn't eaten salt in so long that he poured some into his palm and ate it just like that. Sejun sniffed each packet of seasoning. These seasonings seemed incredible to him in taste, especially because he hadn't eaten them in so long. Didn't Theo deserve at least 2 more hours as a merchant now? In his joy, Sejun picked up the cat and spun him around, because what kind of 2 hours could he be talking about? He was ready to serve Theo for a whole 24 hours. Now that Sejun had seasoning on the farm, he immediately began to cook, eager to try everything he had eaten before, now with salt and special spices. The appetizing smell of fish reached the hares. They had been sleeping, but when they smelled the food, they woke up and gathered around the fire. Today, Sejun intended to demonstrate his cooking skills to his friends. He made something like fish kebabs, seasoning some fish with salt and some with pepper. Sejun noticed that most of the white hares did not like food that was too spicy, but for some reason the black one did. It was morning, but Theo was still asleep, even despite the appetizing smell of fish. Apparently, climbing the tower was exhausting for him, and he was trying to catch up on his sleep. Then Sejun decided to wake him up so that the cat wouldn't miss out on the fresh fried fish. At first, the smell seemed appetizing to Theo, but when he saw that the fish had been skewered in pieces, he was extremely surprised. Theo thought that Sejun had decided to mock the sacred fish by seasoning it with all kinds of spices. According to Seijun, the cat simply did not understand the charm of fried salted fish and preferred regular fried fish. After eating a delicious breakfast, Seijun got to work and decided to use his new blade to test it out. As it turned out, it could be used not only in battle, but also for cutting vegetables. Thanks to it, our hero began to gain experience, earn points, and improve his skills. All the skills he used with this blade increased by a whole 5%. The B-class item was different from the usual ones, but he still had to work hard to improve his skills. But it was really worth it. Seijun decided to cut the tomato branches and give them to Theo, but the cat was unhappy because he was a great cat merchant, and why should he have to do such things? Seijun understood his indignation, but took himself as an example, because he was also a boss. But nevertheless, he worked just like everyone else. Theo was actually very surprised when he learned that Seijun was the boss, and that the boss was higher in status than the cat merchant. But he couldn't argue with that. And what's more, it was useful information for him. And he decided that he should try harder. A brilliant plan was already forming in Theo's head. How he would one day become a boss, and be able to monopolize all of Park Sejun's work. Theo quickly filled the bag with tomatoes, so he decided to go sell them. But before Theo left, Sejun asked him to stop by the shops and buy what they needed. And he was sure to stop by the blacksmiths and pick up whatever he liked from the lottery corner. In this way, our hero did not want to let Theo's talent fade away. When the cat merchant left, Seijun had to finish with the tomatoes on one side and take a short break. Seijun continued to work with the knife and earn experience points for it, this time 90 points, and improve his farming skills. This time, he cut magical cherry tomatoes. They burned 20 grams of fat in the body. They increased mana by 0 to 2 in 10 minutes, and also filled him with energy. This effect could be repeated up to 10 times in 1 hour. In addition, the shelf life was increased to 60 days. These tomatoes belonged to rank D. In addition to doubling all the characteristics of the tomatoes themselves were much tastier. Seijun couldn't believe that this entire crop belonged to rank D. Probably they could improve to this rank only because he was a rank D farmer. If Theo had stayed a little longer, Seijun could have sold the D-rank cherry tomatoes. But it was too late now that these tomatoes had become much tastier, so the guy thought about eating them and getting some sleep. When Theo left the farm, he caught himself feeling somewhat confused or even depressed. But why? Meanwhile, the manager, Aileen, went into her treasure room. It was dark around him, but all around the perimeter he could see jewels and coins, and in the center of it all stood a blue dragon figurine, probably a sculpture of him. It was an ice statue of a black dragon made by Kaiser Frittani. The model was Aileen Frittani, and it was made from an ice block from the kingdom of blue penguins. It must have been a priceless item, but Aileen smashed it with her paw in an instant. Instead of the former sculpture, he placed a bag of potatoes given to him by Sajon in this solemn place. This warehouse was imbued with a spell of eternal preservation, and Aileen decided to keep the potatoes instead of eating them. The manager did this because his little man, that is Seijun, had given it to him. Just remembering Seijun, Aileen decided to check through the crystal ball what he was doing. Meanwhile, Seijun was resting and sleeping, unaware of all the dangers that surrounded him. Should the almighty black dragon watch over him? Aileen did indeed notice some danger approaching the farm. But Seijun, along with the rabbits, slept peacefully on the rock, unaware of anything. Manager Aileen began sending Seijun a bunch of messages to wake him up as soon as possible. The numerous messages did indeed wake our hero, and the manager insisted that now was not the best time to sleep. Seijun realized this when he looked up at the cave and saw a monster there. Aileen was indeed trying to help our hero, and kept telling the monster to leave through system messages. Perhaps the clubfoot was already about to leave, but quite by accident, the stones began to collapse onto the farm under his weight. Seeing all this happening, Seijun rushed closer to the cliff. Realizing that the bear cub was about to fall and possibly injure itself, Seijun caught it right in his arms. Our hero did not yet fully realize who he had caught. At first, he thought it was some kind of dog or another monster. But looking closer, he saw that it was a baby giant red bear. Seijun prayed silently that it wasn't the same monster he had seen during the blue moon, but his prayers were in vain. It was the cub of that giant bear. It was surprising that such scary animals had such small and cute babies. The tower manager did not understand why Seijun had caught a grizzly bear, but the young man could not allow this bear cub to die, so the manager's question seemed strange to him. The manager kept sending letters and demanding that Seijun immediately take the bear cub out of the cave, because he was sure that its mother was somewhere nearby looking for it. But Seijun had his doubts because the cub was too small. Was it right to bring it back up? Seijun thought it would be better to wait until its mother came to get it. However, the manager warned that the red grizzly was an insatiable monster and would eat all the food in the cave. Sejun believed that the manager was exaggerating because the bear cub was very small. How could it eat all the food? Besides, it seemed very friendly and cute, trying to make friends with everyone, even the wild bees. But when the bees saw the bear cub for the first time, they suddenly became aggressive and were ready to attack it. The little bear cub immediately ran to Sejun for protection, and he made it clear to the bees that the bear cub was not an enemy. This situation greatly upset the little bear cub, and he began to cry, while Sejun tried to calm the little one down. To make the baby feel better and distract him a little, Sejun decided to ask the queen bee for some honey. Of course, she did not refuse and gave a small drop of honey to the bear cub. Sejun knew that the bear cub would like honey because he assumed that he had come here because of its smell. The atmosphere on the farm relaxed. Everyone was taking care of the new guest, but the manager watched the situation silently and probably with dissatisfaction. Then he decided to do something different and created a quest that involved pulling a baby grizzly bear out of a cave. The reward was a new skill, but refusal meant starvation. The tower manager was angry at the red grizzly bear cub, and Sejun was puzzled because it was just a cub, and he didn't understand how much it could eat if the manager reacted so sharply. But the manager just wanted to help our hero get rid of the threat. Sejun thought the manager was overreacting because he had once considered him a mistake. In response, Aileen agreed and admitted that he had been wrong then and had made a mistake himself. Nevertheless, he ordered Sejun to listen to him right now and do as he wrote to him. Sejun had doubts. The dragon saw this and could do nothing about it. After all, Sejun had also been told once that entering the tower was a mistake. He couldn't listen to everyone. Then the manager gave up and said that Sejun could do whatever he wanted. Then, the boy was able to relax a little. After all, how much could this little one have eaten to make the manager so angry? But Sejun decided that he would return the baby when he started walking. It was wrong to separate him from his mother. When the manager disappeared, the baby fell asleep. Sejun decided to let him sleep in the cave. Soon he fell asleep himself, thinking about how he would return him to the surface tomorrow. But the next day, when he woke up, the baby was gone, and there was some noise coming from the farm. The rabbits were arguing and complaining, and from the expressions on their faces it was clear that they were very angry. Finally, Sejun saw what the problem was. The little grizzly bear had eaten all the vegetables on the farm. The vegetable storage shed had been completely destroyed. There was practically nothing left. Most of the carrots and sweet potatoes were gone, but the bear hadn't even touched the cherry tomatoes. All the hard work, effort, and time spent by the rabbits had been destroyed. They were so angry at the bear that they were ready to beat him up. Fearing for his life, the bear cub immediately ran to his savior, hoping for understanding and protection. But Sejun himself was extremely surprised that the bear had grown so much in one day, because yesterday he was the same size as the rabbits. But then he remembered that he had been in the tower, and the tower was a place where food could accelerate growth, so there was nothing strange about it, and certainly nothing to worry about. It was then that Sejun realized that he should have listened to the manager in the first place, because he knew what he was talking about and had warned the young man about it. The manager watched everything and reappeared with a new message, saying that the cubs of the Crimson Bears were the most terrible monsters, capable of easily eating 100 kilograms a day as long as they had food. Sejun felt guilty and apologized to the manager. He thought the manager was jealous because he was feeding the bear cub, but he didn't even think that things were that bad. Once Sejun apologized, the manager asked him not to worry and reminded him again that it was much more important to remove the cub from the cave. Right now, he didn't quite understand how he could get the bear cub out, but in the end, he came up with an idea and tied a rope out of onion leaves. It was a team effort. The hares stood at the top and were ready to lift the bear cub. They secured the rope to one of the nearest trees, and everyone grabbed the rope and began to pull it, following Sejun's command. Even the bees helped them, and they were doing quite well. But the bear cub didn't quite understand what was going on. He was very confused and seemed ready to cry, but Sejun tried to calm him down and gave him a little honey. After all, the cub needed to be with his mother, and sooner or later she would come for him herself. The bear cub no longer looked sad and happily said goodbye to Sejun. He probably missed his mother too. For completing this quest, our hero gained a new skill, which was collecting seeds. This skill increased the chance of getting better seeds than when harvesting. The rabbits and bees worked hard and even made sure that the bear cub got home safely. But the situation on the farm after such a guest was not comforting. Since there were mainly cherry tomatoes left on the farm, the farmers had them for dinner that evening and quickly tidied up the farm. But a few days later, they had some more visitors, whom they were not very happy to see. The entire cave was covered in shadow because a huge grizzly bear was staring into it with her cub, who had brought her there. Sejun probably felt confused because he didn't know where to hide from these uninvited guests. Sejun had no idea what was going on here and why the grizzly cub's mother was here too. Our hero was terrified that she had probably come here to eat him. He already imagined a cruel picture of the mother bear eating him for stealing her child for a whole day and not being able to forgive him for it. Was our Sejun really going to die like this, without even getting to say goodbye to his mom, dad, and Seedol? Desperate, Sejun fell to his knees and began to repeat that he wasn't tasty because he only ate tomatoes. But the manager hurried to reassure our hero, because the bears weren't going to eat him. The manager understood what the bears were saying, so he explained to our hero that the grizzly mother just wanted to feed her cub some honey. Moreover, the bear said that in exchange for the honey, she was ready to protect the immediate vicinity of the farm. The grizzly bear lowered her huge paw into the cave, allowing Sejun to climb out. Sejun felt relieved, because the bear seemed like a scary monster to him, from which he could expect trouble. But here she was offering a lucrative deal that Sejun couldn't refuse. The manager sent Sejun a new message asking him to climb onto the bear's paw. From above, Sejun could admire his farm, and he was glad that all his crops were growing well in the cave. Sejun was happy that he could finally leave the cave and see what was outside. The daylight completely blinded Sejun, as his eyes had become accustomed to the dark light of the cave, but now he could see the real world of the tower. The beauty of this world delighted Sejun to the core. He saw a large open space of rocks that took his breath away. These heavenly expanses, with their soft pink clouds, were mesmerizing to behold. Sejun couldn't believe his eyes that this was really inside the tower. He couldn't have imagined that it looked like this. But looking into the distance, he noticed a tall tower. It was unclear what it was, because from afar it looked like an ordinary rock. The tower's manager claimed that this place was the starting point. In other words, it was a spawn point. It was the only tool that allowed hunters who came from outside to move between floors. If Sejun learned how to use the spawn point correctly, he would be able to leave the tower. But he had no idea how to get there, because it was quite far away. Moreover, the path was certainly dangerous, because there could be other monsters in the woods. And without self-defense skills, it would be difficult to get through this forest. There was only one way. If the grizzly bear could lead him to this starting point, then there would be no doubt about his safety. But alas, the manager said that the bear refused this request. She said that the place was not in her territory, and that Sejun would have to defeat about 3,000 monsters to reach the spawn point. This territory began with a forest and ended with the surrounding area. Most monsters did not venture into the wild forests, and it would be very difficult to protect Sejun from such a large number of monsters if he went beyond the wild lands. Meanwhile, the black hare managed to bring Sejun his backpack, which contained the necessary items. This included the honey that his mother, the bear, had so diligently reminded him about. The bear cub was engrossed in playing with the black rabbit, but at the sight of the bottle of honey, he immediately shifted his attention. Without wasting any time, Sejun treated the bear cub to a drop of honey, which he immediately ate. Sejun offered some honey to the mother bear as well, but she refused, because she wanted all the honey to go to her cub. There was nothing to eat in the wild forests, so her cub was not growing well. But thanks to Sejun, the bear cub grew in a day. This was not surprising because after one meal, almost all the farm's supplies were gone. The bear claimed that the honey, which smelled good, must have helped her son. The queen bee was even embarrassed by such a compliment because it was the highest praise. From what had been said earlier, it could be concluded that the bear had probably been starving for some time and had not eaten anything. Although such bears eat a lot, as the manager mentioned. The bear said that they had not eaten for 3 whole days until they stumbled upon this cave. Although the mother cared for her child, she should not have suffered so much. Therefore, Sejun took matters into his own hands and sent the black rabbit out to hunt. Sejun was ready to demonstrate his cooking skills and feed the bears. The warrior rabbit caught fish quite quickly, and Sejun was already starting to cook an appetizing soup, the smell of which whetted the appetite. Within an hour, the soup was ready. Sejun himself was probably happy to cook something like this, because he hadn't eaten anything like it in a very long time. In addition, Sejun simply fried some fish, tomatoes, and onions. The bear probably couldn't believe what was happening, because she couldn't imagine that a human would want to treat her to such delicious dishes. The fish soup was very nutritious. It lacked some ingredients, but the taste was excellent. Sejun wanted the mother bear to eat her fill, so he didn't spare any food for her. The mother bear couldn't contain her emotions and hugged the hares and Sejun, trying to convey her gratitude for what Sejun was doing for her. The manager had been watching them since the bear cub left the cave because he was worried that the cub would call its mother and they would attack the man. Aileen didn't know why, but the bear wanted to establish peaceful relations with humans. That's why the manager intervened and told the bear that he would convey her words to the man. But he did not expect everything to turn out so nicely. Aileen thought that if Seijun left the tower, he would have more food and his crops would grow, and if this crimson grizzly became his protector, the manager would have less trouble, and thus kill two birds with one stone. Aileen Furtani's genius was off the charts, as expected of a black dragon. In the meantime, let's take a look at the main building of the Itinerant Merchants Inspection Bureau. The senior agent studied the file on our Theo. It contained information about his origins, occupation, and rank. Some points were unknown. There was very little information, and there was nothing to be gained from it. The situation was the same with Yulig, but the agent judged him by his character, and it could be said that he was not very good at trading. But as for Theo, the agent had no idea how he managed to make so many sales. Agent Ziraf received news that after the robbery of the warehouse of a well-known landowner on the 55th floor, many reports began to come in about stolen goods appearing in small quantities on the black market, and the assistant came to Agent Ziraf to report on the stolen goods that the director was interested in. At the mention of the landowner grid, Agent Ziraf was outraged, for the fame of his malice and his life at the expense of the peasants had spread everywhere. Ziraf was outraged, for why should their inspection agency help barbarians like him? Ziraf was already ready to leave the building when news came that Theo had arrived on the 75th floor, using the passageway for traveling merchants. Ziraf went to investigate in order to find out everything about Theo. Meanwhile, Theo was innocently wandering around the floors, unaware that he was being followed because of his virtue. The bears began to visit the farm frequently because they knew they would be fed and welcomed there. It had been 3 days since he and Seijun had made their deal. The grizzly bear patrolled the farm, and Seijun fed her, prepared food, and finally, with her help, was able to get outside. Every morning, the raspberry bear left her den and went out to patrol the farm's surroundings. In addition, after leaving the cave, Seijun and the hares began to slowly expand their territory and started to clear the area around the cave. But to their surprise, they noticed that the soil on the surface was completely different from the soil in the cave. There were too many small stones in it, and the soil itself was too dry. This meant that it would be too difficult for seeds to germinate. But now they had a wonderful helper who raked the soil, making it softer. And besides, it was much easier to collect stones in such soil. In gratitude for such help, our hero decided to treat the bear cub to some sweet potatoes. Only a couple of days had passed, and the bear cub had grown to be almost as tall as Seijun. It was scary to imagine how big he would have grown if he had stayed in the cave. The land outside seemed so empty, so Seijun decided to plant carrots first, and then cherry tomatoes. As he worked, his skills and level continued to grow. But then he noticed that the bear cub was digging everything up, and tried to explain to him that they weren't looking for treasure here. The bear cub ate everything that Seijun had so diligently planted, and now he would have to redo the whole field. The bear cub didn't really understand much. He was very small, but if he continued to live on the farm, Seijun would have to teach him how to grow vegetables. And the show's host decided to scold him. Theo had already made it to the 38th floor, where he decided to hold another auction for 1,800 tomatoes. He decided to sell 300 tomatoes in a basket. People quickly offered their prices, but no one could offer as much as Michael McLaren had last time. Although there were more tomatoes for sale, Theo earned less. Today was not a good day for business. Theo was about to leave when Kim Don-shik approached him, interested in whether Theo had seen that the contract had been fulfilled. Kim Don asked Theo to tell Seijun that he had spoken to his family and that they were no longer worried about him. Theo was surprised that this time the leader, Don-shik, did not participate in the cherry tomato auction, but in fact, he did not need them. Suddenly, he asked permission to take a photo with the merchant Theo, as his daughter loved cats very much, and he would like to have such a photo. Theo, of course, asked for a reward, and Kim Don-shik gave him red pepper. After all, Koreans couldn't eat without pepper. The cat thought it was something tasty, and immediately decided to try it. Kim wanted to warn him, but it was too late. Theo burned his tongue and, of course, couldn't even hold back his reaction to the taste of such hot pepper. After this spicy photo shoot, Theo went to upgrade his purse so that it could hold more. His tongue was still burning, and it wasn't the most pleasant feeling he had ever experienced. But now his bag had more capacity, and he could carry several hundred more tomatoes. Sacrificing all of Seijun's gifts was worth it to improve his bag. At this rate, he could easily collect 1,000 gold coins and become a middle-class traveling merchant. What's more, Seijun would be kneeling before him. For now, he decided to stop at the alley of shops and complete Mr. Seijun's errand. But the appetizing smell of street food simply wouldn't let him pass by. Theo knew for sure that he could cure his tongue with this delicacy. Theo wanted to buy just one skewer, but it cost 1 gold coin, which seemed very expensive. The cat merchant did not miss the opportunity to get a discount and test his skills as a trader. Satisfied, He walked down the street eating his fish, for which he had gotten a discount. But suddenly he was taken by surprise when an old acquaintance approached him, whom he had once saved from Yuliga. Theo immediately recognized this character as a novice merchant, and Agent Ziraf played along with Theo as if nothing had happened. In fact, for some reason, the agent was offended that Theo called her a novice, because it was because of him that they failed the operation. Nevertheless, Ziraf introduced herself by her real name. She claimed to have found Theo because she wanted to thank him for saving her the previous time, and wanted to treat him to something. But Theo immediately refused because he was busy. He didn't have time for such festivities. Ziraf did not lose hope and wanted to treat him to at least a cup of tea, but Theo could not drink hot beverages. Then the agent decided to try a different approach. He mentioned a cafe where you had to wait several years for a reservation, but a close friend of hers worked there, and Theo could get the best dessert in the place. But what a mistake. Theo didn't like sweets and refused again, and he didn't like Ziraf's persistence. Then Ziraf decided to try a different approach, playing on his pity and asking Theo to listen to her. Ziraf decided to share a heartbreaking story about how she had recently started earning a living as a traveling merchant, and was very bad at trading. She was very impressed that Theo had managed to immediately expose the thief and save a traveler he didn't even know. Ziraf shared that she respected Theo and would like to learn the trade from him, from such a great, amazing merchant as Theo. Theo was literally blown away by so many compliments. After all, Ziraf told him everything he had been striving to achieve, to become a great traveling merchant. Our cat gave in to such a request and said that he could teach Ziraf a little about trading. The agent was already rubbing his hands with glee, because this method had never failed him, and worked this time too. She was so happy that she even forgot that she was kneeling in front of Theo and attracting everyone's attention. Ziraf asked where Theo was headed, and he honestly admitted that he was going to buy something, so he wanted to go to the blacksmith street. Ziraf thought that Kot wanted to buy things that could be sold, but Theo was in no hurry to reveal all his cards. Theo headed to the same place where he had once purchased that high-grade blade for Sejun. Ziraf hinted that he could go to just one smithy, but Theo had his own plans. He didn't buy useless things. Ziraf could only guess how expensive an item this merchant would want to buy. The agent realized that they had come to a place with priceless or indivisible items. In short, this store sold junk. She was excited. She was very curious to see what skills Theo would be able to teach her. The sign on the shop door said that everything here could be bought for 20 tower coins. But in reality, most of the items here were not priced. No one knew their value. If a buyer paid for an item that had rusted over time, the store was willing to repair it for the buyer. Theo could choose whatever he wanted, but he didn't like how the salesman treated him. He wanted attention, and when he managed to get it, he began to ask for a discount with a cheeky grin. The agent felt confused. Were these really the skills Theo was going to teach her? The agent was doubly surprised because Theo asked for a discount in a place where everything was already sold at a discount, and he did so with such confidence. Her jaw nearly dropped to the floor when she heard that the salesperson was willing to give the customer whatever he wanted for 18 coins. Theo wasn't satisfied with that, so he asked for an even bigger discount. Then the salesman gave him a discount of 15 coins, but that didn't suit him either. He wanted to buy the item for 13 coins. After all, he was a frequent customer here, so he wanted a good discount. The seller hadn't laughed like that in a long time, and hadn't met such a cheeky cat in a long time. So he sold him the goods for 13 coins, but no more. Theo had perfectly mastered Sejun's lesson on trading and now knew it inside out, for which even Ziraf praised him. She was really surprised, because Theo just stood his ground until the very end and wasn't going to compromise. But what did he want to buy here? Theo himself didn't know yet. He wanted to see what goods were available. Then his attention was drawn to a rickety wooden box. He found a straw hat inside and immediately decided to buy it. Ziraf was surprised by this choice. She even thought Theo was joking when he was going to buy it. And he, in turn, did not understand Ziraf's reaction. She then explained that the hat wasn't even armed. It was just a useless thing for that kind of money. The shop owner heard this argument and immediately intervened, thinking that the guest might be dissatisfied with something in the shop, but she quickly objected. Even Theo thought Ziraf's reaction was rude and criticized her for it, but she quickly apologized. She almost cried because she didn't understand why she had to apologize for her opinion. And Theo was really happy with his choice. He liked this hat, and it was exactly what Sejun told him to buy. Theo showed Zirafa everything he could, so now he had to leave. He had demonstrated his trading technique well in practice, and hoped that Ziraf would become a good trader in the future. Well, now he had to go. He couldn't stay with this strange stranger. The agent herself could do nothing more, because if she followed him again, it would look too strange. It was time to get back to work, but she looked after him, and a memory flashed through her mind. Namely, she had recently had a case where she was instructed to find a straw hat like that. The agent was literally losing control of everything, and she just let the situation go. She couldn't chase after the cat and reveal everything to him. On the farm, the carrot seeds grew much faster than our hero had expected. He decided to leave half of them to sprout in the cave and plant the other half upstairs. He wanted to get rid of half of the carrot supply in the warehouse because of the bear cub, otherwise the hares would start trembling again. Meanwhile, lunch was already on its way. Seijun asked them to clean the fish together with the hare, the cook, and they would cook fish soup, and he would take care of the hare's mother. She had lost her appetite lately, and he wanted to bring her some ripe cherry tomatoes. The longer Seijun continued to work on the farm, the higher his skills became and the more experience he gained. And as his level and sewing skill increased, new effects were added. Unripe or overripe vegetables became suitable for sowing, and crops with a low probability of ripening after planting in the ground increased in level. Seijun could now plant plants with a new level, but he was only happy at the thought that he would now be able to eat tastier cherry tomatoes. Probably, when he leveled up his profession skill to the 4th level, Seijun could expect some additional effects as well, but he could only find out once he had leveled up this skill, and now was not the time to get distracted. Seijun needed to take care of his mother and finish cooking, so he created the perfect fish soup for pregnant women. This soup was filled with Seijun's love for the mother rabbit. It contained fish, carrots, and green onions, all of which were well seasoned and helped to invigorate the body. Seijun was really worried about the mother rabbit because health was very important for pregnant women. The farm had a good harvest, so she didn't have to worry about anything, and her husband had to focus all his attention on his wife because they would probably have new babies very soon. By this time, as if summoned by the call of his stomach, a bear cub appeared and made itself known with a loud roar. Seijun decided to go upstairs and eat there, leaving the farm and the cave to the hares, the transporter, and the cook. Our hero couldn't climb up using the bear's paw all the time, so he came up with this alternative using a rope. The bear cub simply pulled up the rope, and Seijun stood on a box and climbed up as if in an elevator. It was all quite simple and practical. A few days ago, with the help of the mother bear, they used a rock for support and were able to make a traction elevator. Now, the morning on the farm began with the arrival of the bear cub, who came to work and to take Seijun upstairs with his breakfast. He had previously asked for a rock to which he could tie a rope, and the mother bear kindly provided it. This was certainly not what Seijun had expected, but in any case, he was grateful because now he could safely climb upstairs. Moreover, he noticed that the bear cub had become even stronger, because today he got Seijun out of the cave faster than yesterday. Maybe he missed him so much? But no, it was because the bear cub wanted to eat as soon as possible, and not because it missed him, as our hero would like to think. Today, Seijun brought the bear cub some roasted sweet potatoes, because it always ate them raw and had never tried them cooked. Last night, the boy left some for the bear cub, even though the tower manager was angry with him for doing so. The potatoes were obviously very tasty, as the bear cub ate everything very quickly. The last potato remained, and the bear cub took it in his teeth and ran away somewhere. The grizzly bear cub had mastered the farming lessons that the hare had read to him and decided to plant this last potato. Apparently, he naively believed that he could grow fried potatoes and then eat them when they were ready. The bear cub confirmed our hero's thoughts in all seriousness, to which he and the hares simply laughed at the bear cub's naivety. Seijun explained to him that these potatoes would not grow simply because he planted them in the ground. This did not work with food cooked over a fire. The boy hadn't laughed so hard in a long time, and if the bear cub liked this dish, he was ready to make more for him. But suddenly, all the laughter turned to terrible surprise, because they saw with their own eyes how a dead fish appeared from under the ground. Apparently the bear cub needed additional lessons in farming. A few days later, the bear cub and the hare were playing or training as if nothing had happened, and Seijun kept looking at them, and couldn't figure out whether it was the former or the latter. Just in time, the white hare brought him his favorite drink, tomato juice and a carrot, and the poisonous bees had apparently flown out on their morning patrol. Seijun wished them luck and told them to take care of themselves, but for some reason, the queen bee flew up to our hero. As far as Seijun knew, she should have been taking care of her offspring, but she was here and handed him something. Without waiting for an answer, she flew away, and Seijun tried to carefully unwrap the gift. In his hand was the cocoon of a poisonous queen bee. The queen bee caterpillar was preparing to become a poisonous queen bee after consuming royal jelly. There were still 10 days left until birth. The bee would accept the first target it saw as its master. It didn't take long for the queen bee to become queen, and their strength in the hive didn't really matter. Moreover, the previous queen had to leave her hive, and since the queen bee gave her cocoon to Seijun, this child must have been very dear to her. Sadness quickly turned to optimism, because it meant that Sejun had to work even harder so that the bee could become a beautiful queen. So he eagerly awaited the day when he would meet the new queen. Meanwhile, Theo was skipping through the forest, humming to himself because he had almost reached the cave. He was already looking forward to seeing Park Sejun bow down before him, and he, the great merchant Theo, would enjoy his position as manager. Before entering the cave, Theo was taken aback when he saw a monster. Theo shouted at the bear cub, asking him who he was and what he was doing near the cave. But the cat was completely confused when he saw Sejung's bag in the bear's mouth. The bag was supposed to be in the cave, so what was it doing here? Then he was struck by the terrible realization that this bear had eaten Sejun. The cat couldn't believe what was happening and couldn't understand why all his ominous thoughts were always forgotten. Theo couldn't have foreseen it, but he sensed something was wrong when he reached the 38th floor. Now, he blamed himself for not running as fast as he could. Theo hadn't fully enjoyed his time as a merchant. It was difficult to hold back his emotions, and tears mixed with anger burst out. And in the next moment, they turned into action. Theo wanted to avenge his master, Park Sejun, so he attacked the bear cub. But he had to hide his claws when he heard the familiar voice of his beloved Sejun. Theo immediately changed direction and ran to his master, because what had he just imagined in his head? The cat was very worried about Sejun, and did not hide it. It was important for him to know that the bear had not bitten him or hurt him. He urgently began to check Sejun's knees and ask him how he managed to get out of the cave. And in the end, what the hell was a red grizzly doing here? There were too many questions, and Sejun was able to answer them once they got outside. He explained that the bear cub had accidentally wandered into the cave, and they had become friends. Then his mother suggested that he guard the farm's surroundings, and in return, Sejun agreed to feed them food and honey. Theo honestly admitted that he was very scared that the bear had eaten Sejun, but it was not surprising, because the cub was quite large. That's when Sejun thought that the raspberry grizzly should be given a name so that he wouldn't have to call him just that. Sejun believed that Theo could communicate with other animals, so he asked him to find out the bear cub's name. But a bear cub is a bear cub, even in Africa. Theo didn't know how to talk to anyone. In that case, our hero decided to give the bear cub a temporary name. He had an idea, and Theo was eager to find out what the gentleman had come up with. The idea was truly brilliant, because Sejun decided to name the bear cub Roar. He decided to give him this name because the bear cub was constantly roaring, and he thought it would suit him perfectly. Theo was disappointed with this choice. It was obvious to him that Sejun was not good at coming up with names. Nevertheless, despite the cat's opinion, our hero considered the name suitable, and the bear cub himself did not seem to mind. Roar was indeed pleased with his name, and they immediately began to play, rolling around in the grass. But Theo didn't like all this fun. He wanted Sejun's attention to be focused on him. Besides, he had something to show for himself. He had completed all the missions again and sold all the tomatoes he had. Now he wanted to know how much rest time he had earned. Sejun calculated everything and decided that Theo could be a merchant cat for about 38 hours. Theo was going to use all his hours as a master and, first of all, wanted Sejun to feed him chura. Theo licked the chura happily until Rika's snout got in the way. Of course, the cat did not understand the bear cub's behavior and was unhappy that he was ruining his hours of rest. Theo was seriously upset, because how dare this bear eat his chura? How dare he prevent him, the master of this hour, from enjoying his peace and quiet? Theo yelled at the bear cub with all his might, so much so that even Sejun couldn't calm him down. As a result, Ryuk burst into tears and cried out to the whole forest. At this cry, his mother flew in like a comet, who, of course, would not let her child be hurt. She stood up to defend her child. But who did he need to be defended from, given the difference in their sizes? Theo seemed like a tiny speck of dust compared to them. Sejun understood perfectly well that he would have to deal with this problem, while Theo nervously tucked his tail between his legs, unable to even move. Theo was frightened by the imposing size of the bear, but he still managed to introduce himself as a traveling merchant. His merchant's emblem gave him many advantages, including protection, so he didn't lose his composure and used it this time. Theo made no secret of the fact that there had been some misunderstanding between him and her cub. But no matter what Theo said, the bear did not calm down. But she did not rush to attack either. The bear said something to him, and in the end, he apologized to her because he didn't want to argue. Theo didn't run away, even though he was just as scared as Sejun. Then the guy decided to stand up for the cat and explained that it was just a small misunderstanding. The bear seemed to have no desire to escalate the conflict, so she turned around and left. Sejung was able to breathe a sigh of relief when his mother left, because he already thought it was the end for them. Theo couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears. Maybe it was from the tension, or maybe he was so impressed that Sejun stood up for him, for which he thanked him. Sejun felt guilty because he should have told him about everything that was going on in advance, and then none of this would have happened. Now he tried to calm the cat down because it had been through a lot of stress. Not only our hero cared for him, but also the hares. They sincerely sympathized with him and tried to support him so that he would forget about the incident. The hares also calmed Sejun, while the bear cub Ryuk watched from the sidelines and probably felt guilty. Then Ryuk approached Theo himself and began to lick him, showing his concern for him and asking for forgiveness. Theo did not want to quarrel with him and asked him for forgiveness in return. He wanted to remain friends with him, but first of all, he asked the bear cub not to eat his treats. All this work on the farm and traveling around the tower was very tiring, and soon they felt sleepy. Meanwhile, Papa Rabbit found the hat Theo had bought at the market in his bag. He wanted to ask him about it, but noticed that Sejun and everyone else were already asleep. Then he and Mama Hare covered Sejun's head with the hat so that his head wouldn't get too hot, and they fell asleep with the children. Meanwhile, at the very heart of the tower, some of the Furtani family were trying to get inside the tower. Kaiser Furtani was getting nowhere and was getting angry. The tower would not open. Anton Furtani, standing nearby, asked his master to remain calm. But how could he remain calm in such a situation? He couldn't get into the tower, and accordingly, could no longer see Eileen. It had been 10 years and several days since the last attack. Kaiser had managed to get the medicine, but now, for some reason, the portal wasn't working. The tower's emergency system was also not working, so they had no way of crossing over. They were stuck here and did not know what was happening inside. Anthony thought critically, because if the system wasn't working, it meant that Eileen hadn't had a seizure, which meant they still had time. Anthony understood how Kaiser felt. After all, they were all from the Furtani clan and were only here for Eileen's sake, so they were also worried. The tower manager's room was located in the center of the mana that supported the tower. The dragons took turns controlling the tower and used this place to become stronger. Moreover, the dragons gave up this place in favor of Eileen, who was sick. And in order to find a cure for her, the family had to take a huge risk. These dragons gathered to help Eileen's unstable body, which had been damaged by her dragon heart. All the dragons here felt the same way about Eileen. However, Kaiser was not impressed by the above facts, because they still could not do anything. The son understood perfectly well what his father meant, and that was why he was calm, unlike his father. Eileen was, after all, Anthony's daughter, and he was just as worried about her as her grandfather. But he tried to think rationally, because emotions would not help Eileen. And yet he was confident in his daughter. He believed in her like no one else, and knew that she could cope with the seizure. Kaiser seemed to calm down after these words, because if his son thought so, then perhaps it made sense to trust him. Kaiser Furtani ordered the dragons to be on standby until the tower opened. The date of the seizure they had predicted had already passed. Could it be that Eileen's heart had changed for the better? Now there was nothing they could do but hope and wait. Still, the grandfather was very worried about his granddaughter and her nutrition, even though there was nothing he could do about it. Meanwhile, his granddaughter was gobbling up magical cherry tomatoes from the Sejun farm. After Sejun appeared in the tower, Eileen ate better than anyone else, because Sejun regularly supplied her with vegetables and cooked delicious meals. Suddenly, she noticed that the taste of cherry tomatoes had become stronger, and she suspected that this was because they had grown to rank D. Previously, she could only taste them when she stuffed her mouth with them, but now a few were enough for her to fully enjoy their flavor. But suddenly, Eileen's heart began to beat several times faster, and she lost control for a moment and dropped the tomato she was holding. She was fine, but she was surprised by what was happening, because her heart hadn't beaten for the last 200 years. But for a moment, it began to move on its own and absorbed some mana. Eileen remembered that, according to the dates, she should have already had a seizure, but it hadn't happened. Then she assumed that this effect was caused by the tomatoes she had grown so fond of lately. Eileen looked at the information panel again, and sure enough, it said that D-rank tomatoes increased mana. The tower manager had always thought they were just delicious, but she had completely forgotten about this property. Now these tomatoes were not only a delicious delicacy, but also medicine for her heart. This changed a lot, because now the 200-year-old dragon Eileen Furtani had finally found someone she wanted to protect. Even if her heart could only beat again for a moment, she decided that she would now protect the farmer Park Sejun. If our hero knew about this, he would surely be flattered by such a great privilege. It was truly a great mercy from the tower manager. Eileen decided to watch him and noticed that he had managed to obtain a priceless item while she wasn't looking. This guy was unstoppable. Sejun fell into a sweet sleep, but woke up to a bunch of messages from the manager and even noticed some kind of hat on his head. The notification was so close that our hero couldn't even see anything, and the manager wrote to him that reckless use of unidentified items could lead to serious problems. Sejun still didn't fully understand what the tower manager meant because he had just woken up. And after waking up, he noticed some kind of straw hat that he didn't even know was on his head. Then his father, the rabbit, explained that he had found the hat in Theo's bag. It seemed that he had brought it from the market this time, as Sejun had asked him to. But Theo still wanted to sleep and asked not to be woken up. This weirdo was obsessed with sleep, so Sejun decided not to bother him. After all, he still had many hours left as a cat merchant. Sejong had to figure out for himself what this hat was good for. It was a special straw farmer's hat, and it had a usage restriction of level 20. The hat had strength and endurance above 20 and belonged to rank D. Its property was to protect Mother Earth. It provided protection for everything that belonged to the farmer. That much was clear, but the manager wanted to evaluate the hat. So he gave our hero a quest where he simply had to hand over the straw hat, for which there was no reward, and refusal was impossible. Quickly obtaining the hat, Eileen thought about demonstrating her skills. She had a description skill, which she used right away to evaluate the item. After checking it, the manager was satisfied with the item and congratulated our hero on it. Eileen gave him a new quest, in which she wanted Sejun to promise to give her the entire harvest of the next blue moon. As a reward, he would receive the straw hat described, but if he refused, he would not receive the hat. Sejun thought about it. The blue moon should be coming soon, and his field had expanded, so he could give her everything that grew during the blue moon. Therefore, he agreed to the task. Now Aileen Furtani wanted the boy to touch her little finger as a sign of his promise. What's more, she told him her name, which was a great honor. Sejun was really thrilled because the manager had never told him her name before, so he tried to digest what was happening, while Aileen was already angry, thinking that Sejun didn't want his hat back. Park Sejun promised to give all his harvest to Aileen Furtani as soon as he gathered it during the next blue moon. The tower manager said it was his first promise. Eileen opened up more and more to Sejun, and a friendship probably began to develop between them. In exchange for his promise, Sejun received his artifact, the described straw hat of St. Patrick. This straw hat was worn by a farmer named Patrick, who was called a saint because he saved many starving people thanks to his farm. It was one of the 10 artifacts of the tower, and depending on one's professional skill, restrictions on its use were lifted. That is, for now, it could only be used for farming. For the first time in his life, Sejun heard that such an item could be an artifact, and that the restrictions on its use based on level had disappeared. The abilities would grow depending on the user's professional level, and, apparently, they would be determined while wearing it. Quite quickly, the farmers of Tower Level D confirmed the rank of the artifact, and St. Patrick's straw hat was also upgraded to this rank. Class restrictions were lifted. New skills were unlocked, such as the farmer's body and the blessing of a good harvest. The artifact essentially increased all of the farmer's body characteristics and existing skills, including crop density. This was the significance of one of the 10 artifacts of the tower. Such skills would be very important for cultivating land outside the cave. Sejun was glad that his hunch about Theo's golden paws had not failed him. He couldn't contain his joy towards his favorite seller, Theo, and ran to hug him. He even kissed his beautiful paws. Sejun adored this cat. For him, it was literally a gift from fate. After all, he was like Puss in Boots. Such displays of affection woke Theo up, and he couldn't understand what Sejun was doing. The guy decided to do the right thing and allowed Theo to be the salesman for the entire next week. Theo had achieved his goal, because he wanted so much for Sejun to crawl on his knees in front of him. Of course, he was very happy with this news. For him, it was like hitting the jackpot. A couple of days later, everyone went down into the cave. Sejun and the rabbits were very tense. Sejun was so nervous that he couldn't keep his legs still, and was constantly shaking them, which annoyed Theo because he couldn't sit quietly on his lap. A lot of time had passed. Everyone was keeping watch at the hare's parents' house. Today was a very important day, but there was still no news. They sat there for quite a while, and the wait was tough. So Theo asked Sejun to feed him some chura, and the guy agreed and suggested everyone take a little break. But as soon as they thought about taking a break, news came from the house. New bunnies had been born. They were very tiny. There were 6 of them in total. Sejun felt it was his duty to make soup for the mother rabbit, so that she could regain her strength and recover after such a difficult period. Theo was standing somewhere off to the side, but Sejun called him over, and he approached with some trepidation, as if afraid that he would be out of place there. When he finally came closer, he couldn't hide his delight when he saw the little ones. He was simply delighted, and had probably never been present at the birth of such cute babies before. Sejun congratulated him, because now Theo had become an uncle. Theo couldn't believe what was happening, but now he would have to take care of the bunnies. The cat felt responsible for himself and them, so he wanted to make them happy with something. He had a pack of his favorite churro with him, so he decided to treat them to it. But the bunnies were too small to eat something like that, which surprised Seijun. Theo also gave himself away because he hid the churro without Seijun knowing. But it was just in case, so Seijun allowed him to keep it. Meanwhile, new guests appeared at the tower portal, where a formidable orator addressed his warriors. The blue moon was approaching, and the leader urged them not to be led by hunger. He had some kind of goal, and his army needed to find their bearings in this barren wasteland. The leader allowed them to search for anything they could eat and not stop at anything. And that leader was King Demon Bull. He and his army were on the 99th floor, a boss-level monster. The blessing skill for a good harvest was activated, so 30 square meters of tomato fields yielded a good harvest. Over the past week, the harvest had increased by 50%, which was clearly visible in the flowers, which were more numerous than usual. Since Seijun's arrival at the tower, the 7th blue moon was supposed to come. Ryuk and his mother did not come to the farm this morning, and Seijun thought they were preparing for tonight. But our hero also needed to prepare for this time, while Theo took full responsibility for the little ones. The little ones were full of energy, and at times Theo didn't have enough strength to keep track of them all. In addition, Uncle Theo had to watch over their safety because the little ones were too curious and climbed everywhere. It was all very dangerous, and the bunnies should have stayed close to Uncle Theo. Seijun didn't even expect Theo to be such a caring uncle. It was a source of pride. Of course, this role was very exhausting for Theo, but regardless, he really enjoyed feeling like an uncle, and it was worth the effort. Theo took his nephews for a walk with a satisfied look on his face, and Seijun asked them to come back for dinner. After a while, Seijun prepared for the blue moon night. Theo, as promised, returned for dinner, and was also preparing for the night in an interesting way. He climbed inside a bag, because that way he could avoid the blue moon. The bag had the ability to block the energy of the blue moon. Theo's bag was the size of a tent, but other vendors usually used ones as big as houses. Before Theo climbed into his bag, Seijun wanted to give him something to take with him. Seijun gave him a cocoon from which a new queen bee was supposed to emerge. Theo was very surprised by this gesture. He promised to keep it safe, and put it in the safest place possible. That safe place was his soft fur. Seijun trusted Theo. The night of the blue moon arrived. Seijun worried about the bear family and hoped they were safe. There was a loud thumping above the cave, something Seijun had never heard before. He assumed that some new monster had probably come in, so just in case, he used tomatoes and headphones. There was a strange sound from outside, like the mooing of cows. Could there really be cows on the 99th floor? The night had just begun, but it was already possible to see how the tomatoes were absorbing the moon's energy. But it was noticeable that the energy of the blue moon was much more intense today. Not only the tomatoes absorbed the moon's energy, but also a single ear of corn. Seijun was very happy because the harvest was now what it should be, and he hadn't even tried the corn. It probably worked because the fields had the effect of producing a good harvest. Finally, the night was over, and when they went outside, Theo and Seijun couldn't see anyone. Theo thought that maybe they should have left the cave when the mother bear and roar came, because it could still be dangerous outside. Seijun felt that some kind of monster was roaming around at night, so he thought it necessary to check if his fields were safe. He just wanted to take a look and go back to the cave. He still needed to harvest the blue moon. Theo was very tired after that night, but despite this, he decided to go with his boss, which Seijun thought was sweet. They wandered around the cave and noticed that the potato field had been completely destroyed. The footprints were incredibly huge. These hooves were bigger than 2 of Seijun's feet. Moreover, they had thrown up a pile of dirt, and judging by this, it was clear that they were very strong. Seijun didn't miss the chance and decided to climb the pile of dirt, even though Theo felt uneasy and wanted to return to the cave as soon as possible. It was important for the young man to check the texture of the dirt, and he noticed that it was indeed different from his soil. It was not crumbly or soft. It retained moisture and was viscous. It was fertile soil. Apparently, it had been under infertile soil all this time, and this was a great opportunity to transform this wasteland, and in the end, get a rich harvest. But if only they could turn the soil. Only Seiju didn't have the right equipment, like a tractor, and digging so deep with a rabbit shovel would be too difficult. The tower manager was worried, so she asked what they were doing there. The blue moon may have already passed, but monsters were still scattered throughout the area, so she warned our hero that it was still dangerous outside. In any case, Seijun was already planning to return, so Eileen had nothing to worry about. But Seijun was worried about her, about how she had spent the night. The manager said that she was fine and told Seijun to worry more about his own safety than hers. Eileen was very worried about Seijun, which did not go unnoticed. The harvest was rich today, so Eileen could count on a good breakfast. Theo had worked very hard today, but he needed more sleep. It had been a difficult night, and Seijun got to work and began harvesting endurance corn. imbued with the energy of the blue moon. It tasted good and increased stamina by 0.1 when consumed. By harvesting it, Seijun was able to increase his profession points and gain experience points. In addition, the corn had a shelf life of up to 10 days and belonged to rank D. Probably, the increase in characteristics for this species was twice as much precisely because it was Class D. But that wasn't so important. Right now, Seijun wanted most of all to feel its texture and enjoy its juicy taste. But he didn't enjoy it for long, as Eileen reminded him again about the quests and Seijun's promise. There was nothing he could do about it, so Seijun immediately went and started picking tomatoes. This time the harvest was good, and the guy set aside 5 tomatoes for Eileen. The tower manager thanked him and said she would reward him later. Now Eileen Furtani had 5 cherry tomatoes in her hands, and she was happier than ever. If ordinary tomatoes made her heart beat faster, then tomatoes containing the energy of the blue moon were sure to help her. She eagerly devoured all 5 tomatoes without even tasting one. The tomatoes seemed very tasty to her. They were significantly different from ordinary red cherry tomatoes. They were sweeter. But Eileen tried to pull herself together, because taste should not be the priority right now. It was much more important to focus on the flow of her mana. She managed to pull herself together and focus on her concentration. Eileen felt the very energy of the moon flowing through her body. But soon, her heart began to pound at a frantic pace, and she simply could not stand on her feet anymore. To relieve the tension even a little, she had to lie down on the floor. After giving the magic tomatoes to Eileen, Seijun decided to have a snack himself, this time cooking blue corn. Finally, the moment had come to use the pot that Theo had bought the other day. The corn husks formed a layer between the pot and the corn, so it was steamed. Seijun also dried corn leaves, which he planned to use to make corn silk tea. By this time, the rabbit family had just woken up, and there was no work to be done. But the babies were still sleeping with their mother. Seijun decided to treat the rabbits to the blue moon harvest, so that it would not go to waste. He also showed them that corn was cooking in a pot and wanted to share it with everyone. But the father rabbit started explaining something to the young man. It seemed that he only wanted the tomatoes and wanted Seijun to eat the corn himself. What else could be expected from the father rabbit? Seijun was grateful to him for that. But still, our hero couldn't eat all the corn by himself, so he invited the others. After a while, the aroma of corn spread throughout the farm. Seijun assumed that if it was D-level corn, and with the energy of the blue moon, it must be really delicious. However, there was no point in guessing anymore. He just had to take it and try it. Papa Rabbit had already eaten a tomato, so he wanted to take some tomatoes to his wife. The corn tasted really delicious and sweet. When you tasted it, you could feel the taste of each kernel. The spicy sweetness increased as you chewed, so the natural process of eating became like playing the harmonica. Seijun consumed the corn, which had the endurance and energy of the blue moon. After that, his endurance was increased by 0.1 point. He had never tried corn like this before, and ate it like crazy. But now, after such a hearty breakfast, it was time to harvest. Since the other corn was ripe, Seijun decided to harvest it. As soon as he picked one cob, Seijun immediately received experience points, professional skills, and mastery. The corn was good because when consumed, it burned 20 grams of fat and increased physical strength by 0.2 points for 10 minutes. All the corn belonged to rank D, and its shelf life was 10 days. If an unawakened person consumed corn, it still burned 20 grams of fat and increased skin elasticity. Seijun thought that his mother would probably like this corn. At that moment, he wanted to share the news with his family again, and thought about sending them some vegetables. It was already late morning when Ryuk arrived with his mother. Seijun went up to meet them, as he was worried about how they had spent the blue moon night. Moreover, they probably hadn't eaten anything yesterday, and the night could have been difficult for them. After giving the baby some honey, Seijun promised that he would treat the mother bear to some fried fish later. By this time, Theo had woken up. It was clear that he would have liked to sleep some more, and Seijun had no objection. But Theo believed that a salesman couldn't waste his time. He was going to work because he was a professional traveling merchant. That was the mindset of a true entrepreneur. Theo wanted Seijun to take him to the Wandering Merchant's trail, but Ryuk took the initiative. While Ryuk went to see Theo off, Seijun decided to get down to business. It was still necessary to expand the territory, and to do that, the field had to be restored first. Meanwhile, an army of bulls led by their leader gathered again at the portal. One by one, the bulls brought dry mud to their commander-in-chief. The boss was very angry, because this was not what he had expected. He did not need mud. But they continued to bring only mud, even though he had asked them to bring food. One of the warriors explained that there had been no grass on their territory for a long time, and they could not provide it to their leader. Even if they turned the whole earth upside down, they still wouldn't be able to find anything but dirt. It would be pointless to be angry with his warriors, because that was the reality of life in the tower for the monsters there. The boss couldn't understand how this had happened, because this place used to be a green meadow with high-quality grass. The strongest monster guarding the travel beam on the 99th floor, a black minotaur, had spent most of his life here and had not seen such a thing often. If he did not replenish the energy he had lost during the blue moon, he would lose muscle mass. Therefore, the King of Bulls ordered his subordinates to scatter across the territory and eat grass during the blue moon. However, minotaurs were monsters with a voracious appetite, so the grass was eaten much faster than it could grow. As a result, the place turned into a wasteland without a single blade of grass. But the muscles of the young minotaurs looked bad, and in order to maintain the enormous strength of the proud warriors, they had to eat only high-quality grass. The leader, of course, knew all his warriors and noticed that bull number 3 was missing. The boss had already thought that he had not been able to return from foreign territory, but he was simply late. When the blue moon ended, he opened his eyes and realized that he was very far away. But as the chief said, the main thing was that he had returned safe and sound. Only when he looked closely at the warrior did the minotaur notice something he didn't like. The leader grabbed his warrior by the collar and began to question him about what was on his head. He could smell the deliciously sweet fruit on the warrior's horn. The warrior himself did not realize that he had accidentally picked up a potato from Sejun's farm, because he was in such a hurry to return to his master that he was not thinking about anything else. Aileen lay unconscious on the floor for quite a long time. When she woke up, she felt a headache coming on. The manageress did not expect that eating a tomato would have such serious consequences. But when she got up, she noticed that the chandelier was hanging very low, which was strange. Everything in the room seemed tiny, even the all-seeing ball of the tower. But it wasn't that the things were small or that the chandelier had dropped lower. It was that Eileen Fratani had managed to grow. Eileen didn't even fully understand what had happened to her and why she had been able to grow. Tomatoes with the energy of the blue moon definitely had more magical power than ordinary ones. Eileen ate 5 of them at once, and they made her heart beat faster, which probably led to the change in her height. But it was all temporary. Now Eileen's heart was no longer beating. The manager was upset because it meant that there was probably no medicine that could cure him forever. But now she knew that her heart could be healed, at least for a moment, thanks to that kind farmer, Park Sejun. Eileen's mood changed dramatically when she saw what Sejun was doing. This farmer was eating all kinds of delicious things without her. Eileen couldn't even see what he was eating because the ball was too small to see anything. Eileen began to look for the large crystal ball that her grandfather used. But the doorway was so small that the dragoness got stuck and began to panic, because she also wanted some treats. The corn harvest was in full swing while it was ripe, and Sejun and the rabbits decided to gather as much as they could. While the rabbits were working, Sejun finished cooking the corn and was ready to call everyone else to dinner. Steamed corn became a new delicacy on the farm. It was nutritious and very tasty. Of course, the manager couldn't ignore this and let Sejun know that she wanted some corn too. To this end, she even created a quest in which she asked to share the corn with her as a reward for her immense gratitude. And if refused, she would be greatly disappointed. But Sejun was going to give the manager something anyway. He just asked her to wait a little while, and he would send it along with the roasted corn. Each time, Sejun prepared more and more food, because their large family was growing, and he was worried that there would not be enough food for everyone. The seasonings Theo had brought earlier were a real find for dressing the roasted corn. It was a pity there wasn't enough oil, but overall it wasn't bad. The corn could also be sprinkled with sugar and left to roast. Then a small amount of Parmesan cheese was sprinkled on the corn. Sejun had no idea who had thought to bring cheese to the tower, but he was grateful to that kind person. And finally, his favorite chili pepper. Sejun found it himself when he was rummaging through Theo's bag last time. He couldn't understand how the cat could have not told him about such a valuable ingredient. Sejun even thought about removing him from his position as a vendor, but decided to forgive him for the first time. This corn made his mouth water. The corn itself was already delicious, but you can't imagine how it tasted with the above ingredients. Thanks to this dish, our hero was able to experience the taste of his world. It was definitely worth watching cooking videos on YouTube every day. After finally tasting the corn, Sejun passed a few cobs to Aileen. Although rabbits did not particularly enjoy spices, they ate them with pleasure when combined with corn. But they decided to feed the babies plain corn. It was a little difficult for the rabbits to pick off the kernels every time, so Sejun decided to help them a little. After he stripped the corn cob of its kernels, the parents no longer had to bother feeding their children one kernel at a time. Now everyone could eat in peace, and no one bothered anyone else. But the little ones finished their food too quickly. Sejun didn't even have time to eat properly before the rabbits demanded another serving. In his haste, Sejun accidentally spat out the corn he was about to swallow, and the rabbits decided to roll around in it. Sejun couldn't hold back his laughter and began to help the little ones remove the corn. Working and taking care of the babies was not an easy task, but our hero managed to cope with it somehow and missed his beloved Theo, who was so good at it. He had to take care not only of the rabbits but also of the bears, and they needed much more food. The Phoenix Guild was already on the 38th floor. They set up a temporary camp and waited for the merchant Theo, but he was delayed longer than usual. But why did that bother them so much? In fact, new rumors were spreading among humans and the awakened. Rich people outside the tower were buying magic tomatoes at exorbitant prices, with one tomato costing more than 500,000 won. Wasn't this a reason to act quickly, while not too many people knew about it? The Phoenix Guild should have already been preparing for a raid on the tower, but everyone was waiting for orders from their leader. If they continued to sit around, they would run out of supplies, and they needed to submit a report to the guild. There was no choice. Kim Dong-sik decided that several people would stay here, including himself, since he was acquainted with Theo, to participate in the auction, while the rest had to go and prepare for the raid. Kim Dong-sik thought Jessica would stay for the auction, but he had no idea that Suho would be there instead. In fact, Jessica said that she no longer needed cherry tomatoes because she had managed to lose all the excess weight she had, so she gave her share to Suho. One might think that Suho was interested in cherry tomatoes and wanted to participate in the auction, but that was not the case. She stayed only to treat Theo to a treat. This reason made the leader of the Donchik smile. After all, Theo was a cute cat. Theo was already on his way to the 38th floor. He wanted to hurry because he knew that the little ones were waiting for him at his cool uncle's farm. Finally, he made it to the shopping street on the 60th floor. There was a crowd of merchants and others at the entrance. Theo knew there would be a crowd in front of the entrance, but he hoped there would be enough room for everyone. A guard stood at the entrance, asking about the agency and rank. The traveler also had to say where he wanted to go and why he wanted to use the path. While Theo stood there unsuspecting, figures of wolves appeared behind him, causing the ordinary merchants to become agitated. They were here for a reason. Their target was Theo. The wolves were given nothing except that the wanted man was a cat. They even thought that the owner of the forge was an idiot and had drawn some nonsense. Elko and Elke argued among themselves. They didn't think that this particular cat had bought the straw hat, but, on the other hand, he could have put it in his bag. The wolves from the Silver Wolf Pack didn't even understand why Lord Grid was looking for this hat at all, because it was ordinary. The leader believed that it didn't matter. They were first and foremost a pack of silver wolves, the best mercenaries in the tower, and they simply had to follow the Lord's orders. So they decided that they should just follow Theo and pretend to be wandering merchants. Ziraf was also following Theo, so it was double surveillance. But she got excited when she saw the pack of wolves, because it meant they were hunting him. The agent assumed it was because of that hat. But how important was it to Lord Grid that he hired such mercenaries, who were quite problematic guys? Of course, she felt obliged to follow them. Agent Zaraf couldn't even imagine what might happen, but it was important for her to be able to control the situation. Everyone on the farm worked together to restore the field that had been destroyed during the blue moon. The piles of dirt that had been piled up like hills disappeared in the blink of an eye thanks to the bears. Today, it was decided to plant peanuts, and Seijin hoped that they would grow properly outside the cave. Besides, he had wanted peanut seeds for a long time, and now he had a whole bag of them. In the morning, he also gathered the remaining corn that he hadn't had time to gather yesterday, and raised his level to 6. The increase in dexterity was worth it to increase his work speed, as he was able to plant all the peanuts in just a few hours. There were some small changes at the seed store. Seijin decided to buy peanuts to restore the fertility of the soil. Their seeds grew even in harsh conditions, so the choice was obvious. After purchasing them for 5 tower coins, Seijun moved on to the next level, having already accumulated 106 points. Park Sejun rose from a beginner to a burgher, who had access to 4 different types of seeds. As a burgher, he could also purchase any number of seeds for 5 tower coins, but he would only be able to use the second-level seed shop in 30 days. Sejun eagerly awaited this moment, wanting to try out all the new features of the store and his status as a commoner. The harvested corn no longer bore fruit, so they decided to put it to use. Seijin cut the stalks and covered the field where the peanuts were planted with them. This was supposed to prevent moisture from evaporating from the sun, which shone all day, and delay watering. This gave our hero time for other things. And in a short time, he managed to finish collecting corn seeds, which he would plant next time. He wanted to soak them in water for a day and plant them tomorrow, but he turned away just as the seeds were about to be eaten. But it seemed that the little ones were trying to get Seijun's attention, because everyone was busy expanding the field outside the cave, and the bunnies had no one to play with. But suddenly he had an idea, and he decided to give the little ones an interesting job. Seijun handed out small bags to everyone and put potatoes in them. The little ones suddenly reminded him of kindergartners. They looked very cute, so they had to go to the adult rabbits and give them a slice of potato each. The most important thing in this task was not to eat all the potatoes on the way, and then they had to come back to refill their bags. That's how Seijun came up with an activity for the little ones. It kept them busy and made the other bunnies happy. And most importantly, Seijun didn't need to keep a close eye on them to make sure they didn't get into trouble. Suddenly it occurred to him that he could ask Theo to buy them some nice clothes. They would look adorable in them. Meanwhile, a minotaur was wandering around outside the farm. He was looking for the place he had been during the blue moon. But that night he had lost his memory, and it was difficult for him to figure out where he was, and why the boss had ordered him to do this in the first place. But it was all very simple, because he was the only one in the entire army who found the grass, quite by accident, by catching it with his horn. Then he had to admit that he was not far from the border of their territory. But in reality, he didn't fully understand where he was, because his memory was lost and he couldn't say for sure. In any case, the boss had never seen anything like it on their territory. This grass smelled delicious, so the Minotaur decided to try it. He felt a sweet taste, a surge of energy, and his muscles grow larger. The boss ordered number 3 to find the place he had been to, immediately, because their future was in danger. So it was vitally important for number 3 to find that place, because the boss himself believed in him. And if he didn't find it, the boss would probably kill him, because now he had big muscles. Number 3 was very worried because he didn't know what to do if he encountered the enemy. He wasn't sure he could fight. The Minotaur sensed that he was nearby. First, he was already at the border, and second, he smelled something delicious. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw so much grass. Number 3 was happy that he had managed to find this place after all, because he hadn't eaten anything proper in the last few days, and here he could at least get something to eat. He didn't know what kind of grass it was, but he ate it, and it seemed incredibly delicious to him. In the end, he decided to take all the grass for himself and bring it to his leader, hoping for his praise. The bear sensed something was wrong. She could instantly feel when someone else entered her territory. Aileen took advantage of all the charms of her large body. Now that her body had grown larger, she could use the dragon spa. When she was small, it was difficult to do. But the job of a manager was not easy. Even during her rest, she could be distracted, and unfortunately, there was nothing she could do about it. Aileen Fratani was called by the Crimson Grizzly Bear. It was clear that something had happened, because the message did not leave the manager indifferent. After a hard day's work, Seijun was sleeping soundly, as usual, but he heard the message from Aileen. The manager immediately sent a notification to our hero that the bear had discovered the presence of a foreign monster near the cave. The grizzly bear herself immediately arrived at the farm to make sure Seijun was safe. When he went outside to the farm, Seijun couldn't hide his emotions, because all the corn leaves that he and the hares had so carefully laid out had disappeared. They had spent the whole day on this, and now it was all gone. Every single hole had been opened, and all the leaves had been stolen. But Seijun hadn't heard anyone coming or making any noise, and there were no tracks left behind. The bear had a hunch that it could have been those horned bastards. Probably the same monsters that destroyed the field during the blue moon, which sounded quite logical. But thankfully they didn't destroy anything this time, they just stole the leaves. It wouldn't be difficult for Seijun to bring new leaves and cover the beds again. And the grizzly bear decided that starting today, she would expand her patrol territory. Seijun would be grateful to her, but he was still worried about her health. After all, her safety came first. Seijun was satisfied that no one was hurt, and everyone was alive and well. After all, even as an ordinary farmer, Seijun needed strength to stand up for himself. Seijun decided to keep watch outside the farm for a while. He set up a bed for himself and the new bee, where he planned to spend his time. Today was an important day, because according to calculations, a new queen bee was supposed to be born. So Seijun left the farm to the hares and set about watching the cocoon. The description of the cocoon said that the first person the bee saw would become its owner. At the moment, the number of bees in the cave was increasing and approaching 200. If there was a second queen bee, the number of bees outside the cave would increase, and the farm would have enough bee troops to defend its territory. Seijun waited and waited for the queen to hatch, but the guy took a day off for the first time in a long time, and now he was sleepy. He had already planned to give her flowers when they first met, but he didn't know which she would like more, tomatoes or potatoes. Seijun could no longer bear the weight and ended up falling asleep. A few minutes later, the cocoon began to glow brightly, but Seijun didn't notice anything. Thus, the new queen of the second generation of poisonous bees came into the world. Seijun, as planned, became her master, but he didn't even notice because he was already in the realm of Morpheus. One glance at the queen bee was enough for her to decide that Seijun was her master. At that moment, as if called by her heart, The queen bee's mother appeared and managed to catch her little one. They had to fly away somewhere with her mother, so before leaving her master, the bee hugged him one last time. Sejong felt as if someone was tickling him and woke up when the bee flew away. Opening his eyes, he was literally stunned by the number of notifications sent to him that he had become the owner of the queen bee and had raised his level in beekeeping. But he did not find the queen bee herself, only an empty basket. The third took a huge armful of corn leaves with him, but brought only one miserable leaf to the leader, saying that it had been left on the ground bordering their territory. The boss, of course, had never seen such grass before in his life. It was radically different from the one he had seen before, and there wasn't enough for everyone. The Minotaur understood perfectly well that the third had probably eaten most of it, which he did not hide. That was their nature, and there was nothing to be done about it. The boss understood that perfectly well. But still, this grass smelled very tasty, and he decided to try it. It was not only delicious to smell, but also to taste. If they had a lot of this grass, they could revive their land. What was happening in that forest, the boss wondered. How could such grass appear in an abandoned place, and what kind of change was happening on the 99th floor? If it were up to him, the leader would go there to secure the grass, but he couldn't leave the path beam zone until he knew how much grass there was, because the time he could leave the territory was limited. Then the leader decided to do something else. He ordered Minotaur number 3 to go and find the source of this grass. The leader assumed that there was probably something else there, and if someone had grown this grass, then the Minotaur would have to find out the identity of this farmer as well. But after these expeditions, the third felt very tired and asked for permission to sleep a little. He had eaten for the first time in a long time and could now fall into a food coma. But the leader was adamant, so the third had to hurry. The Phoenix Guild finally waited for their beloved cat merchant, and literally ran to him when they saw him. Theo didn't explain why he had been gone for so long. He immediately got down to business, saying that today he had some special tomatoes. It would seem that magical cherry tomatoes were special in themselves, so what else could be more special? But there was. Theo was happy to present D-grade tomatoes, which even had a longer shelf life. The awakened ones began to examine the new tomatoes, and they were indeed much better than the previous ones, as they had improved stats. Kim Don-shik was particularly surprised, as he had never seen anything like this before. Now he could eat one, and save twice as much money. Theo decided to sell them for 400 each. He decided to take 2,000 with him, which was all his upgraded purse could hold. The auction was quite lively, with people raising their bids. It was no longer a matter of 20 or 30 coins, but much larger sums. Theo sold everything quite quickly. The auction theme was really working, better than the old one. At this rate, Theo's earnings would soon exceed 1,000 tower coins, and he would be able to become an experienced traveling merchant. Also, when he became an experienced merchant, the restrictions on displaying the farmer's name would be lifted, and Theo would no longer have to hide anything from Sejong. While the cat was rejoicing, Suho approached him as usual with a request to take a photo. Theo was already thinking that when he got ahead, he would need to start a new business. He liked this part of the job because he could tell everyone to line up to touch his paws and give him something in return. But how disappointed he was when he found only Suho and no one else. The girl explained to him that he had been away for a long time. So many people had to leave the tower, which is why there were fewer people than usual. This was certainly a blow to his pride, but Suho tried to cheer him up and wanted to feed him some chura. Theo wanted to stay a salesman longer this time. Were his front paws no longer paws of luck? But then female voices were heard nearby. Someone was looking for Theo and found him. Many people knew the stray cat merchant, and of course wanted to take pictures with him. Theo had Suho to thank for his popularity, as she took photos with him and posted them on Handstagram. So many girls couldn't pass him by and deliberately sought out Theo just for a photo. Theo already had a merchant's intuition. He could smell money, and of course he was willing to take pictures with the girls, but only if they gave him something in return. Theo could finally see how popular he was, and that they had even created an account on social media in his honor. Many people posted photos with him and came to him specifically to take more photos. Suho felt guilty for not telling him about it earlier and posting photos without permission. Theo was probably angry. Of course she had to apologize. Why hadn't she told him earlier that something like this existed? There was no time to waste. Theo wanted Suho to continue taking photos of him and posting them there. Theo began to pose and used what he considered to be his most charming poses. Suho, of course, didn't miss the opportunity and photographed him from all angles, trying to take as many shots as possible. Theo was too cute not to photograph and hide his cuteness. Now, if anyone wanted to meet the cute and cool traveling cat merchant Theo, all they had to do was come to the 38th floor. And if they brought him gifts, he would even dance for them. That's how the best star in the guise of Theo the cat was born. The photo shoot exhausted Theo. He wanted all the photos to be perfect, and next time he wanted to look well-groomed in them, because now he was a local star. Just look at this wandering cat merchant, Theo. Now he could even be given the position of chairman. He was already enjoying his success when he felt a strong gust of wind. Theo had been so careful to style his fur, and now it was all ruined. But it wasn't the wind that ruined his hairstyle. It was the ominous breath of the wolves, who were just waiting for the right moment to approach. They were as big as Ryuk, maybe even bigger, and Theo was very scared. The wolf wanted to know if Theo was the traveling merchant who had bought a straw hat from the blacksmith in the trading quarter. But Theo didn't quite understand what the wolf wanted from him and asked him to repeat the question. With nothing else to do, the wolf repeated his question, but warned that if there was no answer, Theo would be torn to pieces. Theo did not answer. Under such pressure, he just burst into tears, but the wolves needed to know where the straw hat was. Suddenly, a smoke bomb flew toward them. It had already been activated and was emitting smoke. The smoke bomb worked quickly, and the wolves began to lose their sense of smell and could do nothing about it. None of the wolves cared about Theo anymore. They were all trying to control the smoke, but a pair of blue eyes glowed in the smoke. Theo immediately recognized Zeraf approaching him. They had to act carefully and quietly, so Zarafa asked Theo to be silent. It took only a moment to escape from these wolves and avoid being caught. The wolves were already lying on the grass and could do nothing but beg their leader to save them. The mission had failed, and the leader could only rub his forehead in despair. Theo and Zeraf managed to break away from the wolves, though probably not for long, but they could stop and catch their breath. Theo was very grateful to Zeraf, because he already thought he was done for. Zeraf thought she had simply done her duty, but Theo still wanted to thank her and asked if she liked fried fish. The agent realized that this was her chance, and she asked to follow Theo. She wanted to learn from him like last time. Theo had no good reason to refuse, so he gladly agreed. The agent wanted to suggest going to the commercial district, but Theo first needed to visit the Merchants Guild and apply for the title of mid-level merchant. Zeraf couldn't hide her surprise, and blurted out that Theo had only been a merchant for a few months and had already become a mid-level merchant. Theo, of course, didn't let this go unnoticed. How could an inexperienced merchant know about this? Zeraf realized she had been caught, but she couldn't reveal her identity as an agent of the Secret Inspection Bureau of Traveling Merchants. Theo found this very suspicious, and Zeraf was still thinking about how to get out of this situation. The cat beat her to it, suggesting that Zeraf had been talking to Julik and that he had told her everything. The agent literally got away with it. She confirmed this version and said that Julik himself had told her everything, and she hadn't even asked. Theo was angry with Julik. Zeraf was still curious how Theo managed to collect 1,000 tower coins. The new merchants couldn't imagine such an amount, and of course, it was logical that Zeraf wanted to know what kind of things Theo was selling. The agent definitely knew that without special support, it would be impossible to collect such a huge amount in such a short time. She didn't know who was behind Theo or what dangerous things he was selling. If that was the case, Zeraf was ready to arrest him to save the honor of the Inspection Bureau. Theo did not hide what he was doing, and honestly admitted that he was selling cherry tomatoes. Zeraf was ready to hear anything, but not that Theo had become rich selling cherry tomatoes, those very red round berries. Theo wanted to show her a tomato, but he had already sold them all and didn't have any with him, so he promised to show her some next time. Now they had to get going. There wasn't much time left. Zeraf was very suspicious of the information she had received. It seemed impossible to her that it was possible to earn 1,000 tower coins with cherry tomatoes. She became wary. Michael McLaren was already examining the new cherry tomatoes, which belonged to rank D, in his office. He noticed the difference between the previous tomatoes and these ones. It was obvious. Michael was just about to ask Jenny if there had been any results from growing cherry tomatoes in the ground when the woman brought something in. The tomatoes, as expected, grew and became ordinary cherry tomatoes, which were found all over the planet. This result was expected, and it could be assumed that it was all about the tower. But what were the results of growing these tomatoes in the tower? A team of professionals planted 100 cherry tomatoes of grade D on the first floor of the tower. 10 of them survived and were soon to ripen. It was a brilliant result, and all thanks to the chairman. They managed to achieve an unexpected result with their technology and know-how. At this rate, they will be able to increase the cultivation rate to 50%. Therefore, the budget for the tower farm project was already under consideration. They hired people to set up the farm and scare away the monsters surrounding it. Finally, Michael McLaren's long-awaited business was about to be revived after being suspended. Theo was now officially promoted to a mid-level merchant, which made him very happy. Zeraf congratulated Theo and was happy for him, as this was an important step in the life of every merchant. Now their goal was the market. Theo wanted to buy the necessary items, and Zaraf wanted to go there too, but when it was time to go, she became wary. The merchants' market on the central floor was a place where wandering merchants could show off their skills as much as they wanted, a night auction house where merchants could bring good items. Farmers or artisans from any floor could sell items at the best prices depending on how many items they could buy, sell, and what losses they would incur. A merchant's trading skills would grow here. Zaraf compared this place to a fierce battlefield where there was no time for hesitation. It was not like last time, at the junk shop. Zaraf eagerly awaited the moment when she would see what technique Theo would use today. Theo, in turn, decided to visit this inconspicuous little shop that sold various goods. He stocked up well, buying a lot of kitchen utensils, a set of threads, needles, and even a saw. Now he waited for the price to be announced. But Zaraf thought he was there to buy items in bulk at a discount, and then sell them on another floor. But Theo had already said that he was selling tomatoes, and Zaraf hoped that she would finally be able to see Theo's trading skills. The seller calculated everything and said that Theo had to pay him 2 and 4 tower coins for everything. Even Zaraf was surprised by such prices, because the pot wasn't that expensive, and even if you add up the rest of the items, it couldn't have cost more than 2 coins. It was obvious that the seller was ripping Theo off without batting an eye. But would Theo fall for it? Of course not. He went on the offensive and started asking for a discount. Theo took it all in stride, which surprised Zarafa. He didn't get upset, but confidently asked for a discount. It was the same trick he had used last time, but last time it had worked because the items were of poor quality, but this was a completely different place. The salesman claimed that he always sold his goods at a discount, but decided to give in 2 coins, only because he liked Theo. This technique of inflating prices was as old as the world itself. Sellers deliberately made buyers think they were buying something at a reduced price. Some people might agree right away, but not Theo, who had been trained by Sajon. Zaraf watched from the sidelines and analyzed that the salesman in this store was not so simple. Theo continued to push for more discounts. He wasn't satisfied with this price. But the salesperson also stood his ground, mentioning again that he was already selling the items at a reduced price, and that Theo would not be able to buy them anywhere else at such a price. So Theo left him and wasn't going to buy anything at those prices. Zaraf thought the cat would continue to haggle, but Theo had learned his lesson. If the seller said he wasn't going to give a discount, then he had no choice but to leave. Theo seemed impatient to the seller, but the seller admitted defeat and was ready to give him all the goods for 2 coins. The seller thought Theo was a novice and decided he could cheat him. But Theo was not as simple as he might have seemed, and said that he would buy the goods for 1 coin and 8 coins, or he would leave. The seller gave up completely and agreed to the proposed price. There was nothing else he could do. This technique of begging for discounts left no loopholes. Sell, if you want. The attempt to rip off the buyer ended in complete defeat. Initially, it was not a fair fight, because the outcome was predetermined. Zaraf thought about it, because she was the only one in her family who had received an education, but she would not have been able to get a discount so quickly and would have stopped at 2 coins. After that, the agent began to take seriously the fact that Theo could easily earn 1,000 coins by selling ordinary cherry tomatoes. Theo was delighted because he had asked for a discount 3 times today, just as his teacher had taught him. And Zaraf was able to witness a legendary historical moment, the birth of a brilliant salesman who was so easily given discounts. Upon leaving the stall, Zaraf realized that she needed to return to her inspection, but Theo wanted to treat her to something before she left. But Zaraf no longer wanted to inconvenience him. She understood many things, and was grateful to him for that. She thanked Theo for giving her the chance to see her arrogance. Finally, she asked Theo to be careful, because he could fall prey to those wolves again. Zaraf left, and Theo kept thinking about what she had said, because it sounded strange to him. What kind of strange fox was she? In any case, our wandering merchant wanted to return to the farm and rest on Sejun's lap as soon as possible. Returning to her office, Zaraf could breathe a sigh of relief, as such excursions were morally difficult for her. In addition, the director wanted to schedule a meeting with her to discuss the stolen items belonging to Lord Grid. Zaraf could have postponed the meeting, but she agreed and soon had to go to his office. Moreover, she had already prepared a report on the wandering merchant Theo. This report was to be sent to the manager of the trade guild with a request to remove Theo from surveillance. The secretary decided to glance through the file out of interest, and was surprised by what she read. Theo was a brilliant merchant. He had been promoted to a mid-level merchant. The products he sold were cherry tomatoes. He was particularly skilled at negotiating. Zaraf was convinced that this was what she needed, and no longer kept Theo under surveillance. Moreover, for the first time in a long time, she had finally met a real merchant. Work on the farm was in full swing. The grizzly bear was on patrol, which meant that Seijun and the hares could work peacefully, knowing that no one would break in. Today, corn and tomato seeds were planted on the farm. Now, Seijun could really feel that he had expanded his field beyond the cave. The rabbit wanted to water the seeds, but for some reason the water wasn't flowing, even though Seijun thought these watering cans had endless water. On top of all this, the warrior rabbit ran up to Seijun and began to explain something in a hurry. From all the peep peep peep, Seijun understood that something was happening in their pond. Crayfish had been found in the water, and there were a lot of them. They had never been seen here before, so the boy was surprised by this discovery. It could be assumed that they came out of the same hole where the piranhas came from. What kind of ecosystem was in that hole? Seijun already remembered one of the popular recipes on YouTube that had received high praise, and he couldn't satisfy his appetite for cooked crayfish. What was there to wait for? Seijun wanted to catch these crayfish as soon as possible and cook them. Yes, they might not look very appetizing, but in fact they were very tasty, and the hares would surely like them. Seijun never cooked anything that the hares wouldn't like, so they trusted him and decided to try the crayfish after all. They couldn't miss such an opportunity to get protein, so the crayfish hunt had already begun. Seijun earned about 30 points from this hunt and also stocked up on food. The hare tried to cut the crayfish, but their shells were too hard for such a sickle. It was difficult to cut them when raw, so Seijun suggested simply frying them in green onions. They added other vegetables to the crayfish and wrapped them in onion leaves. After putting them on the fire, the salty smell of crayfish could be smelled throughout the cave. When the smell became stronger, Seijun decided it was time to check if they were ready. The crayfish turned out delicious, cooked with corn and tomatoes, and its color made it clear that it was ready. Before the hares began their meal, Seijun decided to demonstrate how it should be eaten. The head had to be turned so that it could be easily opened, revealing the meat inside. The sight of the cooked crab made everyone's mouth water. It tasted very good with seasoning and went well without any sauces. The mother hare had already eaten her crab and wanted to throw it away, but didn't know where. But Seijun said not to throw it away, because they could dip the meat in the juice that was left there. It was even tastier, and it reminded Seijun of the soju he would have loved to eat. The black rabbit was skeptical about this idea, but decided to try it anyway. And you know what? He didn't regret it, he liked the taste. Seijun really knew his food. For some reason he didn't even doubt the rabbit's reaction. They had caught enough crayfish, so Seijun was generous with the food, and wanted the hares to eat their fill. But Ryuk's sense of smell did not fail him, and he arrived at the cave just in time. Seijun decided to treat him to crayfish too, and before that, he explained how to eat them properly. Ryuk ate the shells as well as the meat, because he liked them so much. Let's take a look at the edge of the second floor of the tower. It was a village of skeletons, where the awakened ones fought them all the time. The skeletons were very weak, and Michael McLaren, who had appeared, only snorted arrogantly at the sight of this slaughter. Things were going very well with the farm's security, as they should have been. The awakened ones mobilized all the mercenaries, and had captured more than half of the villages on the second floor. In fact, Michael was not very happy that they had only managed to capture half. Of course, he expected better results. He had invested in this venture and naturally wanted to get the most out of it. But considering the size of the territory and the levels of the new mercenaries, it would take several more months to capture the entire second floor. Then the director decided that he would take on the debts of those who had taken out private loans and, in return, force them to sign a lifetime contract with him. They wouldn't have to leave the tower, so that should be enough. Michael gave the whole thing just a week. Then the director decided to visit the farm itself and check how things were going there. The cherry tomatoes had already reached their peak growth, so they were ready to be tasted. Michael was initially delighted with this news, but then it became clear that these tomatoes were not the subject. He had expected this, but decided to taste them anyway. They tasted disgusting, and were nothing like the ones he had eaten before. They tasted so bad that Michael couldn't even eat them and spit them out. They were even worse than regular tomatoes. The director began to reprimand his subordinates, not understanding what was going on and why the tomatoes were so tasteless. At first, the girls didn't believe him, but when they tasted them, the director's words were confirmed. They themselves did not understand why this had happened. They added food additives of the highest quality, but they had no taste at all. All the components of these fruits were below standard, in other words, at the lowest level of marketability. Moreover, when Michael McLaren crushed a tomato, he found that there were no seeds inside. It was quiet on the farm. Everyone was asleep. Meanwhile, outside the farm, the Minotaur was eating corn leaves again. Michael continued to ponder the tomato, because it had no seeds. This was not the right variety. It could not be improved, and without seeds, nothing would grow. He had some ideas about why this might have happened, and he didn't like those ideas at all. 10 years ago, Michael McLaren ended up in the tower shortly after it appeared. He was lucky enough to enter it through a portal and begin to develop there. His dream was born the moment he saw the rich and spacious land inside the tower. A sky where the sun never set and high-quality soil. What could be better for growing plants? If he could grow anything in the tower, a monopoly on the food market would no longer be a dream. Before starting, he had to level up and leave the tower. Then he went to the company to tell his father about his idea. Everything was going well at that point. Michael managed to launch his tower farm project, but soon problems began. None of the seeds he planted sprouted at all, despite the fact that he had invested an unimaginable amount of money in various seedlings that year. And in order to create the best environment in the tower, everything failed. Soon, news emerged that research had shown that after entering the tower, the awakened lost their reproductive abilities. This was a temporary side effect of adapting to mana. Reproductive abilities were restored when the awakened reached the 10th level. This was shocking. The loss of fertility also affected plants. There was no way to improve the seeds coming from outside, so another way had to be found. Then Michael decided to use the crops grown in the tower. They were supposed to be sold the same way as on the ground, but merchants couldn't sell them. The sale of seeds was monopolized by Grid, a greedy lord from the 55th floor. At that point, Michael McLaren had only managed to reach the 10th floor. As a result, he spent a lot of money and was accused of incompetence by the board of directors. The spirit of youth was the only excuse he could come up with at the time. Opposite the high wall stood his dream of a farm project in the tower, but his dream collapsed. But when he tasted those tomatoes from the tower, he couldn't betray his dream and give up just like that. So he ordered the hunters from the 38th floor to be brought to him. Money was no problem for Michael, so he wanted the merchant's cat to buy all the level D magic cherry tomatoes. If level E didn't work, he wanted to try another higher level. He had a hunch that a higher level would give him better results. He wanted to grow these tomatoes at any cost. Meanwhile, Theo was already approaching the farm, but nearby he noticed the corn leaves that Seijun was growing. They were scattered everywhere, and Theo began to gather them up carefully. He walked along, gathering them up, and didn't even notice when he bumped into something hard but fluffy. Looking up, he saw that there was a huge minotaur in front of him. The third realized that he was facing a wandering merchant, but Theo had no idea where this cow had gotten the leaves. The minotaur honestly admitted that he had taken them near the cave and even pointed out where. Theo was angry because all of this belonged to Seijun, and he couldn't just take it. These leaves were a precious material. They used them as dishes, made ropes out of them, and they were even valuable as toilet paper. And now this minotaur dared to steal such a treasure from them? How could he be so brazen? The third one was very angry, because his worthy warrior was called a thief. For him, it was unthinkable. Someone who lived and died by the laws of the Minotaur warriors was a thief? The third couldn't hold back, even though he had been slandered by the merchant. Theo was tense because he was no match for the Minotaur's strength, but he had no intention of backing down. He was not lying and was telling the truth. So he suggested going to Pak Sejun so that he could sort everything out. The third one didn't mind, and of course agreed. Theo led the Minotaur to the cave. They wanted justice. In fact, the Minotaur thought that the guy had simply thrown away the grass. But on the other hand, he understood how they could leave such a delicacy behind. The third was happy with how the situation was unfolding, because the leader had ordered him to find the place where he had found the grass, and now hoped for his praise. Theo decided not to stand on ceremony, and immediately jumped on Seijun's stomach, adding an element of surprise to the moment. The director could no longer lie there and do nothing. Now he had to go outside and deal with all the problems. Seijun barely woke up and tried to recover from the blow, still not quite understanding what was going on. And Theo was already starting to tell everyone that he had caught the thief. Seijun looked outside and began to worry because a huge horned creature was staring at him, which could harm him at any moment. The guy couldn't believe his eyes that it was the very thief Theo had caught. Now the cat expected Seijun to sort everything out. He would come closer and scare the thief, showing him who was boss. Theo wasn't going to stop there. He even provided his boss with proof that this minotaur had stolen the leaves. Seijun saw those same leaves again, the ones he had so carefully covered his field with. But now everything was destroyed again. The third began to justify himself by saying that he had simply taken what was lying on the ground. If he wasn't going to throw it away, he wouldn't dare leave the grass just like that, would he? Seijun saw that he was facing a black minotaur, and apparently this was what the grizzly bear had been talking about. It seemed to be true that they had ravaged the field during the blue moon, and it was they who had stolen the corn leaves that he and the hares had covered the field with a couple of days ago. Now Theo had caught the thief stealing leaves again. But the Minotaur claimed that he was an honorable warrior and could not steal. Seijun was now thinking about something else, about the fact that the Minotaur was a bull, and in fact, he could dig deep into the ground, which was enough. Theo kept arguing with the Minotaur and waited for Seijun to say something, because the final word was his. Then, our hero confirmed that he really did not throw away his leaves, and that those leaves served a very important function, covering the beds and moistening the soil of the field. The Minotaur realized his guilt and admitted that he was a thief, for which he apologized profusely, but he understood that a simple apology would not be enough. And it really was not enough. Seijun demanded compensation in the amount of 100 tower coins for the mess they had made in his field and for stealing the leaves. 100 tower coins was too expensive for grass, and where would the Minotaur get that kind of money? Of course, stealing was scary, but if the Minotaur had found out, he had to hurry up and pay the 100 tower coins. Theo even wanted to help, or discovered that the Minotaur didn't have a penny to his name. If he had no money, then he would have to pay for his offense with labor. From that day on, the Minotaur had to come to the farm every day and work. Seijun would give him 1 tower coin every day so he could pay off his debt. In essence, the Minotaur had to come here every day as if to work, all in order to atone for his guilt. Besides, he would not go hungry. If he liked green onions, he could eat as many as he wanted. Seijun was a kind boss. As soon as the subject of food came up, the Minotaur admitted that he was ready for anything. In fact, both sides were satisfied with the arrangement and did not even make any changes. The deal was done, and starting tomorrow the Minotaur could come to work and begin to atone for his guilt. And for Theo, it was another valuable lesson. If you don't have money, you'll have to pay with work, which was to be expected from such a brilliant director. For Theo, it was a wonderful experience, and of course, he wrote down such lessons in his notebook so he wouldn't forget them. Seijun, in turn, praised Theo for catching the thief, because thanks to him, Seijun was able to hire another employee. Theo couldn't believe Seijun's words and kept asking if he had really done such a good job and how good he was. Theo was so good that Seijun decided to extend his status as a merchant for another whole month. But Theo was not satisfied and decided to ask for even longer, clinging to Seijun's pants. After all, trading skills were in his blood. The next day began with crayfish fishing. Lately they had been catching them on the farm because they were tired of fish. They caught enough crayfish for everyone, including Rika's mother and Rika himself. They finished hunting fairly quickly, and it was clear that the warrior hare's skills were improving. This was now evident not only in practice, but also in his improvement. First he began to glow himself, and then suddenly the shape of his hammer changed. This was, of course, different from a normal level up. You could say it was a second awakening for which everyone congratulated the hare. Now catching crayfish could be completely entrusted to him, the warrior hare. During this, Seijun heard the roar of a bear. She wanted something, and Seijun had to go upstairs. Apparently, they wanted to show off the new hive that had formed on the rock. It seemed strange how it got there, but the answer was very simple, thanks to the new queen bee. Finally, our hero was able to see the newborn queen, for whom he was the owner. Seijun was actually worried that he couldn't find her, as he felt responsible for her, having been designated as her owner. But in the end, she disappeared in order to form her own swarm, and she was fine. Now the new queen could meet the other inhabitants of the farm. Ryuk now had to protect her, and she would make his favorite honey for him. It could be called a mutually beneficial coexistence. The bees were safe, and the bears were fed. Since it was the beginning of the day, the Minotaur had arrived at work by this time. Before Seijun could say welcome, a grizzly bear was about to attack the guest. She was clearly unhappy with such a guest, and knew nothing about his deal with Seijun. The Black Minotaur himself did not expect to meet a crimson grizzly here, but he was ready to defend himself, no matter what. Seijun tried to intervene in the conflict and explain that everything was fine, and that the Minotaur was here at his suggestion. But the bear was no longer listening to anyone. She gently pushed her child and our hero aside, standing up to defend them. The noise attracted Theo and the other hares, so they came out of the cave trying to understand what was going on. Theo showed up just in time, and now all hope was pinned on him. Seijun couldn't say anything to the bear, so he hoped that Theo could. It seemed that the slaughter was inevitable, as the bear was larger than the Minotaur, but he was not going to run away, and was confident in his fighting skills. The grizzly bear couldn't tolerate Minotaurs on her territory, so now she wanted Seijun not to interfere with the course of events. Then the guy tried to find a compromise with the Minotaur himself, but it was shameful for a Minotaur warrior to refuse any battle. Seijun felt trapped and didn't know what to do, and then Ryuk wanted Churu, as if he was completely unaware of the situation. Then Hope appeared in the form of the manager, Aileen, but she also wanted something to eat and seemed completely indifferent to what was happening. Aileen had slept through the recent events and didn't understand what the Minotaur was doing there, so she demanded that Seijun deal with it and feed her as soon as possible. Theo was in a panic because the battle was about to begin, and for him, the only way out was to leave. Sejun was going crazy, and everyone around him was demanding something, either food or a solution to the problem, but no one seemed willing to help. Then Sejun felt he had reached his limit and clearly issued an ultimatum to everyone. If no one listened to him, then no one would get any food. This threat had an immediate effect. Everyone was in a critical situation with food, and many depended on Sejun's farm, so it was not in their best interest to go against him. Before that, no one had listened to him or understood him. Everyone just kept telling him their own stories. But as soon as he said there would be no more food, everyone panicked. Everyone began to hear and obey him, for he had shown who was in charge and why he should be listened to. In the end, Sejun couldn't allow anyone else to disobey him. There had to be order on the farm, which he maintained. He ordered everyone to sit down and listen to him. His tone was so commanding that even the tower manager listened to him. The Minotaur and the bear had to understand one simple thing. If they continued to fight, not only would the crops suffer, but so would those around them. To resolve the misunderstanding between the two, Sejun decided that they needed to eat first. No conflicts could be resolved on an empty stomach, so food came first, and then everything else. Sejun and the rabbits covered a lush meadow with food, enough for everyone, so that everyone could eat as much as they wanted. Of course, our hero did not forget about Miss Eileen, the tower manager, and prepared a bowl of corn especially for her. For the Minotaur, it was a special treat. He hadn't eaten properly in so long that he was now happy to eat like this. His hand and the grizzly bear's paw simultaneously reached for the roasted corn. This reignited the animosity between them, and it seemed that they were about to start fighting again. Sejun noticed this situation and drew attention to himself. After all, he had gathered everyone at the table for a reason, and he needed to clarify everything that was happening here. The boy began by introducing the Minotaur to Roar's mother and her duties of guarding the fields and the farm cave. Now Sejun wanted to explain the Minotaur's position, but he didn't know his name. Then the bull introduced himself simply as Bull Number 3, the Minotaur warrior. In short, Bull Number 3 had come to help with the field work, which was what the bear needed to know. Therefore, none of them were allowed to fight here, and it didn't matter if there were personal reasons for it. If they didn't listen to him, he wouldn't feed them. Everyone worked on the farm in order to somehow survive and eat, so food was a compelling reason to reconsider their animosity towards each other. As a result, the negotiations were successfully concluded. Without hesitation, the bear and the Minotaur shook paws. They held their handshake of peace for a moment, just so the director could see that they had shaken hands and would not fight anymore. It seemed that the conflict had been resolved, the animosity had disappeared, and breakfast had gone well. So now it was time to get down to work. There were vast expanses of fields around the cave, but so far, they were all unsuitable for growing anything. Therefore, Minotaur number 3 had to plow all this land before lunch. Everything had to be done exactly as he had done it during the blue moon. The Minotaur was surprised that Sejun gave him food for just this simple work. Sejun was not such a cruel employer, so there was nothing to be surprised about. The Minotaur immediately set to work and put his horns to work without delay. He was willing to work so hard for food. Sejun, in turn, was very pleased, because the farm was slowly expanding. Now they even had someone to plow the land. Although a few weeks ago, this seemed unrealistic. Our hero decided to plant green onions in these fields because it was difficult to go down to the cave every time to get them. And for some reason, it seemed to him that this would be the right decision. But increasing the green onion harvest was not that difficult. All the farmers had to do was harvest the crop and cut off the mature onion stalks, leaving only the roots. Over time, the root would split in two, and 2 new stalks would appear where they had been cut. Then they would need to be separated for transplanting. Moreover, their stems were quite strong. Thus, our hero planted 200 peonies with green onions, for which he received 200 experience points. He ended up with practically an entire onion plantation. The onions inside the tower grew quite quickly, and if you propagate onions in this way every time new stems grow, the field will increase in the blink of an eye. But not everything went so smoothly. Our hero had one last problem to solve. The amount of water in the watering can was limited, so it was impossible to water all the fields at once. In fact, this was the only problem that prevented the expansion of the fields. Suddenly, Sejun noticed that the hare's body began to glow with an unusual light. It was the second awakening, just like the black hare. The watering can changed its shape. It was very timely. The transformation probably occurred because the father rabbit used it until the water ran out. The water in the watering can doubled, and this already gave a great opportunity to expand the field. Meanwhile, the leader of the Minotaurs was thinking about number 3, because he still hadn't returned to him. But today there was an important event on the farm. The little bunnies went outside the cave for the first time. Seijun began to introduce them to Ryuk, because previously they had not had the opportunity to get to know each other better. Roar was very friendly towards the bunnies, even though they were a little scared of him. But quickly realizing that he posed no threat to them, they began to cuddle up to him and play with him. Theo watched all this jealously, but tried not to show it, because he was the best uncle, and the bunnies loved him. Then he suggested that the rabbits follow him, because Uncle was ready to take them on adventures outside the cave. But no one followed him. The rabbits really enjoyed playing with Roar, so they continued to do so. Theo was very upset and did not even try to hide his disappointment, because it seemed that the little ones had forgotten him. The children grew up quickly, but after everything Theo had gone through to raise them, he was met with complete incomprehension and longing, because how could this have happened? Seijun did not stand aside and decided to calm his beloved merchant cat. He made Theo comfortable and began to feed him chura, but suddenly remembered that he had to go to the lower floors to trade. Theo admitted honestly how it was. He wanted to trade, but now he couldn't do it. And so he told him what had happened to him in recent days, and that wolves had begun to hunt him. Seijun was extremely surprised that some wolves were looking for this straw hat, and that Theo's life was in danger. Now, because of this, our Theo couldn't go down to the lower floors, because he obviously had big problems. That's when Seijun thought about what he was wearing on his head. How valuable was this artifact hat? But when you think about it, it wasn't a necessity, and was useless unless you were a farmer. This could mean one thing. There were farmers on the other floors too. In any case, he urged Theo not to worry about it because he had a great idea. The idea was that Theo could hire a freelance mercenary, and that mercenary could be Bull number 3. It was a really great idea, and Theo liked it. Freelance mercenary was also a profession that creatures born in the tower could acquire, just like traveling merchants. Thanks to an agreement between the Association of Free Mercenaries and the Association of Wandering Merchants, free mercenaries could use the trade routes at any time by paying a fee. Moreover, those who were not mercenaries could be hired as temporary free mercenaries and obtain the right to use the routes. Seijun admitted that he was happy to go down with Theo as a free mercenary, but, like wandering merchants, only those born in the tower could become free mercenaries. Now the question was whether Bull number 3 would agree to become Theo's mercenary, since he was, after all, a monster from the 99th floor. Seijun could make him an offer he couldn't refuse. If the Minotaur agreed, the guy would pay him 3 times more coins per day. Theo couldn't contain his joy, because Seijun was very smart, and Theo admitted that he himself would never have thought of that. Although Seijun believed that Theo could have done it too, this cat had great potential. Theo lay contentedly in Seijun's arms and ate churu, thinking that one day he would follow Seijun's example and take advantage of it. Meanwhile, the Minotaur was either looking for something or keeping watch when he was caught off guard. Minotaur number 4 had been looking for Minotaur number 3 for the last 3 days because he was nowhere to be seen. Number 3 was agitated by the appearance of another Minotaur here, and was even confused for a moment. Moreover, number 4 noticed that number 3's face was quite full, which meant that he had been secretly eating somewhere. She wanted to know and demanded an answer as to where number 3 had been going, and she wanted him to take her with him. Number 3 tried to justify himself by saying that he was pretending. But it was obvious to everyone, and the leader was looking for him, and number 4 was going to tell him everything. That was enough for number 3 to agree to number 4's terms. The Minotaur promised to take his ally there right away, but made her promise not to tell anyone about this place. That's how Seijun and Theo met their friend number 3. Seijun was initially scared and surprised, of course, but soon realized that there was nothing to be afraid of. Number 4 was very friendly, introduced herself politely, and asked if our hero had given her food for plowing the land. It was clear that number 3 was very uncomfortable in front of Seijun, but he understood that if he didn't ask for his friend to work here, he would have big problems. But no matter how much he wanted to, he didn't need any additional workers at the moment, because plowing the field was not a priority. Then Seijun remembered that he had another job for the Minotaur. Theo was now threatened by a pack of wolves, and if she agreed to accompany him, Seijun would pay her 3 tower coins a day, which was 3 times the salary of Bull number 3. But suddenly, number 4 refused for some reason, even though she had been eager to work at first. In fact, the thing was that she didn't eat tower coins and wasn't interested in money. But when our hero offered to feed her 3 times a day and give her snacks, she gladly agreed. This offer was so attractive that number 3 wanted it too. Seijun agreed, realizing that they were obsessed with food, so the 2 of them had to try hard. In that case, Seijun said he would gather food for them so they could eat while working. Number 4 was very grateful to Bull number 3 for bringing her to such a cool place. Number 3 was also happy that she was with him and didn't hold back his emotions, hugging his companion tightly. By this time, the onions had already grown. There were quite a lot of them. so Sejun decided to take them as lunch for the bulls. Theo suggested putting it in his bag, but Sejun wondered if there would be enough room for the tomatoes themselves. Apparently there was no need to worry, as there was plenty of room for the tomatoes. After all, our Theo got up and managed to buy himself a good bag with plenty of space. The onion fit in there very easily. After all, the best conditions had been created for traveling merchants. In addition, Theo was already a mid-level merchant, so the capacity of his bag had increased. Sejun only found out about this now, and actually saw that even the shape of Theo's badge had changed slightly. Theo found this tactless. But instead of being clever, Sejun wanted this wandering merchant to hurry up with his preparations. Our hero also wanted to send something to his family, and believed that Theo knew perfectly well what needed to be done. Sejun could really rely on him in this matter. It was no problem for him. Now Theo would be like behind a stone wall. No one would even dare to look at him askance, let alone approach him, because he was accompanied by two of the best Minotaur warriors. Watching them leave, Sejun wondered anxiously whether these two beasts would eat Theo when they ran out of fodder. In the village on the trade route, in the residential quarter of wandering merchants, Elk's wolves gathered again. They decided to have a snack, but their money was running out. Elka had no appetite. Apparently the situation they were in was exhausting him. They stood in the same place all the time and stared at the merchants all day long. Elko wanted to return to the 85th floor, but the leader was furious. Could this guy really be serious about what he said? He wasn't thinking at all about their hungry tribesmen who were waiting for them on the 85th floor. If they didn't complete this mission, they would no longer be able to receive food from the grid. The life of their tribe was at stake. This work was truly exhausting, and they were holding on with their last ounce of strength just to feed their families. Now it was important for them to stick together and eat well. They bought this food with money collected by their tribe, and to become strong, they had to eat, including the chief. But suddenly he ignored the food and rushed to the balcony railing, as if he had sensed something. And his intuition did not fail him. He finally saw the merchant's cat they had been waiting for so long. Elko was now sure that they would get information about the straw hat, no matter what. The appearance of the Minotaurs attracted everyone's attention, as they rarely appeared on the lower floors. Some of the onlookers couldn't believe their eyes. Seeing a black Minotaur was so rare that some thought they would never see one. Of course, this also attracted attention to Theo himself. After all, what kind of merchant could afford to hire black Minotaurs as bodyguards? Theo had to draw attention to himself, because no one yet fully realized that he was the one who had hired these Minotaurs. And it was quite obvious that he was flattered by such attention. It was a whole new level, a whole new status. But not everyone could believe him, because he himself was completely unknown in these circles. And how could such a small red cat hire such warlike monsters as escorts? Then he decided to prove the opposite by calling both Minotaurs. But the Minotaurs had come out into the light for the first time, and they were curious to see everything there was to see. For the first time in their lives, they saw cabbage. Who was Theo anyway? There was cabbage here. The salesman was trembling with fear for his life, and Theo finally found his bodyguards. They were mercenaries and were supposed to protect their master, but alas, they couldn't resist. They became very interested in what was here, for which they apologized. It was indeed the first time in their lives that they had been on a trade route, and they had never even left the 99th floor. Moreover, the Minotaurs did not even know why this place was called a trade route. Could it be that not everyone born in the tower could use this road? The Minotaurs really knew nothing, which is why Theo considered them to be complete bumpkins. Theo saw a small tower made of boxes, and nimbly jumped to the top to be at the same height as the Minotaurs. So the middle-level merchant decided to kindly explain everything to his companions. As an experienced speaker, he began his story, gesturing actively with his paws. Long ago, many paths of the tower had been arbitrarily stretched from the very base to the top. However, none of these paths were safe for simple passage and transition to another section of the tower. So the first wandering merchant created an association of wandering merchants, and organized this transition, eliminating dangerous paths and leaving safe ones. The Association of Free Mercenaries, which later became the main force behind the tower, entered into an agreement with the tower. They provided all the resources and manpower necessary to manage the passage. However, since the passage was still under the control of the Association of Traveling Merchants, it became known as the trade route we all know today. The Minotaurs were so impressed by Theo's speech and knowledge that they couldn't help but give him a standing ovation. Theo admitted with undisguised pride that this was basic knowledge for mid-level merchants. But in fact, it was the first page of a guidebook for itinerant merchants, and it was the best thing Theo had ever read. As already mentioned, all residents of the tower could use the passageways, but there was a paid passage that only wandering merchants could use, and it was something like a shortcut. Since Theo was a traveling merchant, they could, of course, use this path. If they had taken the usual route, it would have taken much longer, as this village was the center of such paid routes. Now they needed to get to the 38th floor, so they would use the toll road to go down to the 40th floor, and then continue on the usual route. Although the Minotaurs were brave warriors, they realized that they had a difficult journey ahead of them. Therefore, before setting off on this journey, Theo naturally suggested they have a bite to eat. The Minotaurs gladly agreed, and now our traveling merchant led them to his favorite fish restaurant. He was about to ask about their food preferences, but that was not to be. All this time, the leader of the White Wolves had been waiting for Theo, just waiting for the right moment to attack. Elko was already delighted to have found the wandering merchant. But Theo no longer traveled without guards after the previous incident. Number 3 reacted lightning fast and fought off the wolf to protect Theo. Elko had excellent reflexes, so he was able to quickly dodge the direct blow and distance himself. Theo quickly explained to Number 3 who it was, and that this wolf was the bastard who had been following him. The Minotaur was about to get rid of him, but other wolves that had been lying in wait attacked him from behind. Number 4 was standing by and reacted in time, fighting off both wolves at once. The leader was afraid for his brothers. Their situation was already bad, and now their lives were in danger. Number 4 didn't even expect there to be 2 more puppies here, and she was afraid she wouldn't get any work. Number 3 stayed to protect Theo, while Number 4 decided to deal with these dogs herself. Theo was worried about whether Number 4 could handle it alone, but such a question was already an insult to the monsters of the 99th floor. For them, the glorious warriors of such a high floor, these dogs were nothing. Besides, Number 4 was stronger than Number 3, which the Minotaur proudly acknowledged. Before Number 4 left, Theo asked her not to kill the wolves. But alas, she could not guarantee their survival, so she made no promises. The leader was worried about the condition of his brothers, and they, in turn, tried to hold on only for his sake and for the sake of their family. Although it was clear that things were not going well for them, it was obvious that their forces were unequal in this battle. But they couldn't retreat and allow themselves to miss this cat, whom they had been watching for so long. The leader ordered everyone to get ready. They had to attack now and simultaneously. It was all or nothing. Meanwhile, on the farm, it turned out that the hare with the sickle had outstanding hairdressing skills. Seijun's hair had grown quite long and was constantly getting in his eyes, so he entrusted himself to the hare to trim it a little. Ryuk was a curious little guy, and his face could be seen everywhere, even this time, when there was such an important task at hand. Ryuk breathed on the hair so hard that it made his nose itch, and he sneezed. Unable to control his paw at that moment, the blade of the sickle accidentally cut the wrong strand of hair, leaving a small bald spot on Seijun's head. It was bad, because this was clearly not what Seijun had expected. How could they fix this situation now? Seijun, in turn, couldn't wait to have a Hollywood hairstyle on his head. As planned, the wolves attacked Number 4 simultaneously from different sides, biting her in different parts of her body. Her body seemed so powerful that the wolves clinging to her with their teeth looked like mere fleas. One of the wolves suddenly realized that the Minotaur's skin was so thick that he couldn't bite through it with his fangs. Number 4 noticed his surprise, and reminded him that the Minotaur's skin was not as easy to damage as they might think. Number 4 threw one of the wolves away from her with such force that he couldn't control his body at that moment. Then she threw another one away. It flew away just like the previous one. The last one remained, the leader. He clung to her skin as tightly as possible, wanting to win at any cost. But he didn't have enough strength for that. It was clear from the start that even the 3 of them couldn't defeat the mighty Minotaur. But their desire to win was so great that they stared fear in the face. Just one punch to his face and it could be smeared all over the surface. At that moment, a memory from the past flashed through his mind, back when he was just a wolf cub. Back then, the leader told him that they were a pure-blooded tribe of silver wolves, and if one of the wolves died, its spirit would become one of the guardians of the tribe. The tribe of silver wolves was much stronger than other tribes. They were able to increase their ability to track prey and hunt. Silver wolves could inherit the protection and will of their ancestors, becoming even stronger. The ancestors of the silver wolves were their honor. They always honored their memory and knew that even after death, their experience was passed on to them. Therefore, the silver wolf tribe was proud of this and behaved with dignity, thus honoring their traditions. But it was equally important for them not to tarnish the honor of their ancestors and to preserve the reputation of the silver wolf tribe, which had been built up over centuries. Grandfather told Elko all this with pride and honor, and he took everything he said to heart, because he was part of this history. But maybe now he could get an answer to his main question, or maybe not. Elko grew up during the period when the Great Famine had already begun. At that time, there was absolutely nothing to eat, and the Western tribes were robbing and killing each other. One day, there was such a battle, and Elko remembered that day very well. He was just a little boy when he saw his grandfather killed before his eyes, and he was saved by fleeing. And now, in his grandfather's place, he himself had become the leader in such a difficult period. Then he decided that he would work for the grid. Everyone was unhappy with this decision, because he was supposedly disappointing his ancestors. Those murders were precisely because of the grid, and now their pack had to serve it. Of course, all the Silver Wolves were extremely unhappy with this decision, but Elko stopped the commotion and ordered them to be quiet. It was painful for him to take such a step and serve the grid, but they had no choice. They didn't even know if they would survive until tomorrow. Therefore, Elko temporarily gave up his honor, and all this was for the sake of the children, so that they would have a future and something to eat. Elko was sure that his ancestors would understand and not condemn him. After all, he tried to do everything for his pack and protected it as best he could. He understood perfectly well that his grandfather had died because of the grid, but he hoped for their understanding. The fourth deliberately missed and did not hit Elko, at Theo's request. The leader was beside himself and muttered under his breath, "All for the children. All for the children." Theo wasn't afraid to approach him and noticed that the guy had completely shut down. The fourth girl got into her work and offered to break Theo's legs so that he would no longer be able to follow them. Theo was too soft-hearted. He understood that the attempt on his life was a serious crime, but breaking someone's legs was too cruel. So the cat decided that they would take these 3 wolves to Seijun, and he would decide what to do with them. Meanwhile, our hero had a new stylish hairstyle that even an avid stylist would envy. Seijun began to touch his hair in anticipation of at least feeling this new hairstyle. There was no mirror, and it was difficult to see what was on his head. He turned pale with horror when he felt that he had a bald spot on his head. If only he had known that he would be getting a haircut today, he would have asked Theo to buy him a mirror at the market. Seijun saw that the rabbit was also upset and began to calm him and himself down, saying that everyone makes mistakes, and after all, who would see him here? He was the only human, and everyone else was a monster. Besides, he had such a wonderful straw hat, so everything was fine. But in reality, Seijun was ready to fall into depression because of this. But the mother rabbit tried to tell him something. After all, she also had scissors, and could cut his hair better and fix the situation. Seijun decided to trust her. Meanwhile, Aileen was relaxing at home, enjoying reading a book and eating delicious tomatoes. But they had a tendency to run out, especially since she had grown bigger. Her usual amount of food was no longer enough to satisfy her hunger. Aileen thought about asking Seijun for food, but then she remembered that anything could happen, like last time when he called her a pig with wings. And yet, even so, her hunger was stronger than her need to eat. She immediately turned to Park Sejun, but noticing that he was doing something unusual, she asked what was going on and why his appearance had changed. Sejun explained that his hair was too long and uncomfortable, so his mother had cut it. The boy even took off his hat so that Aileen could admire his hairstyle, probably because it was unusual for her to see him like that. When Aileen saw his new hairstyle, she couldn't hide her surprise and couldn't say a word. She didn't answer him, and Seijun didn't know what to think. Still, he was curious to know what she thought of his hairstyle. A million thoughts must have raced through Aileen's mind, but she couldn't say any of them out loud because she was too busy admiring Seijun's new look. His hairstyle, his gorgeous eyes, his facial features. It all seemed just perfect, and his hairstyle literally emphasized it. In the end, in order not to go crazy from his appearance, Aileen asked him not to come closer, although such a request might sound strange to a guy. In the end, the manager explained that everything was fine, and that she couldn't take her eyes off our hero, and reminded him that she wanted some of the crayfish she had eaten the other day. Sajin thought it was all about food, but he had to disappoint Aileen, because the crayfish population had been declining lately, and after they appeared, Sajin didn't see any piranhas at all. So lately, Seijun had been eating only vegetables, which made him feel a little lighter, and he thought that Aileen could also benefit from taking care of her body. So he offered her a choice of corn or tomatoes. In the end, he also gave her some dried potatoes, for which the tower manager thanked him. But before saying goodbye, she said that Seijun's new hairstyle suited him very well. Sajun was surprised by the dragon lady's behavior, because it turned out that she knew how to give compliments and slightly embarrass him. Be that as it may, a hairstyle is a hairstyle, but he had to get to work eventually. To tell the truth, Aileen still couldn't recover. When she received the basket of food, her hands were shaking, and her cheeks were still flushed. She felt her heart beating very strongly in her chest, and Aileen thought it was just some kind of anomaly. But she tried to dismiss these thoughts, because most likely it was just the change in Seijun's appearance that surprised her so much. Even so, she couldn't forget the last words the guy had said to her, that she too should take care of her body. Alan decided to postpone her meal and went to her favorite place lately, the library. There she looked for a book and found it. It was a great book of recipes. She wanted to make something special for Park Sejun and was ready to work hard on it. Meanwhile, Theo was starting to get excited. He had already arrived on the 38th floor and was putting his charm and sales skills to work. The awakened people were already waiting for him and were eager to start shopping. Theo was surprised by how rushed everyone was, but in any case, he had as many as 3,600 tomatoes, and one batch was 400 pieces. The first 1,600 tomatoes sold very quickly and at a good price, more than 200 tower coins. Now there were 2,000 tomatoes left for auction. But one guy decided to get ahead of the auction and offered to buy the remaining tomatoes for 1,600 tower coins. He hoped that no one would go against the Jaggle company with their money. Theo, of course, decided not to haggle for long and immediately sold all his tomatoes to one person. Because why should he waste extra time? The tomatoes outside the tower were already sold out, so they wouldn't be able to sell them, because besides, this company had simply monopolized all the tomatoes for itself. It was a little sad, because ordinary hunters like them couldn't afford to buy tomatoes, but they wanted to buy them and treat their relatives and friends. But Kim Dong-shik was happy that he knew Theo personally, and would be able to make another deal with Sejun. The people from the company noticed that the name of a farmer who had not been visible before appeared on the information panel. Judging by his name, it was easy for people to determine that Park Sejun's name was Korean. Kim Dong-shik was very excited by this information and pushed his way through the crowd to see for himself what was going on. The tomato was the same as the D-level one in terms of its characteristics. Only now, the producer field listed farmer Park Sejun. Kim Dong-sik had always imagined that he was a super professional hunter, but it turned out to be a farmer, which radically changed the course of events. The guy from the Jagol ordered his men to return to the guild camp on the first floor and find out who Park Sejun was. They had to get him on their side and send hunters to South Korea. The man was elated because he had obtained very valuable information and thus earned the praise of the vice director. He thought he had definitely earned a promotion. The other hunters understood that at this rate, they would lose a valuable talent. Moreover, Kim Dong-sik understood perfectly well that Park Sejun's family was now in danger. For the rich outside the tower, cherry tomatoes were more valuable than jewels. If the farmer was inside the tower, there was a high probability that they would kidnap or blackmail the farmer's family outside the tower for the sake of monopoly. And judging by what Theo told Kim about Sejun, Park Sejun had never left the tower, and since he only received information about what was happening outside the tower through Theo, he probably didn't know about the situation. Theo was looking for Kim Dong-sik, as he had a personal matter to discuss with him from Sejun. Kim Dong-sik realized that the situation was critical and required immediate action. He grabbed the cat and ran to a more secluded place so that no one could see or hear them. Kim Dong-sik first wanted to understand why the farmer's name had suddenly become visible when it had previously been hidden. The reason was that Theo had become a mid-level seller, and to protect novice traders, the names of farmers or producers were always hidden. Kim explained directly that Park Sejun's family was now in danger. The Phoenix leader was unaware of the situation inside the tower, but he definitely knew that outside, there was a real hunt for cherry tomatoes going on right now, and everything would have been fine if the producer's name had been concealed. Now there was a high probability that one of the influential companies would hunt down the Sejun family. Theo was very upset, but Kim Dong-sik suddenly promised to protect Park Sejun's family, even if it meant putting the honor of the Phoenix Guild on the line. Now the leader had to hurry to the lower floors of the tower, but before he left, Theo wanted to give him a message and a request from Sejun himself. Kim Dong-shik was to deliver a gift to Sejun's family, and the terms were the same as last time. He would receive 200 cherry tomatoes as a reward. For the first time in his life, the man saw other vegetables grown in the tower, carrots of agility and corn of endurance. He was very impressed, and could not even imagine what would happen if the world found out about all this. Kim Dong-shik promised that he would do everything as required, and asked that these words be conveyed to Sejun. He said goodbye to the cat, but confirmed his own assumptions that he would have to report all this to the master. In order not to scare off his clients, Theo asked his guards to wait at the entrance to the 38th floor. By this time, the wolves had regained consciousness. Elko reproached them for how these minotaurs could work as mercenaries for a wandering merchant. Were they really that simple? Did they wait when they were told to wait? Did they go when they were told to go? So all the legends about the 99th floor were lies. The fourth wanted to hit the wolf, but he would have died if she had done so. Theo returned to the minotaurs at the speed of sound, and before he even stopped, he was already telling them to hurry up and get going. The situation was very critical, and he began to say something in a hurry, but promised to explain everything on the way. The wolves demanded to be released, but they forgot that they were hostages, and their words were not taken into account. They were about to return to the farm, but Theo accidentally saw a shop and wanted to quickly visit the merchant. Theo was interested in one particular item. He didn't even look at the others. For some reason, he really liked this stone on a string. This pendant cost 2 tower coins. But of course, Theo wanted a discount. And the merchant began to fear for his life when he saw 2 minotaurs behind Theo. Kim Dong-shik began to think about the situation with Park Se-jun. There was a suggestion that he had entered the tower through a portal and quickly made his way to the 40th floor. He was now 26 years old, but his exact location was unknown. It had recently been discovered that he was growing magical cherry tomatoes and distributing them through the merchant's cat. Han Tae-jun, founder of the Phoenix Guild and current member of the Awakened Association, found this information interesting. It was very cold in Han Tae-jun's house, and even wearing a jacket, Kim was still freezing. But Han Tae-jun didn't seem to mind, as he was also keeping his feet on ice. Of course, Kim was worried about his master. He was curious about how he was feeling and whether his body was okay. Instead of answering, the master decided to ask him himself, showing his condition. Was he okay? And how was he supposed to feel now, when he found out that Kim Dong-shik had hidden such talent from him? A man who had passed the 40th floor, and he had to sit in this refrigerator and suck his thumb. But the master, in his opinion, was acting very rashly, because he too had unofficially climbed to the 52nd floor. Only this was different. Han Tae-jun was very angry that something had been hidden from him. Maybe Kim was still hiding something else from him? The profession of a farmer is a profession in the tower that never existed before, and Kim can't provide any more information. Han quickly calmed down because Kim did not respond to his fervor, and the master was simply not interested in continuing. Moreover, Kim noticed that the curse of the tribe on his master's body was spreading further and further. But for Han Tae-jun, it was just a tickle. If it weren't for one thing, he would have run away to the tower long ago. And now Kim Dong-shik shouldn't have seen his master in such a state. What did Kim want after all? Since the producer of the magical cherry tomatoes was Korean, they would have a great influence on them. Therefore, Kim Dong-shik came to ask for support from the Awakened Association to protect Park Se-jun's family. The leader didn't need to worry about that. The master had already formed a security department as soon as he received the call. Therefore, Kim would have to take on this responsibility, as he was already acquainted with Se-jun. The association could not allow such talent to be taken away by another country. There were rumors that other countries had already tried to contact him. Kim Dong-shik was very pleased that the master had agreed to meet with him and had not ignored his words, so he gave him a small gift in the form of those very cherry tomatoes. Kim understood that the master was old and his health was already failing, so he hoped that these tomatoes could help him in some way. After all, these were the very tomatoes that Park Se-jun had grown. After tasting them, Han Tae-jun appreciated the flavor of these tomatoes. When Kim finished his business with the master, he went to Se-jun's parents to give them a package from their son. When they saw the huge buckets filled with corn, carrots, and tomatoes, they didn't even understand what they were. Se-dol immediately realized that these were the most popular items in the tower, but he only knew about fat-burning tomatoes. How proud he felt when he realized that his brother had grown all of this. Their parents were unaware of this, so Kim explained that many people were interested in Se-jun, which put them in danger. Therefore, the Korean Awakened Association wanted to provide them with security, and they had to pack their things for the move as soon as possible. His mother was confused because they had been living a quiet life, and now suddenly they had to go somewhere. And where would they go if they hadn't paid off the mortgage on their house yet? But Kim Dong-sik had already prepared a house for them in Hanam-dong, an area where celebrities lived. Se-dol was naturally interested in who their neighbors were, and it turned out that Kim Dong-shik himself and his family lived there, although Se-dol thought there would be idols. Then, Kim became interested in whether the guy liked idols and if he knew the group LJSN. It was one of the most popular groups, and Se-dol was, of course, a fan. Kim proudly showed him a photo of himself with his daughter, who was a member of the group. Moreover, if Se-dol was a fan, he would like to invite him to visit. His admiration knew no bounds, because Sarah turned out to be Kim Dong-sik's daughter. She was the leader and vocalist of the group, a genius among geniuses, writing music and producing the group from within. Se-dol was very excited because he would be neighbors with this girl and get to know her. She said in the cover album that her father was a hunter, but he had no idea that it was Kim Dong-shik, for which he now apologized. His parents were completely confused because their son started calling Kim Dong-shik his father and saying that he loved him, and they had no idea why. Mom was still worried about Se-jun. He said he would be a good son and earn money in the tower, But who would have thought that he would become a farmer and work so hard? Who would take care of him? Meanwhile, Aileen put all her affairs aside and started cooking to treat our hero. Her recipes were unusual, as were the ingredients. The dish was almost ready. She added the finishing touches in the form of miracle mushrooms from a starving demon of the 1,000-year dimension and seasonings. Aileen was very pleased because the dish was already cooked. Sejun had collected seeds from green onion flowers 2 weeks ago, and during that time, new ones had already grown. It was time to harvest. They had also planted those seeds inside the cave in the hope of obtaining an item, but unfortunately, it had no properties. Sejun believed that this was because onions are not vegetables. The black rabbit seemed to have figured something out and tried to tell our hero about it. Sejun understood what the hare meant and pulled out the onion completely, roots and all. Then the information panel appeared. He also gained professional experience, points, and increased skill. The bow was very useful. It cleansed toxins. When consumed, it removed Class C or lower toxins within an hour. It had a liver detoxification function. Its shelf life was 135 days. It belonged to Class C+. In fact, as he guessed, our hero's item was made from fruits or seeds. It was a special onion, and Sejun was curious to see what it tasted like. It didn't taste much different from what they usually ate before, but it was difficult to say anything about the detoxification. The liver detoxification function could be very useful for those who like to drink. As soon as more onions grew, Sejun wanted to start selling them. It was already lunchtime, and Sejun and the rabbits decided to check if there was any wildlife in the pond. But the population of piranhas and crayfish was declining, and they didn't even show up when he lured them with blood. As much as they wanted to, they would have to give up meat for a while. Sejong had already been in the tower for 200 days, so Aileen decided to prepare a special gift for Sejong on this occasion. Sejun was deeply touched that the tower manager had prepared a gift for him and was attentive to such things. To receive the gift, Sejun first had to give 1 tomato, and in the end, when he fulfilled the conditions, he received Aileen's healing soup. It was the first dish that the great black dragon Aileen Fritani had ever cooked in her life. The taste could not be guaranteed, but the effect was excellent, provided the consumer survived. When consumed, all characteristics increased threefold. He was poisoned with a Class C paralyzing poison and an acid poison of the same class, and the dish itself was Class A. This dish was an item and was specially prepared for Sejun. But Aileen could no longer respond. She went to bed because she was very tired from preparing this dish. But how hard did she try that she didn't even have the strength left? Aileen really felt tired. It was her first experience cooking, so she hoped that Sejun would eat everything. She decided that she would listen to Sejun's feedback after he woke up, and if he didn't eat the dish, she would kill him. Sejun tried with the last of his patience to call the manager, but she left and didn't answer anymore. The dish was completely unappetizing, and even the hares felt a sense of confusion when Sejun looked at them. He wanted to take the hares that could eat this soup instead of him, but they all ran away without even looking back. But when you think about it, it was a really cool item because it could increase all of their stats. But the level C poisons were dangerous. Then the warrior hare had an idea, and he pointed to the onion, which had detoxifying properties. It was a really good idea because he could cleanse this dish of toxins, and everything should be fine. At the very least, he knew that he would not die from poisoning if he ate this soup. Now, after eating the onion, he was protected from all poisons for an hour. Sejun was very curious about how this dish tasted. It looked disgusting, but he hoped that it tasted much better. Unfortunately, the taste of this dish was simply disgusting. It was impossible to keep it in his mouth. His gag reflex kicked in immediately. The wise men said that the worse the medicine tasted, the more effective it was. But this was the most horrible thing Sejun had ever tasted. He was poisoned with a paralyzing toxin and at the same time cleansed of it, thanks to the onion. But did that flying pig Aileen really want to kill him? Our hero's determination was enviable. He decided that he had to eat everything at once. The whole pot. He knew he could do it. And it almost reached the bottom when he suddenly saw a fish at the bottom. Symbolic, isn't it? Sejun was so frightened by this fish that he dropped the whole pot from his hands and almost fell himself. Unfortunately, the pot flew into the pond and all the little leftovers spilled out, polluting the water. Sejun still finished eating Aileen's healing soup, and his stats were increased by 3 levels. But because of his emotionality, he also killed a piranha and a crayfish, for which he received additional points. But that wasn't all. With the help of this soup, Sejun killed a giant electric eel and received 5,000 points. The pond was now poisoned, and everyone who lived in it was killed by the healing soup. The hares were unhappy because now they would definitely not be able to eat meat for the next few weeks. Sejun felt guilty because all the food had been killed because of him. They would not be able to eat what was in the pond now. There was also a problem with drinking water, but it was solvable thanks to the hare's watering cans. Still, Seijun was very worried about the hole in the pond, because many piranhas and crayfish had died of poisoning nearby, including a huge electric eel which probably wasn't even swimming nearby. All this indicated that there was a huge ecosystem in that hole. Now the number of piranhas and crayfish entering the pond had suddenly decreased, which was already a problem. If our hero could find a way, they would have several sources of protein in the future. The hare had a new idea. He was ready to climb into the pond and swim through the hole. It was a very bold proposal, but also very risky. After all, the water was still poisoned, and even if he ate the green onions, the hole was too small, and if something went wrong, he could get stuck and die. Seijun understood the hare's feelings, but he valued him too much to send him to such a dangerous place. He suggested thinking about it after the water in the pond had cleared up a little. The farm still had some food reserves, so everything would be fine for a while, and there was no need to worry. The king of the Minotaurs sat in his lair, and bull number 3 was still missing. Bull number 4, who had gone to look for bull number 3, was also missing. The leader was beginning to think that they had forgotten his orders. Number 1 assumed that the two might have wandered into the territory of the red-haired monster, or the poisonous bees in search of grass and were in danger. Or maybe they had wandered into the territory of those bastards, and if you ended up there might not even be a body left. But the 4th bull was the best warrior, so the leader thought that might have happened to the 3rd. Still, the situation bothered him, so he ordered the 1st bull to gather all the bulls from 1st to 100th and take his place for a while. The leader could no longer sit still and realized that he had to intervene and find his warriors himself. Meanwhile, a new crop of onions had ripened on the farm, which Seijun and the hares had managed to harvest. Seijun guessed that there were so many onions that it would probably be enough to feed 100 minotaurs to their fill. Ryuk was having fun because lying on the onions was very soft, and Seijun even allowed them to take some for him and his mother when they went to bed. Suddenly, Seijun noticed that the blessing for a good first-level harvest had been activated. Now 70 hectares of green onions were blessed with a good harvest, and next week, the harvest would increase by 50%. The onions were growing well on their own, but with the blessing effect, they were growing right before his eyes, and now he would have to harvest them 3 times as often. Thanks to Aileen's soup, Seijun's skills had improved, and because of this, he would easily harvest such a large amount, especially since he had helpers. As soon as they remembered Aileen, she appeared, asking if Seijun had eaten her soup. Our hero happily replied that he had. He also thanked her because his level had increased. But then a tricky question arose. Did Seijun like the soup? He didn't want to hurt Aileen's feelings, so he thought carefully, choosing his words carefully so as not to lie or offend her. The manager noticed this pause in his answer and was upset, because she guessed that her soup must have been bad. Seijun hurried to rectify the situation and explained that he had eaten it after all, or should he have said that he would die for it. Aileen held her pot and said that she would make more of this soup if our hero liked it so much. But Seijun stopped her, saying that she had spent all her energy cooking it, and he asked her not to go to such lengths for him. He liked communicating with her this way, so he didn't want her to waste her energy for his sake. Seijun was ready to cook himself. He liked it better when Aileen ate well, so she no longer had to try so hard to cook something for Seijun, which he was almost ready to beg for. These words did not offend Aileen in the least. They seemed to melt her heart. She could not have imagined that this guy cared so much about her. How many emotions did the dragoness experience at that moment? She was very proud of Park Sejun. In the end, they both came to an agreement, and Aileen agreed not to cook anymore. But now, of course, she wanted to know what would be for dinner today. For Sejun, it was a huge relief. But while he was talking to Aileen, he suddenly felt the ground shaking, and he shook with it. Not far away, they could see the footsteps of a huge minotaur heading straight for them. The leader of the minotaurs himself was heading towards them, and it seemed that he was ready to attack the grizzly bear. Seijun was very frightened at that moment because nothing had foreshadowed trouble today, and then this warrior appeared. With anxiety on his face, Seijun noticed that this minotaur was different from the previous minotaurs he had seen, so that Seijun wouldn't get too excited. The tower manager explained that this was the leader of the minotaurs, the boss of the 99th floor. He guarded the path beam so he couldn't leave his territory. He was the one who could release Seijun from the tower, and the one whom Seijun, according to the bear woman, had to defeat. No one knew why the boss himself had come here, so Aileen was just about to talk to him. The manager hurriedly began to search for that very rule in the tower reference book her grandfather had given her, in which the boss of the 99th floor could not leave the territory of the path beam. And when she found it, she began to read the following words. Exercising my right as tower manager, I summon the boss of the 99th floor, the king of minotaurs. But for some reason, the system showed that the tower manager could not perform this action. The rights of the tower manager are indisputable. But for some reason, at that very moment, the system window did not respond to Aileen. She couldn't do anything about it, so she told Seijun that she couldn't get the Minotaur King to talk, and she didn't even know why. Was our hero doomed? And was there no way to stop this terrible running monster? In the end, the grizzly bear came to the rescue, but Seijun was even more worried because he thought she wouldn't be able to stop him since he was the boss. The bear prepared to defend herself, but the boss did not retreat and was ready to strike with his axe. Seijun and everyone else closed their eyes in panic and fear, already anticipating their death. Aileen couldn't hold back her tears. She was very afraid for Park Sejun, but alas, she couldn't help him. The axe never reached the bear or them. It stuck into the ground as if it was no longer needed. The boss did not attack the grizzly bear, but began to greedily devour the onions he saw in front of him. Seijun felt exhausted from the stress he had experienced, because it turned out that this minotaur was first and foremost just a bull, and a hungry bull at that. The leader of the minotaurs was not interested in Seijun or the bear. He just wanted to eat his fill. During all this time, he didn't say a word to anyone. He silently took the axe in his teeth and all the remaining onions in his hands. The minotaur simply ran away with the stolen bow. The tower manager assumed that he was returning to the beam. Seijun and all his friends were so nervous that they could hardly stand on their feet because they were so stressed out. And yet our hero did not forget to thank the grizzly bear, because she stood with them to the end and was ready to fight, even though she could have been defeated. Fortunately, the worst that could have happened to them did not come to pass, but their field was still destroyed. Seijun got to work, because the field was a complete mess. The minotaur had taken all the onions, and now they had to grow new ones. It was a huge relief for Aileen that Farmer Park Sejun was okay, but she was very sorry that the field had been ruined. But Seijun did not despair. He thought he should visit the king of the minotaurs later. Seijun thought this way because he saw that the Black Minotaur tribe attached great importance to military honor, especially if it was the king of the minotaurs. Aileen was surprised at first, but then she understood what Seijun was trying to tell her. Come to think of it, the leader of the minotaurs had ruined our hero's field, eaten his crops, and run away. So how much did he owe him now? Time passed, and it was impossible to work on an empty stomach. So Seijun arranged a small snack for everyone. But not everyone was happy with the snack, especially the little ones. Of course, they started to fuss because there was no meat, but they themselves wanted to help their parents in the field. Therefore, they had to eat well and behave normally. Seijun decided to use Rika as an example for them because he didn't fuss, but ate quietly, even though he was also a child like them. The blue moon was coming soon, and during this period, the hares had to become adults, and in order to become adults, they had to eat well, whatever was available. Ryuk was also a good boy and didn't fuss about food, happily eating whatever was available. Seijun began to think that Ryuk had not been growing lately, and considering his growth rate, he should have been taller than he was. Seijun suggested that perhaps the bear cub was not eating enough, or maybe he was sick with something, but he did not know for sure. After lunch, Theo finally returned with the minotaurs and some new guests. Now our hero also met the wolves, and not just any wolves, but a pack of silver wolves. Theo explained that he didn't know what to do with them when they tried to kill him again. The fourth gave them a good beating, but they decided to bring them here so that Seijun could decide their fate. Seijun decided that first they needed to hear why they were chasing Theo, but now the wolves were unconscious. It turned out that these wolves were too loud, so the fourth had to calm them down. Now all that remained was to hope that they would wake up. Theo discovered with horror that something had happened to the field, and he had no idea who could have done such a thing. Seijun had to say that the king of the minotaurs had been there, which surprised the minotaurs themselves. Of course, they began to panic, because he had probably come here for them. They already understood that this was probably the end for them, but Seijun suggested discussing these details later. The minotaurs had worked hard, and now they should eat. Theo wanted to tell the director something very important, which was why he had been in such a hurry to return to him. He had already begun his story, but for now, this conversation was not meant to begin, because there were outsiders present. Seijun and Theo quickly sensed that someone was close to them, and fear enveloped them once again. Probably at that moment, they didn't even have time to understand anything. Everything happened too quickly. But fortunately, there were no casualties, because Ryuk managed to protect them. All this time, the wolf had apparently been pretending to be unconscious, just waiting for the right moment to attack. He did not attack, but he managed to steal the hat, which was his goal all along. All the wolves quickly regained consciousness and were about to run away, but the minotaurs returned from lunch when they heard a strange noise. The elder even had the audacity to thank them for the hat, which he had sought for so long and finally stolen. Theo and Seijun were very angry because the wolves had acted so dishonestly and belatedly. They were already getting ready to leave because they had gotten what they wanted, and there was nothing left for them to do here. But alas, they couldn't leave so easily. They were cunning, but they didn't take into account that there was a grizzly bear here. Until that moment, they were sure that everything was going according to plan. But when this obstacle appeared, the leader was confused because he understood that the bear was too much for him. Today, Rika's mother was very angry. Too many uninvited guests had come into her territory, and she had to constantly defend her territory and protect her family. In the end, the leader of the pack decided that it was time to give up. After all, life was more important. Seijun returned his straw hat to its rightful place, on his head. Fortunately, it wasn't even torn. The minotaurs and the she-bear were ready to destroy these wolves and break their legs, but Seijun was the one who made the decision. Suddenly, Ryuk put forward his proposal, in which he argued that they should eat these wolves. Seijun was seriously surprised, but suggested that the bear cub eat honey instead and left him in the care of the bee. Now they had to decide what to do with the wolves. First of all, everyone had to stop arguing and sit down. Elko simply wondered why the strongest monsters, 2 minotaurs and a crimson grizzly bear, listened to this ordinary man. Elko recalled that the cat merchant had previously referred to this man as the director. One could assume that this was some kind of nickname that was only used on the 99th floor. Elko came to the terrible realization that this was a black dragon. Otherwise, the monsters of the 99th floor would not have obeyed him. And yet the great black dragon did exist, and director was a respectful way to address the black dragon. The leader of the pack pondered the words of the other wolves. After all, the great black dragon did rule the tower from the 99th floor. And this skinny guy was the very great dragon who was at the head of the tower. The leader even thought that he wanted to weaken their vigilance, probably as a real test from the black dragon. Elko was sure that this was the answer from their ancestors that his grandfather had spoken of, and that this was their chance. Seijun finally wanted to understand why the wolves needed this hat and Theo. The wolves began to apologize to the great black dragon, realizing that they had shown him disrespect, but they did not know that the wandering cat merchant was a subordinate of the black dragon. Seijun did not expect to be perceived as the black dragon, and did not fully understand their train of thought. Eileen, of course, watched all this, and when she saw the situation, she couldn't help but laugh. She found it very amusing and funny. So she asked Seijun to pretend to be a great black dragon and even created a quest for it. As a reward, he would receive Eileen's joy. So now our hero had to show the greatness of the great black dragon instead of Aileen. She claimed that this would definitely help the guy. Only now did it dawn on our hero that Aileen was not a flying pig, but a real black dragon that everyone feared and respected. This quest was a requirement. Aileen wanted to have fun, and it suited Seijun himself very well. So he quickly slipped into the role of the black dragon. However, our hero did not mind making Aileen happy. Theo looked at everything that was happening with suspicion, but remained silent. And Seijun diligently pretended to be a black dragon, hoping that no one would recognize him in this form. He couldn't understand how these wolves dared to encroach on his property and threaten his subordinate. He couldn't forgive them for that. Aileen's reaction was ambiguous. She was surprised by how Seijun approached her task. Seijun was so realistic in his role that even the third Minotaur wondered if it was true or not. Theo even felt a momentary sense of fear, but Seijun hastened to reassure his beloved subordinate Theo and offered him a treat from the great black dragon. Theo quickly understood everything and also got into character, trying to explain to the wolves that Director Park was the black dragon and he was Theo, his subordinate, so the wolves had to bow down to him. Elko repented that he had committed a grave sin for which he, the leader of the Silver Wolf tribe, could not pay even with his life. He hoped only for the mercy of the great dragon, and for pity, at least for the first time. The black dragon was very merciful, and decided that he could give them a chance to atone for their sins. The price of atonement for such sins was 10,000 tower coins. This was the price of Theo's subordinate's life. The manager was willing to forgive them if they paid, but for them, it was an unbearable amount. Meanwhile, Theo rejoiced and rejoiced. He couldn't believe that his life was really so expensive. But it was obvious, because he was, after all, a salesman, and was responsible for distributing their farm's products. The leader of the pack didn't even know how to respond to Seijun's offer, except to admit that they didn't have that much money. Theo had already prepared the contract, and there was nowhere for them to go. So if they couldn't pay with money, they had to pay with their bodies and work on the farm. But Elke reminded him of their previous contract with Grid, which they had drawn up. The leader remembered this and had to apologize to the great black dragon again, because they couldn't do it. Theo and Seijun were surprised that the wolves refused, because it was a pretty attractive offer, and they basically had no choice. The tower manager continued to observe the situation, and now could not forgive them for refusing such an offer. Sejun understood that it wasn't that simple. There must have been some reason for it, and he wanted to know what that reason was. On the 85th floor, where the Silver Wolf tribe lived, there had been a long drought, which had led to a catastrophic food shortage. Their pack had to become freelance mercenaries in order to survive. Lord Grid hired the wolves in exchange for food for their tribe. His last task was to find this hat. But now that they knew the hat belonged to the Great Black Dragon, they had failed their mission. This meant that food supplies to their tribe would cease, and if they worked for the Black Dragon, the young wolves of their tribe would die of hunger. So Elki begged the Great Black Dragon for mercy and asked him to make them pay with their lives. Sejun did not rush, learned Elki's name, and finally asked what he thought this place was. All around were cultivated, well-tended fields and ripening crops. It was not difficult to guess that they were on a farm where there was plenty of food. Sejun decided to add a condition to the contract so that their entire tribe would be able to pay the 10,000 coins for the tower. In the meantime, while they were working here, Sejun promised to provide the Silver Wolf tribe with food. The wolves were happy because this was their real chance for salvation, and now they wouldn't have to serve that damn pig who destroyed their tribe. Their gratitude to the Black Dragon knew no bounds, and they promised to work hard. As the leader of the pack, Elki had a huge responsibility for his tribe, and when he managed to find a way out of their predicament, he couldn't even hold back his tears of happiness. Aileen, like everyone else, was very happy that everything had worked out this way, and that the wolves had a chance at salvation. Besides, she was beside herself with joy because her name had been praised. Theo and Sajon had already drawn up a contract, which only Elko had to sign. This contract secured Theo as their guardian. They would be listed as his subordinates, and must obey him. Sejun also introduced them to the 3rd and 4th bulls, who were senior to the wolves, so they had to treat them with respect. Sejun thought that Lord Grid was a great landowner and an important person. This meant that other threats could arise in the future. Therefore, the wolves would have to guard Theo on the lower floors when he went downstairs. In that case, the Minotaurs would not be distracted by this and would be able to work in the fields. Theo was very hungry and wanted to get some fish and share it with the wolves, but Sejun had to disappoint our cat because there was no fish. Theo was seriously upset, because fish was everything to him. It was literally the meaning of his existence. Theo even refused to work if he didn't have fish. So Sejun did everything in his power, but he understood what the warrior hare was hinting at. Still, the poison in the water had diluted enough, so the rabbit ate some onions just in case and was ready to go on a reconnaissance mission to their hunting grounds. The black hare made the passage a little bigger, and now it was quite possible to crawl through it. Without waiting for anything, the hare immediately plunged into the water and wanted to swim through the hole. But he failed, something was blocking him, and he tried to tell Sejun about it. The thing was, it was too dark there, and even after widening the path, it still seemed dangerous. Sejun decided to turn to Theo, thinking that maybe he had something that would allow him to see in the dark. He couldn't have had such a thing, but he decided to empty his bag anyway, because there were some things in it, so he could look for it. There wasn't much in the bag, just the money from selling tomatoes and one item that Theo had bought on the way here. Sejun's attention was immediately drawn to a necklace with a purple stone. The stone on the necklace was precious, but there was no real information about it. All that was known was that this item belonged to level E. Sejun immediately turned to Aileen and asked her to describe the item to him, just as she had done with the hat. Aileen said she would take care of it, and besides, it was a suitable item for the current situation. As a token of gratitude for her work, Sejun gave Aileen a bowl of tomatoes. He also took back the item he had already described, which was called the Necklace of Light. Outwardly, the necklace was very different from its undescribed version. For some reason, it had suddenly turned yellow. The necklace was an amber stone with a seal of light magic. To use it, one had to be above level 5 and have at least 3rd level mana. The manufacturer was Magician Horan from the Green Tower. The necklace belonged to level C and possessed the skill of light. When the skill was used, it illuminated everything around it, and the higher the level, the brighter the light. Theo immediately realized that this would help and didn't miss the opportunity to ask if this meant he would be a salesman for longer. Sejun was impressed by Theo's ability to pick out the right items at the market. He definitely had a knack for it. So Sejun decided that he no longer needed a temporary assignment. He was now a salesman for good. This meant that, starting today, Sejun officially appointed Theo as the salesman responsible for distributing the farm's harvest. Theo had been working hard all this time, and Sejun decided without hesitation that this position should now belong to him completely. In honor of Theo's promotion today, Sejun allowed him to become the director for the day. Theo was very happy. He did not miss the opportunity and ordered the use of the necklace of light and brought him a lot of fish. First of all, Seijun decided to test the necklace on himself, and it really worked, emitting a pleasant bright light. It was said that the higher the user's level, the brighter the light. The hare understood this, but still wanted to try it. The light from the necklace on the hare was much brighter, and this was because our hero had less mana than the black hare. But it was clear that there would definitely be no problems with lighting. The hare ate the onion last, secured with a rope, and if anything happened to him, he would just have to pull it twice and then he would be pulled out. Finally, Seijun gave him a dagger and a pouch, because it would be extremely difficult to use a hammer underwater. Now, diving into the water was no longer scary, because he was properly prepared and knew that he was insured in case of an accident. Finally, when he swam out of the hole, he could see a huge and rich ecosystem around him. Many species of fish, stingrays, sharks, and turtles swirled around him. But those that were closer, in particular piranhas and eels, were already dead and practically decomposing. Such was the deadly power of Aileen's soup. Then the hare decided that he needed to cut open the eel itself. After all, its insides were very valuable. He made one deep cut, and that was enough to see the most valuable part. The warrior hare took out the most important, brightest internal organ. The eel no longer needed it, but it could be very useful to the hare. It was enough to think about how Seijun would praise him for this, and Theo would be pushed into the background. The eel was still in good condition, so the hare decided it could be cooked and wanted to take it with him. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge shark appeared, ready to devour the warrior hare. He narrowly escaped the shark's terrifying jaws, but the shark managed to bite the eel's tail. The shark pulled so hard on the eel that it eventually broke its tail, and the hare could not hold his breath after that, because the rope began to press on his chest. Finally, the hare managed to send a signal before passing out completely. Seijun urgently began to pull the hare out, but it was difficult because the eel was still attached to it, so he needed help from others. With everyone's help, Seijun pulled the warrior hare out, but it was already unconscious. Seijun pulled himself together and stopped panicking, laying the hare on a flat surface. He gave his hat to the queen bee and set about saving the warrior hare. Seijun decided that mouth-to-mouth resuscitation should help, but the hare did not like this idea at all and instinctively spat out all the water that had accumulated inside him. The black rabbit woke up as if from a terrible dream. So much did he not want Seijun to give him artificial respiration. He was fine, so why was Seijun so worried? What's more, the hare even scolded him. But Seijun was unhappy that the rabbit was complaining about something. Everyone was very worried about him and wanted to help him, but they did something wrong. After all, Seijun almost gave him his first kiss, which he didn't have. In any case, everything was fine since the rabbit was alive, but Seijun didn't understand why the water inside was so salty. Then Aileen decided to intervene and explained that the rabbit had most likely visited the sea dimension, which was located between the floors of the tower. There were too many dangerous monsters, so everyone used the passages to move between floors. But sometimes you could find water passages like those in a pond. In addition, the sea dimension was home to many different types of monsters, some of which were quite tasty. This explained why sea creatures appeared in fresh water. Of course, Seijun was curious to know if there were any edible fish there. The hare couldn't explain anything, but instead showed Seijun the insides of a giant electric eel. This eel was about 1,000 years old. Its insides sparkled with electricity, and when consumed, it allowed one to obtain the skill of thunder and lightning. But to use it, one had to have a mana level above 10. The rank of this item was A. Seijun and Theo were very surprised that the hare had managed to find a giant electric eel after all. He managed not only to find it, but also to catch it and take it with him. The eel acted as bait, luring many crayfish and piranhas that were ready to feed on its body. Now the pond was once again filled with life, and the farm had meat again. Everyone on the farm was very happy, because now they had meat and protein in their diet again. So today there was a meat feast on the farm. Seijun took care of the cooking because there were many people to feed. The table was set, and Seijun was finally able to talk to Theo one-on-one. Seijun learned that his family was in danger, but also that Kim Dong-sik had promised to protect his family. Without expecting it, Seijun realized that his cherry tomatoes were much more popular than he thought. But who would have thought that his family would later be in danger because of this? The next time Theo goes downstairs, he will have to find out exactly how Kim Dong-sik will protect his family, as well as learn other details. Seijun felt indebted to the leader of the Phoenix Guild and believed he had to repay him for his help. Theo noticed that Kim Dong-sik loved cherry tomatoes, so Seijun decided to give him the next harvest. Theo now wanted churu, and Seijun even decided to give him 2 for today. But the eel's innards, which Seijun had completely forgotten about, accidentally fell out of his pocket. To Theo, they smelled quite delicious. Moreover, eating this organ could give one the ability to control thunder and lightning. Theo immediately realized that it was something like static electricity, and he immediately recoiled, because he didn't like it. His fur could be ruined and become stiff. Since arriving at the tower, Sejun had done nothing but acquire farming skills. He expected that he would finally be able to acquire some other skill and become more like an adventurer. But Theo pointed out that he had literally just come out of a cave. So what kind of adventurer was he talking about? And why hadn't he acquired this skill yet? It seemed like it should have been simple. He just had to eat an organ, but Sejun couldn't do it. He didn't have enough mana for that. Just 2 points short of 10. Theo couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out laughing as loud as he could. Was Sejun really that weak? The cat found it so funny that he started rolling around on the floor. But Sejun didn't find it funny at all. Of course, he was curious how much mana Theo had, but Theo wasn't going to tell him. So Sejun decided to check the level himself, especially since he knew how. When he put the amber necklace on Theo, it began to shine like the sun and blinded those standing around him with its light. Sejun was upset because everyone had more mana than he did, but Theo decided to cheer him up and said that from now on, he would protect him. Ryok apparently wanted to make Sejun even more miserable by eating that organ himself. The wolves were finally able to enjoy a full meal and eat their fill. Sejun decided to ask if they liked the food and if they enjoyed everything here. The wolves immediately showed courtesy and respect to the great black dragon, but it was unnecessary. Sejun just wanted them to enjoy their food. The great black dragon shared such precious food with them, and they could not describe his kindness in words. The food tasted simply amazing to them. Sejun, of course, noticed that something was wrong with Elko, and assumed that he was worried about his pack on the 85th floor. As expected, he couldn't hide it from the great black dragon, but there was no need to worry, because very soon they would be able to reunite with their pack. The blue moon was due to appear in a few days, and they were to descend to the 85th floor. If they helped out on the farm, Sejun would be generous and give them even more fish for their pack. In the meantime, Sejun left the wolves with Theo, because he needed to plant vegetables and harvest the new crop that they had been putting off for so long. The cat merchant happily led the silver wolves away, taking full responsibility for them. The Minotaurs also had to prepare, because tomorrow they had somewhere to go. Tomorrow they would have to show Sejun the way to the king of the Minotaurs to collect debts from him. Of course, they were not happy to hear this news, because they did not know what to expect from their leader. Meanwhile, the boss had already distributed food to his warriors, who had not eaten grass for a long time, and were finally able to eat something. The king himself felt very guilty, because he thought he had completely screwed up. Initially, he went to the border of the territory to find bulls number 3 and number 4, but instead stumbled upon a giant raspberry grizzly bear and the rest. At that moment, the king was too excited, and did not pay attention to them after seeing a pile of grass. He could not help himself, as hunger got the better of him. After that, he considered himself unworthy of being called the Black Minotaur Warrior, the king of Minotaurs, and yet he had gained something more valuable: neatly mowed grass. That place was definitely a meadow, and those creatures next to the giant crimson grizzly must have planted that grass. But the king had a very poor memory of what they looked like and who they were. He clearly remembered the white hair, the farmer. It was definitely him. Only the boss couldn't understand one thing. Why was the giant crimson grizzly with the white hair farmer? And he, as a black minotaur warrior, shouldn't have stolen from such a small, defenseless monster. The blue moon was approaching. The time the boss could spend outside this territory was running out. As the defender of the 99th floor passage, he could only stay outside his territory for 1 hour. During that hour, he considered it imperative to return to the farm and pay the white hair and the giant crimson grizzly the price of the grass he had taken. Besides, the king couldn't pass up the opportunity to get such high-quality grass. But there was one important question. The king of the Minotaurs did not know how he could repay them for his mistake. Since Sejun would be away for a while, he decided to take care of the farm and harvest as much as he could. It was hot on the farm, so our hero entrusted his hat to a bee and did not leave it unattended. The fruits were large, and Sejun could pick 9 magic cherry tomatoes at a time. He worked so hard that he didn't notice when he reached the rank of Tower C farmer. He gained enough profession experience points to be promoted. With the increase in profession rank, all characteristics related to the profession were also increased, and Sejun became closer to nature and awakened his hidden talent. His talent was called Friend of Nature. This talent showed a high level of closeness to nature, and gave him the ability to communicate with plants and animals that couldn't speak the same language as humans. This meant that now Sejun could understand hares and bears and more, so he immediately decided to test this skill. He spoke to the father hare, and he answered him. Sejun now understood what he was saying, and instead of peep peep, there were clear words. The boy was so surprised by this skill that he asked the hare to answer him again to make sure it wasn't a joke. But then a hare with a sickle approached and asked if everything was all right. It turned out that he had always considered Sejun to be his uncle. Sejuna found this so endearing that he couldn't help but hug the hare with all his might. He enjoyed being addressed as uncle so much. The rabbit began to panic. He didn't really like such hugs, and he asked his uncle to let him go, otherwise he was ready to cut him. Sejun didn't want to be cut, but apparently the hare wanted to leave another bald spot on his head. The rabbits were very surprised when they realized that Sejun understood their words after all. There was no limit to their joy at this new skill. Sejun decided to tell everyone about it because it was really important news. The mother rabbit was suspicious and asked her husband if Sejun had eaten something strange again. Sejun was surprised that they didn't trust him and explained what was going on. The warrior rabbit was the most delighted of all. He was happy that his uncle now understood them, because he had always wanted to talk to him about many things, and now he had the opportunity to do so. Sejun gathered everyone around him. Obviously there was a lot left unsaid between them, and now they could talk about everything they had missed during that time. The queen bee noticed that some changes had taken place, and hoped that perhaps Sejun understood her too. Sejun understood the language of the queen of poisonous bees perfectly, and whatever she said, Sejun would now understand everything. This news was the beginning of something new, because now they would perceive each other differently. Of course, Sejun couldn't help himself, and he wanted to share this news with the others as soon as possible. As soon as Arshiro put on the hat, he learned that St. Patrick's straw hat improved the wearer's professional skills, and confirmed the rank of tower farmer on the hat itself. Absolutely all the characteristics of St. Patrick's hat itself improved to the same rank as Sejun's professional rank. Moreover, our hero had a new skill called Growth Stimulator. This active skill increased the growth rate of 10 crops per week. There were no side effects, and the skill's cooldown was 10 days. After such joyful news, our hero had a brilliant idea that he was going to implement right away. Sejun decided to plant sweet potatoes. Of course, his skills with this increased, but he wasn't going to stop there. He was very curious to test the Growth Stimulator skill right away. This skill was only at the first level, but when he used it, the growth rate of the sun's sweet potatoes increased significantly. Sejun was pleased because he was looking for the right moment to plant the sweet potato shoots outside the cave. Now the shoots would quickly take root and grow well. But now there was little prepared land, so Sejun planted onions and potatoes nearby, hoping that everything would be fine. He discovered that the sweet potato shoots began to grow even faster. Was it because of the growth simulator? But it was the desire for a good green onion harvest that spread to the sweet potatoes. By the time the effect of the good harvest on the green onion field ended, the yield of the sunny sweet potatoes had increased by 50%. While Sejun was thinking about how he would be able to harvest the potatoes, he suddenly noticed Ryuk's paw. Ryuk learned from the black rabbit that Sejun could now understand all monsters and could not contain his emotions, wanting to find out about it for himself. But most of all, our hero was surprised by what Ryuk called him. And it wasn't just uncle, but dad. Just think, Sejun was already being called a father, even though he had never even been in a relationship. What else is there to say? The grizzly bear was also delighted that Sejun could understand her. After all, it all seemed like some kind of incomprehensible dream. The grizzly bear mother was truly happy, because her son didn't just call Sejun his father, he trusted him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the grizzly bear did not miss the chance to thank Sejun once again for taking care of her and her son. If Sejun was now perceived as a father, he didn't mind and began to think that he had a cute, chubby son. Now his son was hungry and wanted honey and green onions, and he also wanted sweet potatoes and fish, which he had wanted to tell his daddy for so long. Sejun did not expect the boy to have such a big appetite, but in honor of today's event, he decided that they would eat something special. Today, our hero harvested the new beds where potatoes had been planted. From one bush, he managed to collect more than 5 potatoes of strength. When consumed, these potatoes burned 30 grams of fat and increased strength by 0.5 for 10 minutes. They could be eaten 10 times, and the effect lasted for an hour. The potatoes were ranked C. A few hours later, the meal was ready. The dishes were already being served, and everyone was eagerly awaiting the moment when they could start eating. Sejun realized that he was truly happy here, and something told him that only good things awaited them in the future. Ryuk was very upset and sad now that he knew his father was going to leave for the king of the Minotaurs, and was not taking him with him. Meanwhile, Sejun was busy with preparations, checking whether Theo had taken enough green onions with him. With the help of the wolves, Theo loaded a whole ton of onions into his bag. Sejun noticed that Ryuk still couldn't calm down, so he paid attention to his behavior. They promised each other that Ryuk would protect his little sister, the queen bee. But why did he continue to act up? Sejun didn't want to do it, to leave, but he promised the bear cub that he would return to the farm as soon as he could. Ryuk would just have to wait for him quietly and peacefully. It was time to go, and Elko was ready to accompany the Black Dragon to the King of the Minotaurs. Theo and the warrior hare also went with our hero. Together, they were ready to breathe the air of adventure. As much as Minotaurs number 3 and number 4 didn't want to, they had to go. Elko was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they covered a considerable distance. As they rode, only dust flew into Theo and the warrior hare's eyes. But then they had to stop because they saw something strange on the horizon. It seemed to be an ordinary forest, but Sejun felt that some kind of dark energy emanated from it. The third knew this place well and said with displeasure that those idiots lived there. Even on the 99th floor, there were several different territories. The place they were heading to was the territory of the Minotaurs, and the territory Sejun was now looking at belonged to the Crimson Grizzlies. But that forest was the territory of the vicious creatures of the West. Although the fourth one knew from the beginning that those monsters weren't always like that. The Minotaur didn't want to go into details about what happened, but asked Sejun to stay away from that place. Of course, Sejun couldn't ignore this information. He wondered what was evil about these creatures and decided to ask Aileen about it later. While he was thinking about this, he didn't notice a large chunk of mud flying into his face. There was so much dirt, and it flew with such force that our hero couldn't hold on and fell off the wolf. Fortunately, he was fine, but he didn't even fully understand that it was really mud and how it got there. But when he looked ahead, he saw many minotaurs devouring the mud. Sejun was very surprised that they were eating mud, but it was clear that it was not out of love for mud, but out of a desire to survive and eat something. Now everything fell into place, and Sejun understood why the minotaurs reacted that way to the grass. The fourth one couldn't let this incident go and wanted to know who was throwing food. One of the bulls who recognized his fellow creatures came up to her with this question. The minotaur asked too many questions about where numbers 3 and 4 had gone, and why they had brought such weaklings as toys. There was only one answer to all these questions: a strong blow to the face. The minotaur did not even expect this, and number 4 did not have time to defend himself, so he fell to the ground. They had no time for conversation, so they wanted to go straight to the king of the minotaurs. The leader was immediately informed that bulls number 3 and number 4 had returned and brought some strange guys with them. Number 3 introduced these strange guys as guests from the territory of the giant raspberry grizzly. This was enough to attract the attention of all the minotaurs. Some feared the Crimson Grizzlies, while others hated them. For the leader, such guests arrived at just the right time, because now he would not have to leave here to meet them. The boss thought he was looking at a white rabbit, which he remembered, but upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not a white rabbit. Sejun kindly introduced himself by his full name, Park Sejun. Theo was introduced as Theo, a traveling merchant. Park Sejun was a sight the leader had never seen before. In any case, he thought the guy had done a good job getting to his lands. The king admitted that he had tried the grass he had grown, and thought it must have been difficult for Sejun to survive on this floor with his strength. He didn't know what terms the Crimson Grizzly had offered him, but if Sejun didn't like his current conditions, the Minotaur King offered his protection from that bear. That would be his reward for the weakling Sejun. The king probably thought that after such an offer, Sejun would fall at his feet, but Sejun had a different plan and did not come here for that. Sejun decided to clarify something, namely that he did not work for the Crimson Grizzly. On the contrary, the bear and her son helped him. Moreover, he had not come here to ask for help, but to receive compensation for the grass stolen from the fields by the Minotaur 3 days ago. Of course, that was if the king of Minotaurs didn't want to call himself a thief. Sejun deliberately provoked the king, and he succeeded. He was furious when he heard that some nobody claimed he was a thief. How could he be a thief? He was the strongest monster on the 99th floor, the king of the Minotaurs. But his behavior suggested otherwise. What else could he be but a thief after stealing the grass? Weren't black Minotaurs warriors of honor? But instead of being ashamed of this, he began to attack Sejun. The crowd of Minotaurs became agitated. They couldn't believe that they had been eating stolen grass and that the king had allowed himself such liberty and dishonor. The boss calmed down and explained that as the defender of this floor's passage, he had restrictions, and he had returned here in a hurry because he didn't have enough time. Of course, he was going to pay for the grass. That was logical. He couldn't allow himself to behave in such a manner. It was enough for Sejun to say what he wanted, and the king was ready to give him some rare legendary item or something else of material value. Our hero's demands were extremely simple. He just wanted to use the passageway, that's all. That was his price for the herb, just permission to use the passageway on the 99th floor. The king of the Minotaurs was surprised by this request, and of course, did not refuse. because it cost him nothing. He probably expected Seijun to ask for something more valuable than such a trifle. For the honor of Seijun and the king of the Minotaurs, the boss invited Park Seijun to pass. Our hero and Theo were, of course, delighted. Would he really be able to return home and see his family? Joy turned into slight excitement. Seijun couldn't believe that he finally had a chance to leave this tower after such a long time. Just a few weeks ago, reaching this beam path seemed impossible to him, but today he quickly got there accompanied by Minotaurs and a wolf. It seemed like something miraculous, didn't it? When he touched the crystal, a table appeared, showing that the passages of other saved floors were being loaded. Only the 99th floor was saved for Seijun. He had no other passages saved, so he couldn't move to another floor. This portal did not work for Seijun, as he was not born in the tower. The king wondered how Seijun had even gotten to the 99th floor. Visitors from outside must be saved in the passages on each floor, starting with the passage on the very first floor. Otherwise, they will not be able to move to other floors. Such were the rules of the tower. These were a kind of restriction created for those who came from outside. Seijun only had the 99th floor saved. There were no other saved passageways on his list. Therefore, he would not be able to go to another floor. Seijun was very upset because he thought that with the passageway he would be able to leave the tower, but now even that hope had vanished. Seijun sat in one position for a while and couldn't even move. All his expectations shattered in an instant. He didn't know what to do next. From the moment he learned that it was the 99th floor, he understood that he would not be able to get out of here. Therefore, there was nothing to be surprised about. But now he was convinced that all his actions seemed futile. The king felt sorry for Park Seijun, but he still fulfilled his part of the agreement and allowed him to use the passage. Now he didn't have long before the farmer. Everything was correct. The king of the Minotaurs owed him nothing more. Now the boss wanted Seijun to return to where he came from. But before leaving, our hero wanted to make him an offer, which for some reason angered the king. Instead of explaining anything, Seijun and Theo decided it would be better to show what the proposal was about. Theo dumped a whole ton of onions from his backpack right at the Minotaur's feet. Instantly, the other Minotaurs remembered the divine taste of onions, and could not guarantee that they would be able to resist eating them. The king was also beside himself, drooling over the amount of onions, but he did not understand Seijun's goal and what he wanted to achieve. It was very simple. It was a gift for the king of the Minotaurs. Seijun just wanted to be friends with the king. Today, Seijun had problems. He was expanding his farm fields and lacked manpower. They could all eat these green onions if you expanded the fields, and that led him to think that they could make a deal. Finally, Ryuk was able to see his daddy and couldn't help but hug him. Ryuk was a good boy and didn't even cry during that time. The father rabbit noticed that Seijun had returned quite quickly and asked how the negotiations had gone. In fact, everything went very well, and in order not to tell everyone the news one by one, the guy decided to gather everyone together. Seijun brought guests with him, and now there were new Minotaurs who were ready to get to work. They would mainly help with the fields. Since a deal had been made with the king of the Minotaurs, Seijun could do whatever he wanted with the land in this desert. The Minotaurs were very happy and ready to start working. They were satisfied with the working conditions and the reward. While the Minotaurs were rejoicing, Rick couldn't ignore how impressive their muscles were. The Minotaurs immediately realized that it was Rick, because number 3 had told them about him. Rick had become good friends with number 3, and they were close. Ryuk turned out to be braver than the Minotaurs had been told about him. The bear cub took the initiative to tell them how everything was arranged here, just as he had once told number 3. Seijun thought Reich was just adorable. While the Minotaurs went to work, he decided it was important to prepare food for them. Meanwhile, Theo was lying on the wolf's back and wanted Seijun to feed him Korra. Meanwhile, the Minotaurs played a very popular game, rock, paper, scissors. They did this not out of idleness. In this way, they decided who would go to work on the farm tomorrow. The Minotaurs became very lively and cheerful, something they hadn't been in a long time, as number 1 noticed. The king of the Minotaurs and number 1 hoped that if they helped the farmer with his fields, their land would eventually be full of grass instead of mud. The king was still thinking about Seijun's words about becoming friends. Would it work out for them? The 99th floor was becoming more and more lively with each passing day. Today, the farm was collecting honey in jars that Theo had bought. Seijun didn't even expect the bees to be able to collect so much honey, but they were still busy preparing for the blue moon. This was probably because the new queen bee had become much stronger. Seijun gave a few jars of honey to Ryuk, but asked him to be more economical. The grizzly bear was already planning to go deep into the forest today because tomorrow was supposed to be the blue moon. So our hero decided to give them some food and a few more jars of honey. Elko decided to join the conversation, because they also needed to go down and prepare for the blue moon. But they had nothing to worry about, because Seijun had prepared food for them too. The warrior rabbit caught a lot of crayfish and fish in the sea dimension, so they could take everything with them. The silver wolves were very grateful to the black rabbit and also to the great black dragon. The wolves were able to carry all this goodness thanks to their bags, which were not as big as the merchant's bags, but they had a camping kit with them. They quickly put all the fish and crayfish, as well as some vegetables such as onions and tomatoes, into their bags. They were completely loaded with food, probably more than they could have earned working for the grid for a whole year. Now they had to meet after the blue moon. Seijun gave everyone food and was now calm about them, letting them go home. But our hero also had to start preparing for the blue moon as time was passing. Suddenly, Aileen appeared. She was interested in what had happened and asked if Seijun was worried about the fields. Seijun decided not to hide his anxiety, because the thought of the blue moon approaching made him feel uneasy. Then the tower's manager told Seijun to trust her. Hadn't he seen how she had subdued the monsters during the blue moon? Such was the nature of the tower that, from the beginning of the blue moon, the monsters would go berserk, and it was difficult to control them, a task only the tower manager was capable of. A month ago, during the blue moon, Bull number 3 trampled all the fields, and now everyone was trying to minimize the damage by staying away from the fields. Nevertheless, the fields remained defenseless, as they were in an open space and no one could guard them. Aileen listened attentively to Seijun's concerns on this matter and did not interrupt. So Aileen promised to protect the fields, even though Seijun didn't even know how she would do it. But he remembered that during the first blue moon, he had seen a black dragon and assumed that it was her, so he decided to trust her. Seijun could trust her completely and even plant more seeds, because the harvest would not disappear as long as Aileen Fratani was protecting it. Now Aileen herself had to prepare for the blue moon, which all the monsters had been doing lately. She opened a door that she didn't open very often, only when necessary. The doorway led her through a winding corridor of steps into a huge hall surrounded by columns and with a blue crystal in the center. It had been quite some time since she had last come out here and stood on this balcony enjoying the fresh air, but there was no time to relax. She had come here for one reason and now had to get down to business. To activate the blue crystals, she had to go through verification, where her paw print was verified. The blue crystals gave her so many more possibilities, and controlling this system was like her moment of glory for Aileen. The great dragon Aileen Fratani was in action, and now she was about to show what she was capable of. Meanwhile, Seijun was almost finished preparing for the blue moon night. Theo was practically killing himself to get Seijun's attention, and there was a lot to do. After all, these bunnies would be all grown up by their next meeting, and Uncle Theo was so moved by this that he couldn't hold back his tears. Seijun was worried about Theo, telling him not to go out unnecessarily, but rather to just climb into his bag and stay there. But Theo asked to be called if anything happened. He shouldn't have worried about that at all, but he should have taken care of something else. In the morning, the queen of the poisonous bees left this before leaving, probably because the hive had grown large and cocoons continued to appear. Of course, it was good for Seijun that the hive was getting bigger and bigger, but with that came greater responsibility for it. But Theo promised to take care of the cocoon this time too. Fortunately, Seijun finished his preparations in time, because night had already fallen and he needed to go to a safer place. As soon as the blue moon came into effect, the hares immediately began to react to it and transform. Seijun had already witnessed this event once before, but even this time he still couldn't get used to the fact that they changed so quickly. Our hero began to hear strange sounds and rumblings, although, in theory, there should have been no monsters nearby, and Aileen had not yet arrived. The hares, which had been so cute, turned into real monsters and now looked like predators searching for their prey. In theory, they should have become normal adult rabbits after the transformation, but they no longer changed. Seijun was scared because these cute monsters could attack him at any moment. Our hero didn't know what to do and just started screaming because the situation was getting out of control. But suddenly everything stopped, and his fear seemed illusory, because now Aileen had arrived, just as she had promised. Seijun immediately felt calmer. Now he knew for sure that he could rely on her. The 99th floor was full of mysteries, and there were many monsters here that Seijun had never seen before. One such monster was the branch ent, which was essentially a tree. The branch ent was about to go to Seijun's field, but as soon as it heard the rustle of wings and saw the great black dragon, it immediately changed its mind and changed course. For Aileen, it was real fun. After all, she simply controlled her projection and could do whatever she wanted. The illusory magical weapon was created by her grandfather especially for Aileen, to control the tower during the blue moon. At that time, the dragon could not leave the administrator's territory, so she made a projection of the dragon similar to her adult self. Remote control was available up to the 99th floor. The projection could fly up to cloud level, but disappeared when it descended to the ground. For some reason, she thought that Sejun now believed that she looked exactly like that, and for some reason, it amused her. In the meantime, she decided to fly a little longer, until the blue moon disappeared completely. Sejun noticed that the monsters had indeed quieted down after Aileen's appearance. Moreover, the hares had already begun to finish their transformation, and finally they turned into normal adult hares, and did not remain beasts with mad red eyes. This was a huge relief for Sejun, because he had already thought that something was wrong. Overjoyed, he hugged them with all his might. After a while, he noticed that his harvest was filled with the energy of the blue moon. Without wasting any time, he immediately began harvesting, and then immediately prepared what he had managed to gather, in particular, with the energy of the blue moon. Among them were smooth potatoes, power potatoes, and of course cherry tomatoes. Of course Sejun did not forget about his friend. He also wanted to treat her to the blue moon harvest, as she had helped them a lot today. Aileen warned that she would continue to help on the farm during the blue moon, so Sejun could trust her. Aileen, to be honest, was tired after this evening, but she was still happy with the work she had done. Finally, she could have a snack of potatoes, and after eating them, she could feel her heart beating again, and this time she had a steady flow of mana. Suddenly, she saw an information panel about the achievement for restoring the forgotten recipe for honey sweet potatoes. This quest was completed. At first, Aileen didn't really understand why this notification appeared, but then she realized. It was Sejun who had come up with something again. Of course, Aileen was very angry. How could Park Sejun give her ordinary potatoes while he was eating such a delicacy himself? But the tower manager could reward the person who achieved the feat with a special class skill. She thought, why not? Especially since it was a very cool reward for a tower farmer. Honey potatoes, imbued with the energy of the blue moon, permanently increased mana by 3 points when consumed. Of course, the potatoes were delicious with salt. But sometimes our hero wanted something sweet. Sejun had already finished cooking the potatoes and offered them to the first hares. But one of the hares stopped the others and reminded them of what their father had told them. And their father had told them to leave the entire blue moon harvest to their uncle. There was one simple reason for this. Their uncle was very weak and needed the beneficial properties of the blue moon vegetables. Sejun felt very sorry and even apologized to the hares for being so weak. But the rabbits understood everything. After all, they were also worried about Sejun, and he needed to eat quickly. As for themselves, they were ready to eat regular sweet potatoes. The potatoes were very tasty, but only honey could improve their taste significantly. At this rate, he could easily become addicted to honey potatoes. Finally, Sejun saw a notification about his new achievement for restoring a forgotten recipe. Sejun was surprised that he had simply cooked potatoes with honey and received a unique achievement for it. In fact, he hadn't even made any special effort. Aileen was pleased with Sejun for completing such an achievement and created a quest in which our hero had to send honey potatoes in exchange for a class skill. If he refused, she would be upset, but of course she wouldn't show it. Sejun was curious about what kind of skill it was, so he accepted the quest and decided to send regular potatoes with honey. Our hero received a first-level cooking class skill. It gave taste and effectiveness to dishes made from ingredients grown in the tower. Now he even had a kind of recipe book right in the system. His first dish, of course, was honey sweet potatoes, infused with the energy of the blue moon. Now he could collect recipes, but for some reason, Sejun wasn't even surprised by this. And since he was at it, he could also become a cook, in addition to being a farmer. But first, he wanted to cook some more honey potatoes for the others when they returned after the blue moon night. The branch-ant went into the dark forest, where even a madman would not dare to venture. Even the mighty Minotaur warriors were wary and afraid of this place, giving it a wide berth. But the Ent was unaware of the risks. And so, quite obviously, the Ent was now in the clutches of a madman, a corrupted Ent. The corrupted Ent devoured everyone it could, becoming stronger and more vicious, and it made no difference whether you were a tree of the same species or a Minotaur. The corrupted Ent was corrupted in that it no longer had any feelings except bloodlust. Elko was finally able to visit his relatives. It warmed his soul and heart that he did not come empty-handed and was able to feed his flock. Alas, he already had to go back with his brothers, for the blue moon had ended. But his wife asked Elko to stay a little longer and wait until the children woke up, because they hadn't seen their father in a long time. The only problem was that they now served the great black dragon. They couldn't waste any time and had to return as soon as possible. Elko and his brothers were forced to return to the 99th floor and leave their flock again. Meanwhile, in the village the passageway was very noisy and apparently dangerous. The hares ran as fast as they could, but one of the wolves caught up with them. Two of them managed to escape, but one was caught by the wolf and lost consciousness, if he was still alive at all. At the same time, the silver wolves were passing by and heard a strange squeak. The wild wolf caught other hares who naively believed they could escape from them. They had been hunting these hares for a very long time and had already run quite a few floors after them. It was ridiculous to think that they thought they could escape from them. Now the wolf couldn't wait to taste the hare meat. No one would notice the disappearance of one hare anyway. But his meal was not meant to be. Elko did not go further into the passageway, but decided not to ignore the cries and go to help. The she-wolf immediately recognized Elko, as he was Grid's subordinate, just like them. She didn't understand why he had attacked them, since they had come for the escaped slaves, and if Grid found out about this, he would be in big trouble. But Elko no longer cared what that mad pig wanted, and the she-wolf had better disappear quickly, before Elko tore her to pieces. The she-wolf listened to him and took her companion away. She did not want to get into a conflict with the silver wolves. Elko was very surprised that the leader had done such a thing. In fact, he simply couldn't control himself. But now they had to decide what to do with these hares, because if they left them here, those guys would come back for them. There weren't many options, so Elko decided to take them with him, thinking that they might be useful to the Great Black Dragon. Meanwhile, the Great Black Dragon had an important announcement to make to his friends on the farm. Sejun was happy to announce that after consuming the Blue Moon Harvest, Sejun's mana had reached 10 points. The guy was very proud and happy about this, but no one shared his pride, and everyone took it with a straight face. Theo didn't understand at all whether this was something to brag about. For them, it was business as usual. But the news didn't end there. Now our hero could absorb the insides of a giant electric eel, which meant he would gain a new skill. It was all so boring that Theo started yawning and wanted to go to sleep, but Sejun wouldn't let him go, and the cat had to wait to see the new skill. The eel's insides were quite tasty, and our hero liked them. Their taste was comparable to Fanta. As soon as he devoured the insides of the giant electric eel, he learned the first-level Rain and Thunder skill. But there was one problem. He lacked the mana to use Rain and Thunder. For user safety, the Rain and Thunder spells were blocked. But he could create a dark cloud. The higher the mana level, the larger and denser the clouds created, and under certain conditions, there was a chance of rain. Of course, this skill needed to be developed, but no one told Sejun that he would need even more mana. So for now, that was how it was. Sejun was upset because he had spent a third of his mana for a small cloud, and even the hares were not impressed. Theo was not impressed either, but he tried to comfort him. Sejun may have been weak, but he was still the chairman. Only such consolation did not make him feel better. Of all of them, Ryuk was the most impressed with the skill. He liked it very much because the cloud could be used to hide from the sun. Only Ryuk understood Sejun, and that made him happy. Theo supported Ryuk's idea, because now the sun really didn't blind them. But Theo wanted the cloud to be moved a little closer to him. By this time, the Silver Wolves had returned, and just in time. They briefly explained the situation that had occurred, and showed the hares, who were still frightened. The gray hares were literally shaking with fear. They were very afraid that they might be eaten, so they begged on their knees not to be eaten. Sejun was upset because he saw that they were in terrible condition, with not a single spot left untouched. But Sejun still wanted to know where they had brought them from. But then Elko got a little confused, and didn't know how to explain it. But all attention was drawn to the mother and father rabbits, who had a very unusual reaction to the newcomers. They were excited. One of the gray rabbits called the father rabbit Uncle, and he was surprised to see them alive. They could no longer contain their emotions, and hugged each other like old friends. Sejun stood aside and tried to understand what was going on and how these rabbits knew each other. But before they told their story, Sejun gave them something to eat, because they had been through a lot of stress and wanted to rest a little, now that they were safe. The gray hares were extremely grateful and thankful to the Great Black Dragon, but Sejun asked them to just call him by his name. Elko wanted to say something in response, but Sejun interrupted him and explained that the name Great Black Dragon was too long, and there was no point in formalities, because they could just call him Sejun. It was clear that Elko was used to titles, and that this was normal for him. But when the Black Dragon asked him to call him by his name, he felt uncomfortable, but he agreed. Sejun was still thinking about the gray hares, examining them and trying to understand who they were. The hares had different professions. The first was an artist, the second a carpenter, and the third an architect. If you think about it, they were all technical experts, whom Sejun was meeting for the first time. Sejun tried to make sense of what had happened. In essence, the hares had escaped from the farm that exploited them, but Elko saved them when they were almost caught by their pursuers. As it turned out, the rabbits had managed to escape from the 55th floor. Everyone was very frightened by this information. After all, It meant that they had been on the 55th floor all this time. Papa Rabbit was excited. He wanted to know more details about what had happened to the kingdom, the king, the queen, and the princess, and what had happened to all the monsters living there. Seijun hurried to calm them down and tried to figure out what kingdom they were talking about. Papa Rabbit calmed down a little, though he was still sad, and began his story. Long ago, the 55th floor was a kingdom of hares called the Kingdom of the Red Ribbon. But the key word here was. Seijun couldn't wait to find out what had happened to this kingdom. The hare continued his story. Several dozen days ago, the Kingdom of the Red Ribbon fell. It wasn't because of internal politics or because the hares didn't like living in that kingdom. No, not at all. This kingdom had everything the hares needed to live. Life there was quiet and peaceful, and most importantly, happy. The kingdom grew seeds in fertile soil and consumed healthy food. This kingdom even had excellent architects and its own unique culture. They all lived peaceful lives, but of course they knew how to stand up for themselves. Well, one day, a disaster struck, from which no one was protected or warned. The warrior hares stood up for their kingdom and fought to their last breath. But the forces were unequal. They were caught off guard. The kingdom was engulfed by the unexpected appearance of a shadow that destroyed everything in its path, and ultimately, it fell apart. The kingdom instantly fell apart because of those unknown creatures that appeared out of nowhere. In the chaos, the king, queen, and princess disappeared. The animals, having lost their king, had to fight the monsters for survival. They ended up here when they fled in search of a peaceful place. Now the situation didn't seem so strange, and it was no surprise that the hares didn't live on the 99th floor. They thought those monsters had taken over the entire 55th floor, but they had no idea that there were still survivors there. The other rabbit's family and the other remaining rabbits couldn't pass through the passageway because it was guarded by monsters. But for some unknown reason, the monsters suddenly disappeared, and waiting for them in the devastated land was Grid. Everyone knew this wild boar very well. What's more, they hated him, because he had destroyed many lives. Because of him, famine had begun. He led a huge number of wild boars and introduced himself to the hares as the great lord of the land. He took control of the 55th floor because its owners had disappeared. So he began to exploit the hares. He turned the land, which had previously been red tape land, into his huge farm, where only food was produced. And no one could resist this pig. They were forced to submit or become food themselves. Seijun tried to calm them down and suggested they rest first, as they had been through a lot, and the black hare was willing to share his bed in the cave. It was this straw hat that Grid, a rich boar who had influence throughout the tower thanks to his food supplies, was looking for. Elko was ashamed that he worked for Grid, a cruel exploiter, but he was in a hopeless situation. Theo also said that most of the food was supplied to the tower through a merchants' association, and he knew that most of this food was supplied by Grid's farm. But no matter how much money Grid spent, no mercenary would venture onto the 99th floor. Most mercenaries were cowards, and the likelihood of Grid being there was extremely low. In that case, our hero could breathe easy, because he didn't want any trouble right now, and Grid himself wouldn't be able to catch up with those guys. So, this is what Grid's castle and the former kingdom of the Red Ribbon looked like. As much as the wolves were afraid, they were forced to return to Grid and report on their failed mission. They were honest and told the pig that the tribe of silver wolves had betrayed them, even taking the hares with them and attacking them. Grid was not very concerned about this because he knew that when there was no food left in the tower, Elko would come running in tears begging him to save his tribe. At the moment, Grid was suppressing production as much as he could, sending travelers out for food. There were several complaints from the Magic Tower and the Merchants Association, but everything was under control. Grid was, of course, pleased, because everything was going according to his plan, and his influence was expanding with each passing day. In addition, he had another opportunity, just like when he took over the 55th floor. He had no intention of stopping and wanted to take over the entire tower. Seijun rested, slept, and when it was time to get up, he woke up Theo, who wanted to sleep more. But an unexpected but pleasant surprise awaited Seijun in the morning in the form of a bathtub. What's more, there was even a jug, a sign of civilization, which made our hero immensely happy. He guessed that the gray hairs had built it all. And it was all wonderful, because now he could even wash himself completely. After washing his head, Sejunga was already being called by Theo, who had woken up and wanted to show him something. Theo couldn't hide his surprise, because what the hares had done was incredible. Now they had a practically complete kitchen with a stove and a table. They even made neat spoons and chopsticks so they could eat different dishes. Oh, how happy Theo was when he saw that they had made him a special bowl and even carved an imprint of his paw. As it turned out, the gray hairs were named Pikmik, Pibik, and Pirik. They were very grateful to Sejun and continued to do something. They also made gifts for the other hares, because they were grateful that they had not abandoned them and had taken care of them. They expressed their gratitude by crafting something themselves that they thought would be useful to their owners. The rabbits understood that what they had done was not enough to repay Sejun for his kindness, and they were ready to help on the farm as much as they could. Then Sejun thought, why not offer them a job? They probably had nowhere else to go, and steady employment would be very useful to them. But they didn't quite understand what Sejun was talking about, so they wanted more details. In the end, it was decided that Pikmik, Pirik, and Pibik would now live here on the farm. Everyone was happy with this news. Sejun was sure that with the arrival of such skilled craftsmen, their farm would rise to a higher level, and the rabbits were ready to do everything in their power to make this happen. In that case, he asked them to start building new houses for the young rabbits and for themselves. After all, there was a shortage of housing on the farm. The second generation of rabbits, of course, needed to be independent, but he thought that this was still too difficult a task for them. However, the architect rabbit thought that this job was right up his alley, so he gladly took it on. Theo, of course, also wanted a mobile home, even though he had a bag, but one of the rabbits could make him a cat house. Then the hare suddenly asked if Sejun had a house of his own, but Sejun just slept on green onion leaves. Then the rabbit offered to build him his own house. It would be quite difficult to do in a cave, but it was possible to build a house outside, and for an architect it was a quite feasible task, especially since all the resources were available for this. Sejun liked this idea because he often had to be outside, as he had recently expanded his fields. In addition, there were minotaur wolves and, of course, grizzly bears, so his safety was ensured there. But for construction, it would be good to have materials for making bricks. Therefore, the hare wanted to know if there were areas with mud or fine sand. Sejun thought about where such a place might be, and only one place came to mind. This place was the territory of the minotaurs, where no grass had grown for a long time, and there was nothing but mud. The humidity in this place was just right. Even dry leaves were well mixed here, and this mud was perfect for making bricks. The king did not quite understand why Sejun needed their mud. Then the farmer suggested another deal. Pimik was there to teach them how to make bricks, and if the minotaurs supplied the farm with mud, they would give them green onions in return. As soon as green onions were mentioned, the king was immediately on board, and even ordered the other minotaurs to stop eating mud, because there might not be enough left for bricks. Now our hero and his allies will be busy with a new task for some time. The grizzly bear and Ryuk helped with the trees, gathering the necessary amount of wood to build a house. The minotaurs, of course, worked in the fields and prepared mud for bricks. Rick played with Elko from time to time, training him in this way. Rick felt quite comfortable with the wolf. Elko was able to adjust to his strength and abilities so as not to hurt him during play. Meanwhile, Sejun was busy harvesting. From a couple of bushes, he managed to gather 15 sun potatoes. With each harvest, his skill and professional experience increased more and more. Thanks to this, his harvest was the best. Of course, the sun was scorching outside, and it was very hot. Sejun was worried that his face would get burned, so he created a cloud above himself. While the rabbits were building their house, Sejun thought about how they would have to build a sturdy warehouse on the surface to store all the vegetables. The harvest was getting bigger and bigger, and it needed to be stored somewhere. Meanwhile, Theo had already arrived. He also had his own business to attend to, like everyone else on the farm. He planned to go down to the lower floors anyway. He had already packed the cherry tomatoes and was ready to sell them. Sejun thought that if there was still room in Theo's bag, he could try to take some green onions, as they would probably be useful for the hunters. Theo had a little room left, so he decided to take about 100 with him. He wondered if the onions would sell, although Park Sejun was never wrong and probably knew what he was doing. Like a cat, Theo absolutely hated the smell of these onions. They smelled disgusting and probably tasted awful. After Theo gathered the necessary amount of onions, he would have to go to lunch, which Sejun had already reminded him about. Theo hurried, worried that someone would eat his fish, and accidentally grabbed some potatoes and put them in his bag. The 67th floor of the tower had its own life and ecosystem. Monsters killed each other and survived as best they could. The lizard man used his arrows and bow to kill a frog twice his size. This monster was already ready to feast on the frog's body, as some insect had done before him. But the lizard man didn't care. He decided to start his dinner with it and then continue with the frog. These were unusual bugs, red locusts, and there were too many of them. They were everywhere, and most importantly, they were aggressive and hungry. Half of their swarm was enough to wipe out the lizard man and the frog, as if they had never existed. Meanwhile, Aileen was sleeping soundly, but her sleep was interrupted by someone's annoying phone calls that kept her awake. And even despite the loud alerts from the system, Aileen was finally able to get some sleep for the first time in a long time. Upon opening the system, the tower's manager discovered 1,000 unread notifications. In particular, they were about red locusts infiltrating the 67th floor of the tower. Aileen was very frightened because the red locusts were still a problem, and 5,312,813,720 of them had entered the tower. It had been a whole 100 years since the last time red locusts had invaded the tower. Back then, Aileen's grandfather had barely managed to stop the destruction of the 55th floor. Aileen couldn't even open the passage connecting the inside and outside of the tower now because there were no connections and she couldn't connect to the outside world. Already, 0.01% of the 67th floor had been destroyed by the red locusts. The stream of notifications from the system did not stop. With each passing minute, the locusts spread more and more across the 67th floor, destroying the place right before the eyes of the tower manager, who didn't even know what to do about it. After harvesting, our hero began cooking under Theo's guidance. Today they would try fried eel, which was already making their mouths water as they cooked it. Sejun was assisted in the cooking by a rabbit with a sickle, who took care of the sweet potatoes and cut them into cubes. Before they started eating, Sejun warned them to be careful, because they could get burned when the oil started splattering. Sejun was going to make a masterpiece from the diced potatoes that was even tastier than regular honey potatoes. The hares had probably never heard of candied sweet potatoes, but today they would be able to taste this dish. Sejun was very glad that he had decided to save the eel oil because it was just right for the potatoes. First, he fried the sweet potatoes until they were golden brown. Then he added honey to the potatoes and mixed everything well. In this simple way, he made candied sweet potatoes. It was a delicious and very simple dish. Sejun thus achieved a new accomplishment for restoring a forgotten recipe. The recipe was recorded at the first level of cooking, and the effect of the cooking skill improved significantly. Theo really liked the idea of cooking this way, so he asked to have his fish fried in oil as well. Theo's fried piranha turned out to be a high-class restaurant dish. However, Sejun did not receive a new achievement for the fried piranha recipe. He wanted to understand what the requirements for the recipe were for it to be considered forgotten. In any case, the guy wasn't going to stop there and wanted to make more candied potatoes to learn new recipes. And so, the lush meadow was covered. Today, everyone worked hard on the farm, so Sejun spared no time or effort and prepared many delicious dishes, such as fried eel, fried piranha, candied sweet potatoes, and of course, cooked vegetables. But the Minotaurs were quite content with green onions. For them, it was the best food after such good work. Theo ate so much fried piranha that he couldn't eat anything else, but he had to leave for the auction soon. When the silver wolves had eaten, Theo wasted no time in picking up his bag and getting ready to set off with them. But before leaving, Theo noticed a separate plate that no one had even touched. It turned out that Sejun had set it aside especially for Aileen, but she hadn't answered yet, even though he had called her early enough, and the food had already cooled down. One might assume that she was still asleep, but Sejun felt that there was something else going on, and hoped that she was all right. Meanwhile, Aileen was very busy and didn't even have time to think about food, even though she loved to eat, because there were serious problems in the tower. The tower manager was very nervous because she couldn't connect to the outside world, and now she couldn't control anything. She had very little authority in this matter and was ready to cry because she had no idea what to do, and the locusts continued to take over the floor. Meanwhile, an important meeting of all the managers from different associations was taking place at the central office. Fox Mason was in charge of traveling merchants, Tiger Hannibal was in charge of freelance mercenaries, and Hamster Ion was in charge of the Mages Association. Zeraf saw the leader of the Mages Association for the first time in her life. She had only heard that the 7 heads of the main magical association did not usually appear in public. But on the other hand, a gathering of all the heads of different associations in one place was a rather rare event. Something was definitely happening in the tower. The topic of conversation was the red locusts on the 67th floor. According to Mason's sources, it was known that a third of the floor had already been destroyed by the locusts. At the moment, the lizard people were busy defending their positions near the waypoint. The situation was not easy, but the question was whether the path of the traveling merchants was under control, and whether there was a possibility that the red locusts would reach other floors through it. The situation was such that the red locusts had entered the tower from outside, and as was known, the passageways were inaccessible to those who came from outside. The trade passages were safe, as always. However, the same could not be said for the waypoints. The red locusts could definitely try to get to other floors, first to the 68th and then to the 69th floors. This problem affected everyone. The 67th floor housed one of the tower's 5 main granaries. It was home to the lizard folk kingdom's farm, the Draken. It was hard for Mason to admit, But there was a high probability that the Great Famine could happen again. Those sitting at the table remembered one such period of famine very well. It had been a very difficult time, and no one wanted to see it happen again. It was obvious that the situation that had once occurred on the 55th floor was now repeating itself on the 67th. The granaries were located on different floors throughout the tower. But at that time, the Red Ribbon Kingdom was the largest supplier of food in the tower. First, there was the invasion of the Red Locusts, which brought down the Red Ribbon Kingdom. If only that boar hadn't gotten in there and taken control of the place. Mason suddenly defended Lord Grid, calling him a good landowner. After all, he was the one who restored the granaries of the fallen Red Ribbon Kingdom. But Ion couldn't calm down. He knew perfectly well that that pig was exploiting the Hare tribe and blocking food supplies throughout the tower. What was so good about him? Hannibal felt angry. It seemed to him that Ion was crossing all boundaries by making such accusations against such a respectable gentleman. But what about the Black Dragon? Was he not going to intervene in this situation, which was what the members of the association were hoping for? Several thousand years ago and 100 years ago, there had already been invasions of red locusts. The Great Black Dragon had always protected the tower, and the red locusts had been eliminated in no time. However, during the last locust invasion, the Great Black Dragon was unable to deal with them as quickly as before. The locusts were only defeated after more than half of the kingdom's population had perished. All the granaries were destroyed, and a period of great famine began in the tower. Some places have still not recovered from it to this day. Several days have passed since the red locusts appeared. There was no guarantee that the Great Black Dragon would be able to deal with them quickly this time. Until the Great Black Dragon appeared, the associations had to hold them back with their own forces. Otherwise, the peace in the tower would be disrupted. Under the leadership of the leader of the Mage Association, Iona, the 7 major magical associations will send their forces there. But what will the other leaders of the tower do in such a situation? Meanwhile, Theo and the Silver Wolves decided to visit the pack, which was on their way. They came here to make a short stop because Elko wanted to, but Theo was already nervous and wanted to get to the auction as soon as possible. There was little time left. Theo was lying quietly on the hay when he suddenly heard the wolf cubs addressing him as their uncle. The cubs thought that Theo was the Black Dragon, so they wanted to know about it. Theo proudly introduced himself as a valuable subordinate of the Black Dragon, a mid-level traveling merchant. The wolf cubs were simply delighted to have met a valuable subordinate of the Black Dragon. When else would they have such an opportunity? Theo was flattered by such attention and happily played along with the little ones. He liked them so much that he decided to treat them to various delicacies as a reward. Theo had already given them fish, but he wanted to find something else in his bag to treat them with. He was shocked to discover that he had potatoes in his bag and didn't even understand where they had come from. Elko heard Theo's cry and asked what had happened, but he approached the cat so unexpectedly that it became even more frightened. Theo immediately regained his composure and said that everything was fine and nothing had happened. Since they had been delayed in the pack, Elko was now ready to run at full speed, and Theo had to hold on tight. Although the cat did not show it, he was very nervous because he could be in big trouble for accidentally dropping the potatoes while throwing in the green onions. Therefore, his primary goal was to destroy the evidence. Meanwhile, Seijun was planting sun potatoes on the farm and looking for them among the onions, but they were nowhere to be found. Seijun was sure he remembered them being near the onions, but they had vanished into thin air. Then it occurred to him that Theo had probably picked up the potatoes. He thought that Theo had put the sweet potatoes somewhere else while they were harvesting, but the boy still wanted to try those potatoes. Now he would have to think of a punishment for Theo as soon as he returned. Today is the day to open the seed shop, which Seijun had completely forgotten about. At his current level, he could buy as many seeds as he wanted, spending a maximum of 5 coins. Among the strawberry, carrot, and chongyang pepper seeds, Seijun was particularly interested in the firebean seeds, which cost 5 coins per seed. He had enough money, but because he could only spend 5 tower coins, he couldn't buy all the other seeds. If he bought the firebean seed, the risk was too great, because he didn't even know what it was. So he decided not to take any chances and go for the strawberries, chongyang peppers, and carrots, since he was already familiar with them. In total, he now had 56 points in the seed shop. Seijun was happy because he could already imagine eating strawberries and how the peppers would fill him with strength. He immediately decided to make the other farm residents happy, because now they had a lot of work to do. Papa Rabbit was, of course, very happy, because he loved carrots more than anything else, and they didn't have enough of them. But in order to plant new seeds, they first needed to expand their fields. Han Taejun finally decided to come out of his refrigerator and breathe some fresh air on the roof of the house. Cha Se-hok, his student, kept him company, and together they enjoyed the view of the city. Seok was actually nervous because his master was unable to walk. If he relaxed, the curse of fire would spread further, so he wanted them to return to the room where all the conditions for his stay were met. Taejun was in a very good mood, but Sehyuk had learned how to ruin it. The teacher even suggested that his student had the personality of a manager. Taejun remembered that they were supposed to have a deal with a traveling merchant soon, and Kim Dong-sik should already be on the 37th floor. Kim mentioned that he was having trouble defeating the monster boss on the 38th floor, a deadly tarantula. This was because it had made its nest at the teleportation point. Even with healing magic, it was very difficult to neutralize the poisonous gas emitted by the tarantulas. The awakened ones said that it was impossible to resist it without an antidote made from the blood of a poisonous spider, a servant guarding the nest. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to find an alchemist who could prepare such an antidote. Kim Dong-sik had not yet advanced in the tower, and Seok guarded Mr. Sejun's family instead. But Taejun wanted to know about the situation. As agreed, Park Sejun's family moved to Gangnam. They were constantly on the move, and because of their desire to live as before, the guards accompanied them discreetly. Recently, a foreign association attempted to reach Mr. Sejun through his younger brother, Sedol. But their attempt failed because Sedol was not interested in such matters. Therefore, everything was resolved without any problems, and the foreign association did not achieve what it wanted. This made Han Taejun laugh, but then he started coughing heavily, and Seok got a little worried because the master was already in poor health. Han Taejun said he was fine, but it was obvious what condition he was in. Fortunately, he started eating the cherry tomatoes from the tower that Kim had given him. Taejun noticed that after eating these tomatoes, his curse weakened. They were very tasty and healthy, and the master was sure that in the future, these tomatoes would help many people. Moreover, Han Taejun believed that Park Sejun was a huge talent that they had to keep in the Republic of Korea. Kim Dong-sik made a huge contribution, but the master wanted Sehyuk to tell him to bring Mr. Sejun to his office as soon as he returned from the tower. Seok believed to the end that there must be a way to deal with this curse of fire that was preventing his master from living a normal life. If Han Taejun relied so much on Kim Dong-sik, then Sehyuk had no doubt that he would find a way at any cost. Kim Dong-sik, meanwhile, was fighting the spiders, but there was no end to them. They appeared one after another, and it was very difficult to destroy them. Therefore, he decided that they should retreat for now, then plan everything again and try to attack them again. One of the guild members shouted, warning Kim Dong-sik of danger behind him. The Phoenix leader didn't even notice how the spider quickly managed to get close to him and was already reaching out its huge paws toward him. It is unknown how it would have ended if Suko had not come to the leader's defense in time. She bravely resisted the spider, but was wounded and the poison probably began to spread. Nevertheless, she was faster. Suk managed to kill the poisonous spider and protect her leader. Suko turned pale in an instant and could not even stand on her feet. Kindon Shiku had to support her so that she would not fall. Since there were magicians here, they tried to heal the girl with restorative magic. The situation was dire. They had used all the antidotes and would not make it to the alchemist in time. But the mages were still stopping the poison from spreading through her body. If they stopped doing so, the poison would begin to progress. Kim Dong-sik was on edge. The situation was critical. They were about to say goodbye to life. He didn't know what to do, but suddenly Theo, who was looking for him, appeared. Theo was surprised to see Kim Dong-sik there, because he was supposed to be at the fair. The leader had completely forgotten that the fair was today. There was so much work and so many stressful situations that he didn't have time to think about it. Theo noticed that Suko was lying on the ground for some reason, when he was supposed to be getting his photos. So he asked the girl to get up quickly. Kim explained to the merchant that Suho had been poisoned, and then Theo showed some concern and asked her not to get up. The leader was nervous because at this rate, Suho might leave them, but Theo knew for sure that there were no alchemists or shops selling antidotes near this place. But then he remembered that he had brought a detoxification bow with him, which he was going to sell today. Kim, of course, had never seen such a thing before and was surprised, because how could this bow help? But he only had to glance at the information panel to see that this item would help cleanse Suko of the spider's poison. Without wasting a minute, Kim immediately rushed to Suko and lifted her up so she could eat the onion, which was now their only hope of saving the girl. When she ate the detox onion, the effect was immediate, and she felt her body become incredibly light. Suko was ready to kiss Theo, because in essence, it was thanks to him that she survived. As expected, he was the best cat in the world. No big deal, Theo replied, but he still wanted 5 tower coins. And as his subordinate, Suko would get a discount. Kim was still curious about where Theo got this bow. But it was very simple. It was a new crop that Theo was now selling, in addition to cherry tomatoes. The leader of the Phoenixes saw this bow as a great opportunity to advance further up the floors. After all, the bow gave them a huge advantage against the deadly tarantula venom. And just by eating this onion, he and his team could make a successful raid on the 38th floor, which they had been striving for so long. Kim Dong-sik kept looking at Theo and thinking that he was the best golden cat, but Theo was embarrassed by this gaze. Theo didn't have that many detoxification onions, only 100 bunches. After all, he was just starting to sell them and wanted to see how things would go. Kim Dong-sik was ready to buy all 100 bundles without hesitation, but alas, it wasn't that simple. There were others who wanted to buy such products. The guy kept wondering why the traveling merchant Theo hadn't come to them, but it turned out that the Phoenix Guild was against the ethics of the business. Kim Dong-sik was taken aback because this meant that the Royal Knights and the Sorcerers Guild were probably watching them and might even want to interfere with their raid. The leader of the Knights warned Theo that if any guild became his favorite, many people would be upset and he would lose customers. Cherry tomatoes and green onions were items that could only be purchased from Theo, the merchant from Park Sejun. No matter what anyone did, people had to seek out Theo. But now too many people were watching. Honesty and trust are directly related to a merchant's reputation. That guy was mocking Theo, leaving him no choice but to obey him. But Theo didn't give in and decided, as usual, to hold an auction, hoping that no one would object. So today, magical cherry tomatoes and detox green onions were on sale. The tomatoes were grade C with 500 in each basket, for a total of 6,000 tomatoes available for sale. The auction began. The awakened ones were extremely surprised by the novelty. The tomatoes were one rank higher than the previous ones. Rank C offered many advantages. After the cleansing onion, Theo offered cherry tomatoes. What's more, it hadn't even been a month since the D-grade tomatoes appeared, so where did the C-grade come from? But what did it matter if the tomatoes were only getting healthier? Bidding began, with people offering absurd amounts of money. Kim noticed that many of his guild members wanted to buy tomatoes, even though onions were much healthier for their raid. The auction ended quite quickly, and Theo sold all the cherry tomatoes in less than an hour. Then he started selling detox onions in bundles of 10. He had 100 onions in total. Onions were very important in the fight against spiders on the floor, so fierce bidding began between the guild leaders. Kim Dong-sik managed to win the first lot from his opponent, but that wasn't all. He didn't want to lose and was going to buy some more onions because he knew they would come in handy. Kim was about to name his price when his opponent interrupted him, naming a much higher amount. All subsequent bids for Kim Dong-sik failed, as the leader of the other guild did not skimp and named higher amounts, which could not but please Theo. Alas, the Phoenix Guild was only able to buy 10 bunches of onions out of a possible 100. No one but the leader himself was interested in the onions, so unfortunately, their opponents took everything for themselves. From their point of view, it seemed that the Phoenix Guild had poor relations with other guilds, and this meant that their opponents would rise to the top faster. The guild members felt guilty because they had been blinded by cherry tomatoes when the leader told them to buy green onions. But he did not hold it against them. It was not the end of the world if their guild fell a little behind. Kim Dong-sik suddenly perked up when Suho approached him with the news that Theo was waiting for him. Once there, Kim told Theo that Sejun's family lived in a safe place called Kanam. However, Theo had difficulty remembering the name of the area as Kanam rather than Kanamiao, so he decided to write everything down in detail so as not to get confused. Since the Korean Association was diligently protecting Sejun's family, he had nothing to worry about. Besides, Mr. Sejun was one of Korea's most sought-after talents. When Theo found out everything, he remembered that Sejun wanted to express his gratitude to Kim Dong-sik, which made the leader immediately embarrassed. But he was very surprised when he learned that Sejun had given him 200 tomatoes and 50 detox green onions. These were the very onions he needed so badly, and in the end, he got them. Sejun was also willing to sell some of the necessary products at a discount in the future as a token of gratitude for protecting his family, but this was a strict secret. For Kim Dong-sik, it was a fair deal, and he promised himself to keep this secret, just like the case of protecting Park Sejun's family. But that wasn't all. Theo had another secret item that he could only sell to Kim Dong-sik, and only today. In any case, Theo did not insist, but Kim Dong-sik was probably interested. Meanwhile, on the farm, construction of the house was in full swing, although it had previously seemed like just a dream. But since the architect Rabbit appeared, it had become a feasible plan. Only a few days had passed, but most of the work had already been done. Thanks to the hard work of the Minotaurs, the work was progressing very quickly. But the interior details still had to be done by the Rabbits, the three brothers, so the architect Rabbit assumed that it would take more time. Basically, they had to discuss the structure of the room, which is what they were doing now. Seijun already had an idea of where and what he would like to put. But he got very angry when he saw Ryuk trying to squeeze through the narrow door, thereby destroying the house. Seijun tried to be as gentle with him as possible, because he couldn't go in there. Ryuk was too big, and the house could collapse because of it. But Ryuk didn't understand that. He thought it was because he was bad, destroying everything and so on. Seijun was gentle and affectionate with him, trying to distract him and make him understand that his father was busy for the time being. There wasn't much material to make a bed, only a bow could be used. Ryuk was sad. He felt like a burden. He also wanted to go into his father's house, but for some reason he couldn't. At one point, he wished he could become small and sleep in the same house with his father. This desire was so strong that he couldn't hold back his tears. Suddenly he noticed an unusual glow on his paw, something he had never seen before. Seijun was still discussing the material from which the future bed would be made. Suddenly he heard Ryuk start shouting, "Daddy!" and then jump right on top of him, knocking him off his feet. Seijun couldn't hold on and fell onto a huge pile of bows. Ryuk couldn't express his happiness that his wish had suddenly come true, and he had really become small. Ryuk became literally the same size as when he first met Seijun. Even the information panel said that he was a crimson honey bear cub. There were speculations that he had become a honey bear cub, just like when Papa Hare and Warrior Hare had changed. Could it be that he would never be able to grow bigger again? But it seems that it wasn't as simple as the transformation of the hares. With some effort, the bear cub managed to grow even bigger than he was before. In fact, he can now freely change the size of his body. The Minotaur suggested that the desire to become smaller had affected his growth. This sometimes happened among young monsters who were afraid of growing up. This was the first time Seijun had ever heard of such a thing, so he was very surprised that such things could affect growth. Instantly, Ryuk reduced his height, just as he had increased it. Ryuk wanted so badly to enter Seijun's house, wanted him to hug him like he hugged the Black Rabbit and Mr. Theo. Seijun hugged Ryuk tightly and gently, as best he could, so that all his love and warmth would be conveyed in these embraces. Ryuk just wanted his daddy to hug him more often, but he also felt a little guilty for not understanding Seijun's feelings. Then our hero suggested that they look at their new home together, which made the bear cub very happy. Besides, Seijun wanted Ryuk to have his own bed too. But then Ryuk surprised Seijun with his new desire. He wanted to go to the cave too. Only when Seijun remembered his last visit to the cave was he not at all happy with this idea. Seijun tried to be tactful, because the bear cub was so easily offended, but even from the expression on the warrior hare's face, it was clear that no one liked this idea. He could only hope and pray that everything would be all right. Theo decided that now was the time to show Kim Dong-shik the sun potatoes, thereby getting rid of the potatoes. The potatoes had many useful properties, such as burning 200 grams of fat, being resistant to fire for up to 5 hours, and being immune to cold for 24 hours. The penultimate fact reminded Kim Dong-shik of Han Tae-jun. After all, he is a living legend in South Korea. He became the first person to reach the 52nd floor. Han Tae-jun managed to fight the inevitable battle against the wildfire boar guarding the teleport. This battle was fierce and lasted 3 days and 3 nights. At that moment, it might have even seemed endless. But in the end, it ended in a draw. Both sides had to retreat due to the critical wounds they inflicted on each other. In that battle, Han Tae-jun was cursed with fire that burned everything around him for a long time. The only way to slow down the curse was through magic or by lowering his body temperature. But everyone believed that he would ultimately perish. However, Han Tae-jun could not abandon his conquest of the tower, and with such a potato, Kim Dong-sik could help him slow down the curse of fire, and together they could defeat the wildfire boar. After the curse is lifted, then the return of the legend would be quite real. This plan seemed quite feasible, but would everything go so smoothly? And yet, the odds were in their favor, because now Kim Dong-sik also had the green detox onion, and they would be able to win on the 38th floor. Theo arrived just in time, and with the products that Kim Dong-shik so desperately needed. Meanwhile, Theo himself rejoiced, and hoped that he had gotten rid of the potatoes, and that Seijun would not find out about his mistake, and everyone would be happy. So Theo thought that his crime had been successful, because he had even received money. Meanwhile, the guild members had already prepared everything and were ready to go downstairs, just waiting for their leader. But he managed to surprise them when he brought them a huge basket of onions. The Phoenix Guild was really lucky with the onions, because they were already getting ready to go down the tower. But now they could check in at the teleports and continue to conquer the tower. The raid on the 38th floor was just beginning. We will follow the progress of the Phoenix Guild. In the meantime, let's see how Theo is doing. He had excellent sales today, and he managed to get rid of the evidence. So, together with the Silver Wolves, they went to the merchant's market. Theo was in an excellent mood, so he even decided to treat the mercenary wolves to something tasty. They were already discussing where they could go to eat, and were thinking of going to a new noodle shop. But something caught Theo's attention, and he stopped listening to them. The wandering merchant seemed to have sensed something with his golden paws, and was pulling in the other direction. On a small counter, he noticed a sparkling gold ring with a small stone. He definitely sensed something and immediately grabbed the ring, as if afraid it would disappear. But Theo wasn't the only one who had his eye on it. Our cat had no intention of giving up his prey. He knew for sure that he wanted that ring, and that it was valuable. The hamster Ion saw that Theo was a traveling merchant, probably of medium rank, and he was not mistaken. Ion dared to assert that Theo did not need this thing. The hamster wanted to take it himself, so he asked nicely for it. But Theo was not shy, and was not going to give it up just like that. Then Elko saw that Theo was in some kind of conflict, and decided to intervene. Elko was struck as if by lightning when he saw this hamster. He knew perfectly well that this hamster was Ion, the archmage of great destruction. He was sure he wasn't mistaken, because this robe and this staff were the legendary tower artifact called the Staff of Disaster, and everything pointed to it being Ion. He was the embodiment of destruction, whose first wave could turn mountains into ruins, and whose second wave could turn rivers into oceans. Elko did not understand at all what such an outstanding personality was doing in such a simple market. Ion was very angry because Theo called him petty. Hamster gave him a chance to take back his words, but Ion was in a bad mood because he was tired. So he decided to take Theo's life as an apology. Theo had no idea who he was dealing with. Elko, as Theo's protector, immediately stood up for his ward, explaining to the great Ion that Theo was a subordinate of the great black dragon. Ion paused in his punishment, as this changed a lot. Elko did not forget to introduce himself, saying that he was from the tribe of Silver Wolves. Elko spoke seriously, because if he used the name of the black dragon to protect this cat, he would not escape death. Theo joined the conflict again, and began to argue that this was indeed true. Moreover, Elko even swore by the name of his tribe that he was not lying. But Ion was not going to believe him just like that. He wanted Theo to prove to him that he was indeed a subordinate of the Black Dragon. Theo didn't know how he could prove it, so Ion asked him to take him to the Black Dragon. But of course, this hamster lacked the audacity. Take him to the Great Black Dragon, and for free at that? Elko was on the verge of stress, because Theo didn't realize who he was dealing with, unlike Elko himself, and didn't realize the risks. The leader of the pack was very afraid, because what would happen if Ion got angry again? But Theo behaved quite confidently, and made it clear to Ion that, in addition to being a subordinate of the Black Dragon, he was also a traveling merchant. Therefore, if Ion wanted to meet the Great Black Dragon, he would have to pay for it. In response to such demands, Ion laughed until he cried. He didn't even hide the fact that he liked Theo's self-confidence. The cat didn't bat an eye when he said all this. So, out of curiosity, Ion even agreed to Theo's terms and was ready to buy him whatever he wanted. So Theo said that he was buying this ring for the Great Black Dragon, but Ion offered to buy the ring for Theo himself, since he was going to give it to the Black Dragon. Moreover, Ion was ready to buy other things if Theo needed anything else. All the cat had to do was say the word, and Ion would buy everything he needed. Deep down, Ion hoped that he would indeed meet the Black Dragon, and if he did, it would be his chance. Theo, in turn, rejoiced at finding such a tasty morsel, and considered this meeting a stroke of luck. So they decided to go to the market, and our traveling merchant decided to start by buying the bottles he needed for the honey. When he saw a couple of cute hats, he wanted to buy them too. He just couldn't walk past them. Moreover, Theo was in a good mood today, and of course, did not forget about his furry friends, kindly offering them hats, which they politely declined. Ion thought they would buy the necessary things, but they bought some junk, although Theo claimed otherwise, saying that the Black Dragon needed all of it. Ion was angry, but there was nothing he could do. He just wanted to wait for the moment when he would meet the Black Dragon and see if that asshole cat was lying or not. Theo saw a hat that would fit Ion, and it was even the same size. Ion was grateful for the attention, but admitted that not all magicians wore such hats. And yet, it was time to pay for the goods, all of which cost 20 tower coins. Without hesitation or haggling, Ion calmly handed over a bag with enough money to pay for all the goods. Money was not a problem for him. But Theo, as an experienced merchant, couldn't help himself, and of course, began to demand a discount from the seller. He even quarreled with Ion for wanting to buy all these goods without even asking for a discount. What kind of bumpkin is he? The merchant was so frightened that he offered a discount of 18 coins, but Theo wanted more. How about 17 coins? No. Theo wants an even bigger discount. So they haggled, and Theo bargained for a suitable price for himself and Ion, and everyone was happy as they set off to the Great Dragon with their gifts. After such successful shopping, Theo did not forget to thank Ion, who did everything for the Black Dragon. Ion still wondered what was wrong with this cat. He expected Theo to ask for something worthwhile, but he only asked him to buy him all this junk, and even asked for a discount to save money. In the end, the question arose as to where the Black Dragon was. Ion was surprised to learn that it was on the 99th floor. He thought the Black Dragon would be in the administrator's office connected to every part of the tower. But Theo explained that Ion would understand everything when he got there. Ion didn't even hide his suspicions and wariness, because the whole situation seemed strange and suspicious to him. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor, the Phoenix Guild's raid was almost over. They had finally managed to complete the raid and defeat the Spider Boss, the boss of this floor. Now they could proceed to the next floor using a special transition portal. Now the 39th floor awaited the Phoenix Guild. The checkpoint on the 38th floor was registered. Let's take a look at the main building of the farming streets of the Gogla Tower. Michael McLaren had already been informed that the Phoenix Guild had managed to pass the 38th floor, which left him puzzled as to how they had managed to do it so quickly. It was all because of a new plant called Detox Green Onions. In fact, thanks to this, the speed of their raid increased. Michael was angry, of course, because he hadn't been able to grow a single tomato, no matter how much money he had invested in it, and now something new had appeared. He couldn't keep up with the trends. Moreover, he could no longer contain the discontent of the members of the Hoggle Association. He urgently needed to show at least some results. But some mutations had occurred on the farm due to the activation of growth, which the farmers, for some reason, did not destroy. On their farm, you could see weeds that looked like living monsters. When Michael decided to cut down this monster, called an infected cherry tomato, he received experience points as if he had killed a monster. This tomato probably turned into a monster due to the influence of the tower. Instead of liquids and nutrients, they had to feed on food consisting of bugs and small monsters. Thanks to these mutants, it was possible to enter the tower and raise the level without any danger. The director of the pharmaceutical company saw the results of the research right in front of her. Yes, it may not have been the result they were aiming for, but these monsters even reproduced on their own. This was definitely an unprecedented discovery, and if all went well, the tower hierarchy would be revised. Michael understood what his colleague was getting at, and really thought this was their chance. So he ordered all existing crops in the fields to be removed immediately and replaced with infected cherry tomatoes. If they couldn't cultivate magical cherry tomatoes, they decided to cultivate something else, and farming experience points could be a great business. Today was the birthday of the third poisonous queen bee, which our hero had received during the blue moon. Sejun sat quietly and watched, because the bee was about to hatch from its cocoon. And after a few minutes, that moment finally arrived, and a new queen bee was born. Sejun was the first to witness the birth of the poisonous queen bee, so he successfully became her owner. After a brief acquaintance, the other bees took the newborn queen with them, and Sejun, pleased with the birth of the new queen, decided to rest a little. He sincerely hoped that such a peaceful life would continue, because what else did he need to be happy? But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Ryuk smearing mud on his face and calling him, "Daddy, Daddy." But it seemed that it wasn't mud. Ryuk didn't appear for no reason, because something new had appeared in the pond, something he had never seen before. So our hero discovered that the ink had gotten not only on him and Ryuk, but also on other hairs, which now looked like warrior hairs. Mom carefully began to wipe the black hair, but he wasn't dirty. The ink hadn't gotten on him at all. Sejun was surprised that there were so many squids in the lake, even though they had never appeared there before. The black hair said he caught the slippery monster while hunting in the pond, because it looked strange and spat black liquid. The black hair saw them for the first time then, and the others didn't know what they were either. Sejun only now realized that the guys didn't know what squids were. Moreover, squid was an excellent and delicious delicacy that they could enjoy right now. The first dish was ready a few hours later. Sejun first prepared fried squid in a spicy sauce. He registered the new recipe. Sejun decided not to stop there and prepared more grilled squid, which was less spicy. But that wasn't all. Sejun prepared the legendary squid sashimi. After all, the cooking lessons on YouTube had not been in vain. Every dish prepared by our hero looked incredibly appetizing. Sejun himself enjoyed the cooking process so much that he completely forgot when he last ate squid. The spicy taste of the squid made his mouth water. To eat such delicious food, the warrior rabbit was ready to keep a closer eye on his hunt in the ocean of dimensions. Ryuk would not have minded going hunting with the black rabbit, but the problem was that he could not swim. However, after they cleared the field, Seijun was ready to teach him how to swim. Our heroes were already on their way out of the floor, but what bad luck. The fast passage was unavailable. Everyone was forced to take a different route. Everyone who used the trade routes was puzzled, because taking a different route meant spending even more time getting to another floor. Elke asked what the reason was, and then reported to his leader that the red locust had made its way to the 69th floor. Theo had never heard of red locusts, so Ion explained that they were insects that destroyed everything. These insects brought with them a string of famine and other problems. They were like the beginning of a catastrophe. These insects seemed to have been created to eat and destroy everything in their path. Once, they tried to take away the homes of those living in the tower. But right now, the Magic Tower and the Alliance of Mercenaries were most likely controlling the movement in the passages to catch the red locusts. Initially, Ion was supposed to join the Alliance, but first he thought it necessary to meet with the Black Dragon, so he wanted to hurry and go to another passage. But the fastest passage was one that only a high-ranking merchant could pass through, and Theo, as we remember, was a middle-class merchant and could not pass through there. Ion insisted that everything would be fine because they had him, so they could pass. Theo understood everything when he saw the medal. It was a gold medal that only great traveling merchants possessed. It was a symbol of power that allowed them to use all the shortcuts without restriction. Ion began to interest Theo more, because it meant that he was probably an experienced merchant. Theo, of course, wanted to get along with him, but Ion did not. The green onions grew like crazy, and Seijun couldn't keep up with cutting them. The farm continued to separate the bulbs and grow them before Seijun realized that the field had grown to 6,611 square meters. It was practically a full-fledged forest. Among these thickets of onions, Seijun couldn't even see any of the other hares, but he could hear their voices. Everyone worked together and tirelessly, but there was one problem. There was some kind of unusual green onion, and it was unusual in that it could not be cut. Seijun thought the hares were joking, because it was impossible, and he immediately tried to break the onion. But his attempt failed, as he cut his hand. The wound was small, but it was still unpleasant that the onion had cut him. Touching the texture of the onion itself, Seijun noticed that it was as hard as steel. He had some guesses, and subsequently decided that it was indeed a new object. The bow was a sturdy blade. Due to frequent cutting of its leaves, the bow mutated and turned its leaves into a kind of protection. It lost its taste and nutrients, and when consumed, it had no effect. Seijun, in turn, earned a reward for creating a new variety in the tower. The tower granted him exclusive rights to cultivate new varieties. Now no one is allowed to grow a durable blade from green onions without Seijun's permission. The strong blade from green onions did not have any useful properties, but it could indeed be used to cut various things, including the onions themselves. Seijun saw a separate use for it. He wanted to grow as many of these bulbs as possible, because they could be useful to him. Suddenly, Aileen appeared, who had not been in touch for quite some time and had not responded, and Seijun was very worried about her. She had problems, but Seijun didn't know what they were yet. The tower manager tearfully asked him to help her with her worries. She could no longer even control her emotions, and she had no one to share her feelings with except Seijun. So Aileen finally shared what had happened in the tower, specifically about the invasion of the red locusts. The mother hare remembered well the time when red locusts invaded their kingdom of the red ribbon, and hearing this news now was a shock to her, especially given her current situation. The events were repeating themselves, and Seijun began to piece together the big picture from the past and present situations. But he wanted to at least understand what the red locusts looked like. Aileen tried to explain that one bug wasn't scary, but they devoured everything in their path. Their colony was growing to frightening proportions, and if this problem wasn't solved quickly, none of the living creatures on the floor would survive. Everyone could disappear. The red locusts could penetrate other floors one by one through portals, and then this place would no longer be safe. The information received excited our hero. He understood all the risks and the global nature of this problem perfectly well, because if it was not addressed, the locusts could even penetrate the 99th floor. Aileen had certain difficulties that prevented her from doing anything at the moment. She was very sorry that she could not take control of the situation, so she decided to ask Seijun for help. Our hero was ready to meet the dragon, and if he could help in any way, he was ready to give it his all. Aileen understood that it wasn't his responsibility, and apologized for it. But Seijun didn't think so, and Aileen had nothing to apologize for, because he was the tower's farmer, and this place had become his home, and he couldn't let enemies get in. Theo, the hares, silver wolves, and minotaurs were also ready to drop everything at once if necessary, just to save the tower. At that moment, Aileen felt tremendous support, and the feeling that she was not alone in facing this problem. For her, it was the most precious moment, because when she had lost all faith in herself and her abilities, someone appeared who gave her a helping hand. They were determined to act, but Seijun had no idea how to solve this problem, because he couldn't even climb down the tower. By this time, Theo had finally arrived, and very timely. Seijun wanted to share the news with him, but Theo beat him to it, and delighted him with the news that they had guests. Aion officially greeted our hero, as was expected. But before continuing the conversation, she asked if Seijun was indeed the great black dragon. In fact, our hero was a little confused, and did not understand what kind of hamster was in front of him. Then Theo explained that Aion did not believe that he was a subordinate of the black dragon, so he brought him here. Theo, of course, really hoped that he had done everything right. Realizing that he was indeed a black dragon, Aion greeted him on behalf of the main association of magicians. The tower manager clarified that Aion had come to see the black dragon because the tower manager had not arrived in time to solve the problem with the red locusts. Aion was the head of the association, which meant he was a high-ranking monster in the tower. Therefore, Aileen asked to hear what Aion had to say. Of course, Seijun couldn't just send a guest who had come from far away back, so he offered him a drink to start with. Seijun felt awkward at first, while Theo tried to get used to Ryu's new appearance and couldn't believe that it was really him. Aion had not come here just to drink tomato juice. He had a huge request for the great black dragon. Seijun suddenly interrupted him, expressing his guess that this topic probably concerned the spread of the red locusts that had appeared on the 67th floor. Aion was dissatisfied, because if the black dragon knew about this, as expected, why hadn't he done anything about it? Suddenly Theo and Reich began to joke around and ask Seijun for food. Theo wanted churu, and Rick wanted anything. They didn't seem to care at all that they had a guest. This gave Aion food for thought, because he could observe the relaxed atmosphere here, and begin to doubt whether this man was really a black dragon. Further questions were raised by the black dragon being addressed as chairman and dad. In addition, Aion paid special attention to his appearance and the fact that he did not have black hair, and he did not resemble a black dragon at all. He looked like an ordinary person, of whom there were many in the tower lately. The same was true of the lack of power that Aion felt. He was weak. But on the other hand, no living creature in the tower could sense the black dragon's energy. Only from certain angles could one sense traces of enormous magical power that could not be denied. Aion was completely confused. He didn't even understand what was going on and who this man was, whether he was a black dragon or not. With these thoughts, Aion began to drink tomato juice. One sip was enough for him to feel a surge of energy and mana from this thick red liquid. Besides, it tasted sweet and delicious. Seijun explained that it was magical tomato juice mixed with honey, made from tomatoes that the rabbits had grown themselves, and the honey was made by poisonous bees. Then Aion became interested and wanted to see these magical cherry tomatoes. At his request, Papa Rabbit immediately brought several tomatoes. Aion looked at the rabbit and immediately guessed that he had come from the 55th floor of the Kingdom of the Red Ribbon. The rabbit admitted that this was true, and that the great black dragon had taken him and his family in. Aion began to carefully examine the magical cherry tomatoes, which he had never seen before, and he suggested that perhaps the dragon had other similar things. Seijun began to list all the vegetables they had: sun potatoes, speed carrots, endurance corn, and probably peanuts, soon. Seijun saw out of the corner of his eye that Theo had shared his churro with Ryuk, and couldn't ignore how proud he was of it. Aion was still watching the situation with the great black dragon closely, and it dawned on him. And this is what he saw. The great black dragon was taking care of the monsters that had nowhere to go while working on solving the food crisis and finding new things. The fact that he felt the black dragon's energy weakly explained why he cared for the monsters. Aion admitted how foolish he was for not understanding someone who sacrificed himself for the tower and belittled himself. Seijun wanted to return to discussing the problem, but Aion apologized first. He considered himself a lowly creature who could not understand the generosity of the great black dragon. He could not forgive himself for these thoughts when he thought that this man was not a black dragon. For him, it was comparable to sin. But Seijun did not understand him at all and continued with the topic of the problem, presenting his new plant in the form of a sturdy green onion blade, thinking that it would help solve the problem. Tomatoes surprised Aion, but this bow surprised him even more. How could this vegetable combine an object and a weapon? There were rumors that Eskimos could easily hunt even the most ferocious wolves with a single bloody blade. It was simple. They left blood on the blade and stuck the blade itself in the snow. Hungry wolves smelled the blood and began to lick the blade. After a while, the blade cut the wolf's tongue, and it bled to death. But when its tongue went numb from the cold, the wolf no longer realized that it was dying. In this way, the wolves bled to death, as our hero had once read about in a book. This was terrible for Theo, and he was afraid for Elko, so he promised to give him a fish if he would just stop licking the blade. Ion admitted that it was a good story. Locusts really can't tell the difference between a blade and green onions, so they'll blindly start attacking it. A red locust that has tasted green onions will look for the same thing elsewhere. Therefore, they would rush at it, trying to eat it, but in the end, they would cut themselves to death. In addition, locusts had a habit of attacking those who were weakened by wounds. With this, they would definitely be able to protect the portal. What else could be expected from the great black dragon? He developed new types of weapons to fight the red locusts, and at the same time, solve the problem of food shortages in the tower. Sejun smiled awkwardly, but deep down he understood that there had been a misunderstanding, but it only played into his hands. In any case, Sejun wanted to test his theory in practice first. It had been a while since he had managed to grow a durable blade, so he wanted to see how many he could grow. This was not a problem, as Ion always had several red locusts with him. He sealed them in a special portal, and could remove them from there at any time if necessary. Ion used his staff to literally pull the locust out, while still keeping it locked up, and not even letting it move. Not long ago, Sejun was curious to know what red locusts looked like, and now he could see this source of disaster with his own eyes. Ion managed to catch a few of them for an experiment, and now they came in handy at just the right time. Sejun asked them to wait while he got everything ready, and only after he had planted the onion did he give Iona the command to release the locusts. As soon as the red locusts were released, they immediately flew toward the green onions, unaware that they could be dangerous. Some managed to nibble on the onions, while others, flying too fast, were cut by the onions themselves, thinking that the stems would bend under them. But this did not happen. The onions were no longer the same. No one learned from the mistakes of their brothers, and they fell into the same trap again and again, leaving traces of blood on the green bulbs. It was safe to say that this was definitely a success in the fight against the red locusts. Moreover, this success was confirmed by the system and considered a great feat. Sejun accomplished a great feat by killing insects with his plants. One field of work was added to him as a reward, and experience points for work could be earned by killing insects with plants. Sejun did not expect that if he started killing red locusts with the blade of plants, he would be able to earn experience points. For him, it was a wonderful opportunity to level up. Han Taijun was delighted with his student's victory. The teacher expected nothing less from Kim Dong-shik. His student had raided the 38th floor even earlier than expected. The master guessed that this was not all. After all, if his student visited him immediately after leaving the tower, it meant that he had very good news. Han Taijun, as always, was very perceptive and knew everything, and this time, he was not mistaken. Everyone was waiting for the hero's return, and leader Kim Dong-sik was happy to give his teacher this opportunity to return in person. Han Taijun didn't even think of refusing. He eagerly awaited the moment when they could enter the tower together. After all, now his fire curse would be neutralized for a whole 5 hours. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor, the battle was in full swing. There were too many red locusts, but the local monsters were trying to protect the teleport beyond this border at all costs. The troops included both brave warriors and those who had no connection to military affairs whatsoever. Suddenly, Mr. Ion appeared in the clear sky, illuminating everything with his bright, deadly light. He directed a wave of fire straight at the red locusts, pushing them aside and killing some instantly. This fiery attack was truly deadly and had enormous power, but unfortunately, the swarm of red locusts was not so easy to destroy. However, Ion did not expect that to happen. He tried to buy some time for the other warriors so that they could plant green onions in front of the camp. They were surprised that they would now be defending themselves with bows, but nevertheless, they listened to Mr. Ion and immediately began to work. They did not have many options. With renewed strength, the red locusts moved straight towards the camp, stumbling upon the blades of the green bows and killing themselves. The local monster didn't even have to do anything. It was enough for the locusts to bump into the sharp blade of the onion to die. Where had anyone ever seen such a thing? That such an unusual bow could destroy an entire swarm of red locusts. Before Mr. Ion had to leave the 67th floor, one of the monsters hurried to ask what this thing was. Ion proudly declared that it was the mercy of the great black dragon. The great warriors and mages no longer had to fear these vicious intruders. They could now attack the red locusts that passed through their defenses with sharp green bows. With new strength and motivation, the warriors rushed back into battle to defend their tower, their home. With support from above, there was nothing to fear. They rushed into battle for the great black dragon. Meanwhile, Sejun sat on the farm, working and earning experience points for his plants destroying malicious insects. There were no problems with the sharp onions, and for Seijun, it was like a passive business for leveling up. Meanwhile, Ryuk helped our hero with the farm and tried to spread a new type of onion. He cut the onions into 2 parts, which was not easy in the early stages. But Ryuk continued to work hard. The spicy green onions were very hard, so our hero was worried about whether it was possible to divide and grow them. But he was very lucky that Ryuk was strong enough. A few days ago, Seijun made a deal with Ion that he would be able to build a defensive line against the red locusts from the sharp green onions, which is what he had been doing in recent days. Seijun specially set aside several bulbs to protect the tower, which were intended for Ion. Ion was extremely grateful for such kindness from the Great Black Dragon. But the Great Mage understood that if this was not monitored, there could be cases of cruelty when using this onion in the tower. Ion was also sure that selling this plant would help Mr. Theo, a traveling merchant who served the Great Black Dragon. The plan was to create only a line of defense around the teleport, so that the amount of bow would not increase so much. This way, Ion would direct the mages to destroy the red locusts. Ion also knew how difficult it was to move from the 99th floor to the lower floors, so he asked the Association of Traveling Merchants for access to teleportation on behalf of Theo. Ion continued to talk, but Seijun's attention was drawn to what was happening next to him. Seijun was shocked when he saw Ryuk calmly eating the very same red locust. In a hurry, he tried to pull the remains of the red locust out of the bear cub's mouth, but it was too late. The locust was already in the bear cub's stomach. Ryuk apparently ate everything in sight. But he wasn't the only one. Elko was also interested in eating red locusts, which of course surprised Seijun. As it turned out, the monsters found the red locusts delicious. Therefore, it was decided that Elko could go and collect red locusts if he wanted them so much. But on the way, he was given the task of delivering spicy green onions to the 67th floor. The lizards that fought the red locusts also used their corpses as food. Since there were so many of them, the number of locusts that arrived was greater than the number they could consume, and the lizards couldn't easily cope with this. And if they left the red locust corpses untouched, they would simply be eaten by other red locusts. Therefore, it was decided that the Silver Wolf tribe would transport the corpses of the red locusts killed by the blades of the green bow to the 99th floor to be used as food. In addition, it was decided to sell some of the corpses to earn money and use that money to rebuild the 85th floor, which had been damaged by drought. Of course, Seijun also gave part of the proceeds to the wolves as a commission, creating another source of income in addition to the income from the blades of the sturdy green bow, because the income turned out to be good. And Theo was punished after all, as a subordinate, and now he was shirking his work, not giving our hero a normal wind. But he only had a sore paw, and he wanted to go back to being a merchant, Theo. But less than 5 minutes had passed since Theo started blowing wind at Seijun. The sin of stealing sweet sun potatoes and selling them was great. The only consolation was that they could grow it by dividing the roots. But by the way, they could have said goodbye to the new plant forever. Theo repented and admitted his guilt, and with a guilty cat-like face, he promised not to make such a mistake again. But he was glad that he had sold the potatoes to Kim Don-shik, who seemed to him to be a kind hunter and who would keep all secrets confidential. Theo noticed that Kim Dong-shik really needed those potatoes, and thanks to this sale, the trust between them would grow even more. Therefore, Theo considered it an excellent sale, but Seijun assessed it as another 30 minutes of Theo's work as a hand fan. Theo tried to fan Seijun hard and hoped for his kindness towards him. But Seijun also worked so hard that his shoulder even hurt. Theo, of course, did not ignore this, and immediately said that he could take a look. Seijun liked to tease Theo. He loved him, and took special pleasure in Theo's attentions, so he wondered whether to tease him some more. With his new experience points, Seijun noticed that the red locusts had attacked the 67th floor again. Thus, our hero reached the 20th level and received 21 tower coins. He gained experience from growing plants and killing insects, which made it so easy for him to level up. He had a work assignment to grow 1,000 plants. The task was not difficult at all, so he decided to do it right away. If he raised his level and received some bonus stats, his mana would increase. Theo was unhappy because he was worried about Seijun's condition and was giving him a massage, but Seijun suddenly started jumping around. Our cat noticed that Seijun had problems not only with his shoulder, but also with his face, so he decided to give him a facial massage. Of course, this was not very pleasant for Seijun, but he had to endure it. Meanwhile, the spoiled Enku tree was roaming the forest in search of new prey. But his hunt was completely unsuccessful because he had entered the wrong territory and had the misfortune of encountering a grizzly bear. The bear was extremely unhappy because she did not understand why these assholes from the west had been invading her territory lately. She had to protect her territory better. In the meantime, she thought it was time to go back. On the way to the farm, she wondered what would be for dinner today and whether Seijun would cook something delicious. Of course, she was still worried about Ryuk eating well. Aileen had been under a lot of stress, so when the problem was solved, she ate away the remaining stress with the spicy dishes that Seijun cooked for her. All these days she had been very worried and couldn't even eat properly. But now, when she ate for the first time in a long time, the food seemed even tastier to her. Our hero was delighted to know that Aileen really enjoyed the food, so he decided to give her some potatoes for dessert later. It was already another day, but Seijun kept receiving messages and points about his plant-killing red locusts. One might even think that their numbers were not decreasing. But Aileen had a different opinion. The number of locusts had stabilized after all. The progress was slow, but it was still progress. And yet, it was thanks to the locusts and the hard blade of the green onion that Seijun managed to raise his level significantly. Aileen could even see the board showing who had killed how many locusts. In first place was, of course, Park Sejun, followed by Ion in second place, and the boxer Tamuro in third place. Unfortunately, Aileen didn't have enough mana, so she couldn't fix the situation on the 67th floor with the crystal ball, but she could keep track of the situation through the help list. Seijun's green bow played a huge role. When the red locusts were destroyed, our hero would be able to receive rewards depending on the amount of help he provided. Therefore, it was necessary to persevere, as there was a reward for killing the intruders, and it was a kind of quest. However, this information was a secret, and the only thing Aileen could say was that the greater the help, the better the reward would be in the end. Seijun was finally able to get the agility carrot, which had the same properties but was several times more powerful. He gave everyone one carrot so that the hares could eat it and improve their agility, because that way they would finish the job faster. Theo, meanwhile, was resting, but he had already woken up, and as soon as he did, he decided to go down to the lower floors to work. First, he planned to meet with Elko, and after he took them to the 67th floor, Theo wanted to go down with them to the 38th floor. He also wanted to go and collect red locusts. Seijun decided to give Theo a little nudge by asking if he had carefully gathered everything he needed. But Theo didn't understand who Seijun thought he was, because a traveling merchant never made the same mistake twice. Meanwhile, Peak approached them with good news. Seijun's house had already been built. It was a neat and fairly sturdy little house with everything they needed. The exterior was excellent, but there was even a kitchen inside. The hares did everything exactly as Seijun had asked. Even the floor inside was very warm. Seijun was delighted. Obviously the floor was heated, and when someone got tired, they could rest by simply lying on the warm floor. But Seijun didn't even explain to the rabbits how to make such a floor in detail. Somehow, they did everything themselves. Then they explained that among the traveling merchants there was a tribe that also lived in similar houses, and the architect rabbit had built similar houses before, so it was not a problem for him. Seijun was surprised that there were residents in the tower who also used spot heating and boilers. While they were talking and looking around the house, Theo and Ryuk noticed something strange. A noise behind the small doors. When Seijun decided to open the door, he saw some rabbits hiding there, who were essentially caught red-handed. Seijun ran away from there, covering Ryuk's eyes. The hare even complained that Seijun should have knocked before entering his own house. Seijun was, of course, upset, because on his housewarming day he caught the hares in his house, and of course he was offended. But he didn't stay sad for long, because a grizzly bear showed up at their farm pretty early. Seijun thought she had been too busy patrolling lately, because there was indeed a bit of a mess around. But since she found an old tree, or rather an Enku monster, which she neutralized, she thought it could be useful on the farm. Theo knew that the grizzly bear would return to the forest, so he asked her to take him with her. That way, they wouldn't be lonely on their journey. Everyone went about their business. Theo went to trade, and the grizzly bears went to patrol their territory. And Setsuna and the hares had to figure out what to do with the old tree. The hare noted that the wood was of fairly good quality, so they decided to chop it up into pieces first, so that they could at least do something with it. Seijun asked for a bed to be made from the wood, and decided to go and do his chores on the farm in the meantime. The rabbit had not even begun to chop the tree when a bright red light flashed in the middle of it. In an instant, the rabbit was captured by the tree. Fortunately, Seijun had not gone far and was close by and able to help. Roar reacted instantly too, and started running to help Pibik ahead of Seijun. Ryuk quickly changed his height and freed Pibik with his huge paws, cutting off Enku's branch. The hare was freed, but Ryuk was now trapped by Enku himself. The branches of the tree began to press down on the huge body of the clubfoot, but he did not give up and broke free as best he could, destroying the tree. Seijun wanted to help somehow, but he didn't even know what he could do in this situation. His only weapon was a small blade, but how could it be useful in this situation? Aileen appeared just in time, wanting to understand what this infected tree was doing here in the first place. Seijun didn't know either. He just asked for advice on how to destroy it, so Aileen quickly began searching for any information in the tower's special manual. As it turned out, Seijun had to destroy the herbivorous fruit inside the tree itself. But in order to even get close to the tree, Seijun asked Ryuk to free himself by changing his body size to smaller. Roar no longer resisted. He did as he was asked, and the branches did not even have time to catch on his small body. So Seijun, having freed up space, immediately approached Enku and thrust his blade right into his insides. Fortunately, the tip of the blade hit the very fruit that Aileen had mentioned. After that, the tree fell as if it had dried up and was no longer a monster at all. Seijun destroyed the carnivorous fruit of the large infected Enku tree, for which he received 50 points. Our hero thought it was all over, but Ryuk drew Seijun's attention elsewhere. A multitude of infected Enku were heading towards their farm from the forest. It was only just beginning. The intruders looked very similar to adult Enku trees, but they were still young and not as tall as the previous ones. Ryuk went on the attack, and Seijun asked the other hares to call the warrior hare and other hares who knew how to fight. Thanks to his size and strength, Ryuk was able to kill several young Enku trees at once. Seijun did not stand aside either. Although he had no experience in battle, he defended his territory as best he could. Fortunately, he at least had a weapon. His sharp blade could cut a tree in half with a single blow. The hares rushed to the battlefield as quickly as possible. Now the most important task was to stop these monsters from reaching the fields. Finally, the warrior hare could show his abilities, the very thing he was born to do. Now it was time to show off his skills. With a single movement, he destroyed several trees at once. The warrior hare's speed was enviable. This strength and speed were innate skills of the warrior hare. And of course, he demonstrated these qualities when necessary. The hare was naturally proud that he had finally found himself in a situation where he could fully demonstrate his abilities. After all, you can't show yourself in hunting as you can on the battlefield. But for a moment, he lost his vigilance and did not notice the corrupted Enki preparing to attack him from behind. Fortunately, there was a hare with a sickle nearby, who simply chopped the decrepit tree to pieces, thereby saving his brother's life. It was too dangerous to relax on the battlefield. In a single moment, you could be gone. Everyone who lived on the farm instantly dropped what they were doing and rushed to defend their home, not giving their enemy a chance to get inside. Seijun thought they had almost done it. They just needed to hold out a little longer, and then they would be rid of their enemies. But things were not as rosy as our hero might have thought, because behind him was a huge army of Enku. This time the trees were much larger, and trying to fight them would be tantamount to suicide. Instinctively, Seijun and everyone else ran away. But Roar stayed behind to buy some time so that Seijun could escape. Things were bad. They couldn't handle it alone. Ryuk's mother had gone to the passage with Theo, and the Minotaurs were too far away to call for help. Seijun was so confused and looking for a way out of this situation that he didn't even notice the huge corrupted Enku approaching him. Just in time, the leader of the Minotaurs came to Seijun's aid and protected him from the Enku. If it weren't for him, it probably wouldn't have been easy to get out of the tree branches. Destroying such a tree was a piece of cake for the king of the Minotaurs. But he was still worried about whether everything was all right with Seijun. Many Minotaurs, and even bulls number 3 and 4, gladly came to his aid. After all, they had defended their honor as noble warriors for a reason, because that is what they truly were. By this time, the enraged grizzly bear had already returned and was easily destroying these decrepit logs. She hated them for trespassing on her territory and daring to attack the fields of Seijun and her friends. Even the boss of the Minotaurs noticed how the crimson grizzly bear raged, which was better for no one to see. You may wonder how the bear and the Minotaurs knew to come here and help. Of course, the control tower played a role. She saw that the infected Enku had come to Seijun's fields from afar, so she contacted the king. She called on the Minotaurs and the grizzly bear to come to the rescue. Aileen couldn't leave Seijun without her help, because she had once said, and reminded him this time, that he could always rely on her. Seijun was very happy, because without her help, it would probably be very difficult for them to resist the Enku now. So Seijun gave everyone the command to defend the fields, and in return he promised incredibly delicious food at the end of the battle. It was enough for the monsters to hear the word food, to become motivated and rush into battle in the name of food. While the battle was going on, we can take a look at the 67th floor, in the misty forest of lizards. Theo was here for the first time, so he was extremely surprised by the sight of such a landscape, not the misty forest he had imagined. But this was the result of the red locust invasion. Where the locusts had passed, the land was abandoned. Not a blade of grass remained. Of course it was all scary, but Theo didn't quite understand what the other wolves were doing now, because, in theory, they were only supposed to be collecting red locusts. The thing was, the lizards had asked the silver wolves to clear the destroyed lands, because they were fighting other locusts and didn't have enough workers. The first question that came to the wandering merchant Theo's mind was whether the wolves were being paid for this work. Theo was furious when he learned that the lizards did not pay them for this work. Moreover, the wolves considered it to be easy work and not difficult for them. Theo thought that the silver wolves had been taken for slaves of some kind, and he didn't like it at all, so he went to sort out the situation. Theo went to the main tent to meet with the leader of the lizards, but not everyone could just walk in. However, Theo did not consider himself just anyone, and continued to demand that they let him in or call Mr. Ion. Only Ion was busy, so Theo had to share that he and Ion had a very close relationship. Elko stood next to Theo and wanted to sink through the ground, because Theo's insolence knew no bounds. And what was this asshole cat talking about anyway? And yet, what was the merchant Theo going to do? Elko asked in a panic. Come to think of it, Theo was Sejin's subordinate, and Ion had also agreed to help Sejin, which meant she was his subordinate too. Therefore, they were both his subordinates, and it made perfect sense. It was as obvious as 2 plus 2, so it was strange that Theo had to spell it out for everyone. Ion came out just in time. He was unhappy that Theo had spoken about such things publicly, because they could be misunderstood. An important meeting was in full swing, and the lizards were thinking about how to repel the next attack of the red locusts. Ion thought that Theo had brought up the issue of collecting money for sharp blades for green bows. But he was interested in something else entirely. Theo had questions about the wolves. The wolves had been forced to take on the job of clearing the rubble, but the contract only mentioned helping to clean up the corpses and red locusts, and Theo thought this was very unfair. Some denied knowing anything about it, and said they had been on the battlefield the whole time, so everyone had questions for Toro, the assistant to the lizard people's chief. It was clear that Theo had put him in an awkward position, and he had to explain that the lizard people were always busy fighting, so only the very young and old lizards remained there, and they had to ask for help. But Theo was not satisfied with such excuses and began to demand that the lizards pay for this work. How dare they exploit his subordinates without informing him? Each wolf's services cost 1 tower coin. Therefore, the lizards owed him 100 tower coins. Toro was unhappy with these terms, apparently thinking he had found some fools. But Theo knew the price of everything and didn't even flinch when Toro raised his voice. In that case, Iona had to remind Toro that he was dealing with a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, and not to do anything stupid. Besides, it was thanks to him that they managed to stop the destruction on the 67th floor, and it was thanks to him that they could still use the blades of the green bow. Theo confirmed everything. Without the magnificent red cat Theo, the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, the lizards would have had huge problems, so he advised them to pay. Toro was already at his wit's end, and was barely holding back from saying something he shouldn't, because he clearly didn't expect to be found out. In the end, he didn't really have a choice, so he had to agree and pay. Satisfied, Theo got what he wanted and left the tent humming with a huge bag of coins. Of course, he wanted to give the money to Elko, but Elko said that everything was fine, and that they had already earned enough money from selling some of the red locust carcasses. Theo was proud of the silver wolves, because if they had paid him, it meant that they had also paid the Great Black Dragon. And yet Theo gave the money to Elko and ordered him not to let anyone boss him around in his pack. Theo, of course, did not forget to thank Ion, because thanks to him, everything went extremely smoothly. But Ion apologized in turn, because he did not even know about it, as he was elsewhere. Meanwhile, Theo ordered Elko to go to the 99th floor, while he himself decided to go to the 38th. Ion thought that the lizard people tribe would never give up what was rightfully theirs, and rumors about the wandering merchant Theo, who had used the authority of the Great Black Dragon for his own purposes, were spreading very quickly. Ion understood perfectly well that this was unlikely to benefit him, but now it was not as important as who was behind him. The Great Black Dragon. Anyone would tremble before that name. No one dared to oppose him, but at the moment there were some problems in the tower. Food was the means by which the tower's inhabitants could be controlled, and this resource could not be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. It had to be acknowledged that now the most important people would be watching this red-haired cat. But it was time to say goodbye. Everyone had their own business to attend to, and Theo had to go trading. Ion said goodbye to Theo, but he didn't even tell him anything he was thinking. For now, these were just his thoughts. But rumors breed rumors, and this story was just beginning to gain momentum. Theo definitely had to become a traveling merchant. He simply had no other choice. The war on the 67th floor was still going on, and during that time, Sejun's level had risen to 22. The points kept coming in. Meanwhile, he was just going to take a little rest, because he was so tired from all this time that he fell asleep and didn't even know that he had reached level 22. The Minotaurs continued to work, clearing the area of the corpses of the corrupted Enku. There was still a lot of work to be done, but our heroes had already accomplished a great deal. This sudden attack by the corrupted Ents caught the farm off guard, but with the help of Ryuk, his mother, and of course the Minotaurs, they managed to defeat them easily. Thanks to Roar, Sejun was able to level up. Sejun could have destroyed these trees and leveled up on his own, but Roar helped him. After this incident, Sejun came up with the idea that to protect the farm, he should build a fence out of the bodies of the destroyed Ents. As it turned out, these were the very monsters from the western forest that Minotaur number 3 had once told him about. The grizzly bear said that this was not the first time they had attacked the local territory, but she could not have imagined that they would be able to go so far. The grizzly bear felt guilty because she apparently hadn't examined the area carefully enough, but Sejun didn't think so, because she had managed to figure it out almost single-handedly. There were more and more poisonous bees, so our hero decided to ask the queen bee to help the grizzly bear. But one question remained unanswered. What were the corrupted Ents doing here? Sejun was even more concerned about what they said before they died. Everything is here. The tower manager explained that the Ents were something like a virus. There were more and more of them, no matter how many were destroyed, and they were quite annoying creatures. The Ents would try to turn any tree in their path into one of their own kind, which is why the trees on the 99th floor had been turned into Ents. They were dormant until they had nothing to infect, but for some reason, they decided to become active right now. Sejun had a hunch that maybe they were drawn to the farm because there were lots of tomatoes, corn, and other veggies there. Remembering the food, Sejun also remembered that everyone could use something to eat. So he decided to put off thinking about any problems until later and get busy cooking. After all, he had to set the table for a huge company on a huge meadow. To set such a lavish table, the hares had to work hard catching and gathering food, and Sejun had to spend a lot of time cooking. Of course, our hero did not forget to treat his dear Aileen, and after such an anxious day, everyone enjoyed eating hot food. Towards the end of the meal, Elko returned with food in the form of red locusts. The grizzly bear, of course, did not disdain to snack on all the red locusts. For her, it was a special delicacy. Sejun wanted to say something to Elko, but he was suddenly distracted by the hares when he heard the squeak of the mother hare, who seemed to be ready to give birth. Sejun, of course, began to worry, even though this was not her first birth, but he had never seen how it began before. He immediately took her to his house, as the couple's burrow was too far away, and the baby hares were already about to come out. So, surrounded by a huge number of uncles and aunts, the third litter of baby hares was born. And on the 52nd floor, on the mountain of scarlet flames, the one who had once been here returned. The boar recognized the man from the outside world, and had already thought that Han Taijun had long since died, cursed by his flames. But Taijun simply thanked the pig for sending him on a pleasant vacation for several years. And the boar, apparently, also enjoyed his life in the tower with only one eye. Of course, the ruler of the 52nd floor did not like such taunts, and he was ready to make Han Taijun regret his decision to return to his floor. Thus began the legendary battle, which had been on hold for several years. But the old tricks no longer worked on Han Taijun. After all, now he had sweet sun potatoes with him. He only had to eat one sweet potato, and the result was immediate. Fire had no effect on him. Kaban was caught off guard, but nevertheless he actively resisted Han Taijun, even though he did not know how he could change his tactics. He acted the same way as last time, so it was extremely easy for Taijun to predict his actions. Taijun found himself in the clutches of this pig. He hoped to simply crush this man, but would he be able to? The boss of the 52nd floor had forgotten absolutely everything, but then again, they hadn't fought in a long time, and Taijun wasn't even surprised anymore. After all, what could be gained from a pig's memory? The boar did not remember the most important thing. Han Taijun was an excellent magician, so he easily defeated the raging wild boar. Han Taijun had waited for this for so many years, and didn't even believe that he would be able to return here again. Finally defeating the boss of the 52nd floor, he managed to remove the curse of the flame, and thus the land cursed by the wild boar began to recover. Who knew that not only Han Taijun was cursed, but the entire 52nd floor? But finally, everything was resolved with the help of sweet sun potatoes, and Taejin now thought only of how he could repay this debt. Suddenly, Theo appeared, indignant at the appearance of grass that had never been there before, because now it was uncomfortable for him to walk. But he was even more surprised when he saw a man. Han Taijin immediately recognized the red-haired cat as a wandering cat merchant. Theo immediately began to ask discontentedly where the old man had gotten the potatoes. The tone of the wandering merchant did not offend him in the least. On the contrary, he smiled, because he had a lot to tell him. Theo was surprised by the old man's story, and by the fact that this old man turned out to be Master Kim Dong-sik. Theo was very excited that Kim Dong-sik had brought sweet sun potatoes for his master, like a good disciple, which of course made the master himself proud. Han Taijun was filled with gratitude towards Theo, because it was thanks to him that Taejun was able to overcome the curse of the flame. Theo had essentially saved his life, and now he considered himself indebted to him, and would never forget his kindness. Theo saw a great opportunity for himself, and offered to settle the score right away. Of course, he preferred to do things the old-fashioned way, and suggested signing a contract. After all, there was nothing more reliable than a contract in the tower. Han Taijun understood this, of course. Contracts in the tower were important, binding with magic, and he did not want to be tied to Theo. Theo didn't understand, because this man had just said that he wanted to pay him back. Of course, Theo wanted Han Taijun to become his subordinate, but Taijun didn't want that. Then the old man suggested something else, just to become friends. If anything happened, Han Taijun would fulfill Theo's request as a friend. Theo was very surprised, because Han Taijun was willing to fulfill any request simply because they were friends with Theo. In principle, the cat was not against it, and was already thinking about what to ask his experienced old friend. And then he had an idea for Han Taijun to go with him to the 38th floor. Meanwhile, on the farm, our hero was busy in the kitchen. The stove didn't even have time to rest, just like Sejun himself. He was cooking a new dish, and it had been cooking for about 12 hours. After that amount of time, it should have been ready. Sejun was cooking red locusts. He had recently seen monsters eating these insects with pleasure, so he decided to try cooking them, because he was curious about how they tasted. The locusts didn't look very appetizing, but getting different proteins was extremely important, so he even managed to raise his cooking skill to the 3rd level. To cook the red locusts, he removed their hard shells, cut off the meat, and boiled it, but apparently no one in the tower had ever cooked red locusts before. Sejun tried to take at least a bite, but the locust meat was very tough, and he had to exert himself. But he strained so hard that the meat slipped out and fell to the floor. The meat tasted tough and dry. What's more, it contained poison. Sejun was poisoned by a Class E toxin, but the poison was immediately neutralized. If it weren't for the detox onion, our hero could have died, and Raikou was sorry that his daddy couldn't try such a delicious thing. Apparently his daddy had weak teeth, thought Raikou, who easily ate green onion blades. Sejun had to work hard on this dish. You could say it appeared after many attempts and failures. He tried to cook light meals, because his mother, a hare, had just given birth again, and such food helped the body recover. That's how red locust soup came to be. Sejun received an achievement for being the first to prepare combat food. After eating such food, strength could be increased by 5 points, and the feeling of fullness lasted for 3 hours. Sejun was, of course, surprised by the new title, Combat Food, but nevertheless, this title made sense. As soon as our hero tasted this soup and the meat of the locusts themselves, he couldn't contain his emotions. He shared his impressions with Ryuk, because the meat of the red locust reminded him very much of the taste of chicken. Ryuk, of course, did not know what chicken was, but it was enough for him to know that his dad really liked it. So, after 235 days in the tower, Sejun discovered meat that surprisingly reminded him of the chicken he missed so much. For the first time in 8 months, our hero tasted chicken and ate it. Not only did he like the soup, but Ryuk and the hares did too. Everything seemed to be fine. He was full and had eaten well, but he couldn't shake the strange feeling that he had forgotten something. That's when the tower manager appeared. She wondered if Sejun had finally remembered her. Everyone had such a delicious lunch without her. What else was there to talk about? Sejun felt very awkward, but he couldn't even guess how long Aileen had been watching him. Aileen had been watching our hero from the very beginning, because she was the one who told him about the infected trees, and even rewarded him for his contribution to the destruction of the red locusts. But now, what was happening was beyond comprehension. How could Sejun have done such a thing, gone to lunch and not invited Aileen? Sejun understood perfectly well that he was in serious trouble, but what was more important was how to get out of this situation. And then he had an idea. He would pretend that he was going to cook a special soup for her. Aileen believed him, and her mood changed instantly. She hadn't expected Sejun to decide to cook something especially for her. The soup he had prepared earlier was a test version. It was known that red sriracha meat contained residual amounts of poison, so he tried all sorts of things to neutralize it and improve the taste. Of course, our hero was always thinking only of Aileen. How could she even entertain the thought that he had forgotten about her? Aileen's heart melted, warmed by the thought that Sejun was always thinking about her. Now she just had to wait a little while, and our hero would make soup especially for her. So Aileen lay down comfortably and waited, as Sejun had asked, and began to watch Sejun in the meantime. But for some reason, the fact that the tower manager would be waiting, watching him with wide eyes, made our hero feel uncomfortable. He understood that he had to try his best, otherwise he would be in trouble. So, in a short period of time, he tried to make the best soup he could, tomato soup with red locusts. This soup was a little better than the previous one, as its strength improved by 7 points. And while preparing this dish, our hero's cooking skills improved. Instead of potatoes, Sejun added cherry tomatoes, which Aileen liked so much. Sejun even poured her soup into a separate bowl. But since this soup was made especially for her, the tower manager wanted to take all the soup in the pot. Our hero, of course, did not refuse, and arranged everything to transport all the soup. But that pot that Sejun had prepared was as important to Aileen as that plate was to him. Aileen drank all the soup in one gulp. It smelled so wonderful that she couldn't even resist. But the taste was even more exquisite. It must have been the most delicious meal she had ever eaten. Sejun had deliberately added tomatoes, which she loved so much, instead of potatoes, and cooked it longer so that the meat would be softer than last time. All this time, he had been thinking of her while preparing this dish. How could this soup not be delicious? The Dragon Lady's heart couldn't calm down. It was all because of the increase in mana reserves. Sejun was still worried when he sent the soup, hoping that she would like it. He tried to call the control tower to find out if she was feeling better. Aileen told him that the soup was quite good, and that she liked everything about it. Sejun apologized, because he really hadn't forgotten about her. He just couldn't control himself, because for the first time in a long time, he tasted food that wasn't from the tower. The guy really wanted Aileen not to be angry, so he gave her some baked sweet potatoes to snack on. But Aileen also apologized for what had happened. She said she had left because of a misunderstanding. At the beginning of Sejun's stay in the tower, everything was different, incomprehensible, and gloomy. But the fact that he had a very good time in the tower was only possible thanks to Aileen, for which our hero was grateful to her. Aileen literally melted at these words. They were so pleasant for her. Maybe she had never heard anything like that addressed to her before. So, in gratitude, she decided to awaken one of his talents when Sejun treated her to potatoes. Ordinary hunters would have to work hard to awaken their talents, but Aileen only had to want to reward Sejun with this. Since Aileen took advantage of part of Sejun's contribution to the extermination of the locusts, and also added some of her own resources, Sejun definitely deserved this reward. In exchange for giving the potatoes to the tower manager, Sejun received the talent of a landowner, and that was just one of his many talents. With this talent, Sejun could assign up to 30 workers to the farm. The workers could use their own skills, but if they used the landowner's skills, he would receive 1% of the experience from the results of their work. The larger the farm, the more developed the landowner's talent would be. Sejun decided not to wait long and immediately test his talent on Reich. All these options looked too attractive to wait for the right time. Now he even had a panel open where the lists of workers were located. Sejun managed to add Rika as worker number 1, and it even flashed above his head. After that, our landowner decided to give him a new task, to bring him some cherry tomatoes. It was enough to tell him the task and the quantity. Rika didn't ask any unnecessary questions, such as why or what for. After receiving the task, Rika immediately rushed to the field to pick the specified number of tomatoes. A couple of minutes later, Sejun began to receive experience points and information that worker number 1 had used a level 4 harvesting skill, for which Sejun received rewards. So the point of the landowner's talent was that even if he didn't use his skill himself, he still received 1% of the experience through his workers. This meant that he would receive experience from the work and all the other partial rewards without making any special effort. In any case, he couldn't have done it on his own lately, as expanding the farm had been difficult for him. But since he could gain experience, even if only a little, it was a really cool talent. There was a lot of work to do, so he decided not to waste any time and expand the fields further. The hares, of course, wanted to sleep and rest after such a hearty lunch, but their uncle had other plans. Thus, the warrior hare became worker number 2, and he would not be able to rest. When drowsiness set in, it was necessary to keep moving. because if you lay down immediately after eating, you could become fat. It was time to work with pleasure. There were many fields on the farm, but Seijun wanted even more. But it wouldn't be possible to just work today, as the corrupted Ents continued to attack the farm. The defense of the farm fields began immediately. Seijun set fire to an old Ent tree, and Ryuk prepared to throw it. This battle tactic served as a kind of bomb and was very effective against young Ents. Fire worked very well on Ents in general, so Seijun took advantage of this. The Ents caught fire instantly, and it was extremely easy to kill them as they ran in different directions. But with large Ent trees, the situation was somewhat more complicated. Without the help of the grizzly bear, it would have been very difficult to cope. She took care of all the large trees, and the warrior hare helped her by hitting their vulnerable spots. The black hare and the grizzly bear alone were enough to deal with them all. Nose and Seijun also kept their eyes peeled, because the Ents could attack from any direction, and he often had to defend himself. Infected trees appeared again and again, but fortunately, thanks to his mother's quick reaction, they did not manage to destroy the fields. Because of the last invasion, Seijun asked the grizzly bear to move closer to the cave, and it seemed like that was the right call. Since her relationship with the Minotaur King had improved, the area requiring protection had been significantly reduced. Therefore, it was decided to prepare a place nearby to focus security on the western forest, and besides, the bear would be able to feed on red locusts all the time. These conditions suited everyone, and the grizzly bear gladly accepted our hero's offer. After going to the western forest with her son, the grizzly bear returned to the farm after a while with the news that she had gotten rid of all the Ents, and they were no longer a threat. But the farm was still a mess, because there were so many Ents, and their bodies had not been removed. The Minotaurs came to work as usual, but were surprised to see that the tree creatures had returned, so today they would help with the cleanup. Because of these creatures, all the new fields were constantly being destroyed, and it was simply impossible to work, and there was no time to improve the landowner's abilities either. Some of the Ents were still alive even after suffering burns and injuries. They were still moving and showing signs of life, but they were so weak that Seijun could easily kill them just by stepping on them with his foot. Seijun could only guess where the strange tree they were so eager to destroy was located. Meanwhile, Han Taijin and Theo were heading somewhere together, but Theo had no idea where they were going, because there was a dead end ahead. Theo saw that this capable old man was not from the tower, and he also heard from Kim Dong-shik that the waypoint on the 38th floor had already been registered. The question arose, how did Taijin get here? But the answer, of course, shocked Theo. After all, Taijin was moving with the help of a Linjin. It was a fruit of a spatial fragment. It contained bad energy and could not be used just like that. Moreover, it did not even grow in the Black Tower, which meant it was illegal. Theo was very angry because he would have to report Taijin to the Passage Administration. Only now did Han Taijin understand where all his Linjins had gone, because the locals had found them. But luckily, he had hidden one of them properly. In front of Theo stood a huge green Linjin, which had probably been waiting for its moment for some time. It was the first time Theo had seen a real Linjin. The Linjin reminded him of a snake. He had heard a lot about them but had never seen one. Linjins had a very short lifespan, and if not used, it would wither away, so Han Taijin was not going to waste any time. Theo, of course, refused to go along with such illegal activity. He valued the rules of the tower and always followed them, and this time he was not going to break them. Han Taijin was cunning, prepared himself, and tried to bribe Theo with a chura, but alas, Theo rejected it. But when he saw that the chura was flying straight into the mouth of the Linjin, he couldn't help himself, and jumped right after it to save the chura. So they moved to the 38th floor, not far from the camp of the leader, Kim Dong-shik. Kim Dong-shik immediately began asking a bunch of questions about how Theo and Han Taijun met, how he killed the wild fire boar, and what happened to the curse. Han Taijin told him how easily he defeated the wild boar with the help of sweet potatoes, and how he met and befriended Theo on the 52nd floor. Kim Dong-shik couldn't imagine how many Linjins his master had used. Even for them, they were very rare. Theo, who was still feeling unwell after his journey through the weeds, found himself drawn into the conversation as people had questions for him. Han Taijin told how he quickly walked from the 40th to the 52nd floor using just a couple of Linjins. Meanwhile, he asked the locals if there had been other hunters there before him, but they all replied that he was the only person from the outside world they had ever seen. Theo understood where the conversation was going, and it made him uncomfortable. Han Taijin was left pondering everything that had happened. Where was Park Sejun now? Theo himself said that he was on the 40th floor, but why did no one see him? Theo was completely stuck. He had huge problems, and he didn't know how to get out of it, because he had been caught in his lie. Sejun was already harvesting a new crop of tomatoes, thereby improving his professional skills and raising his level. Finally, he was harvesting rank V tomatoes. He managed to harvest cherry tomatoes one level higher thanks to his harvesting skill. If he continued at the same pace, he would soon be able to harvest A-rank cherry tomatoes. With the help of the hares, the harvest in the field was gathered very quickly, and almost half of the work was done. But Sejun couldn't shake a strange feeling. It seemed to him that somewhere in the field, among the tomatoes in the cave, there was an ant tree. He looked more closely, thinking it could be anything, but he couldn't see anything. Then he began to walk around to make sure that these monsters were really nowhere to be found. Then he noticed that the fire had gone out, even though it had never gone out since he had lit it when he arrived at the tower. Being outside, he hadn't thought about it going out. Since a married couple lived here and they had children, he thought that the fire needed to be rekindled. When he began to clear the ashes, he discovered a small sprout in front of him. It seemed like nothing special, but for some reason, he was excited to find a sprout under the pile of ashes. Afterwards, he had the feeling that the sprout was talking to him and repeating, "Master, you finally looked here." The stranger was happy to meet her master. She had been waiting for this moment ever since she was underground. The apple seed that Master Sejun had once planted here was this beautiful maiden named Flame. Flame was the tree that the corrupted Ents had been searching for so desperately. She was the reason for their visits to the farm. Who would have thought that the tree would turn out to be a girl who looked like a little forest fairy? Flame was so happy that she could finally communicate with Mr. Sejun. It seemed she had never been so happy since she gained consciousness. Flame's name was very beautiful, but what did it have to do with an apple tree? It seemed like they had nothing in common, and how did a plant learn to speak in the first place? So many questions, but there was only one answer. It was all because Flame was a fiery apple tree. She sent her stream of consciousness directly into Sejun's head with the help of magic, and her appearance was shaped by her. The image was specially chosen to appeal to Mr. Sejun. Flame had already thought that Sejun didn't like this image and was ready to cry, but that wasn't the case. Flama seemed very cute to Sejun, but she was still a flaming apple tree, and she even spoke, which seemed incredible. For a moment, Sejun even wondered if the apple he had once eaten was so cool. No matter how much Sejun praised her, Flame told him that she was not as incredible as he might think. Once upon a time, she was just a seed. She felt intense heat, and in order to survive, she had to put down roots. She went deeper and deeper, endlessly downward, until she herself no longer knew where the roots ended. But at some point, she felt that she was near a source of water. She found a cold underground spring and drank the water to withstand the heat. In the underground darkness where she stayed, Flame waited for the day when she could sprout into a new shoot and begin to feed on the sun. And now, after meeting her master Sejun, Flame had no more regrets. After this story, Sejun felt awkward and ashamed, because he had completely forgotten about the plant he had planted and lit a fire right above it. But Flame believed that there was nothing to be ashamed of, because he had only helped her become stronger, and now she possessed the magic of fire. Sejun was amazed by what Flame had shown him. He had never seen anyone control fire before. That's why Flame was called the Flaming Apple Tree. She was given this title for a reason. Plants were usually vulnerable to flames, but this was a very unusual plant because it controlled the flames, and it was so cute. Of course, this was not the limit of her abilities, but for now, this was all she could do. When she grew up, she would be able to help her master. Sejun, in turn, was very proud of his cute little Flame. She must have gone through a lot underground to get here, so Sejun didn't want her to overwork herself on the surface. So Sejun told her not to worry about anything, and just grow up healthy, and if she worked too hard, she would probably get sick. Sejun gently stroked the Flame, and she liked it so much that she asked him to stroke her again and again. For Flame, it was the best day of her apple tree life. She was so happy that she could enjoy her master's attention and behave so spoiled. Flame just hoped that she could hold off a little longer on telling her master about her roots. Theo was still silent, and didn't even know how to answer Taejun's question without giving Sejun away. Kim Dong-shik also thought the same thing as Han Tae-jun, because something didn't add up here. Even then, when they first met, Theo said that he had met Sejun on the 40th floor, claiming that Sejun had saved him. There was nothing he could do, and Theo honestly admitted that he couldn't tell them where Sejun was. Han Tae-jun didn't understand why, since at that moment, the attention of his entire world, including Earth, was focused on him, Park Sejun. The master didn't know what it was like in the tower, but to people from the outside, he was an extremely important person. Therefore, as the leader of the Hunters Association, Han Tae-jun asked what floor Park Sejun was on, how he was doing, whether he needed help, and why he hadn't left the tower. He needed to know. Han Tae-jun literally begged Theo to show a little leniency and answer his questions. Confusion and excitement quickly turned into determination, and Theo set his conditions for Han Taijun to sign a contract with him. Han Taijun had to swear that everything they talked about would remain secret, and that Han Taijun would tell Theo only the truth, and if he broke even one condition, he would give his life. Only then could Theo tell him anything. Han Taijun agreed to Theo's conditions without hesitation, while Kim Dong-shik worried whether he was in his right mind. The master didn't give Kim Dong-shik a chance to recover before saying that he would also have to sign everything. Kim Dong-shik was actually nervous, but there was no turning back now. The contract was practically signed. Han Taijun, in turn, swore on his hunter's honor that he would tell the truth and nothing but the truth, that he would keep what he heard a secret, and the same seemed to be true of Dong-shik. Theo was also excited, but it was too late to change anything. He himself had set these conditions, and now it was his turn to speak. Theo had to admit that Sejun was not on the 40th floor, and that Sejun himself had asked him to tell people that when they asked about him. This raised the question of which floor Park Sejun was on. But the only thing Theo could say was that Park Sejun was so high up that people couldn't even imagine the place, let alone reach it. For this reason, Park Sejun could not come down from the tower. This information satisfied the hunters, and they now understood, at least figuratively, what had happened to Park Sejun, and they said goodbye to Theo. But Kim wondered if Theo was telling the truth. The master should have understood perfectly well that no matter how strong a hunter he was, it was quite problematic to climb above a certain floor with the help of Linjins. And Sejun not only climbed up, but also dug up some beds. It seemed like nonsense. Kim Dong-sik could assume that Sejun was around the 60th floor. But what if he was surrounded and caught by monsters there? But for some reason, Han Taijun believed that Theo wasn't lying, which Kim Dong-shik couldn't understand. It was enough to judge by the description of the sweet sun potatoes. It said that the potatoes received sunlight from the highest point in the tower. Kim Dong-sik saw this too, but his doubts remained. Then Han Taijun had to ask another question. Where exactly was the highest point in the tower? Which floor was it considered to be? It was unknown how exactly it happened, but Han Taijun could safely assume that Sejun was on the 99th floor. While working on the farm, Sejun felt his ears start to burn and instinctively thought that someone was talking behind his back. We haven't visited one place in a long time, Theo's homeland, the village of Grenar. So let's see what's going on in the mansion of the richest family in the settlement, the Israels. Oren's father, Israel, thought that the war with the red locusts would last longer than they had expected. Perhaps they should have expected a food shortage similar in scale to the Great Famine many decades ago. As a result, the prices of imported food in the settlement of Grenar had recently jumped 2 or 3 times. This was a problem, and they had little information. They did not know what was happening in the tower. The father had been talking to himself all this time, but when he realized that his son was not listening, he couldn't help but raise his voice. After that shout, Oren's heart almost jumped out of his chest. He seemed to be listening, but he didn't understand what they had to do with the war. After all, they had a lot of money. Oren's girlfriend was very frightened, and Oren immediately began to calm her down and stroke her so that she would calm down. But this behavior only angered his father even more. It disgusted him to see his son continuing to fool around at his age. If Oren didn't go to the shopping district right now and buy food, his father would disown him. Oren was angry, of course, because what did this old man think? That Oren couldn't even handle this. He didn't see anything complicated about this task. He knew in advance that he would need porters, so he called them to come with him. Oren went to the market, and no matter which merchants he approached, the prices were too high. He left the stalls empty-handed. He didn't understand what was going on in this market, and why food was so expensive. Then someone explained to him that because of the war, a bunch of merchants from different floors had started buying up food in large quantities and storing it instead of releasing it to the market, which is why food prices had skyrocketed. Why bother with this nonsense? Oren thought about going straight to the farms, because there he would be able to find food cheaper and forget about the market. So Oren ordered the guys to go with him to the Merchants Association. There he would become a traveling merchant. It wouldn't hurt for the guys to become traveling merchants too, and Oren was ready to sponsor them. That way, they could earn money and buy a mountain of food, and their father wouldn't say a word against it. And with Oren's business acumen, everything would be his, and he would increase the 1,000 coins of the tower several times over. And when the Great Plague came, they would appear as legendary heroes of the Grainar settlement, Oren and his minions. Julig did not miss this opportunity, and decided to introduce himself as a traveling merchant who had overheard that these seals were also going to become traveling merchants. Miraculously, Julig had something worthwhile lying around, So why shouldn't the young merchants multiply their money with Yulig's help? Of course, he was talking about things from the outside world, rare items that couldn't be found anywhere else, but could be purchased from Julig. Theo, having finished his work, bought the necessary items at the market, such as spices, blankets, nails, and all sorts of other things for Seijun. Of course, so as not to forget anything, he bought everything strictly according to the list. But it often happened that something would catch Theo's eye, and he would become interested in other things. This time was no exception. He was very fond of all kinds of weapons. But he couldn't avoid meeting Oren. The old acquaintance immediately recognized Theo, the boy who had fled the settlement under the cover of night. But Theo clearly did not expect such a meeting and was obviously not happy about it. Theo's eyes immediately fell on the merchant's badge glinting on Oren's chest. He even proudly shared that an extremely pleasant goblin had helped him with it. He also said that the silly cat had made a lot of money. That's why Oren wanted to try his luck. Oren saw that Theo was a traveling merchant of medium rank and pushed his way forward. Of course, he was interested in how much he had managed to earn from items outside the tower. Theo realized that Oren had collected junk from Julig. Oren was certainly still a scoundrel, but Julig had surpassed him on all fronts. So Theo offered to help Oren, saying that all he had to do was give him everything he had collected from Julig, and he would take care of everything. But Oren knew everything and refused. It turned out that Julig had been generous with Theo, and he had lied to the passage management, slandering him as a charlatan just to get his hands on all his items from outside the tower. This was, of course, another lie, and one could only wonder how easily Oren fell for it. The cat thought that Theo wanted to grab someone else's property, so he didn't even hesitate to bring up the past and tell Theo to stick to his class. After all, even when he confessed his love to Meryl, he was just a pathetic beggar. Sad memories made him think about the past and wonder if everything was okay with Meryl. Oren pretended not to understand who Theo was talking about, but his subordinate told him that on the day of Theo's escape, Meryl had left Oren, saying that she didn't like him. Oren became enraged and began to argue that it was he who had left her, not the other way around. But Theo felt sorry for him, because he understood that Meryl had always been fickle, and Oren shouldn't take it all to heart. But Oren didn't want Theo to feel sorry for him. Oren was going to sell the items from the tower to the king of the Minotaurs on the 99th floor, as Julig had advised him to do, and Oren wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to build a relationship with the most powerful being in the tower and turn him into a reliable sponsor. Oren just needed a sponsor. Then his talents would know no bounds in becoming the best traveling merchant, while a vagabond like Theo wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. The whole situation made Theo laugh, because Oren's foolishness could only be wished good luck. Meanwhile, the farm was once again under attack by a wave of corrupted Ents. Seijun created a barrier, but the monsters were undeterred and stubbornly tried to break through to the farm. Before they went into battle again, Seijun prepared his new signature dish. Combat food increased strength, and it was very helpful in battles like this, where endurance was also important. When the quick snack was over, Seijun was ready to go into battle and defend the farm in flame. These spoiled Ents had to understand who they were attacking and what a foolish thing they were doing. A merciless slaughter began, with the hares and bears showing no mercy to themselves or their opponents, determined to defend their territory. But in an instant, Seijun lost his vigilance and didn't even notice how quickly the Entu tree had approached him. Seijun was already preparing to take the blow, but Theo himself came to his defense. With his claws, he cut the branch, threatening Seijun. There was no beast more ferocious than Theo at that moment. His claw strike was so powerful that it tore the tree apart. He couldn't just let someone attack his master. How happy Seijun was to see Theo. He had arrived just in time. Seijun told him that as soon as he went down to the lower floors, these scoundrels invaded the farm. In short, they were infected trees. He also found an apple tree sprout in their cave called a flame. But Theo still didn't understand what nonsense Seijun was talking about, and whether he had been smoking something. In any case, they now had to focus on the battle. Theo reacted to attacks very quickly and skillfully defended Seijun, as if he had been trained for this no worse than a warrior hare. Seijun decided that now was not the best time for conversation, so they agreed to focus on the battle and discuss the news later. But Theo had acquired something useful, so he immediately reached into his bag to give it to him right away. Our hero needed this item now more than ever. This hatchet beckoned Theo's golden paws so much that he couldn't resist and bought it. Seijun knew what to do with it, so he first called Eileen to check the item. The tower manager immediately applied her appraisal skill to the new item. Then she returned the hatchet, but with new information about it, for just one cherry tomato. This axe was the tomahawk of the great warrior Vuki, a dwarven warrior, a named item. It was easy to throw over long distances, and it dealt a lot of damage when it hit. The tomahawk's blade was coated with mithril, which kept it sharp for a long time. It was an A-rank item, and Seijin met all the requirements in terms of strength, level, and mana. It could be used to chop wood. And if he threw it somewhere, the hatchet would return to its owner's hands within 10 seconds if it was within a radius of 300 meters. In fact, he had the opportunity to test it out. The warrior hare was in trouble, and Seijin confidently threw the tomahawk straight at the branch holding the hare. The warrior hare jumped back in time and was saved from the branches of the damaged ent. At the same time, the damage to the tree was increased by 1.5 times. And after this legendary blow, our hero unlocked a new skill, first-level woodcutting. Of course, this caused admiration from everyone, because Seijin managed to break a huge ent tree with a single blow. Ryuk was proud of his father, because now he was no longer a weakling who always ran away from enemies. He had become a weakling who was capable of taking on a single enemy. Seijun was proud of himself, because he had just defeated the scout of a large grove of infected ents and received 500 experience points. And this tomahawk was simply magnificent, splitting a whole tree into firewood with a single blow, without any effort. Seijun couldn't help but praise Theo, even in such a situation. He had so many emotions that he showed to Theo that he again did not notice a huge ent creeping up on him. But now he knew what to do, and quickly grabbed the tomahawk and protected himself and Theo. With such a weapon, resistance was easier than ever, and from that moment on, all the ents would see the power of the farmer of this tower. After a while, all the enemies turned into ordinary firewood, which now helped the minotaurs stack up. When the cleanup of the ruined ents was finished, the minotaurs informed Mr. Seijin that they were starting work in the fields. The main thing was that they did not overwork themselves, which was what Seijin wanted for them. After all, he himself did not feel in the best condition after such a fight, but water helped him refresh a little. Still, he was very curious to see what might have changed in his status window after such a fruitful slaughter. At some point, he reached level 25. He gained 2 new talents and improved his stats on his old skills. In total, our hero had 7 skills. He would never have thought that, as a carefree offender, he would have such an amazing status window. Seijin would have kissed himself for that. Suddenly, Aileen asked what about her, but she was clearly embarrassed and immediately deleted the message. Seijun saw that she was writing something, but didn't understand what. Then Aileen explained that she had been silent and that it was just a mistake in the transmission of information. But it was all very strange, and Seijun couldn't get to the bottom of it. What if it really was a mistake? Theo decided to meet Flame, whom Seijun had told him so much about. The cat immediately began to check whether his paws could actually pass through her. It seemed curious to him, but it was clear that Flame was not pleased. Then Flame showed her teeth, making it clear how she should not be treated. She didn't like being touched that way, and Theo understood and promised to stop fooling around. The fire coming out of the leaves surprised Theo and gave him an idea. Could Flame fry him some fish? He was so hungry, but Seijun was busy. Flame readily agreed. Grilling fish for a cat was no trouble at all. In just a couple of minutes, Theo was full and satisfied with his fish, and Seijun didn't have to be bothered. Seijun noticed them and asked Theo not to bother Flame too much. But when he found out that she had fried fish for Theo, he was proud of her. Suddenly, information came that the skill of his straw hat had rolled back to the first level. So our hero decided to use the growth activation skill on Flame, which surprised her. After all, it was a very valuable skill in Flame's opinion. But since Seijun really wanted to use it on Flame so that she would grow into a healthy tree, she couldn't refuse. To begin with, he decided to try half the power he had spent on sowing. But more than necessary was spent, or rather, all of it. The apple tree's growth potential was enormous, and the use of growth activation consumed a resource equal to 10 plantings. Seijun gave away his energy, and felt as if his mana was being sucked out. He couldn't control the output. But Flame grew only a little, even though she felt her body was overflowing with energy. Seijun could no longer hold on, and it felt like he was about to faint. His skin turned pale, and he had to make an effort to sit up. Flame guessed that it was because of her, but Seijun didn't admit it. He blamed it all on fatigue after the battle, and said that everything was fine, he was just a little dizzy. In that case, Flame decided to help her master and relieve him of some of his fatigue. Seijun didn't quite understand what the girl meant, but he decided to trust her and accept her help. Flame seemed to be directing particles of energy toward him, which stretched toward him like a thread. A heavenly blue energy enveloped his body. It resembled a white flame, but it didn't matter what it was, because after it, Seijun felt light. It turned out that Seijun had been engulfed by the flame of purification, and for the next 3 hours, the flame of purification would burn away all impurities and improve the overall condition of his body. Seijin was very surprised by this feature of flame, but it turned out that was not all. She had other abilities as well. In addition to being able to use the purifying flame, she could also use the flame of friendship. The flame of friendship could allow one to control fire for a certain amount of time, and it could also increase the power of fire. In essence, Seijun could use these abilities, and they could be very useful against infected trees. Seijun tried to think about it, but Theo decided to draw attention to himself, because he hadn't really had a chance to say anything yet, and he had some important news. Theo had to admit first that a man named Han Taijun had found out that Seijun was not on the 40th floor. Our hero couldn't believe his ears, because there was some important information for him in this news. Just think, Han Taijun was interested in him, the coolest hunter in Korea, and Theo had apparently become friends with him. Since Han Taijun found out everything and wanted Theo to tell him where Seijun was, Theo had no choice but to do so. But Seijun didn't need to worry, as they had signed a non-disclosure agreement, so our hero's secret would not be revealed. Seijun also learned that Kim Dong-sik was Han Taejun's student. They were indebted to him, at least to his family in Korea. Seijun could continue to help them by sponsoring these guys with the farm's harvest. But what kind of person was Theo? Maybe it was a coincidence, but he managed to establish such connections just by selling a few sweet potatoes. Was this really to be expected from a traveling merchant? But that wasn't the end of the news. Theo had a separate request for Seijun. Theo reminded him of the reason he became a traveling merchant. Seijun remembered the story about Oren, who stole Theo's girlfriend. Then Theo told him that he had met that bastard at the market, and it turned out that he had become a traveling merchant. That fool fell for Yulig's trick and spat on his help, even calling him a bad guy in front of everyone. Now, just like Theo did the first time, he was carrying useless things from the tower and heading to the 99th floor to meet the king of the Minotaurs. Seijun was certainly surprised by this situation, but Theo didn't tell him this for no reason. He wanted Seijun to scold him thoroughly. The guy thought about it, because in essence, the situation looked like this. A wandering merchant with a bag full of things from outside the tower was moving towards their farm. Seijun did not dismiss Theo's request. On the contrary, he was very intrigued by the situation. Something interesting was brewing. Meanwhile, Oren and his accomplices were already on the 99th floor, where they saw only deserts and emptiness. By this time, everyone was tired and hungry, but they had no food at all. They paid for the merchant's registration, bought bags, bought everything Juliga had, and then spent the rest on alcohol to celebrate the successful development of events. Therefore, they did not even have coins to buy food. However, Oren remained optimistic, confident that he would be able to raise 1,000 coins here. In fact, they were going to find the king of the Minotaurs and ask for food and water. They had come to this remote place to sell rare items, so Oren expected that they would be greeted with all honors. But they had a long way to go. According to Julig's map, they still had about 3 days to walk. The traveling merchants were already thinking that they were doomed, but suddenly they heard the sounds of carts and jingling cans. The farmer rabbits were selling fresh water. Oren was very happy. He hadn't even thought there would be merchants here, so he rushed towards them. But his joy turned to shock when he learned that the water was not free, but cost 0.5 tower coins per bottle. It seemed strange that water would be so expensive, but looking around, it was clear that it was extracted with great difficulty, which was obvious to see. He had no money at all, but he really wanted to drink. His friends wanted to go home. Zayats anticipated this turn of events, so he asked if they were the traveling merchants who were going to visit the king of the Minotaurs. Oren proudly introduced himself, saying that they were on their way to sell rare items to the king of the Minotaurs. Zayats pretended that he had no idea that they were honored guests. Therefore, he decided that he could give them water on credit. Oren, of course, could not refuse such an opportunity, but was surprised when they gave him some sheets of paper. But they served as a guarantee of repayment of debts. They would be forced to repay 10 times the amount if they did not pay off the debt within 3 days. These conditions seemed absurd to Oren. But the 99th floor was a cruel place, and it was difficult to survive without resorting to such measures. Many people ran away without paying, but in any case, there was an opportunity to repay the debt with their labor. Oren was outraged, because how could he, an aristocrat, work? That would never happen. He would sell his belongings and pay for the water. In the end, the contract was signed, and they took all the water in their bags. Gulping down the water greedily, the traveling merchants continued on their way, promising to return the money in 3 days. The next day came, and there was no water left. They had drunk it all in 1 day, never reaching their destination. Their thirst did not go away. Oren had already drunk all his water and demanded it from his companions. They had deliberately saved the water and did not want to give it up, but Oren was persistent. Suddenly they noticed a restaurant nearby, from which delicious smoke was coming. They smelled it immediately and couldn't help but salivate at the smell. It was the Rabbit House restaurant, the only restaurant on the 99th floor. Everyone unanimously ordered fish. But one fish cost 1 tower coin, which was of course expensive for cats. But the fish was difficult to catch, which is why it was expensive. Therefore, they were offered to sign a contract on exactly the same terms as they had purchased water. They signed the contract without hesitation. They hadn't eaten anything in a long time, so they immediately ordered 10 fish each. The hares cooked the fish quite quickly, and the dish was served. They ate so much that they could no longer do anything and simply collapsed on the ground, afraid that the food would come back up soon. But Oren did not forget that they needed to go and sell their goods. But the other cats were so tired that they wanted to take a short break. Oren himself couldn't even move, so they decided to sleep for at least an hour and then continue on their way. The hour stretched into the morning, and when they woke up, their eyes hurt. But besides that, they had other problems. A minotaur was staring at them. And not just one, there were several of them. And of course, word had reached the minotaurs that these guys were looking for the king of the minotaurs. Oren was so scared that he started crying and begging them not to hurt them, because they were traveling merchants. But the minotaur wasn't going to lay a finger on them. He was ready to take them straight to the king of the minotaurs. Oren finally realized that there was nothing to be afraid of and saw this as a wonderful opportunity. In fact, he thought they were very lucky. The king of the minotaurs was already standing and waiting for them, and an entire army of minotaurs lined up in front of him, showing his greatness. The king of the minotaurs knew in advance that they would come, so he made time for them at Sejun's request. Oren told him in a trembling voice that they had traveled a long way to sell the king some incredibly rare items that were not found in the tower. The king decided to give these items to an expert for evaluation to find out whether the items they were selling were truly rare or not. The traveling merchants were very lucky that the great black dragon was with them today. The king of the minotaurs was not very experienced in such matters, but the black dragon was an excellent appraiser. Oren was confused. He couldn't even guess what had brought the great black dragon here. Then the black dragon introduced himself as Pak Sejun. He warned that he had the ability to identify rare magical items and that lies did not work on him. Now the merchants had to come forward and show all the items they wanted to sell. Oren thought he was incredibly lucky to have met such a person, the most powerful being in the tower. And if he liked the items, then guys like the Minotaur King would be nothing to Oren. Maybe he himself would become an incredibly powerful being in this tower. Sejun saw that these were just ordinary items from the ground, and nothing useful. The used sticky roller was basically trash. Sejun could only guess where this goblin named Julig could have gotten all this stuff. As expected of a black dragon, he had an eye for valuable items, Oren noticed. He called this thing a sticky roller, and it was imbued with attractive magic that collected dust and hair. And such an incredibly magical thing cost only 50 tower coins. Oren bought it for 5 tower coins. But how cool was he? Not even afraid of the great black dragon and so confidently raising the price. Nothing had happened yet, but Oren was elated that he had a talent for trading. But still, he needed to hear what the great black dragon thought about it. Oren claimed that such a thing would be difficult to find in the tower, but he seemed to have forgotten that the black dragon could easily recognize lies and could not be deceived. There wasn't a shred of magic in this item. It was a consumable item made of sticky paper that had been rolled up and could then be unrolled. There were plenty of such items. It was just trash, and among all the other items, there was not a single magical item. Oren began to panic, because he had been told that magic was definitely woven into these items, and that perhaps the black dragon was mistaken. But when Oren realized he had blurted out something stupid, he quickly shut up, and the king of the Minotaurs couldn't allow anyone to speak that way about the great black dragon. How dare this cat say such a thing about the great black dragon? He couldn't be lying. Meanwhile, Sejun could barely keep his composure, because such sudden movements almost made him faint. In the end, Oren had to apologize for trying to deceive the great black dragon, and admit that everything the black dragon had said was the absolute truth. It was then that Oren realized that Theo was right about Julig, but it was too late, because he had been tricked. Oren begged for mercy, asking that they at least not be killed, and Sejun took pity on them and spared their lives. However, they had accumulated quite a few debts on their way here. As a hobby, Sejun had started several businesses in the tower, and all the food and water had been taken from his supplies. If you added up everything the cats had ordered, they owed 500 tower coins. But the hares were obliged to collect payment for accommodation, and even for cleaning up illegally dumped garbage in the wasteland. If counted in bricks, This debt could be repaid if they made 100,000 bricks. Since Oren could not pay off his debt, he had to compensate for everything with work. Namely, he had to mold bricks, which many minotaurs did. According to the signed contract, the cats were obliged to repay their debt by making 100,000 clay bricks. But when Oren saw the size of the huge bricks, he realized that he would not be able to cope with such dimensions. They could make about 10 bricks a day, and it would take them 10,000 days to pay off their debt. But during that time, they would accumulate even more debt for living expenses and food, so they would have to keep making bricks and bricks. It would take an eternity, and no one was happy about that prospect. Oren begged the Black Dragon to turn a blind eye to his mistake, only this time he was ready to do anything but make bricks. As expected, Sejun was ready to give the traveling merchants another chance. In one of the businesses Sejun was in charge of, the head of the supply department needed help. His duties included escorting, transporting goods in bags, and selling them. The cats could work off their debt by working as interns in the supply department for 10,000 days. Sejun was willing to give them 1 fried fish per day. Of course, they agreed to these terms and were therefore ready to sign a new contract. It was better for Oren to work 10,000 days than to make bricks. It was no different from what traveling merchants did, and it solved his food problems. He considered himself lucky to be in such a position. Moreover, he liked the prospect of working for the Black Dragon himself. Even if he were a demon, he would have signed the contract anyway. The contract was signed, and now they could be congratulated on becoming interns. The head of the supply department was supposed to tell them what to do next. This was Theo's moment to shine, when he could dictate his own rules. Oren was probably expecting to see anyone but Theo, because in his eyes, Theo was a poor loser. Oren couldn't help himself, and started yelling at Theo, not understanding what this midnight fugitive beggar was doing here. Theo had to show who was in charge here, and even use a little force. After all, this intern had to understand that he had to show respect to his superiors. Now everyone had met the head of the supply department and the Black Dragon's first subordinate. From that moment on, the new employees would be required to obey him and carry out all his orders. The cats were silent, but Theo wanted to hear an answer, and he heard it. "Boss Theo, we understand you." Now this situation didn't seem so fortunate to Oren. It was more like some kind of curse. Who would have thought that someone worse than a demon would suddenly appear? Starting today, Theo showed the interns their workplace, a field where cherry tomatoes grew. Their job was to pick cherry tomatoes for sale. Sejun did not interfere and just watched, and even noticed how Theo's chest swelled with pride. Sejun was satisfied with everything, because with the increase in the number of subordinates with bags, transporting the harvest would be easier. Sejun was very grateful to the king of the Minotaurs for agreeing to this pleasant request. But he did not need gratitude, because he had received an order from the Black Dragon through the status window, to obey Pak Sejun, and that they could call him the Black Dragon. And most importantly, as neighbors, the king of the Minotaurs believed that they should help each other. And of course, he would be pleased to receive the same sincerity in return. Sejun didn't even need to explain anything. The Minotaur king's expression spoke for itself. Since the king was here, Sejun asked him to bring back some green onion leaves and cherry tomato tops. The king was grateful, and would gladly respond to the next request. And Sejun thought that he should have brought some gifts a long time ago. Meanwhile, Theo was in charge of the process, explaining to these dimwits that green tomatoes should not be picked under any circumstances because they were unripe, and that the stems should not be removed either, because it reduced the value of the product. These puppies couldn't do anything right. They knew nothing about cherry tomatoes, which added to Theo's headache. So Theo ordered them to sit still, and was ready to tell them how to harvest properly. Sejun was still watching and remembering what Theo was like when he was a kitten. Maybe Sejun would have to watch over him too, because Theo felt uncontrollable. Oren sadly realized what was happening. Theo was now subordinate to the Black Dragon, and he, in turn, was subordinate to Theo. In essence, he had become an eternal slave on these tomato plantations, but he couldn't get discouraged and think too much, or he might get a scolding from his new boss. Theo was indignant because he did not understand what his intern was doing and what he was dreaming about. After all, he had previously said that they should respond to him at his first word. Oren couldn't take such an insult and started to lash out at his boss, calling him a bastard. But as soon as he saw Elko, he calmed down. How dare this rotten intern rebel against the deadly Theo, the head of the supply department, a subordinate of the Black Dragon? Oren corrected himself and began to smile nervously, explaining that he had simply seen a bug on Theo's shoulder and wanted to brush it off. Who was he? And how dare he grab his boss by the collar? Theo liked this behavior much better. It was nice when the interns behaved properly, otherwise Theo would have had to scold them. The interns were finally ready, having filled their bags with cherry tomatoes, as Mr. Theo had requested. Since intern Mark filled his bag the fastest, and intern Jeff volunteered first, Theo was pleased with them and reduced the number of days they had to work on their contracts by 1 day. But Oren thought that Theo had completely forgotten about him, so he decided to remind him of his existence. Since Oren was the slowest and did not do his job well, Theo added another day to his contract. Oren, of course, started to cry, but there was no time for that now. They had to go to the lower floors. It was unfortunate that these guys had old-style bags and couldn't fit very many tomatoes in them. But if they tried hard, they could gradually upgrade their equipment. But Theo also had a question. Where was Mr. Seijun going? He had to admit that he was going to the Western Forest, about which there were many grim rumors. Theo was unhappy, and he was struck by how optimistically Seijun himself spoke about it. Soon, when everyone had gathered and was ready to leave the farm, they all sat down on the path to discuss what to do next. Theo was very worried about Seijun, wondering if he would be able to cope without him, because it was very dangerous there. Still, Seijun would not be alone, but with Ryuk and his mother. But Theo's excessive concern offended the grizzly bears. To calm Theo down and reassure him, Seijun reminded him that he also had a secret weapon. But Theo was just worried, because in essence, they were a friendly group gathering in a contaminated forest for a head-on attack. To Elko, it sounded as if Theo thought he would miss out on all the fun, but Theo was really worried, and there was no time left. He had to take his interns and show them his image as a worthy cat merchant. Theo felt sad, and the anxious feeling wouldn't leave him, but there was nothing he could do in this situation. Roar and the grizzly bear promised that they would definitely protect Seijun, no matter what happened. So they wished each other luck and went their separate ways. The Western Grove did not offer the best scenery, with dry trees, darkness, and desolation all around. The place was even gloomier than it appeared from the outside. The trees seemed to have died in agony and stank of something rotten. While Ryuk and Seijun were examining their surroundings, the mother bear sensed that an enemy was nearby. The grizzly bear was already ready to attack the enemies. But Seijun kept looking into the thicket and couldn't see anyone. Where did the bear sense the enemies? In any case, Seijun couldn't go any further, as it was very dangerous. How frightened he was when he saw a root begin to move beneath him. The boy turned pale with fear. After that, Seijun realized where the enemies were. They were in the form of rotting guardian trees, which somewhat resembled Ents. They were completely enchanted trees. Even Raikou felt sick from them, and he began to feel nauseous. The roots of these trees were already preparing to attack Seijun, but the grizzly bear anticipated this and stopped the attack, protecting our hero. But in the end, she herself fell into this trap, with many roots clinging to her huge, powerful body and beginning to strangle her. It would be very difficult for her to get out on her own, but Seijun was not going to stand aside and decided to test his new weapon. Roar got excited, thinking that Daddy's head was on fire, and began to extinguish the flames. Seijun had to explain that Flame had shared this flame with him. It was a flame of friendship that allowed him to ignite the smallest sparks and control them. For example, now, Seijun used metal to get a single spark, which turned into a fire that engulfed many rotten trees. The monsters caught fire. Mama Roar was saved, so they had to get out of there, or they could also end up in the fire. Sajin and Roar rode away from the forest on the back of a grizzly bear. This forest was already dangerous, but after the fire it became even more dangerous, because the fire spread much faster than anyone could have imagined. The grizzly bear was ready to speed up, but Seijun needed to hold on tight and look ahead. It seemed like they were close to the exit, but then other rotting trees blocked their way. The bear had an idea, but for it to work, Seiju would have to use the fire trick again, just like before. It seemed like it might work, but Ryuk had to help with this trick, and then the effect would be excellent. Seijun trusted him and activated his flame of friendship. Ryuk knew what to do, and as soon as the flame was activated, he quickly picked it up, as if trying to direct it himself. The effect was very impressive and powerful. The flame acted like a bomb. The sound of this bomb was so loud that it could even be heard at the passageway. Minotaurs. Even from a distance, smoke could be seen. If you looked from the farm, it was easier to see and hear. The hares knew that it was the power of the flame of friendship that Mr. Seijun had planned to use. Very tired, exhausted, dirty, but alive, they all returned home from the western forest. After catching their breath and eating something, Seijun told everyone how they had managed, and how, thanks to the abilities of the flame, they had been able to escape from the evil wooden creatures. It would seem that doing all this was reckless, but on the other hand, the corrupted Ents attacked them every night, and Seijun also wanted to test the abilities of the flame, even though he did not expect them to be so powerful. Now the enemies would not disturb the peace of the farm for some time, and our hero would be able to get a good night's sleep. In addition, upon his return, it became known that Sejun had reached a new level of mastery in beekeeping, raising it to the 4th level. The bees wanted to know which flowers were best for collecting pollen for royal jelly, but Sejun didn't even know what that was. It turned out to be a delicious, soft jelly that enhanced talents. Meanwhile, Aileen was relaxing in the bath and sipping red locust tomato soup, which was wonderful. She felt her body so light today, and even thought that maybe she had grown a little, because even her wings had gotten bigger. Aileen seemed to be growing quickly, but it still wasn't enough. She dreamed that her dragon heart would soon grow stronger, and she would become an adult. Then she would be able to leave the administrative area and fly in all her glory during the blue moon. Aileen thought that if she showed herself to Park Sejun after her transformation, he would be so overwhelmed by her beauty that his legs would give way. Then she remembered that a few days ago, Sejun had told her that he was going to test the abilities of his apple tree. Aileen even remembered that it was called the Flame of Friendship, and of course she wanted to see it. She hadn't even made it to the all-seeing orb when she felt a dull pain inside. The pain was so unbearable that Aileen couldn't stay on her feet and fell to the floor, sobbing. Her dragon heart hurt so much, but she couldn't do anything about it, struggling to stay conscious. The last thing she could say was, "Save me, Park Sejun," and then she simply fainted. The life of the tower manager was in danger, and the Black Tower's emergency system was instantly activated, requesting help from the last creature in contact with Aileen. Meanwhile, Sejun was busy farming bees. Thanks to his 4th-level beekeeping skills, he was able to produce a special honey jelly with unique effects. At the moment, honey jelly could be produced using pollen from one type of flower. Our hero owned 3 beehives, which brought him much more honey. But thanks to his high level, his talents were also enhanced. In general, it was very difficult for ordinary hunters to awaken their talents, and honing them and bringing them to the highest level is a completely different matter. As a result, ordinary people like Sejun, who lacked genius and had ordinary talents, had to endure exhausting labor and persevere for a long, long time. Moreover, becoming a true master of one's craft could not be achieved by effort alone. Sejun could only improve his talents by eating jelly. One could only say that the world of the tower was full of surprises. After a short time, the honey jelly was finally ready. The bees managed to collect quite a lot of it, enough to fill a whole hat. Ryuk could already smell the sweet aroma and wanted to try it, but Sejun told him to call his hair brothers first, and they would eat it all together. While Ryuk ran to find his brothers, the bees decided they could make more honey jelly. The concentration of honey ensured maximum sweetness. After consumption, magical talents could be slightly enhanced, and the shelf life was 1 year. This was probably because they were made from magical cherry tomatoes. But Sejun had no talents tied to mana, which was even sad. But it suggested that if the jelly was made from other flowers, it might enhance other talents not related to mana. Ryuk quickly called everyone to dinner to try this incredible delicacy. Sejun divided the jelly into equal pieces for everyone. The jelly had an exquisite aroma and taste, because the bees had skillfully worked on the pollen and nectar of the flowers. Rick wanted to ask for another piece, but Sejun refused, because they had to share with Aunt Eileen. The dragon lady especially loved magical cherry tomatoes, and she would probably enjoy the honey jelly made from their flowers. Sejun only had to call the tower manager, and an information window immediately appeared. After that, Sejun learned that Eileen Fratani was in mortal danger, and that the dragon's heart was rebelling. Sejun couldn't believe what he was reading, and when he realized that Aileen was in danger, he became alarmed. A task appeared from the Black Tower: to calm the rebellious heart of the dragon Aileen Fratani. As a reward, Aileen would wake up, but if he failed, Aileen Fratani would die. Now our hero had to urgently choose an item that could help the tower's manager. But he had no idea what dragon heart they were talking about, or why it had rebelled. Due to an oversaturation of mana, the dragon's fortified heart was unable to cope. She had received so much mana that her talent could not master it. Sejun became even more agitated, because it was probably all his fault, since he had been feeding it all this time. Sejun was very scared because Aileen could die because of him, but she could also recover because of him. Everything now depended on Park Sejun. Ryuk and the hares tried to support Sejun, while he tried to find an answer and understand what he could do now. All he could do was choose an item that could help Eileen Fratani, the tower manager. The system confirmed that he had the necessary item, and suddenly, his gaze fell on a hat with honey jelly. Even the hares and Rick understood perfectly well that the jelly could help Aunt Aileen, so they gave up the jelly they were supposed to eat, just so that the manager could survive. The hat was filled to the brim with honey jelly, and Sejun decided to take a chance and send them. The task was completed, and all the jelly went straight into Eileen's mouth, who was suffering from pain. The honey jelly from the poisonous bees successfully enhanced the talent of the tower manager, Eileen Frittani. She felt better as her talent was enhanced, which calmed the dragon's heart. Now the tower manager was fine, and would not rebel in the near future. Her heart was calm at the moment, but if Eileen Frittani's talent was not developed, there was a danger that the incident would repeat itself. Everyone on the farm was worried about Eileen, and Seijin sincerely wanted to help her, and hoped that there was some solution. His father and grandfather had, of course, noticed the accident in the Black Tower, and the system was reproducing the activity report. The distress signal seemed to be coming from the tower, but the portal was never activated, which was very strange and caused concern. Grandfather did not receive any signals. The system was designed so that if Eileen found herself in a critical situation and sent a signal to one of her relatives, an emergency portal would open immediately. Eileen always contacted her grandfather, and they could control her flashes simply by entering the administration area of the Black Tower. But if someone else called, the portal would not open. Such was the security system of the Black Tower. Once the report was sent, it meant that the outburst had passed. Eileen was alive, the excitement had passed. Her condition was even better than before, and the graph of mana volume in the dragon's heart also showed a steady increase. Her father was very pleased with these indicators, because it meant that his child was growing and getting stronger. But for some reason, her grandfather was beside himself, because the situation that had occurred brought unpleasant thoughts to his mind. Namely, he really didn't like the fact that the last person his granddaughter had been in contact with was some guy named Park Sejun. The father didn't pay much attention to this. The main thing for him was that his daughter was alive, but he felt that they would now have problems. His son tried to calm his father down and explain that Sejun was probably the one who saved Eileen. Besides, the girl's health and safety were far more important, and they urgently needed to find a way to open the portal. But the grandfather was beside himself, because why was some Park Sejun called for help and not him, the grandfather? Who did he think he was? Who dared to steal his granddaughter's heart under the cover of night? Kaiser Frittani could never forgive Park Sejun. He didn't even care that he had disgraced their family name in front of all their neighbors, but the neighbors were already used to it. Only something was happening to his granddaughter, and it was driving the old man crazy. Many believed that this old man had become completely foolish because of his granddaughter. Someone's dark shadow lurked nearby, listening, thinking that the Black Tower could be a great opportunity for him. Eileen could finally feel her strength returning to her body. She woke up as if from a nightmare. She didn't even fully realize what had happened, whether she was really alive now. The dragon's heart was stable now, but Eileen couldn't remember anything. In the information panel, she could see that she had managed to eat some honey jelly, and that Park Sejun had completed some task. She realized that in her last moment, she had managed to turn to Sejun. Of course, she felt a little awkward after that, but she was curious how he had managed to stabilize the dragon's heart. Eileen finally learned that it was with the help of honey jelly, and that Sejun had apparently managed to improve his beekeeping skills, which unlocked a new product. The only pity was that she had tasted the jelly while unconscious, and now had no idea what it tasted like. But the talent enhancement was perfect for this situation. As a great black dragon, Eileen Frittani had to express her gratitude to her benefactors in an appropriate manner. After all, that was how the heiress of the respected Frittani family should behave. Therefore, she went to her treasury to immediately reward her savior. She had many precious things, but she could not find anything worthy of a gift. She wanted to choose not just a precious gift, but one that would be useful in farming. So she thought about what might be useful to a farmer. She thought until she stumbled upon a huge statue of her grandfather. For some reason, Eileen thought that Seijin would definitely like it. Seijin had had a rather stressful and difficult evening, so he fell asleep with the monsters in the first place he could find. But just as he was about to get some proper sleep, he was awakened by a notification from Eileen, who was thanking him for saving her. It was a huge relief for Seijin to know that Eileen was feeling much better than before. Seijin thought that all this happened because his food strained Eileen's dragon heart. But she claimed the opposite, that the tower farmer was not to blame. Eileen explained that these attacks occurred regularly, every 10 years, but the expected attack had manifested a little later. Thanks to the tower farmer's actions, the dragon's heart had recovered somewhat, delaying the next attack. This made Seijin much calmer, and he decided to give Eileen even more honey jelly, which the bees had recently made. But Eileen said she was too ashamed to keep receiving gifts, and wanted to repay Seijin for saving her life first. Now our hero had to shout Eileen's name at the top of his lungs, after which he would receive something very big and useful. Seijin guessed that it might also be dangerous. But in any case, on the advice of the tower manager, he found an open space and began to shout Eileen's name with all his might. His cry simply faded into space, and nothing happened for the time being. But after a minute, he learned that he had completed the task and received a fountain dedicated to Aileen's 100th birthday as a reward. Sejun didn't even have time to read the message properly when he felt a huge shadow looming over him. Before it was too late, he and his monsters rushed away. Otherwise, this gift would have backfired on him. A giant black marble statue of a dragon stood proudly on the farm. Kaiser Fratani had ordered this fountain from the king of the dwarves himself in honor of Aileen's birthday. The fountain was made entirely of the highest quality black marble in the image and likeness of Kaiser Fratani himself. The eyes of the statue were magical stones, enchanted personally by Anton Fratani. The fountain had the ability to produce water on its own and collect it from available sources within a 10-kilometer radius. But its additional abilities were unknown, and its rank was S. Sejun was delighted. The reward was not only huge, but also useful. Aileen assumed that now it would help the farm spend less time watering the crops. And the manager was indeed right, because recently the fields on the farm had expanded, and it was difficult to manage with just watering cans. But now they would no longer have to walk back and forth to the cave. However, when Sejun asked why the other skills were unknown, the tower manager could not answer, because her grandfather had not told her anything. There were no restrictions on the use of the fountain, as it was an installed item. To bring up the fountain status window, the control system had to come with a reward. The fountain also came with a special remote control that allowed the statue to be controlled. With this remote, you could freely control the pressure, direction of the water jet, and movement of the statue. Sejun had never seen anything like it before, and it reminded him of a regular game joystick. He decided to test it, and could see with his own eyes how the marble statue moved when he pressed the button. At one point, our hero felt as if he were controlling a character in a game. He quickly figured out which buttons to press to control the statue. But at one point, he pressed a button that reproduced the roar of a dragon, thereby scaring the monsters. Of course, Ryuk was not shy, and he immediately retaliated against the dragon, so that it would understand who it was roaring at. But it seems that the bear cub forgot that it was only a marble statue in front of him, and his blow broke part of the statue. Aileen was resting and sipping soup, but at some point, an alarm sounded from the all-seeing ball. Of course, she immediately asked our hero what had happened. Of course, Sejun didn't want to tell her about the incident so as not to upset his girlfriend, so he simply explained that he was looking at the statue more closely because it was so magnificent. Then he simply decided to change the subject, thinking that Aileen wanted something to eat, to which she naturally agreed. Aileen herself was, of course, pleased that Sejun liked her gift so much, because she had spent a long time choosing it, and Sejun breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the dragoness hadn't noticed anything. On the 67th floor, work was still progressing. Red locusts were being gathered and sharp blades of green onions were being planted. The young wolf cub was happy to help his parents with this work and helped gather locusts. He didn't go very far, but behind him, a whole swarm was gathering, ready to attack the young wolf cub. His father and mother could only scream helplessly, warning their son of the danger, but they simply would not have had time to help him. But luckily, Toro was nearby and cut down all the locusts with his sharp blade. Elko's son was saved, but everyone was still in danger. They had to run away from the floor and hide, because the red locusts had changed their attack pattern. The 9th blue moon had already arrived, which Sejun greeted together with his monsters. This time, the monsters did not go anywhere, but stayed on the farm and felt fine. All this was thanks to Aileen's power, because the blue moon's influence on the monsters had weakened significantly, and it was much easier to stay sane. This was to be expected from the control tower. It was truly impressive. The couple was already rushing to tell Sejun that they had found several blue vegetables in the fields. It was the perfect time to reap the fruits filled with the energy of the blue moon. Once, Sejun had only picked a couple of tomatoes, but now he was picking a whole cartload of blue tomatoes. Moreover, the energy of the blue moon affected the cornfields, which also needed to be harvested. Sejun found 2 ears of corn. Since Aileen couldn't eat cherry tomatoes due to the stabilization of her dragon heart, he wanted to give her the corn. By this time, Aileen had just finished patrolling and was completely exhausted. Sejun understood that after her illness, it might be difficult for her, so he showed concern for her, for which she thanked him. Aileen went to rest and get ready for bed, while Sejun continued to work in the field and wanted to harvest the remaining vegetables. Suddenly, he noticed an unusual corn that glowed red. Sejun gathered the explosive corn of endurance, gained work experience, and received 30 experience points, as well as an achievement for breeding a new crop in the tower. If this corn was heated, the kernels would burst and grow several times in size. The corn promoted hair growth, broke down fat, and increased strength. These effects could be repeated up to 10 times. Seijun earned an achievement for cultivating 3 new crops in the tower, and rumors about him reached the Food Association. No one can grow explosive corn without Seijun's permission. The guy was happy and thanked all the powers that be for such a wonderful product. He hadn't liked his hairstyle for a long time, and Raikou didn't like it either, but now there was such a wonderful opportunity to grow new hair. Seijun decided to expand the field immediately. Starting tomorrow, everyone would have to focus their efforts on caring for the new corn crop. To test the experiment, he decided to take a few seeds. The corn popped and expanded when heated, so all that remained was to figure out how to cook it. Then he had the brilliant idea of asking Flame about it, who was also growing under the blue moon. A little more, and the tiny tree could already match Seijun's height. Flame absorbed the rays of the blue moon and immediately felt a surge of strength within her. In addition, she gained another ability. This ability was the Flame of Protection, her third unique ability.